You, who have never practiced before, have been repeatedly bombarded by the Empress tens of thousands of times, but each time you are blasted into pieces. You not only don't die, but you also refresh in the Empress's boudoir every day on time. Everyone assumes that you are a big shot pursuing the Empress, but you are not happy at all. Instead, you are thinking about slapping the Empress to death, all because you activated the reincarnation dream system right after crossing over. As long as you spend points, you can gain real experiences in the dream, and even use the system to freely modify everything in the dream, enchanting the dream characters with a 100% barehanded against the blade attribute. Even the powerful immortals have to kneel down and honestly accept the sword, binding the dream characters with their own weapon, a stick. Even if the enemy's swordsmanship is superb, they can only resort to the crazy dog stick technique. But when you enter a new dream to overthrow the Empress, you are tragically blasted into pieces by the Empress who is taking a bath. It turns out that the initial points given by the system have long been spent by you. Dreams without using points will be randomly generated, and without exploring the dream, you will not be able to earn points. If you don't figure out a solution now, you're really done for. At this moment, you finally woke up from the nightmare, touched your thin cheeks with prominent cheekbones, and you were very clear that if you didn't change the situation in the dream, you would sooner or later be driven insane. It's too miserable. Fortunately, you achieved the achievement of dying 100,000 times in the dream, and the system rewarded you with 100 points. The only hope to defeat the Empress of the human realm is to use these 100 points to purchase a term, and reverse the situation to suppress the Empress. Mentally chanting to activate the system, a light blue virtual panel appeared before your eyes. After searching around, you finally settled on the term survival in desperation. After purchasing this term, facing the threat of death in the dream, you can always turn bad luck into good luck and find a safe place to hide nearby. Points required for purchase, 100. Just endure it. At least you won't be tortured. It's up to you. Even if you endure for 10,000 years, it's still better than being endlessly killed by the Empress. Exchange completed. You lay on the bed and closed your eyes. I don't know how long has passed. You once again entered the dreamland. In the ethereal sleeping palace, the Empress lazily lay on the bed, dressed lightly, her graceful figure once again revealed before you. Who dares to covet this Empress? The Empress's voice remained cold. As her gaze fell on you, you once again saw that unparalleled beauty. Unable to help but be stunned, after a brief eye contact, the Empress realized it was you, the cockroach that couldn't be killed no matter what. Even if I can't kill you today, I will imprison you with the Great Wilderness Imprisonment Array and torture you severely. Let's see how you can escape this time. As the Empress coldly summoned her spiritual energy to form an array, enclosing a small area, at the critical moment of life and death, you knew you couldn't escape. Only able to trust the keywords you added to yourself when entering the dream to survive. Just as the Empress was about to act, extending her finger to crush you, you changed your cowardly posture of kneeling and begging, provocatively gesturing at the Empress, using the same trick again. Can't you come up with something new to kill me? It's always a new feeling to see you dressed so scantily. You little coquette. You look so alluring. Your frivolous attitude completely infuriated the Empress, causing her to erupt with a terrifying aura, shaking the entire Empress's sleeping palace violently, the sky darkening and the earth cracking, as if it were doomsday. However, you continued to respond to the Empress with a frivolous attitude. TSK, just kill me already. If you kill me, you'll be a widow. No man will ever love you again. Enraged, the Empress unleashed her most powerful move, ice sealing 1,000 miles. In an instant, you felt your blood freezing, your vitality rapidly fading. You prayed that the keywords would work, but at that moment, the Empress suddenly spat out blood. It turned out that she was already on the verge of a breakthrough, but your provocation ignited her anger, causing a backlash from her cultivation technique. Even the Great Wilderness Imprisonment Array couldn't be maintained. You knew this must be the effect of the keywords. However, you hesitated for a moment, pondered, and ultimately decided to give up on escaping, braving the bold and fearing the timid. You made up your mind to take a chance and seize the opportunity to kill the Empress. What you didn't know was that even if the Empress was severely injured and barely hanging on, she could easily kill you. Approaching the Empress cautiously, you tentatively asked, "Hey, are you dead or alive? If I attack you now, do you have the ability to fight back?" The Empress responded with a cold gaze. Initially startled, you quickly realized that she truly had no ability to fight back. So, you knelt in front of the Empress, anxiously searching for a suitable weapon to kill her. Soon, your gaze settled on the Empress's sword. Drawing the sword, you kept apologizing to the Empress. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to peek at you bathing, but I had no choice. I just want to live. I'm sorry." As you spoke, You raised her sword high in front of the Empress and swung it with all your might towards her neck. In the moment the blade was about to touch the Empress's neck, you noticed a hint of mockery in her eyes. Suddenly feeling uneasy, you dropped the sword and tried to run, but it was already too late. The abandoned sword emitted a faint blue light, drawing a circle on the floor without anyone controlling it, trapping you and the Empress inside. On top of that, a willow tree so massive that it seemed like a small mountain was landing on a hillside. He Qing is going to go to that willow tree first to cut the branches and trunks to come. The branches of this willow tree are very useful. Mouth and teeth are clear after brushing. The trunks are similarly tough as iron. A tree this big should be 100, even 1,000 years old. And I wonder if it's become fertilized? I don't think so. Otherwise why don't I fight back every time I cut? The mountain walls are steep, with short trees and vines. There were also some snakes, and squirrels standing on branches. There was a large snake several feet long hidden in the vines, which He Qing narrowly missed. The large snake glanced at He Qing before drilling into the forest with a whoosh, leaving a long trail in the dirt on the ground. After climbing down the hill on his hands and knees, He Qing came to the willow tree. See that the willow tree branches are as green as jade. The dew flows, crystal color. The canopy of the trees is like a cover that shades the sky. Standing in it is like being in a land of willow branches. Snap! He Qing picked a pick of willow branches. Snap! Another article. This was followed by the folding of a straight trunk. Wrap the soft, fragrant willow branches around your waist and hold the trunk in your hands. He Qing then left. Only after He Qing had left for a long time did a green-clothed woman come out of this willow tree. The woman's face was resigned, like a willow stained with dew, and she too shed tears. What a jerk! Coming to break my branches from time to time. It hurts. Willow essence was aggravated. Not only did she have to endure the pain that was like the scorching sun when He Qing practiced from time to time, and to be broken willow branches. The rest of the goblins were able to escape, but her. She's just a willow tree. Thinking that such days would have to be constantly endured, Liujing couldn't help but feel depressed in her heart and shed tears again. Next time if I come back, I'll. Liujing wanted to fight He Qing, but every time he thought of the scene during that cultivation, his heart burst with fear, and he could only endure it. Ooh-hoo! A mournful sound came from the mountains. He Qing listened with caution in his heart. That cry looks like an elf. I'll have to be more cautious. If this elf is going to come to harm me, I'm afraid I'll have to fight it to the death. In this area, He Qing wasn't that afraid. After all, it has been a decade of living. After crossing another small hill, a waterfall suddenly appeared in front of him, dropping down. Crystal water droplets scattering colors all over the sky. Below the waterfall is a clear stream. Branches and leaves flourish, and raindrops sprinkle lightly. Under a straight pine tree, two men dressed in moonlight white silk brocade stood. Rainwater was constantly dripping from the pine branches and the ground was covered with brown pine needles. Click! One of the sword-wielding men, who was older, with a vicissitude of color, and a scar from his sword brow down across his left eye, looked around cautiously. This area is full of sperm monsters, so you have to be careful. Not to mention a spooky life-inducing ghost village not far away. Lao Air, take out that map and see again if it's here, Tang Chuan said softly. He gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, carefully. Suddenly, a long snake with a black body and a silver ring came out of a bush on one side. Whoosh! The long sword was sheathed and split the snake in two almost instantly. Tang Yuan then took out a map and carefully compared it. It should be around here. Dragon slaying swordsman. Dragon returning monument. Tang Chuan let out a long breath. In a cautious mood, the two of them have been going back and forth in this mountain forest for several days, encountering countless dangers, and several times nearly lost their lives. Even so, it had dodged the vast majority of the elves and monsters, like the gnarled willow tree. That was undoubtedly already an immensely powerful elf. On top of that, there was the silver-scaled dragonfish in the pool, the 10-odd-foot snake immortal in the mountain forest, and the uncountable tiger demon of the mountain monarch of devils. But now, I've searched everywhere and I can't find the remains of the dragon swordsmen that were left for posterity. Tang Chuan's face was grave. It's hard not to really fight those elves. Tang Chuan, despite having traveled across the Jianghu for a long time and having first-rate sword skills, has encountered a lot of strange people. But to fight with these elves and monsters is also trembling in the heart, especially when he thought of that giant willow in the sky. Even if he had a heavenly sword technique, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get close to the trunk of the tree. Tang Chuan pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. Eldest, go, this sword art, don't want it. When Tang Yuan heard this, he immediately froze, his heart extremely unwilling. He is Tang Chuan's own brother, a handful of sword skills in the same lineage, but did not experience too much of the world. His face is clear, very different from the vicissitudes of Tang Chuan. Big brother, this is a rumored sword art that beheads the dragon and ascends to immortality with martial arts. comparable to a first-rate Jindan sword art. Either we get this sword art, why wouldn't our sword school prosper? And father's long-cherished wish. Tang Chuan looked at Tang Yuan, that youthful face, and the vision of the future. Unfortunately, he was well aware that the world was cruel and not that good. That doesn't matter. Compared to his own brother's life, even if the dragon-slashing sword technique was no more superior, that was unimportant. Tang Chuan put one hand on Tang Yuan's shoulder. Go. As the two of them were leaving, they happened to see a Taoist priest strolling in a stream, holding a mottled long sword in his hand as he peeled a branch. Tang Chuan couldn't help but look twice. How can there be a Taoist priest in this place? View that the long sword mottled, not a sword. The Taoist priest is also small in age. The face is clear. Tang Chuan shook his head and thought no more about it. He Qing was using his sword to sharpen the trunk that had been broken off from the willow tree. Pure Yang astral energy slowly flowed out from his fingertips, reflecting on top of the sword, reflecting it in red, as if it had just come out of the oven. Click! The sword then sharpened the iron. If he didn't use the Pure Yang astral energy, with this sword alone, it might not be as hard as this tree trunk. After sharpening one end, He Qing nodded in satisfaction. That's quite a trunk on that willow. I'm afraid there's not much wood this tough in this part of the mountains. He Qing looked into the stream and saw only clear water and fish wandering about, as if they were swimming empty and unattached. The fish are diverse and quite large. Among them there are also some silver-scaled swimming fish. Long and slender body. Seems to be the king of the fish in general. Wandering among them, the surrounding fish are all arching defense. He Qing saw the silver-scaled swimming fish at a glance. This fish is not an ordinary fish. As an ornamental fish can be eaten should also be delicious meat. He Qing had also tied one earlier and roasted it for dinner, and it tasted really good. This one makes soup. He Qing held the wooden spikes in his hands, his eyes tightly fixed on the silver fish. Ever since the Pure Yang Kung Fu had become a great success, He Qing was already light in the ears and strong in the eyes. Although that silver fish was fast, it was incomparably clear in He Qing's eyes. Its forward trajectory is also reflected in the eye. Just then, He Qing bent forward with one foot and fired his arm. At once the wooden spikes flew out. The surface of the water stirred up a large splash, and the wooden thorns instantly penetrated into the water, and a smear of blood smoke swam, and that silverfish was staked on the side of the stream. He Qing walked up and lifted the wooden spikes, and the silverfish followed. Even with the wooden spikes, the silverfish was still alive and kept flopping around. He Qing flexed his fingers and it completely subsided. Although my Pure Yang Kung Fu is good, the means are also too little. It seems that in the future, I need to learn more about the rest of the things. The old Taoist had taught He Qing quite a few things, and Pure Yang Guan also had some collections of books inside. It was just that He Qing felt incredibly smooth and fit when he practiced Pure Yang Gong, stumbled a bit while practicing the rest of the stuff, but over the years, it's at least learned a lot of practical things. For example, drawing charms and alchemy. As a Taoist priest, these two lines of work He Qing was also incredibly skillful. Unfortunately the material is really low. He Qing currently only knows a charm to ward off evil spirits and avoid water. I know more about alchemy. Pure Yang Dan, Green Lotus Dan, Purple Jade Dan. This Pure Yang Dan was uniquely created by He Qing, and he didn't know what it was good for. In the same way as the evil resisting talisman, it was just a matter of storing the excess Pure Yang True Qi by incorporating it into it. Tying the fish, He Qing headed for the mountains again. He decided to pick some fresh fruit and see if there were any treasures along the way. The mountain forests contain a wide variety of grasses and trees, among which there are not a few fruit trees. Deep in the mountains, there was even a fresh fruit forest inhabited by a group of monkeys. Next time we go there we'll hang out. It's just a little far away and I don't know if there's any monkey wine. The last time He Qing went there was a year ago. The monkey king of that group of monkeys could be very fierce, holding a purple and gold coiled dragon stick, but the current He Qing was different from a year ago. Should be able to beat it. I can beat it by practicing an ordinary Qi nurturing technique. So it seems that this mountain forest is considered a novice village in this world. I don't know when I'll be able to get out of this newbie village. After staying here for a long time, He Qing was eventually a bit lonely. He Qing hadn't been out of Pure Yang Guan for a long time, and when he came out, he forgot the time. He wandered through the mountains, sometimes up a tree, sometimes down a river, and picked a lot of fresh fruit. Without realizing it, it was already evening. After the evening, the whole mountain forest was suddenly obscure and gloomy. Ghosts and beasts wailed all around. He Qing looked around. What a forgetfulness of time. Also, it so happens that there are bound to be people roosting in the mountain temples in the evening, and if they meet a merchant caravan, they will also change their items. Thinking of this, He Qing headed in the direction of the mountain temple. His eyes glowed gold, and the light around him poured in as if it were daylight. He Qing's footwork was extremely fast, flying like a wall, and in a few breaths, he was several feet away. The mountains are obscure and gloomy. There was a whimpering sound in the wind, and the forest trees in the distance seemed to be flailing. It was still raining, and the pattering of rain on the branches and leaves was always startling. A few hunters were on their feet, slightly flustered. A bundle of lights in the mountain temple seemed like a bright light in the night. He Qing saw the light from afar. The sound of horses stamping their hooves also came over the sound of the storm. He Qing shook off the rainwater from his body. Walking in such a dense forest, friction and collision were inevitable. I'll have to wash my clothes again when I get back. Travel to the mountain temple. He Qing glanced up into the sprawling, dark mountains again. It only felt ghostly, as if there were countless demons and ghosts hiding in it. If it was his previous life, He Qing was also extremely afraid of ghosts. But now, as the saying goes, the artist is bold. He Qing didn't know how high his skills were, but in this novice village map, self-preservation was no problem. The mountain temple was very broken. Half of the door fell to the ground. The mud wall made of bamboo and gabion was also patchy, and a big hole was exposed on the roof. The ground around the temple was littered with broken tiles, fire-burned stumps of wood, and the rest of the garbage. These are the marks left by passing tourists. He Qing walked towards the temple. A wood fire was lit in the center and a dozen people sat in 4 groups. In one place was a rich-bellied merchant with 2 green guards. In one place were 2 sword-wielding men with sharp auras. In one place were 4 hunters, big and strong. He Qing glanced a few more times toward those 4 hunters, and was quite puzzled in his heart. Where do hunters come from to hunt in this hellhole? The resident population of this place is quite small, and the mountains are full of spirits and monsters. It's just a matter of hunting if it's a strange man or woman. It's not a gift for mortals to come hunting, but the odd man out wouldn't be mixed up like this. The last 2 were an old man and a young man. A woman with a clear face and an old man with a stooped figure. That old man was still clutching a long knife in his hand, his face tense. When He Qing stepped into the mountain temple from the night rain, the eyes of the crowd all looked over, with different meanings. Tang Chuan did recognize it at a glance. This is the Taoist priest he met by the stream during the day. I saw this Taoist priest wrapping willow around his waist, carrying a sword behind his back, holding a wooden thorn in his hand, carrying a silver fish in his hand, and there was a cloth pocket wrapped around his body, in which he placed some freshly dyed rainwater fresh fruits. That's a strange costume, but in the midst of the weirdness, it reveals a sense of natural randomness. Tang Chuan's gaze especially looked a few more times at that silver fish. In his heart, he remembered the group of mountain elves and monsters outside. This little Taoist is no ordinary person. The group of hunters glanced at each other, and then they were unimpressed. The merchant, on the other hand, looked to the fresh fruit at his waist and the silver fish in his hand, unconsciously wriggling his throat and swallowing his saliva. The old man and the young girl were even more nervous. He Qing's gaze was exquisite, and he looked away slightly, taking in everything. The mountain temple was cluttered. The floor was covered with dust, and there was a big hole in the center that kept leaking rain. By this time the only space left in the temple was almost taken. Taoist master, come sit here. Tang Chuan gave way. Tang Chuan, Tang Yuan, 2 brothers are always practicing martial arts people. Body will carry a pugnacious atmosphere, so no one dares to say anything about taking up a bigger position, like the old man and the young girl. The 2 of them, then snuggled closely together, occupying a very limited place. Even some rain when the night wind blows now and then. Thanks a lot. He Qing arched his hand. Tang Chuan wiped the floor with a rag. He Qing then sat up. Eat some fruit. He Qing took out the fresh fruit from his cloth pocket and handed it to Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan looked at the fresh fruit in his hand, only to see that the skin was tender and red, with rainwater on it. It was obviously plucked from the mountains. But who would wander through these mountains just to pick some fruit to eat? Tang Chuan was once again certain that He Qingfei was not mortal. A thought came to his mind. If there are elves and monsters in this world, naturally, there are also immortals that exist. This Taoist master has a clear face and doesn't look very old. If he practiced martial arts, he would have been able to walk as if he were idly strolling in this mountain forest of demons and monsters. Even the dragon-slaying swordsman back then couldn't do this at this age. Not to mention, the mountains are haunted. It had been a feeling of gloom and doom that had followed it. However, Tang Chuan felt a blazing sensation as he sat on He Qing's side. His sword heart was clear, almost reaching the point of human sword unity, possessing an inexplicable sensing ability. It's as if you can detect some trace of what's hidden in the world. Tang Chuan once again looked cautiously at He Qing. He Qing was seen as if he had become one with his surroundings, and as if he was the scattered daylight in the clouds and rain, drifting and disappearing. It's as if it's near and as if it's in the sky. He Qing noticed someone looking at him and couldn't help but twist his head to look. He had a smile on his face. Tang Chuan, however, was violently startled and hurriedly arched his hand, fearing that he would annoy the immortal. Tang Yuan sensed that there seemed to be something wrong with his older brother. So he asked, "What's wrong, big brother?" Tang Chuan didn't know where to start for a moment, and could only slowly say, "It's fine." At that moment, the firewood in the temple suddenly got smaller. "I'll go gather some firewood." "Gentlemen, wait a moment," Tang Chuan said. Seeing him disappear into the night, one of the hunters said, "In that case, a few of you will eat some jerky." A hunter pulled out jerky and handed it to the crowd. The merchant took it with a smile, then asked, "Little Taoist, are you selling this fish?" He Qing shook his head slightly. "Not for sale." This silver-scaled fish had delicious meat and an aura that was self-generated. He Qing himself is still too little. Where would he sell? He Qing then asked the merchant what he was selling on this trip. "Pulled some rice. Qingping County within the population growth in recent years. This food but not a moment will be enough. Naturally have to be transported from outside," the merchant said smilingly. He Qing nodded. Qingping County seems to be getting more and more prosperous since there is a new magistrate. It seems that this magistrate is also a capable one. While asking, He Qing took the dried meat handed by the hunter. He didn't eat it and put it aside. "Then leave me a bag of rice." He Qing took out the silver. The merchant's eyes lit up. "Okay." At this time, Tang Chuan also returned from fetching firewood. He hitched the firewood to the fire while sitting back farther away. Seeing Tang Yuan was gnawing on a jerky that was smelling good, his face changed slightly and imperceptibly. "Where did it come from?" Tang Yuan looked up and nodded at the hunter's side. Tang Chuan immediately said, "Don't eat it." Tang Yuan immediately stopped moving. That hunter, however, laughed. "Why? Is this warrior afraid that I will poison him?" He Qing also looked at the hunter. He was at peace. It was only because it had long since reached the realm of the Pure Yang immaculate golden body. If something could really harm him, spirit sense would have its own sense. Not to mention the fact that these people are all just mortals. Tang Chuan didn't say anything. Instead his gaze grew more and more stern. "You're not a hunter." The rain was so loud that the whole mountain forest was making rain sounds as if a tsunami was stirring in the ears. Several hunters suddenly looked at each other. "You really aren't hunters." This time, he used a tone of extreme certainty. "There are many hunters around Qingping County, and there is a Buddhist temple and 2 Taoist temples in the county. One of the Taoist temples is also an ancient temple with a history of more than 500 years. Shinto in the county is also quite prosperous. The city god incense flourished. This makes Qingping County surrounded by mountains and wild spirits and monsters very few, quite peaceful. And the Liujing is vast, the land is vast, and the things are precious. The fact that Qingping County has developed so quickly is due to the infinite treasures of the mountains." Tang Chuan hadn't thought about this at first. After all, he had met quite a few hunters earlier. Just as he went out to collect firewood, the more he felt something was wrong in his heart. The party could not be sure, but only swindled with words. When Tang Yuan heard this, he immediately put his hands and fingers together and ruthlessly pointed at the upper abdomen, about 2 fingers above the navel. In just a flash, he vomited up all the jerky he had eaten earlier. The rich merchant's face panicked and his fat body shook, and the guards around him drew their swords. The hunter at the head of the group suddenly showed a fierce light in his eyes and stood up violently. Worthy of being wind-chasing sword Tang Chuan, worthy of being the expert who killed 13 experts in a row in one night and captured the clues to the dragon chopper swordsman's remaining stash. The wind chaser sword. The rich merchant immediately looked at Tang Chuan. "Swordsman Tang, please also get rid of these evil thieves at once, and I'll be grateful." He Qing also looked at Tang Chuan. This Tang Chuan seems to be famous? For the first time, He Qing had doubts about his own strength. In his opinion, wasn't this Tang Chuan just a mortal? Can such a mortal be famous? Is it possible that the outside world isn't actually dangerous? Or is this Tang Chuan's power something he hasn't seen yet? He Qing decided to observe carefully and not make a move yet. All along, he seemed to lack concrete knowledge of the world. Due to his own insecurity, he has been hunkering down in this place. But this time, it seemed like a good opportunity. After so many years, this was the first time He Qing had encountered such a thing. Tang Yuan also drew his sword. "You are?" Tang Chuan frowned. "Humph. We Black Cloud walled a few brothers cannot be as big as you so powerful. But well after today, when we got that Jinlong sword art, the Jiang who naturally have our name." The big black-faced man smiled slightly, only to see all the people around them fall down. Even Tang Chuan himself trembled slightly, the tip of his sword drooping. But then, he forced his inner strength and raised the long sword again. Tang Chuan's gaze swept around, and his heart darkened. Tang Yuan stared with wide eyes. "That jerky I obviously threw up on is what it was." The black-faced big man Black Cloud walled city boss then laughed softly. "The poison isn't just in there, it's here." He stretched out his thick, black and black-haired fingers to point at the firewood. "This poison is begged to be bought by the poison saint in the Jianghu to break the soul. 1,000 gold can't buy it. No one can escape. You guys die under this poison." It's worth it, the black-faced big man said with a smug, confident face. Among those 5 people, there was even already a big man who came in front of that young girl with a lewd smile on his face. Little lady, later on master will make you happy. Just then, an inexplicable ringing sound broke the low atmosphere. Just a bright red fruit dripping and rolling on the ground, stained with dust. That's when the crowd looked over, only to see that He Qing was still sitting on the ground in a good position, because he had been sitting there for a long time. He was a little uncomfortable and changed his position, so the fruit rolled out of the cloth pocket. The black-faced big man stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. He then reversed the direction of his long blade and aimed it at He Qing. Boy, what's the matter with you? What's going on? The black-faced big man's face gradually became grave. Why aren't you poisoned? I don't know. What is this poisonous smoke? He Qing didn't even notice it. He even thought the smell was a little strange and sniffed it a few more times. The black-faced big man struggled in his mind. To go or to continue? Taoist, our business is none of your business. You may leave. Oh, He Qing slowly stood up. When Tang Xuan saw this, his heart sank even lower, and he even despaired a little. Only this mysterious and unpredictable Taoist priest can fix things in the mountain temple now. But now, he, Tang Xuan, has been in the jungle for a long time, but that poison saint is even more famous, and I heard that he has obtained some immortal inheritance. There were countless innate experts in this world who had died at the hands of the poison saint, let alone him. Unfortunately, if my Tang clan sword hall had not been broken, if I had not had my tendons damaged when I was a child, why would I be here now? Tang Xuan put his eyes on Tang Yuan, only to see that Tang Yuan was already blackened, trembling and sweating coldly, his lips and teeth trembling, unable to speak. This Taoist master, I beg you, I have the remains of the dragon-slaying swordsman on me. As long as you save my brother, I will give it to you, if I can live, even if I have to work as an ox. The big black-faced man had been keeping an eye on He Qing's movements. Seeing him walk slowly to his side, he seemed to be heading out of the temple. The corners of the black-faced big man's mouth hooked up slightly. He exerted his right hand, and his blade was so fast that it almost turned into light and shadows, and he couldn't see the blade. Small, however, just at the moment the black-faced big man made his move, He Qing had already swung out a palm. Only this palm was seen touching the long sword. For just a moment, the blade shattered. The palm then landed on the black-faced man again. That body was like tofu being hit by a rock. The black-faced man stared with wide eyes and died on the spot. He fell to the ground, seemingly still somewhat dead. He was playing a sneak attack, but why wouldn't He Qing be? That's disgusting. He Qing shrugged off his hand, then wasn't going to use it. Seeing this, the remaining few black cloud-walled village men who were pretending to be hunters fled one by one in a hurry. Right at this moment, wisps of pure yang astral energy converged and transformed into a giant palm that looked like the palm of a golden Buddha, as if swatting a mosquito. Snap, snap, snap. Tang Xuan's eyes widened as he tried to shout out caution, but the latter word clogged his mouth. True gods, there are many weird and strange people in this world, but where is this demeanor? At least Tang Xuan had traveled through several states, and it was the first time he had seen such a swashbuckling Taoist priest. The large handprint that seemed to have golden flames burning was more like a legendary divine ability. Tang Xuan was relieved to see his enemy die. With this relief, his entire body went limp and fell to the ground. That poisonous gas also rushed up to his face, only to see his face look as black as charcoal. He Qing walked back to the temple and pulled out some Pure Yang Dan from his sleeve. He only had the Pure Yang Dan with him. He Qing looked at these people with some hesitation. Pure Yang Qi should be effective against poisonous Qi, but he hasn't really given it to anyone. Immortal, please still save me. Just then, a voice rose again. However, he saw that the old man and the young girl were bowing to He Qing as if they were completely unaffected by the poisonous smoke. Not a brother. Everyone looked at the old man and the young girl. After all that, it turns out there are still anomalies. Tang Xuan laughed somewhat to himself. He used to call himself a warrior, but there were several people stronger than him in this mountain temple, unaffected by the poisonous smoke. Tang Xuan gazed at it, scrutinized it, and closed his eyes to feel it. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth opened up, the boundless rainy night, the endless mountains and forests, and the sound of rain was silent. Beyond that, it's ghostly panic. Just in this ghostly panic, a bright gold blazing hot light but the sky, like a sword shining in all directions. This flashy light was boundless and righteous, like a bright moon in the deep night. Feeling this flashy light, Tang Xuan's heart also calmed down slightly. Only on the side of this flashy light, there was a gloomy and cold intent hovering. Only the old man and the young girl were kneeling on the ground, with black qi continuously rising from their bodies. He Qing withdrew his pure young deity qi and looked at the old man and the young girl, only to see two people with pained faces, obviously inhuman, like shadowy ghosts. Although He Qing's pure Yang astral energy was nearly infinite, he only practiced pure Yang Kung Fu. The Pure Yang Gong, however, was a qi-nourishing Gong method, and its only utility was to nourish qi. It could be said that He Qing had almost gone to the extreme when it came to raising qi, but he lacked the rest of the means. He Qing was naturally aware of this. What's going on? The old man hesitated for a moment, then trembled. No, it's not us, it's me. The lady was dragged into this. He Qing listened while handing Tang Chuan the Pure Yang Dan. It might work, try it on. Thanks a lot, senpai. Tang Chuan received the Pure Yang Dan. This Pure Yang Dan was reddish gold in color, and when it was placed in his hand, he only felt as if he was holding a fireball. The blazing heat of the spiritual energy contained within it was stronger than all the true qi in his body. Tang Chuan immediately understood that he was not blessed to receive this one complete spiritual elixir himself. So immediately a broken shingle was taken and caught the rainwater. The Pure Yang Dan was then crushed and dissolved into water. He takes the first sip. He only saw a pure Yang aura self-generate within his body, and in an instant, it traveled all over his body. It was like a real dragon entering the sea, and all the discomfort subsided. Just immediately afterward, a hot burning sensation was born from within his body. Tang Chuan immediately had a twisted and agonized expression. Although this elixir is good, but the pure Yang qi to rigid to Yang, Tang Chuan immediately felt like he was being barbecued in a furnace. It took a while for him to slow down. With that one, he had an idea of the portion of medicine the rest of them would use. Tang Chuan fed Tang Yuan first, followed by the rich merchant, the escort. The rich merchant also howled miserably for a while after drinking it, drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to his body. Junior Ma Sanfu, thank you immortal for saving my life. Ma Sanfu immediately pulled out the money bag and threw it all on the ground. This is all the money of the little one. If there is still a shortage, the little one is willing to hand over all the family property. It's not necessary. He Qing waved his hand. He saves people just in passing. One wanted to experience the warrior style. Secondly, I want to have some fun. Thirdly, it is also to see the evil things, the heart of the evil. If not out of this breath, the heart is not comfortable. This Ma Sanfu was aware of the favor, so it was even more unlikely that he would want the entire family fortune. At this point, the old man continued to bow and speak. Guanyuan province originally had an insurgent army revolt. This court is not a good thing. But what does this insurgent army revolt have to do with us? They went around robbing the homes of the rich and powerful, and we were originally good and charitable in the village. But we were robbed clean by the insurgents. The master was killed. The madam fell into the hands of the volunteers, and life was worse than death. So I desperately escaped with the young lady, wanting to join my relatives in Qingping County. But on the way to meet a good big mountain tiger, I fell into the tiger's belly with the lady, but did not die, but became a ghost of the tiger, at the mercy of the drive. An insurgent army? In these ancient times, the insurgents were in disarray, and it would have been a great offense to the poor people. And the ghost of the tiger demon. He Qing frowned. What does this warrior of the wind-chasing sword think of my strength? He Qing started by asking the last question. Tang Chuan froze, then spoke cautiously. Since it should only be found in the sky, there is no enemy within several states. Just that demeanor alone just now was already somewhat beyond Tang Chuan's knowledge. Oh, after all this time, I'm actually this strong? But the Pure Yang technique is really just an unusual qi-nourishing technique. So what went wrong in the middle? Can't it be that I'm actually a supreme genius? He Qing first buried the doubts in his mind. Instead, he looked at the old man and the young girl. These two did not dare to interrupt He Qing's questioning, and only continued when they saw He Qing looking at them. Please also ask the immortal master to exterminate the tiger demon and release us to reincarnate. He Qing narrowed his eyes at the old man and the young girl. The so-called tiger for a tiger. I don't know if these two have ever harmed anyone, but there should be a mountain god in this Li mountain. As a mountain god, why are there still so many demons and evils in the mountain? Some of the non-harmful spirits are fine, but these harmful ones? He Qing's gaze went back to the idol in the mountain temple. Only some tributes were still placed in front of the idol, and there was also a bottle of incense burner. There was quite a bit of smoke in the incense burner, and a few freshly inserted incense. This incense is even stronger than that of Pure Yang Gong. He Qing also look at this idol. This clay idol seems to be an ape, but also seems to be a god general, body armor complete, holding a sword in the hand. Where is the god of the departing mountain? He Qing let out a light shout. Then the pure Yang astral qi like a river like waves infinite, in a moment mixed into the wind, making the wind have a form, dyed with a layer of bright gold color. The moment was like a river of stars. A great river was born out of thin air throughout the night sky. The great river transformed by the pure Yang qi didn't enter the mountains and forests, and for a moment it surged with endless divine might. Countless elves and monsters saw this bright golden river wandering in the night sky, and they were suddenly terrified in their hearts and frantically fled. This sight was like a miracle, and it simply stunned the few people in the mountain temple. In this moment, He Qing's consciousness seemed to merge into the mountains as well. Vaguely, it seemed to him that he saw a green, blue and luxuriant place, as if it were a green hill in spring. It was raining on the green hills, but it was black rain. It was a sprawling, infinite blackness that seemed to carry a murmur in every drop of rain. The inexplicable murmur was like a magic voice that seemed to linger and speak of love. On top of the green mountain, a huge mountain-like giant ape was lying on top. The giant ape's eyes were crimson, and his body was dyed ink by the rain. It roared wildly, with a hint of insane madness. Its claws slashed and tore at its body, shattering flesh and blood. Black rain, however, seeped in. "Kill me, please, kill me," the great ape roared wildly. A jasper-like jade seal flew out from his body. The jade seal was also stained with ink black. He Qing couldn't help but be shocked by the images he saw. What's this? That giant ape is the god of Mount Li? Why has it become like this? Under the night sky, a jade seal flew out of the mountain, gliding through the night sky, transforming into a blue light that merged into the pure yang qi and flew in the direction of the mountain temple. In the rainy night, the rain beads are reflected in the color of bright gold, making the starry fire in the sky as bright as the morning star. For a moment, the entire mountain forest was startled by this strange movement and looked straight up to the sky. The green-clothed woman came out of that sky-shading willow. What's this little ancestor doing again? And who's messing with him? Further away, a white ape holding a purple gold-coiled dragon stick was meditating and practicing. Suddenly his eyes opened and looked up to the starburst-like glow in the sky. In the mountain temple, He Qing's eyes leaped gold, as if there was a flame leaping in his eyes. Just a moment ago, when he looked at the mountain god idol, his spiritual senses moved, and he made this move. Right now, it seemed as if this was the god of the departed mountain actively echoing him in general. And what the hell is going on in that picture? Just then, a jade seal glowing with turquoise light, like a meteor trailing a trailing flame, flew to the middle of the mountain temple and landed on He Qing's hand. He Qing looked at the jade seal in his hand and felt a bit bewildered. This jade seal is a piece of mountain and river model, high mountains and flowing water. The overall color is greenish blue. The color is warm and moist. It is the best precious jade, all natural and self-contained. Underneath it were also printed the 4 large dragon and phoenix characters of the ordered by heaven. However, at this time, this jade seal has some ink color flow, revealing some evil out. A faint stream of murmured ravings revealed itself. This is the seal of the mountain god. When He Qing received this mountain god seal, he also received this mountain god duty. Possesses the ability to control the power of mountains and rivers and regulate water veins. If one's mana is outstanding, he or she even has the power to influence the heavens. I didn't just roar. And this makes me a mountain god? To become a mountain god is to wield infinite power, but it is also a responsibility. However, the Pure Yang Gong was established in it. If this mountain god seal for nothing is not wanted, then it is not reasonable. Besides, he can't escape from all this. He Qing has lived in Pure Yang Gong since he was a child, where he can't part with it. Let's give it a try. And if this weird power really can't be dealt with, then let go of this mountain god seal and head to the rest of the place. He Qing looked towards the bizarre power infesting the jade seal. He withdrew his Pure Yang astral energy and infused it with his own Pure Yang astral energy. One was to completely refine this mountain god seal into one's possession, and the other was also to try out how strong this weird power was. In He Qing's spiritual sense, although the bizarre force was dangerous, it wasn't to the point of affecting himself. Just seeing the Pure Yang astral chi pouring into it, the mountain god seal was instantly dyed a reddish golden color, as if it was a golden seal. And when the Pure Yang deity collided with the bizarre force, it wasn't as intense as expected. Instead, the Pure Yang deity chi was like a tsunami that crushed over in a brain. Only the Pure Yang deity chi flooded the ink color almost instantly. What's going on? Didn't they say that the bizarre power can't be worn out? Just as He Qing was puzzled, the voice coming from the mountain god seal suddenly became clear. In this instant, it was as if He Qing could hear the words within. 1 strike opens the gates of heaven, 2 strikes cracks the earth's households, and 3 strikes bring down 10,000 gods, detaining the spirit and dispatching the general. This was actually an incomparably subtle spell aptitude. He Qing's eyes couldn't help but slowly widen. He was somewhat unable to comprehend the strangeness of this world. That murmuring ravings were actually a subtle spell aptitude. But why would the spell avatar be that form of manifestation? It was as if this power did not belong to this world, not tolerated by the world, not in the 3 realms of the 5 elements, and therefore became that way? Afterwards, He Qing began to comprehend this scripture that appeared in his mind again. Detain the spirit and send the general. 1 is the detention of the spirit. which is capable of detaining the sex spirit soul out. It is only when there is detention that there is severance. That is to say, this is actually an avatar for taking underlings. Combined with the mountain god seal, wouldn't the endless elves and monsters in the mountains and wilderness be at one's mercy? All this change happened in only one incense burner, but the people in the mountain temple looked terrified. It was an image they had never encountered in their lives. For the first time in my life, and probably the last. True gods. This was the thought that appeared in the minds of the crowd. Even though Tang Chuan had traveled through several states and was experienced, he couldn't help but have such thoughts at this moment. This immortal looks young, but I'm afraid that his true age doesn't count anymore. Tang Chuan guessed in his mind. After all, immortals live with heaven and earth. The rich merchant Ma Sanfu was already kneeling on the ground, and was several times more pious than his usual prayers to God and Buddha. Those guards were also like looking at a god at the moment. The mountain god seal was crystal clear, and there was no longer the slightest bit of bizarre aura in it. When the pure yang astral energy dissipated, this green and blue jade seal merged into He Qing's body. After taking on the mountain god seal, He Qing instantly felt his eyes open up. It was as if the mountains were under his control. A squirrel is standing on a branch holding a pine cone. A white snake is leering under the blades of grass. The blades of grass were stained with rainwater and swayed in the wind. Swish, raindrops dropping. All of this seemed to be reflected in He Qing's heart. The mountains and light flowed continuously in the mind. Found you. Since he had taken over the position of mountain god, He Qing naturally had duties. While this responsibility is not required, it is a passing one. In the future, if the incense is strong, it will also give you a few more means. He Qing had been given the mountain god's ability to follow the scent from the old man and the young girl, and it was only unusual to find a tiger demon. In a cave, a mountain tiger with a dark body and a treacherous and evil face was lying on the ground. Around the cave, there were tired corpses and bones. Its tiger eyes looked out into the rainy night, revealing a hint of caution. Today is a bit unusual compared to previous days. Just then, a soft whispering voice appeared out of thin air. The tiger demon gave a sudden lurch as it stood up, its demonic chi boiling like a smoke cloud, instantly filling the entire cave. And this tiger demon roared out in a low voice. However, at this moment, countless vines suddenly stretched out from the cave's surroundings. These green vines carried a tinge of reddish gold color. Thousands of vines entangled the tiger demon almost instantly. No matter how much the tiger demon tore and screamed, it was useless. As the vines continued to tighten, the tiger demon's roar became weaker and weaker. In the mountain temple, He Qing opened his eyes. He looked to the old man and the young girl. What is your name, and have you read? The young girl tensed up, her hands fiddling with her skirts. My name is He Qing, and I've been studying under husbandman for 5 years. Although you have no choice, I'm afraid that you have also harmed many people. Since this is the case, then stay in this mountain god temple and become a temple priest to atone for your sins. Upon hearing this, the old man and the young girl, He Qing, bowed at once. Thank you, immortal, thank you. He Qing stretched out a finger and detained He Qing with the method of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. A flash of spiritual light then shot out from the mountain god seal and landed in He Qing's body. Now that the tiger demon was dead and the root cause of He Qing's livelihood had gone, He Qing added some of the power of the mountain god seal to his body. This is also the dharma in detaining spirits and dispatching generals. And when he became a mountain god, it was impossible for him to do everything, which is why he had to leave this girl behind. In the haze of smoke and rain, the tranquil and simple Qingping County comes into view. It was early in the morning and smoke was rising from the cooking. The wooden buildings are lined up and have a special flavor in the rain. There is a clear river that is weaving its way through the county, in which a number of outrigger boats are docked. The horse pulling the wagon sneezed softly a few times, and there was a puff of snuff. Su Yok lifted the curtain and looked outside. Finally, we're here. It's been a long time since I've seen my father. I've really missed him a bit. Su Hong, however, said, with father's stature, why bother to come to this small place to be a magistrate? Little brother, don't be overambitious. This county is small, but as the head of a county, if you make some political achievements, the future is a step in the right direction. I don't know how many officials in those counties, in the state capitals, want to be a county magistrate. Although the county magistrate is small, it is the main administration of a county, the most test of an official's ability. The magistrate lived in Qinglufang, Qingping County, a large classical mansion. Su Yok walked into the mansion and went straight to the back of the house. A date palm is planted in the yard of the back house. However, the pillars of the rooms around the courtyard were plastered with yellow talismans and filled with dharma bells, Brahma bells and other things. Su Yok walked into the house and saw a woman with a full head of white hair sitting in front of a bronze mirror shedding tears. Mother, how can this be? When Su Yok saw her mother in this state, tears couldn't help but flow down her face. In the front hall study, Su Yuan, who was the head of a county, was approving official documents. He frowned. What is written on this official document is a question. As Qingping County became more and more prosperous, the more development of the off-lying mountains took place, the more questions naturally surface. One is that the spirits and monsters in the mountains have limited development and damage the people of the county. That's fine. After all, most county residents don't go deep into the mountains. But the second point is extremely fatal. If a county wants to develop, it is essential to intersect with the outside world. However, there were countless demons and monsters in the Li Mountain, and it was already difficult to open up this trade route. So it was impossible to guarantee a safe and stable trade route. The Buddha and the city god in the county have done their best to bless the county, and it is not really possible to expand further out. So what should be done? If you want to open up a peaceful trade route, you will inevitably need a powerful practitioner or a mountain god who is worshipped by incense to suppress demons and spirits. Su Yuan frowned. Although he was full of literature, if he had no sword in his hand, it would be too much to use, especially with the thought of the lady being haunted by shenanigans again. The relationship between the major clans in the county, Buddhist temples, Taoist temples, and some forces hidden in the shadows. Su Yuan then couldn't help but get a headache. The merchant has left. He Qing then got 5 taels of gold. On top of that, Tang Chuan handed him a map. It's a relic left behind by the legendary dragon-slaying swordsman. This Shanlong swordsman was once a Jianghu martial artist, only to use martial arts to enter Taoism afterward, practicing sword arts to a level of skill that was close to Taoism. At his peak, he beheaded an evil auger that had done much evil and plagued the 4 directions, and his relics were rumored to contain his own sword inheritance, as well as the rumored existence of the dragon pearl. He Qing left Xueqin and the old man in the mountain temple while he left them to maintain the mountain temple's incense. For this reason, He Qing added a trace of the mountain god seal's power to Xueqin so that she could apply some mountain god authority. On the other hand, the 2 brothers Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan returned to the Pure Yang Observatory along with He Qing. Tang Chuan saw that there was still such an ancient temple deep in the mountains. When he saw that He Qing lived a life completely different from ordinary people, admiration could not help but rise in his heart. Now that's a true immortal. In the Pure Yang one, in the front yard, layers of moss under his feet and vines on the walls around him looking at the clean white flowers, He Qing set up the table, set up the pots and pans, and then sent that silver scale fish into it. After pouring on the spices, chili, ginger and other things, it's just a matter of waiting. He Qing kept himself busy. Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan, however, were a bit restless. After seeing He Qing's might last night, that power that seemed like a heavenly god, how could the 2 dare to let He Qing personally do the work? Immortal master, it's better to let me do it. He Qing was somewhat speechless. Just call me He Qing, or Dao Master. I can't claim the word immortal yet. I don't know much about this side of the world, and since you've traveled through several states, tell me about the customs and people of each place. After experiencing something like last night, He Qing realized the abnormality of this world. The surface of this world may be smooth, but I'm afraid the hidden forces in the shadows are also extremely terrifying. It was similar to his earlier guess of a divine and demonic world. And the weird powers of this world are really weird too. Why is there an extremely profound dharma hidden in the weirdness? Why was his pure yang deity Qi not afraid of this weird power? And that mountain god was eroded that way. Everything seems to be hidden in a mist. And I'm afraid that all of this can only be explained by finding the Taoist lineage that stretches for thousands of years in this world. Tang Chuan began to speak at once. Starting from when he left the sword museum and met the first weasel demon, He Qing also listened at ease. Being a listener, listening to this one thing, as if he was also traveling through the states, was a different kind of fun. In the end, Tang Chuan smiled to himself. It's a pity that I've done my best, put everything into practicing my sword, and I still end up like this. If it weren't for the Taoist master, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the face to go down there and see my parents. Tang Chuan had practiced swords all his life, yet he was still this vulnerable. The demons and elves in this world are really too strong. Practicing martial arts, even if you practice for a lifetime, you are still far from being able to beat them. He Qing didn't know how to comfort Tang Chuan. After all, he hadn't experienced anything like this. People live their lives. Some things are about fate. If you seek but cannot find, go and cherish the people and things in front of you. The Taoist priest is right. By this time, the fish soup was also ready. He Qing served fish soup to several people. This fish soup tastes very beautiful, really something else. He Qing drank a few bowls, which made him feel that the taste of life is here. Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan drank and also felt the strands of aura surging, and the true qi in their bodies generating itself. The 2 knew at once that the fish was no ordinary fish either. The 2 men looked at each other, both wanting to be bulls. But even this opportunity was rejected by He Qing. Perhaps it was also true what He Qing had said. that there was not enough karma. Not enough immortal karma. However, He Qing was really at a loss as to how to point the sword, and he didn't know how to do it himself. Seeing Tang Xuan, Tang Yuan and the two of them like this, He Qing had no choice but to say, if there is no place to go for the time being, let's go to the mountain god's temple. Perhaps there will be a different kind of enlightenment. Tang Xuan and Tang Yuan were ecstatic when they heard this. He hastened to pay his respects. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. The two of them then left Pure Yang Gong. This Pure Yang Gong was again left with only He Qing. He took out the pair of maps. Dragon Pearl? Dragon beheading sword technique? Forget it. I'm tired. I'll go back when I feel like it. He Qing was too lazy to look for it right away. It's not too late to go back when you're interested. He Qing casually threw the map in a place while he himself slept peacefully, opening the window and blowing the night breeze. He Qing slept like this all night. This sleep was a comfortable one when it came, and the whole mind was immersed in a warm, endearing feeling. When he woke up, he realized that his body was soft and limp, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses after lying in bed. The rain stopped, but there was still a lot of rainwater left on the branches and leaves, dripping and flowing down from time to time. A bird covered in green feathers sings high on a branch. Birdie, go get me a watermelon seed, He Qing said to the bird. The bird cocked its head and looked at He Qing. It seems to be very reluctant to go. It locked eyes with He Qing. Finally, I agreed to be a working bird in the bitter end. After becoming a mountain god, He Qing felt that the greatest use to him was not the mighty power in it. Instead, they were able to find some fruits that you wouldn't normally find. Some fruits are pretty inedible but bland and tasteless. Watching the little bird leave, He Qing then washed up. After washing up, it was time to heat up the rest of yesterday's fish and have a couple of fresh fruits along the way. He Qing took out the fruits that looked like bananas and grapes among them, and then took away the fruits that were almost indistinguishable from apples. He doesn't like apples. They're not sweet enough, they don't have that unique flavor, and they make a sharp sound when you bite into them. Instead, watermelon, grapes, bananas, and durian are better. Unfortunately, He Qing only found wild watermelons, grapes, and bananas in the mountains, but not durians. He Qing peeled the banana. These bananas are not as tasty as the bananas of the previous life, with large seeds in them, but the good thing was that it was nourished by the aura, and there was a different feeling. He Qing sprinkled the seeds randomly on the ground. With a gentle movement of his hand, he only saw the seed quickly break out of its shell. The seeds blend into the soil and sprout in a few blinks of an eye, and then this bud develops and grows rapidly. Soon a banana tree was standing in the yard, and then there are grapes, grapevines climbing on top of the walls, a crystal-like grape suddenly hanging in the branches hanging down. There will be no shortage of fruit to eat in the future. This mountain god's ability is really good. By noon, the clouds had cleared and a blazing sun was revealed. Endless yang qi dispersed the world, making the mountains and forests a little less cloudy and bright. As soon as He Qing reached out, a vine twisted and extended. It draped down to a large tree in the corner of the yard and tangled into a wicker chair. He Qing lay down on the rattan chair and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Nowadays, He Qing's cultivation seemed to have reached a kind of bottleneck. No matter how much more he practiced, it would only be a quantitative increase, and he would not be able to reach another realm. Only to see that once He Qing started practicing, countless yang qi naturally converged. It even vaguely creates a storm among the mountains and forests. After practicing for a while, He Qing was disillusioned. Because there's really no progress. Behind closed doors. Behind closed doors. That doesn't work either. He Qing relying on himself to cultivate to this point behind closed doors was already heaven-defying. If you want to progress further, it seems inevitable that you will have to see and interact. Inspiration comes naturally when you see more and communicate more. Moreover, He Qing had also learned that this world was not as dangerous as he had previously guessed. It was noon before the little green fat bird waddled over. Only a large watermelon was hooked under its paw, and the little bird waddles painstakingly through the sky. Every now and then it was torn down by the weight of the watermelon, and it was only after a great deal of effort, and with those little wings on the verge of fanning themselves on fire, that they slowly raised their height again. Looking at the little fat bird panting, He Qing was also a bit embarrassed. That was hard work. In return, you'll be a messenger from now on. The little fat bird set the watermelon down and heard the words again. Gah! It sat frozen on the ground, somewhat disinterested. It was as if it could think of every agonizing day it would have down the road, not as free as it had been before. Right at this moment, a blue light disappeared into the little fat bird. Detain the spirit and send the general. The mountain god seal is not capable of distributing power to the rest of the people, for this ability is not the ability of a single person, but is gifted by heaven and earth. The mountain god is only borrowing this ability, not taking complete control. However, It was rare for He Qing to obtain a spirit-detaining dispatch that could do this. The little fat bird suddenly perked up again when it felt the power that had suddenly appeared in its body. Gah! Even the screams became agitated. Do a good job and I'll give you a promotion next year. He Qing stretched out 2 fingers to jerk the little fat bird's feathers, drawing a big pie in the process. Gah! He's at least a mountain god now. Going forward, we'll have to set the framework of the mountain god's house as well. Like the city god in the county, the office there is just like a small government office. Only the government is in charge of the Yang world, while the city god is in charge of the nether world as well as the demons. He Qing naturally didn't want to work on everything, so collecting men was crucial. The divine way is also a splendid avenue, and as many elves and monsters seek the way without a door, the divine way is naturally the best choice. But this choice of mountain spirits is not arbitrary. Those harmful demons are naturally not wanted. Don't want one with too little mana either. No-brainer don't. Ugly. Never mind. He Qing thought about it. He wasn't a member of the Society of Appearance. After thinking about it, He Qing instantly searched for the elves and monsters within the territory of Mount Li. His divine sense took a glance, and in a flash, it was like ascending to the sky, and the Li mountain was shrinking extremely fast in his eyes, as if it was laid out in front of him like a sand tray. And at this moment, a majesty suddenly filled the entire Leishan territory, as if heavenly might had descended. All the elves and monsters couldn't help but look towards the sky. This willow tree has actually become a spirit as well? On the bank of the river, a woman in green was paddling on the ground with a wooden stick, and murmured as he paddled, "Curse you for moving out. Please, will they come back tomorrow to break my branches? Oh, my hair is getting shorter and shorter. It's all because of that demon king." The woman in green looked at herself reflected in the water. Every now and then you have to run your hand through your hair. The woman in green wanted to put in some harsh words, but she was somewhat afraid to do so she could only curse He Qing for moving away. He Qing looked at the scene awkwardly. He hadn't really realized before that the willow tree had also become a spirit. If he had known, he wouldn't have folded it. This willow spirit looked like it still had a high cultivation spirit, rather a good candidate for the house of the mountain god. But then He Qing thought about the things he had done earlier. Instead, it was a bit awkward and not good to meet directly. After traveling around, He Qing had no choice but to put his eyes back into the mountain god temple. It was a busy time in the temple of the mountain god. Xue Qin was in the process of rebuilding the mountain temple with the mountain god's authority, only to see a tangle of vines rising up from the ground, while Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan helped on the side. He Qing possessed himself on top of the clay idol, and after some thought, he changed the idol's appearance as well. This idol ended up taking the form of a human Taoist priest, but it only bore a 3-part resemblance to He Qing. That's enough. Deep in the jungle, an old Taoist walked out from it with a walking stick. Behind him was a small Taoist priest carrying a bag half a man high. The old Taoist looked left and right. The yin qi is really heavy. This place is full of sperms, demons and weirdness. The old Taoist then counted with his fingers. But why does this place surrounded by demons actually present a prosperous and neutral appearance? This qi is actually stronger than the Guanyuan mansion. Guangzhou Wanfu can be bigger than Qingping County. There are probably millions of people and dozens of counties under its jurisdiction. The old Taoist flicked his fingers to do the math, but repeatedly came to this strand of conclusions. This plum blossomese count of mine counts people's luck. But a county with a population difference of dozens of times is actually more prosperous than the Guanyuan prefecture's qi. Strange. Strange. The old Taoist shook his head. Beside him the little Taoist priest was already panting with exhaustion. Master, if you can't carry it anymore, can't you buy a horse? The little Taoist called out. The old Taoist priest was wearing a Taoist robe that was all sewn up. He glared at the young Taoist. Don't you know the rules of our lineage? Not counting the heavens and not counting the earth. Not counting the gods and the Buddhas. Not counting the demons, just counting the people. That's it. The consequence of counting the heavens is a life of poverty, without touching gold or silver. If I had money, I wouldn't need you. The little Taoist looked miserable. But, young people should suffer more. If you don't carry it, should I let the master carry it? Scattered Aoki looked at the little Taoist priest. Only the little Taoist priest's forehead was blackened, and there was a blood color in it. O disciple, you are destined to have a calamity in this life. Either you will be transformed into many minor calamities, or a great calamity will be born, and your life will be in question when the sword is added to your body. The two traveled all the way from the official road. Soon it was time to come to the temple of the mountain god. From a distance, you can see a vine-strewn wooden house standing in the middle of it. This scenario was a shock to the Greenwood Scatterer. What is this thing? Is there such a strange house in this world? The Greenwood Scatterer has been here in the past. Distinctly remembering what was clearly a ramshackle mountain temple was the right thing to do. How does it look like this? The Greenwood Scatterer pinched his fingers. There's a ghost in there. Nope. There's a god in there. There are ghosts as well as gods. And the old Taoist immediately stopped. He never counted ghosts. Just a touch of doubt lingered in his mind. Shouldn't the god of the mountain away from the mountain have died long ago? How's this for a new mountain god? It would be fine if it was a city god within the county. This kind of city god as long as the establishment of the temple, the court and then humane Qi luck enthroned. The city god will become, coupled with the people's incense and worship day and night. It was easy to achieve priesthood. But the mountain gods are different. Mountain gods are often commanded by heaven, not by the court. Often, it is the natural-born beings who make the mountain gods. Besides, Yamagami is almost invincible in his own territory. It doesn't even matter if you're going over mountains and overseas, but it would be too difficult for a natural-born and bred being to achieve a mountain god on his own. Strange. Greenwood Scatterer had just discovered that Qingping County's Qi was somewhat unusual. Another oddity was discovered at this point. It's true that strange things tend to come in patches, and their causes, I'm afraid, are still all one cause. Master, I'm so hungry, the little Taoist suddenly shouted. At that moment, chirping suddenly emerged from the old Taoist's abdomen as well. Don't talk, your master, I'm hungry too. At this time, Tang Xuan also saw a few people from afar. The mountain temple has now gone from being a love it or leave it organization to a proactive business. At least in the mountains away from the mountain, the temple of the mountain god would be a safe place to roost and rest. And the mountain god temple was still 2 or even 3 days away from Qingping County. Resting at night in the mountain temple without worrying about your safety would be an extremely popular venue. Tang Xuan arrived in front of the Greenwood Scatterer with a few jumps in the forest. His body was athletic, and he moved forward in the forest like a white ape. Great expert. Ah, human swords united. Bright future, a chance to become the world's supreme martial arts expert in the future. Greenwood Scatterer murmured. Master, is there something wrong with your plum blossom easy math? Why are you so startled when you arrive at this place? The little Taoist couldn't help but say. Before the two of them came to this place, the Greenwood Scatterer might have gone months or even a year before he would have a single shock. It hadn't been long since he had come to this place, and it seemed as if the Aoki scattering man had come down with a case of the shakes. Hearing his disciple's words, the Greenwood Scatterer couldn't help but doubt his own trigrams as well. Finally he slammed the little Taoist on the head. How can there be something wrong with me? There must be something wrong with this place. Tang Xuan slowly walked over from a short distance away. This Taoist master, if you have nothing to do you can come to the temple to rest. Just light a pillar of incense for the mountain god. This is the mountain god temple? The Greenwood Scatterer couldn't help but look over. It's not built yet. Tang Xuan was a little excited. After all, for the first time in his life, he was able to observe spells on a daily basis, and observe such things that he would not normally see. Even though He Qing utilized this power without knowing its principle, but Tang Xuan was able to catch a glimpse of the truth of this world, get a glimpse of some of the forces hidden in the shadows of the world. It's not going to do him any favors. At this moment, in Tang Xuan's mind, any inheritance from the dragon-slaying swordsman was not as useful as observing it himself. Instead of learning from others, you should continue to deepen and hone your own skills. After all, the dragon-slaying swordsman could use martial arts to enter the Tao, so why couldn't he? And to enter the way with martial arts, then you have to have something of your own, something you hold on to. Sometimes what works for you is best. Actually building a house with spells? What an extravagance. This was the first time that the Greenwood Scatterer had seen such a spectacle. After all, no cultivator would be idle enough to build a house. Well, thanks a lot then. The Greenwood Scatterer then led the little Taoist towards the mountain temple. The mountain temple today is but a day's work, but it has become a very different place. It was a complete treehouse, divided into 3 levels and covering a much larger area. The natural thing to face when you first enter is the idol. There is an incense burner in front of the idol, and there is still smoke burning in the burner at this time. The Greenwood Scatterer looked at the idol, and for a moment, he only felt the infinite divine light dispersing as if it were the sun. He hastily closed his eyes, amazed. When it's really a mountain god, there's still such power. There is no need to forget about it at this point. Greenwood Scatterer knew at once the reason why Qingping County's Qi was so prosperous. With such a mountain god guarding this place, the commercial road of Qingping County is bound to be prosperous in the future. Business for business. It's a constant cycle of snowballing. In time, even if the local supplies are insufficient, if there is enough silver, it can be siphoned around. It can be said that sooner or later, Qingping County will be a major town in the world. At that moment, He Qing appeared, floating in the air, holding an incense burner in her fingers. This incense is also homemade. If the Taoist master has taken incense, he can rest here by himself, and keep it safe from any demonic infestation. A true master is not to control others, but to control himself. He Qing was lying on the rattan chair, But the image of an old Taoist burning incense and praying naturally appeared in his mind. At this time, He Qing felt that there was another difficult thing about being a god. That is, it will be influenced by the prayerful thoughts of the faithful. It's just one person now. I don't know what it's going to be like when there are more people. Straight as a vermilion rope, clear as a jade pot of ice. Pure Yang is one. In the past, He Qing had only practiced alone, so he had lost his way forward. For not meeting difficulties, not meeting adversity, but with problems comes upside. I hope that there will be a rising lord in this world, making the dynasty revitalized and the people live in peace and happiness. As the incense was lit, what the old Taoist had seen on the journey naturally came to mind. It can be described as starvation and mourning. This Qingping County really deserves the name of Qingping. White bones exposed in the wild. No chickens crowing for thousands of miles. This world, it's hard. For this prayer, He Qing stated that he was a mountain god, not a creator god. All he could do was do it on his own turf. He Qing looked at the crystal grapes hanging all over the branches, purple jade-like. There are all sorts of marvelous spells in this world, and if one truly applies one's livelihood, one would not be able to go this far. He Qing then gently shook his head again. I am but a small folk. Why should I worry about the world's affairs? That's something for the emperor to think about. The emperor can be said to have enjoyed all the blessings of this world, and it is naturally his responsibility to take care of the world. He Qing reached down and picked a bunch of grapes. Peel the skin and put it in your mouth. He felt an inexplicable qi seem to flow into his body. That's the aroma. It can also be called qi, merit, and xianhuang qi. Exactly what it does is not yet known. However, the gods enthroned by humanity in the county are the ones who live on incense. If the incense is gone and forgotten, it won't take long for it to die out naturally. He Qing stayed in the Pure Yang observatory and was really bored by himself. So with a turn of his body, he appeared near the mountain temple. Within the territory of Mount Li, He Qing was completely capable of moving in the void. This mountain god seal is good. The power is so strong. It's a pity that behind it, why the original White Ape mountain god had become that way and why he had died, He Qing still hadn't figured out. At this time, the Greenwood Scatterer had already finished his worship, and the two were led to a house by Qingping. The house was made entirely of twisted vines, and the tables, chairs and beds were all vines. The vine was quite soft and thornless, and it was uncomfortable to lie on, but not that uncomfortable. The young Taoist was finally able to set his bags down, and he touched the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, staining it the color of ink. Aoki scattered, on the other hand, touched left and right with newfound curiosity. He thought of that too. If only this spell could benefit the people. Afterwards, the Greenwood Scatterer looked at the little Taoist priest Yu Hong again. We shouldn't leave when we get to Qingping County this time. The young Taoist priest Yu Hong was still sitting on the ground panting, almost paralyzed. When's dinner? The Greenwood Scatterer's face immediately darkened. No money. At this time, Tang Chuan came to the door. Taoist master, we have prepared meat. Would you like to have some? Tang Chuan had just gone to hunt a wild boar in the mountain forest. Pork is being split at this time. He Qing happened to walk to the mountain temple, and after smelling the fragrance, he couldn't help but laugh lightly. Instead, thoughts came to mind. People can eat pigs, but pigs can't eat people. As a mountain god, I don't seem to be very fair. The reason for this is still because I am a human being, not because I am a pig. The truth of this world is that the weak are just the strong. There's no excuse for the way each person sees the issue standing on their own side of the fence as well. That's just it. Let's compensate these mountain spirits from the rest. As a mountain god, even as a human, you can't be too biased. He Qing intended to then enroll a group of elves and monsters to become emissaries under the mountain god. Walking into the mountain temple, Qingping immediately came out to greet him. Greetings, master. Qingping was originally just an unjust soul. Now, he was barely able to catalyze the power of grass and trees, and it was all thanks to He Qing. Naturally, she didn't want to lose it all. How intoxicating it feels to hold power. She never wanted to go back to being defenseless. Tang Yuan also rushed out in a hurry. Greetings, immortal master. Scattered Aoki was currently sitting at the table wolfing down his food. Suddenly, he saw a young man in a simple Taoist robe appear. The young Taoist priest Yu Hong only glanced at it before continuing to wolf it down and stuff it into his mouth. He hadn't had enough to eat for I don't know how long, so where was he to care about another Taoist priest? Aoki Scatter blinked. However, he saw that the little Taoist who appeared before him carried a sense of ethereal nature. He seemed to be a cloud drifting in the air, and as if the water, moon and mirror made it hard to see, the Greenwood Scatterer was suddenly surprised. It had been a long time since his plum blossoms had seen this kind of person who couldn't calculate his destiny. But listen to the words of the female ghost Qingping and Tang Chuan. This little Taoist priest should be the owner of this place. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The greenwood scatterer performed an arching salute. He Qing nodded. He also looked at scattered greenwood with some curiosity. Since obtaining the mountain god seal, He Qing was not as indistinguishable as before. Previously, he could be described as having only pure yang deity. Now, as long as he was within the territory of the departed mountains, he was able to get a basic idea of what was coming. The greenwood scatterer was still the first cultivator he had encountered. He Qing sat aside and casually dropped a seed. The seed blends into the soil and in the blink of an eye a vine is born. In a few moments, though, a few bunches of crystallized grapes were produced. Please eat. On the side, Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan watched this scene with dumbfounded eyes. It takes a spring, summer, fall and winter for a bunch of vines to grow, but now almost in the blink of an eye, there were more bunches of grapes in front of me. It was as if spring, summer, fall, and winter were condensed into a single moment. The greenwood scatterer also looked at this scene and marveled in his heart. What a profound method of grass and trees. When he had eaten, he stood up formally and saluted. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoists. In that case, I'll tell your fortunes for you all. He looked to Xueqin first. I don't count as a ghost. Then he looked at Tang Chuan. There was a disaster in his life, but when he meets a nobleman, he can be said to soar to the heavens, but there will still be a disaster in the future, and if he passes through it, he will be the best in the world. He looked at Tang Yuan again. You are destined to collude with your brother, and it is the same, slightly worse. The greenwood scatterer did not say at all. This Tang Yuan was destined to collude with Tang Chuan and had the same calamity, but had a life of bumbling. Tang Chuan was instantly startled, and quickly asked, please also ask the Taoist master to elaborate. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. The greenwood scatterer slowly shook his head. He Qing pondered in his mind. He wondered if this future was really predestined. Since this future is doomed, then what's the point of all the effort, the struggle, the pain, the joy, all of it for one person? He Qing shook his head. He firmly believes that it is the fundamentals of a person, their character, the way they see things that counts. Tang Chuan on one side was terrified at the words, and so was Tang Yuan. Medicine becomes an elephant when it meets the gas type, and the way is in nothingness and naturalness. A pill is swallowed into the abdomen, and I realize that my life is not in the hands of God. If it's meant to be, then I'll just lie down day after day. He Qing suddenly laughed as he ate a grape. He couldn't believe that this inexplicable God could have predetermined his life. Tang Chuan listened and realized, his heart firming up. He looked to the long sword at his waist, his hand gripping the hilt as a sharp aura arose of its own. Whatever comes over, I'll just strike across with my sword. The greenwood scatterer just smiled at his words. The thing about destiny is that if you believe in it, you have it, but if you don't, you don't. The world has a variety of opinions, and the greenwood scatterer himself is unable to make a determination. Only he then looked at He Qing. It's still a cloudy mess and you can't see it anyway. One can only say, this fellow Taoist is unable to see. He Qing sat for a while and watched Tang Chuan practicing his sword again. Soul said, wind-chasing sword, where did that title come from? Xueqin spoke from the sidelines. I've heard of that title as well, and I've heard it's because the Tang warrior's sword is as fast as the wind. Hearing this, He Qing instantly became interested. The sword is the weapon of the king, regardless of the rest. At least it's cool to play. He Qing has always had a dream of being a warrior. Who didn't play with sticks as swords when they were kids? Warrior Tang, why don't you teach me swordsmanship? Tang Chuan was shocked when he heard this. How dare I teach the immortal master this meager skill? I'm human, and besides, I don't think fairies are good at everything. Even a true immortal must have some reverence for this world. He Qing, on the contrary, did not care about these inexplicable identities of his. He was always himself. The labels others put on him may or may not be him. He Qing is learning the sword from Tang Chuan. Scattered greenwood and Xueqin watched from the sidelines. Toward evening, the merchant road suddenly became crowded with people. They all have to come and rest in the mountain temples. But many people were somewhat in awe of what the mountain temple had become. After all, the mountain temple looked a bit odd. Not at all like a human dwelling. It's a good thing Tang Chuan, the greenwood scatterer, was there. Plus there are just so many demons and ghosts out there. Many people also choose to enter the mountain temple to burn incense. In addition to incense, an infunction has been added to the mountain temple. Food and lodging are provided. It's a fee. In a place like this, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by demons and elves, it wasn't expensive to charge for such a safe place. It was the old man's idea. He Qing was completely unconcerned, nor did he have the leisure to be concerned. Xueqin's family originally owned a store, and the old man on his side was the store steward. Naturally, there are people who do not choose to enter the mountain temple because of the fees, and it all just goes with the territory. At least He Qing felt just right about the bystanders. Night. A round of bright moon hanging in the night. Bright moon. Clear light night condensation. The moonlight seemed to flow down from the branches and leaves like water. Many people remained in the mountain temple. They were all traders passing through, or visiting relatives, or fleeing. The temple in this place actually looks like this. There were merchants looking around in wonder. Many people couldn't help but look around. There were even people who sneakily turned their eyes toward He Qing. All of you just rest well here, and we guarantee that no demon will dare to disturb. Scattered Aoki was mixed in there as well. Taoist, what do you think of this place? Someone couldn't help but ask, though for various reasons, because it's more dangerous out there. Many entered the mountain temple to rest. Still, the spectacle made them jittery. Don't worry, this is a good place, the Greenwood Scatterer cheerfully said. The night is dawning. Outside came two men, both dressed in rags, looking into the mountain temple. They were a little hesitant to go in, but the wailing of the beasts in the mountains and fields was pressing them on. He Qing is sitting in the corner. He grew to love this lively place, perhaps because he had been lonely for so long. People are social animals and lack of socialization can make a person unbalanced and dysfunctional, and socializing happens to be sufficient to release one's stress and eliminate negative emotions. He Qing, fetch them in. In the future, when there are poor people like this one, let them volunteer for 2 days, He Qing said bluntly. Just then, another line came by. It's a couple of swarthy, strong men. They looked at the wooden sign that stood in the doorway. What a shabby temple and money. Where can't you rest in the middle of this wooded wilderness? The bearded man said with a sneer. The people in the back of the room were laughing too. They glanced inside, saw how crowded it was, and left with a soft grunt. After walking a short distance, one of them said, Big brother, this is in the middle of nowhere. What are we afraid of? Really, we can't. We'll do them all. The bearded man looked away and let out a laugh. You kid, you're ruthless. Not bad, I appreciate it. But well, we didn't come here for these things. The Heavenly King is now reigning supreme in Guanyuan Prefecture, and will come here sooner or later. We have important matters on our hands. The man nodded his head at once and said, Yes, if we succeed this time, we can also mix up an official, and maybe we can even be bestowed with those misses and ladies. In the past, how arrogant and delicate those governmental ladies were, and now they're still not. Nights always go by fast. It seemed like a long time, and it seemed like a moment. It's as if you close your eyes and open them again and it's dawn. These merchants had a good night's rest, and were refreshed and ready to pack up and leave early in the morning. This is a really nice place. We should burn incense for Lord Mountain God. It'll be easier to come to Clearfield County in the future. Unlike going to the rest of the country, which is so heartbreaking, a line of businessmen intends to leave. They traveled towards Qingping County via the merchant road, laden with all kinds of goods. On the road, people talked and laughed. Just as he was passing through a ditch, he was surprised to find several bodies. These corpses had a large hole broken in their chests, and the hearts inside were lost. Everyone in the caravan couldn't help but look horrified. They looked at each other in disbelief, always feeling a sense of celebration after the robbery. These several big men are all waist-hanging sword. Physical fitness of people. A look no is not ordinary people, but that's where a few of them died. If they had been lounging outside last night as well, I'm afraid this would have been the end. Be sure to burn more incense for the mountain goddess on your return trip. If earlier it was just a submissive reverence for God and Buddha, now it is genuine. Some even looked back, only to see that the mountain temple had long been hidden out of sight in the mountains. Night, high winds. Su Yok was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt. Her hair seemed to cascade over the edge of the bed like a cloud. Even though it was late at night, she couldn't sleep. The Su family was originally a large clan in Qingha County, and had also come into contact with many gods, ghosts, and Buddhist paths. But this time when she came to Qingping County, why did the weirdness haunt her mother? And it was the mother who was favored, but not the rest. Could this be a ploy by my father's political enemies? Or the rest? At the time when Magistrate celebrated my birthday, he said, bizarre, not within the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements, repulsed by heaven and earth, and self-generated divine strangeness. Those in this realm cannot bear it, and those who receive it will be different. It's like an ant that can't use a human sword, or a frog that can't learn human knowledge. Eerie is something that is beyond human cognizance, and perhaps also something left behind by the rest of the creatures, whose changes cannot be fathomed, hence the name eerie. Nowadays, in this world, in the face of weirdness, you can almost only seal it. The more Su Yok thought about it, the more irritated she became, and a wave of anxiety condensed in her heart. It was so vague that it actually made her feel a little chesty, and it took a long time to catch her breath. With the strength of the 2 guan and 1 temple within Qingping County, it was naturally impossible to fight against them. Even the city god of the county couldn't do anything with that inexplicable thing. But in her present state, how could mother last long enough to get to the county? If that creepy was targeting her mother, she would not be able to let her go peacefully. If he was here, with many protections, he might still be able to survive. Wouldn't it be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth after leaving here? Su-Yok couldn't sleep, and finally could only get up in her pajamas. She opened the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky, which was as bright as a water mirror. The sound of choppy water comes from the side of the ear. The whole of Clearfield County had fallen into silence and darkness. The only thing that remained was a flowery willow alley in the distance with lights that flickered on and off. Su-Yok suddenly remembered something, and she searched for a long time before finding a yellow talisman. She was relieved when she found it. This charm to ward off evil spirits was originally just bought from a small temple in the mountains. Just buying a thought, and she didn't really care. Tonight, however, it was restless, reminding her inexplicably of the charm. Never mind, just stick you on too. Suyuko pushed out the door and walked for a long time. One of them passed by the study, which was still lit up. My father, as the head of a county, had a lot to do and often stayed up late until this point. Suyuko sighed after looking at it for a while. Then he went to his mother's yard and put the yellow talisman on it. This talisman was simply rudimentary compared to the various spells in the courtyard. It was even less than the portrait blessed by the city god himself. Su-Yok smiled to herself, knowing that it was all caused by anxiety, all psychological. Early morning. The fog in the mountains is like a sea, and the morning dew is like falling rain. He Qing was dressed in a simple Taoist robe, and with a long sword dangling from his waist, he headed in the direction of Qingping County. The trail was muddy, narrow and extremely difficult to navigate. He Qing didn't bother to use his spells, but instead walked step by step, looking left and right. The early morning view of the mountains is also something else. The mountain springs are lingering and the mountain flowers are in full bloom. Birds fly and beasts run. He Qing also saw a squirrel that was constantly stuffing pine cones into a tree hole. It looked like the hole in the tree had been stuffed with pine cones. Then squirrel, offer the pine cone to the mountain god Sama. He Qing walked over and shouted up. The grayish-brown squirrel has a large tail, wags its head, and moves brightly. It looked back to He Qing and then to Songhua. Chirp and barked twice. No, hoof. He Qing grabbed the squirrel as soon as he could, then jerked it hard a few times. Then I don't want it. Bye. When he was gone, the squirrel wilted and started grooming himself. It was a long way forward again. He Qing saw a plowed field. He had been in the mountains for a year, and still really didn't know what time it was, but probably in the fall. This plowed field was planted with wheat-like grains, and the otherworldly wheat had yellowed and seemed close to ripening. Further on, another fruit grove. By the time we get here, we're already going to be near Qingping County. There is also just not one mountain road, but 4 in all directions, like a spider's web spreading to nearby villages and towns at all times. There was an extremely short, tanned old man in the fruit grove. The old man was drinking from a water bladder. Little Taoist, do what to go? The old man opened his mouth and only a few sparse teeth remained. Going to the county to see the world. That's good. After saying that, the old man suddenly threw over a purple fruit. Thanks, uncle. The old man smiled, the wrinkles on the side of his eyes squeezing together. He Qing ate the fruit and continued to hurry, putting aside the gods, ghosts, Buddhas and demons of this world. Most people are quite pristine. In this world, the wicked are always in the minority, if not the very minority. He Qing harvested not only a fruit, but also a good heart. This kindness made his whole being not pleasant. As we were walking, another convoy came by. Get out of the way. A stern cry suddenly appeared. I told you to get out of the way. Deaf or something. He Qing frowned, but he saw a servant sitting in front of the carriage sternly shouting at him, holding a whip in his hand. At that moment, the curtain in the carriage was pulled open. A gentle, soft googly-eyed face appeared, only to see her furrow her brow. Ma Saner, who told you to curse? Shut up. Ma Saner had originally seen someone standing in the way, or a little Taoist priest dressed in rags, and wanted to boss him around a bit. Little Taoist, I'm sorry. Seeing that someone came out to stop it, He Qing loosened his frown. I'm a mountain god. A prime minister can hold a boat in his belly. Forget it, forget it. Only just thought so. He Qing then became more and more angry. The more I thought about it subsequently, the angrier I got. The prime minister's belly is good for holding up the boat. I'm not the prime minister, so I'm holding up my ass, counting my ass. He looked into the mountains and forests, and then used his mountain god authority to invoke several black mosquitoes. Bite him for me. Tang Yi saw that the little Taoist priest's clothes were tattered, but he was born with a clear and beautiful face, and his heart was filled with good feelings. The more he looked at He Qing, the more comfortable he became. This little Taoist is much more comfortable than those obnoxious guys. Little Taoist, what are you going to do? Tang Yi asked with a smile. To the county. What's the point of going to the county? Come to check on the family. Right. Dinner. Tang Yi's smile unfolded. Come on, you get in the wagon. We'll be together. I'll give you a ride. Yeah. Ma Sanner's face instantly turned bitter. I was so proud of my heart just now, but now I have to drive for someone else. He Qing smiled and walked up. Entering the carriage, an aroma filled the room at once. In the carriage, besides Tang Yi, there was another woman, like a maid. Little Taoist, are you going to eat the pastries? These are the finest pastries bought from the Jade cuisine. Eat. He Qing was not polite at all. What's the use of being polite? It's true when you eat it in your stomach. Here. He Qing picked up a piece of mung bean cake and started eating it. Mung bean cake is so delicious. In the mountains for so many years, He Qing mouth taste can simply fade out a bird. It's an absolute treat to have such a delicious mung bean cake right now. Tang Yi watched from the side. Is it good? He Qing nodded. Yummy, I'll send you a couple boxes later. Willow, get this little Taoist a couple boxes later. May I ask your name? Miss? My name is Tang Yi. No rice for sugar. E for pleasure. After Tang Yi finished speaking, she continued. I came to Qingping County this time just to follow my uncle piece by piece. Qingping County has been prosperous lately, and our Jade cuisine is going to open a pavilion here as well. The two ate and drank inside. Outside, Ma Sanner was greedy and hungry, and there were a few poisonous mosquitoes that kept stinging him. The carriage traveled along. The road is also getting more and more good land. As far as the eye can see, a blue wave. Soon it was already downhill. The silhouette of Qingping County in the distance has also been reflected in the eyes. Little Taoist, do you know what's interesting in Qingping County? I don't know. Ugh, you're so boring. You're just better looking and more comfortable to look at. Tang Yi shook the round fan painted with pink plum blossoms in her hand. The round fan fanned and fanned, causing her hair to flutter gently up and down again. Besides the green bean cake, there's also green bean soup, wine, rose cake, peach blossom pastry. Do you want more? Willow looked at her own young lady talking like this. He carefully tugged on Tang Yi's sleeve. Mississippi. Even if this little Taoist did look good, he couldn't give it away like this. A box of pastries from Jade cuisine is sold for several taels of silver in the county. Tang Yi glanced at Lure and hummed lightly. Want? How rude, Tang Yi teased. If I'm polite, how is Ms. Tang atmospheric? That's right, my lady is such an atmospheric person. When they entered the city, He Qing inexplicably got a few boxes of pastries. He waved at Tang Yi as he carried the pastries. Goodbye, I hope to see you again. He Qing shouted. Yeah, when you get to the county, you can come find me. Tang Yi shouted back. This is Pingback. He Qing loved this heaven and earth, this world, and these people he had already met, or had yet to meet. Once he came out of the mountain, his mind seemed to open up a lot. He Qing walked around the county. The streets are lined with traffic, one after the other. There were quite a few people. There were also many vendors, selling peaches, cooking pies, and buns. He Qing ate some pastries. Although the pastries are delicious, they should not be eaten as a meal, or they will get bored easily. Walking down the street, He Qing saw a temple that was well populated. That temple, however, was not the city god's temple. Among them were countless worshippers, rich and poor. He Qing was rather curious. What kind of god is this? He Qing went by the way to a store next to him. Shopkeeper, a bowl of mutton soup and 2 baked cakes. Okay, come on. Only when the shopkeeper came up with the steaming bowl did He Qing ask, what temple is this? Junior hemmed and hawed. This is the feathered sect, and the one worshipped is also the feathered god. This place is truly divine, as long as on an incense can get rid of the disease, and this feather religion also adopted a lot of beggar children. When it is really good heart Lu. When He Qing heard this, he was astonished. Well, of course, my family still relies on this temple and my business has prospered. As the second was talking, a new customer called out, so he turned away again. He Qing, however, looked at the temple in contemplation. He then shook his head and laughed lightly as he began to eat this mutton soup up. This mutton soup is really good. Eaten with cooking cakes, the taste is also a great. He Qing looked around as he ate. Everything within Qingping County felt fresh to him. Just then, a cloudy aura swept through. He Qing was used to the Yin Qi in the mountains, but in this popular place, the Yin becomes conspicuous. Turning his head, he saw a yokai in armor and a steel whip flying through the sky. This wandering god also had a wooden plaque dangling from his waist with the words Day Patrol written on it. Daywalker? The Sunwalker god is a god who is unusual in the daytime and monitors good and evil on earth. It is also considered a subordinate to the city hall in the county. Seeing the Daywalker god, He Qing thought about when his mountain god's mansion would also have henchmen. That Daywalker first made his rounds and then retreated when he saw the temple. Immediately afterward, he sensed that someone seemed to be staring at him, so as soon as he turned his head, he happened to see He Qing, who had withdrawn his sight. Can you see yourself? The city god's mansion was extraordinarily strict in its supervision of these practitioners, because unlike ordinary people, once these practitioners commit a crime, it is bound to be a big one. The daywalker began to survey He Qing, opening his dharma eyes in the process. Only in a flash, a divine light appeared. It was as if a mountain and river stretched across the front of his eyes, carrying the momentum of a titanic mountain. The mountains are vast and the river is magnificent. The massive might almost caused the daywalker god to feel his form unsteady and nearly fall apart. At that moment, He Qing looked over again. Zhou Yong, the daywalker god of the Qingping County city god's mansion, pays his respects to the god of the Leaving Mountain. Although the Levi Stone is a small mountain, it has a history of thousands of years. For a significant portion of the time, the Emperor's Palace, also known as the Hot Springs Palace, was built in the mountains away from the mountain. In more ancient times, there was also a son of heaven who teased his vassals here for the sake of winning a smile from a beautiful woman. So although the Li Mountain is small, it contains a dragon vein, and not just anything can be a mountain god. Zhou Yong clasped his hands, and although he was a daywalker, the pressure in his heart was doubled. Isn't the god of this mountain gone? When did another mountain god pop up? And it actually has such divine power that even Lord City God is far inferior. Zhou Yong respectfully clasped his fists, not daring to react in any way. Excuse me, what are you doing? Zhou Yong respectfully replied. Patrolling the county, but just now noticed something strange here. But it is the territory of the feathered sect, so I didn't dare to enter and could only retreat. Hearing this, He Qing was surprised. The feathered sect's power in Qingping County was actually this big. Surprisingly, even the daywalker doesn't dare to enter. I came over to take a look around the county. You don't have to mind me. He Qing waved his hand. Yes. Zhou Yong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly flew towards the city god's mansion to tell the city god about this news. After the daywalker left, He Qing continued to drink the mutton soup. After eating, He Qing casually threw a grain of broken silver. He doesn't know much about prices. Had to wait for the store to find money for him. After eating, He Qing went to the tailor store to buy 2 more outfits. Spinning around, He Qing felt as if he had walked into something unimaginable. Just a wooden building with a woman waving a handkerchief. A boozy aroma came from inside. Many rich merchants, gentry, were heading inside. He Qing hesitantly tried to move out. Then a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and a flowery dress came over. Yo, Taoist, you also want a girl's company. But you are handsome. The pimp grabbed He Qing's arm and yanked it inside. Poor He Qing was still carrying a bunch of stuff in his hands right now. Pastries, clothes. I can't help it. I don't want to go. He Qing comforted himself. He Qing let himself be dragged in by the pimp. In the first floor of the Tianxiang Lu, there are some scattered platforms, and in the center there is wearing a moonlight white silk dress, revealing the white lotus root like jade tender arm playing the zither. In the surrounding area, there were several other women dancing in short skirts, revealing half of their long, slender legs. These women's faces are superior. It was a pleasure to watch. Girls, is there anyone who would like to keep this little Taoist company? Several women came together in a cluster. Seeing the pimp hauling He Qing, one of them immediately covered their mouths and laughed. I got it. I got it. A woman in a peach-colored dress came directly to He Qing's side, and a fragrance hit her face. Master Dao, are you satisfied with me? The woman winked at He Qing. Little wavy hoof. See people born handsome to jump on the body. When the time comes to ask for less money. Another woman laughed. The pimp sniffed and immediately rebuked. What nonsense words. Yes, yes, even if you don't want money. When the woman saw that He Qing was a bit bewildered, she immediately took He Qing's hand. Master Tao. My name is Xiang Tao. Xiang Tao held He Qing's hand and looked at his face. Inexplicably, there was a fresh, natural odor that hadn't been seen in this place for a long time. The freshness of the scent mesmerized her a little. Xiang Tao gasped lightly twice and tickled He Qing's palm with her fingers. Come with me. He Qing looked around. There was little of the activity he expected on this floor. Instead, it's pretty much like an ordinary tavern, with a girl accompanying it at most. Such a scene did not inspire the rest of He Qing's thoughts. After all, in the kind of environment you lived in your previous life, these things were small and nothing. It's still too conservative here. Even the women in the greenhouse are a bit conservative. After a while, the wine came up. The fragrant peach then began to pour the wine, feeding it in the process. Is this the first time Master Dao has come? Xiang Tao was not too old and looked similar to He Qing. Yeah. Is it to do what? Look. Xiang Tao blinked. Just to see? Just to see. Looking at women? He Qing nodded. And does the Taoist think I look good? Good looking. Xiang Tao suddenly smiled like a gorgeous peach blossom. She looked around. only to see that none of the drinkers around them were looking at them intently. Some rough and brutal drinkers even pulled the woman on their side towards their arms and kept moving their hands. The two said no more, just feeding the drink one sip at a time, until much later. It was only then that Shantao couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that cheap?" "I don't know. Placed in the Great Moon Dynasty, greenhouse women were undoubtedly inferior. But is it really? How many of these women came from poor backgrounds and how many of them came here without a way out? Are they willing to do this without suffering themselves?" He Qing didn't want to ponder on this. "Yeah, well, there's no point in thinking about it. No matter what I think, I'm still me. I'll still be here, so might as well get drunk today." Moonrise. In the shadows, the land suddenly chafed. A withered hand reached out, and that hand was extremely strange, with extremely long black hairs actually growing on it. Then a hunched figure appeared. It was as if it were a stooped old woman, shrouded in black hair again. Under the night, a pair of oily green pupils were extremely eye-catching. Ah! As the screams cut through the night sky, Su Yok rose from the bed almost instantly. Here comes the weirdness. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Su Yok rushed out of the room. At the same time, rushing out was the unsleeping Qingping County Magistrate Su Yuan. When Su Yuan saw Su Yok, he immediately chided. "Go back." Su Yuko was also an unusual woman. Isn't she afraid? Maybe it's fear. Before Su Yuko could open her mouth, a brilliant golden light of pure sunlight exploded from the small courtyard like the rising sun. This golden pillar of light was roughly as thick as an arm, and the flashy light dispersed, illuminating almost half the street. It was followed by an even more dismal scream. A strange figure almost turned into a black shadow jumped the wall and fled in a hurry. At that moment, another divine light appeared in the sky. Only the city god came here with the night wanderer. The city god wore a black official robe with a black tiger carved on it. Holding the official seal, he saw from afar the pure Yang light that had not yet died out. The city god frowned, his face majestic. "All night wanderers go after the fleeing demon." "Yes, my lord." Only when all the night wanderers had left did the city god land in the magistrate's house. He looked around left and right. Those dazzling array of magic weapons were swept away by him. Finally, his eyes fell on a pile of dust. It appeared to be the mark of a talisman that had burned. A charm? A charm. If just a talisman could achieve this effect, then what kind of strength would the person who drew it be? The wind and clouds are converging. Su Yuan. So true. As Qingping County became more and more prosperous, there were more and more problems involved. City God was originally just a small county city god, but recently there have been more and more problems in the county. Su Yuan is undoubtedly capable, but Xing Wang can be miserable. He was getting a little distracted with the ever-escalating problems he was facing, but it was also an opportunity for him. As the county became more and more prosperous and incense flourished, his strength would naturally increase. There's a new mountain god recently in Liujing, but unfortunately there's not much time to pay homage to him. It's better to dream to Su Yuan first. Although Su Yuan was a county magistrate, he was protected by Qi, but after all, he was only a mortal and could not talk to the city god. On the other side, Su Yuan felt a little dizzy in his head. He knew at once that it was the city god who wanted to entrust a message to him. So close your eyes. It's a problem with a talisman. Go investigate that one. Su Yuko listened from the sidelines. Runes? The Su family has asked for many charms. Not one. Su Yuko immediately looked at them one by one. Just see that many of the charms are intact, while other charms broke and burned to ashes. So, which charm is it? It occurred to Su Yuko at once that the change had only begun today. And what did she do differently in the last 2 days? Suddenly, Su Yuko thought of something. She immediately looked for it, only to see a cloud of ashes under the doorway. Su Yok placed her hand on it, only to feel a hot breath drilling into her hand. It's actually him. Su Yuko pondered in her mind. In the end, one can only choose to believe. Su Yuan looked at his daughter. What's going on? Su Yuko immediately told the things one by one. When Su Yuan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange color. He Qing came out of the heavenly fragrance house with the smell of alcohol. It was late at night and the streets were deserted. It's a good thing there's no curfew in Qingping County. There are nighttime patrols by the night voyager. He Qing walked east and west, but never had a place to land. Eventually it was only possible to walk to the riverbank. The moon is reflected in the water and the willows brush the waves. Life is really as lonely as snow. He Qing looked at the strings in the night and said helplessly, there's really no place to go. He Qing had to sit on the bank to enjoy the moon and watch the river. By the way, he unwrapped and ate the boxes of pastries Tang Yi had given him, shining in the moonlight. He Qing also sought his own appearance. There was still some rouge color on his clean face. After eating a box of pastries, He Qing then had to return to the mountain. On the way back, He Qing lost the excitement he had when he arrived. No more thoughts of walking slowly and taking in the surrounding scenery, only to see that his body was light as if he was floating, but with one step. It was a distance of 4 or 5 feet. The whole man was like a ghost, flashing through the county. When he left the county and entered the mountains, he even directly utilized the mountain god authority. Almost in a flash, He Qing's figure disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already back in the Pure Yang one. He Qing lay down on the rattan chair and slowly entered dreamland. When he woke up, He Qing saw a small green-colored fat bird flying around his head. It quacked. He Qing listened while nodding from time to time. We don't care about ordinary things. We just care about those demons harming people. You said there was a group of people who used to go into the mountains to hunt elves and monsters. That group almost found you. He Qing's time as a mountain god was still too short. Don't really know much about what's going on in the leafy mountains. Liujing is small among the world's famous mountains, but it is large relative to Qingping County. On weekdays there are many people strolling through the mountains. Goblins and demons may hunt people, but many practitioners also hunt spirits and demons, because they are also covered in treasure. As a mountain god, He Qing was not able to balance the position of humans and elves. After dwelling on it for a while, forget it, just see it and then go with it. Why get hung up on it? Okay, I'll pay attention next time. But then, He Qing began to think again. A group of people that still hunts elves and monsters. This group is certainly no ordinary hunters anymore. Who could that be and what purpose do they serve? Such a group of people was very solid in Qingping County and could not possibly be precarious. After waking up, He Qing continued practicing again. But for some reason, he seemed to have gotten into a big bottleneck. Practicing like this had already yielded little improvement for him. It's good to take a walk in the red, but perhaps what helped me more was the shenanigans instead. He Qing frowned. The mountain god seal was naturally strong. However, that strange force obtained from detaining spirits and dispatching generals is an extraordinary divine ability. This divine ability had not been thoroughly used by He Qing nowadays, but with his research these days, this divine ability was completely directed at spirit bodies. Naturally, for unusual spirits and monsters, He Qing could also directly detain their souls. However, if you are facing a being like Xing Wang, the god of the day, or the god of the night, the detaining spirit dispenser may not be a good idea in general. I'm traveling through. So are these shenanigans traveling through from the rest of the world as well? He Qing couldn't help but reverie. He'd like to collect a few more creepy ones, but the weirdness of this world is very scary. On second thought, it's better not to be proactive. By the way, I don't know if Scattered Aoki is still around. Inheritances such as the Greenwood Scatterer, who specializes in divination, are usually very knowledgeable about information. Maybe go to him for shenanigans. With a turn of his body, He Qing arrived outside the mountain temple. There were still occupants remaining in the mountain temple at this time. He Qing slowly walked in. I just saw the vine still standing there, full of grapes. Many of the residents were salivating. Shui Qin felt He Qing's aura and came out instantly. She bowed and respectfully said, Master, there were troublemakers last night, but they were dealt with by warrior Shui. He Qing nodded. He didn't care about these things. Where's Aoki Scatter? He's in the backyard. He Qing followed Shui Qin to the backyard. At this moment, Aoki Scatter was crawling on the ground and fiddling with a copper vessel and some wood. Seeing He Qing coming over, Greenwood Scatterer immediately climbed up. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The Greenwood Scatterer was rather curious about He Qing's identity, but he couldn't figure out how. As a member of the Gua sect, if he had to open his own mouth to ask, wouldn't that be too humiliating? So one can only be curious while holding back. But in any case, someone who could make him unable to count must be very powerful. He Qing returned the salute. My knowledge is shallow, so I came here this time. Or should I ask Senior some questions? Yes, please ask. The Greenwood Scatterer couldn't help but raise his chest high and be godly. There really wasn't anything in this world that he didn't know. As the inheritor of the Plum Blossom E technique, even if he couldn't leave his home, he knew something about most things in this world. Dare I ask Senior, what exactly is the weirdness in this world? Spooky? Creepy this. The Greenwood Scatterer then shriveled up. It was really a blind spot in his knowledge. Where the weirdness came from and when it began to appear is not clear to the world. But there was no doubt that creepy possessed extremely terrifying power. There are many people in this world who covet this power. Though this force will bring misfortune and meet with bad luck. Weird powers abound within the 4 seas and 9 states under the heavens. But there are only a few more that can be called taboo. Such as the legendary human emperor streamer is a heavenly character level taboo. There are only 96 heavenly character level taboo objects in the records today. And each taboo is a terrifying object capable of affecting a county when it appears. And among the 4 levels of weirdness of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, the lowest level of weirdness is actually Xian level. and yellow level weirdness is usually derived from Xian level weirdness. The Greenwood Scatterer said quite a lot, but they were all just generalizations. But He Qing also finally understood something. After thanking him, He Qing began to search again. I also don't know what level of weirdness that polluted mountain god seal is. It shouldn't be a heavenly character level. Scattered Greenwood had said that all of the heavenly character level shenanigans possess their own forms, either in the form of an artifact or in the form of a creature. Human Emperor Streamer. What a powerful name. I wonder what kind of power it has. Listening to the Greenwood Scatterer, he said that this human emperor flag is now suppressed in the Tianji Pavilion, and is a heavy treasure of the Great Moon Dynasty. The reason why the Great Moon Dynasty had been able to stand for thousands of years. This human emperor streamer occupied a very important color in it. It was while He Qing was at the inn. Suyuko and a few Taoist priests were heading in the direction of Pure Yang Gong. The trail was muddy and narrow, flanked by forests so thick they resembled walls of trees. There's actually a Taoist temple in this mountain? A young Taoist priest in Taoist robe slowly asked. This robe was encrusted with gold and silver, but it was no match for the robe He Qing wore. One of the middle-aged Taoist priests was holding a duster, his face stoic. There was indeed a Taoist temple called Pure Yang Gong opened here earlier, but it was so sparsely populated that it was almost deserted. Miss Su, are you sure that the talisman was bought here? Don't be swindled or have an error in judgment to do so. Su Yoke's face was clear and researching, and her body posture was exquisite, lining the dress on her body. Along the way, those few young Taoist priests couldn't help but look towards Su Yoke. Su Yuko nodded. It can't be wrong. It's been hard on Taoist Chengda. After this time, the offerings to White Riverview still won't be less. The Su family is a big family. Although Su Yuan is not greedy, Qingping County is booming and developing, and the Su family has taken many industries based on their first mover advantage. It's not too much of a day's work today. In Qingping County, the Su family was undoubtedly already the #1 family. It's because of the potential of the place. Only then did Su Yuan bring his daughter and son together to this place, intending to develop in the long run. Taoist Master Chengda couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was a mission to cut down the demons. By all accounts, White Riverview was already considered the leader in Qingping County, but at this moment actually have to lead the way to introduce another Taoist temple, or a small Taoist temple that is not known. Anyone who undertakes this task will not feel comfortable in their heart. After all, no matter who it is, it doesn't feel good to be considered inferior to the next person. It's human nature. A few people were walking, but they came to a strange building. This was a vine house that was completely made of twisted vines and occupied a huge area. Here, at one time, it would have been a dilapidated mountain temple. Su Yuko frowned. She also saw what appeared to be people living in the vine house. So he asked, does Taoist Chengda know what this is all about? This house is unusual. Clearly some time ago was a broken mountain temple to come. Things happen for a reason. Taoist Chengda looked toward the rattan house. Directly opened the eyes of the law. He first pinched a few spells before taking out an extremely small jade bottle. Remove the stopper and drop some clear liquid onto your finger. Then the Sungdung Taoist priest dabbed at his eyes again. In just a flash, he felt his eyes clear. At that moment, once again, he looked at the temple. Ah! Taoist Master Chengda couldn't help but scream miserably and hurriedly covered his eyes. Elder, what's wrong? A few young Taoist priests next to him immediately held him up. Taoist Chengda sat on the ground and immediately began to regulate his breathing. After a while, he said with his breath failing, this is a temple. A real temple. Just now, in that glimpse, he seemed to see the great day that was close at hand. A great mountain burning with infinite golden flames and diffusing countless pure yang spiritual light. On the other side, Taoist Master Chengda was also thinking in his mind, won't this mountain god curb his divine power? Where in this world is there a god who displays his divine power so nakedly? He Qing actually didn't understand any of this. He would only collect the aura on his body. And as for the mountain god divine might, he never cared. Come on, go inside and offer incense. The Chengda Taoist priest breathed a long sigh of relief. In any case, actively using the Dharma eye to probe a deity was actually considered offensive. The so-called Buddhas are dedicated to the Buddha. Taoist temples naturally enshrine many deities. As a Taoist priest, I naturally understand all matters of dealing with the gods. At the same time, the Chengda Taoist priest understood how important a deity was to a Taoist temple. There was a time when none of those great roads of the world rose from the smallest of beginnings. But some of the immortal Taoist sects have faded away and are hidden from the world. And why is that? Such as that Longhu Mountain Tianshidao, such as that Maoshan Shangqing Palace. Why can they stretch on for thousands of years? Even the emperor does not dare to do anything to them. And even to be worshipped as Taoist sovereigns and set up as super first-grade official positions. No different from princes and lords. It's because they have people at the top. A powerful practitioner would only live for a couple hundred years at most. but a deity can live with the world. As long as a deity can be truly enshrined in a Taoist temple, the temple will naturally prosper. Therein lies the difference again. That would be the court-anointed gods and free spirits. Gods such as that of Longhu Mountain and Shangqing Palace were almost all ascended to godhood by their own ancestors with supreme divine powers. And the gods enthroned by the court were nothing more than puppets who could be regaled with a single edict. There is a qualitative difference between the two. The mountain god of Leaving Mountain previously disappeared without a trace, but now it has actually reappeared. My White River view has always been one that honors the gods, so you will go with me. With that, a few people straightened their clothes and headed in. Upon entering, a few of the Taoist priests immediately looked towards the idol. Instead, Su Yok looked towards those who were still resting here. Her eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. She then looked to Tang Chuan on one side. This warrior, I dare to ask what the purpose of this mountain temple is. In fact, Su Yuko had already guessed it. She just had to confirm it again. If this is true, if there is indeed a safe and stable channel of communication with the outside world, what will happen to Clearfield County then is yet to be seen. Commerce thrives on exchange, on trade. Only trade can adequately capitalize on the strengths of each place and compensate for its weaknesses. The advantage of Qingping County lies in the abundance of products away from the mountains, but it suffers from not having a stable path to export to the outside world. It's just a passing in, I guess, nothing useful, just a resting place for everyone. Tang Chuan said indifferently. Can it be absolutely safe? Here, Su Yuko asked again. It's a sure thing. Tang Chuan was somewhat indifferent to this place. He is not sure how this place will impact Clearfield County. For him, this thing was not as good as watching Shueqin move his spells a few more times so that he could learn. Su Yuko was also a bit speechless. What his father had searched for years and racked his brain and tried everything he could to find could not be found. Yet it was ignored like this by the man in front of him. This is a prime road that will affect hundreds of thousands of people. If this road is opened, it could affect more than just Clearfield County. The surrounding counties will also be affected in that time. At this time, the Greenwood Scatterer hurriedly walked in. Has dinner started yet? Later, Tang Chuan replied. At this moment, the Greenwood Scatterer suddenly looked at Su Yok. He suddenly froze and began to look closely. He even flicked his fingers to count, and went back to check the heavenly phases. What a bright moon. Afterwards, the Greenwood Scatterer looked at the several Taoist priests who were offering incense. In pairs. At that moment, several of the Taoist priests twisted their heads to look at the Greenwood Scatterer. They all cringed at the sight of him, unkempt and dressed in rags. After the Taoist master Chengda had reverently offered incense, he tried to communicate with the gods by means of secret arts. The result, naturally, was an unquestionable failure. Inviting the gods is considered a Taoist specialty. If a powerful god was invited, such as the god of thunder, the power exerted would naturally be infinite. Of course, the odds are that God can't be invited. So relationships are more important. Disciples of great religions like those usually have familiar deities they can invite. Inviting God is actually calling people. Comparing power and relationships. Taoist Master Chengda was a bit lost, but it was clear that this was not going to be accomplished anytime soon. He memorized the look of the idol and planned to mold one in the Taoist temple afterwards as well. Afterwards, they are worshipped day and night and incense is offered. When the incense is in full bloom, perhaps the gods will lower their gaze, and that's a good time to commune. Taoist Master Chengda didn't go to see scattered greenwood. I just think it's a bit of a shame to see a Taoist priest dressed in such rags and slovenly clothes. The Greenwood Scatterer was however eyeing the tiger, because he had just discovered that the woman's destiny was actually so honorable. His lineage has been poor and jinxed all his life, and it is because he has read too many heavenly chances that the gods have sent down their punishments, and this doom would have to be dispersed with a rush of heavenly chi. If you are in a chaotic world, look for the latent dragon, but now that the world has not yet reached that point, it will have to look for people who are lucky enough to be in the same place. If you want to steal someone from Master Dao, you're still young. Qingmu Scatterer calculated that Su Yuka was from the county magistrate's family, and just recently, they will meet a calamity. This is a good time for him to get in. Taoist Master Chengda left with Su Yok after offering incense. They hadn't forgotten the important goal of the trip. The Pure Yang Gong was not next to the official road, and in order to enter the Pure Yang Gong one had to enter the mountains and forests. This time, once again leading to the Pure Yang Observatory. Su Yuka didn't even know how she had gotten to the Pure Yang Observatory last time. Last time they did not take the official road, but also by chance they saw a building. In short, it was a nebulous feeling that made Su Yuko go over. Who would have thought that the slightest thought at that time would become a lifesaver today, when really, it's also luck. Su Yok couldn't help but sigh. What? The little Taoist priest on the side wanted to offer up his favor and immediately asked. Nothing. A few people traveled along, And suddenly, Taoist Chengda stopped in his tracks. Just ahead, a four-armed white ape was swinging on a vine. It saw a few people and only looked at them a few more times before swinging away. Only after that four-armed white ape left did a few people breathe a sigh of relief. This Li Mountain was also a small dragon vein back in the day, in which there was an abundance of spiritual qi, making there quite a few demons and elves, so we have to be careful. Several people walked for a long time again, and then saw a giant willow that occupied half of the hillside to cover the sky. This giant willow has countless willow branches, and when the mountain wind comes, all the willow branches sway, looking like a blue wave. This giant willow was even more appalling than that four-armed white ape. Taoist Master Qingda has seen a lot of demons and elves in his life, but he has never seen such an appalling one. Retreat! He hurriedly shouted, and several people hurriedly fled in fear, escaping dozens of feet away in a row. At this time, Taoist Master Qingda looked at Su Yok again. Ms. Su, are you sure that Pure Yang Gong is here? A few of them were full of confidence when they arrived, but by the time they got here, they were already deflated. If they weren't careful, I'm afraid they'd all have to die here as a group. Su Yok raised her willow eyebrows and pointed with her finger. Look! A few people looked over, only to see daylight pouring down and a gilt-like roof appearing in front of them. Taoist Master Qingda wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's really here. Now! Taoist Qingda no longer dared to underestimate this Pure Yang Gong. After all, how could someone who could survive here be an ordinary person? A few people trekked up the mountain, and finally they were going to be almost there. At that moment, the branches began to shake again, making a movement that startled a few people. The few sprites and monsters encountered earlier were too scary to get on one's nerves. A few people stared over. Instead, he saw a small, fat bird covered in turquoise feathers wiggle out from between the branches, and staring at a few people with those green bean-sized eyes. So it's a fat bird, Taoist Qingda sighed in relief. When the little fat bird heard this, it quacked indignantly. It looked angrily at Taoist Qingda, and then a vine drilled out of the ground in a flash, instantly wrapping Qingda Taoist long into a human dumpling. Taoist Master Qingda was speechless, and his heart grew fearful. He didn't expect that it was even if those elves and monsters were so terrifying earlier. How is it that a fat bird is also so powerful? Is there any justice left in this world? Su Yuko looked at the little fat bird. The little fat bird also looked at Su Yok. It chirped a few times. Kiri, Kara Kiri, Kara Kiri. Taoist Qingda, why don't you apologize to it? Su Yok said. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Brother bird. Taoist Qingda felt a bit ashamed. It was the first time in all his life that he had ever apologized to a bird. Kir. After a while, the vines untied themselves and the little fat bird wiggled its butt and flew away. At this point, a few people headed back up. A few Taoist priests didn't dare to make a sound no matter what creatures they saw now, and they were careful along the way. Finally arriving at the mountain road under Pure Yang Gong, several people climbed up the mountain, only to see an ancient Taoist temple revealed in front of them. This Taoist temple was filled with vines and mosses all around, and the year was very old. Only the three big characters of Pure Yang Gong on the door plaque were still gilt and bright. At this time, the door was open, and Su Yuko still wanted to knock. Come in. A few people walked in and saw that the courtyard was lush with vegetation, various fruit trees with vines. A clean-cut little Taoist priest was lying on a rattan chair, and the sunlight shone on his body, which in turn gave him a feeling of Buddha's light. It was as if he was one with his surroundings. Taoism is natural. At this time, it was as if Taoist Qingda understood the meaning of these four words. He Qing opened his eyes and saw that it was Su Yok. He naturally had an impression of Su Yuko. After all, she was the first person who came to buy the talisman. Su Yok first arched her hand, then said, please also ask the Taoist master to save my mother. Taoist Master Qingda dared not speak from the side. He Qing thought for a moment and asked, what is it? My mother was infested by a weirdness, and last time, thanks to the Taoist master's talisman, she was able to injure that weirdness, but there are still aftermaths. If the Taoist master is willing to come to the rescue, there will be a generous reward. He Qing thought about it. Then leave me a mansion in Qingping County. Going forward, Clearfield County is definitely going to be frequented. It was also really embarrassing that He Qing had no place to go after coming out of the greenhouse last time. And weird. He Qing happens to be more interested in weirdness. I wonder what kind of shenanigans this time around, and if it's going to bring him anything like the last time. After all, He Qing felt that his spells were still rather poor. Good. Su Yok naturally agreed. The storm clouds have changed. It was sunny when I arrived, but when I left the sky was cloudy and the wind was howling. The whole mountain was plunged into a gloom. This makes everything even more eerie. Qingda Taoist master went back cautiously and carefully, purposefully skirting around the giant, sky-high willow. They were trembling with fear all the way until they got to the mountain temple, where they were much better off. He Qing didn't rush to follow along, but gave a few spirit talismans. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have one more thing he hadn't taken. That would be the Zhanlong Swordsman's Legacy Collection, which was obtained from Tang Xuan. After casually tossing it to the side last time, He Qing had almost forgotten that there was such a thing. These days, he had also been studying swordplay under Tang Xuan from time to time. Or it can't be called a method, only a sword technique. It's only been a few days, but it's a little bit of work. At least it had been able to achieve the point of human sword unification. It's a marvelous realm. According to Tang Xuan, it took him decades to get to this point himself, and He Qing only used 2 days. That's how immortals should be. Tang Xuan sighed so. He looked at Tang Yuan, who was as if his heart was dead, to the side. In the past few days, He Qing and Tang Yuan had been learning the sword together. But the difference seems like a world of difference. Tang Xuan looked at his frustrated brother and could only comfort. Little brother, don't be discouraged. This is how the world is. This is the reality. Just like a scalded toad can never be compared to a swan. After he finished speaking, Tang Yuan became even more frustrated and even developed a hint of depression. On the other side, He Qing took out a map. He looked up and down, left and right. Eventually, a landmark was spotted. A pattern of willow trees. It should be that willow tree. I can't imagine that it's been alive for so many years. When the dragon-slaying swordsman was reigning over the world, this willow tree was there. Following the location of the willow tree, the remains of the cache appeared to be by a pool of water. With a goal in mind, He Qing set off straight away. With a turn of his body, he appeared directly at the edge of the pool of water. He who possessed the authority of the mountain god. Wanting to find something that was within the departed mountain was not as simple as it could be. He glanced with both eyes toward the pool of water. A very large, as if the size of a cow, silver fish was seen frolicking in a pool of water. This probably can't be called a fish. It would be more apt to say a dragonfish, because it's still essentially a fish, just tainted with a hint of dragon energy. In the future, there is also almost no possibility of transforming the scaly dragon and leaping the dragon gate. Underwater, He Qing directly disappeared into the water. Although he was a mountain god, he was essentially the god of this area, and the waters that flowed through this area were under his jurisdiction. After being submerged in the water, only the water flowed automatically on both sides, dividing in open space. The dragonfish had been playing, and when it saw He Qing, it fled trembling. In front of the mountain god, a dragonfish was like an ant at the feet of an elephant. He Qing roamed through the water and soon found an entrance at the bottom of the pool. It seemed to be a door with a strange force guarding it. However, for He Qing, this door was as good as nothing to him. It seems that if you want to get this dragon-slaying swordsman's relics, you first need to defeat this dragonfish, and you also need to have a token. And I don't know if there's an organ inside. It's like fighting a monster. To get the map, you have to find this letter and then defeat the Jianghu masters who come to challenge you. Then find the exact location in a map full of sperm and demons. When you get to the water hole, you have to defeat the dragonfish and ask for a token. Sure enough, it's a series of processes in a role-playing game. He Qing felt as if he was playing a role-playing game at this moment. Quite an interesting feeling. He directly flashed inside the stone cave. It wasn't dark in here. There was a large night pearl hanging on either side of the wall. These night jewels emitted a faint light that shone in all directions, but the caves seemed to have begun to do because of their age. The water inside was almost up to his waist. Follow the passageway inside. He Qing found a bright room. The room was incredibly empty, with only a white bone in the center. This white bone still showed a hint of jade color even though it had already experienced hundreds of years of wear and tear, and at his side rested a sword. The long sword was like water, and the blade was like the glistening light of a lake. In addition to the sword, there was a monument with words written on it. I know that the end is near, only to close the death barrier, trying to step through the innate barrier, condensing Jindan, but unfortunately, the final failure, so I left a sword. This is the world's most precious sword, called the Lake Light, and a copy of the Dragon Sword Method, engraved in the stone monument after. Anyone who obtains my legacy needs to make an oath to protect my Gao family descendants for 3 years, or else they will be condemned by heaven. He Qing looked at it, then smiled coldly. It's really funny. This dragon-slaying swordsman set up this series of things, lured how many people to kill each other, and finally came to this place, and had to make an oath to protect the way for his descendants. He doesn't have that kind of time on his hands. If the dragon-slaying swordsman had written in a lenient tone, He Qing might have tried to take care of it after accepting it. But if this kind of tough attitude was taken, then He Qing's rebelliousness would be committed. He has only followed his heart in this life, and no one can arrange him. But since the dragon chopper swordsman dared to write this, then there must be a setup for it. He Qing first came behind the stone monument, and just by sweeping up a glance, The dragon cutting sword technique was engraved in his mind. The dragon chopping sword technique. Borrowing the momentum of a walking scaly dragon to chop the dragon. First gathering momentum, and then sending it in a flurry. This dragon slaying sword technique is famous for slaying dragons, but it's pretty amazing that the source of its inspiration came from walking the scales. He Qing then came back to the side of the white bones, and he directly picked up the lake light sword. Just then, the white bone seemed to move. An incomparably huge, indistinct river-like fierce fury shadow suddenly flashed. That was actually the soul of a scaly dragon that flowed with ghostly black water all over its body, with its head, horns and scales as big as a water tank. That auger dragon had a pair of dragon eyes like large lamps, flickering with golden light. The huge body pierced through the mountain rocks, and the dragon's head alone occupied almost the entire space. The moment the dragon's soul appeared, a terrifying dragon might was vast and spread like a tidal wave. So the backhand is here, the remnants of the auger. He Qing, however, suddenly laughed happily. He couldn't imagine that there was a windfall this time. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. He held out his hand and an inexplicable force began to take effect. Only moments later, the form of that dragon's soul actually rapidly shrunk. It was as if it had been pinched small by a great force. Subsequently, this hideous and terrifying scaly dragon remnant finally transformed into only the size of a loach and landed in the palm of He Qing's hand. When the branding of the spirit detainer was engraved, the residual soul of the dragon would completely become He Qing's possession. The strength of this auger remnant was not low. It was just that the spirit detaining dispenser was really restraining this kind of soul. This scaly dragon remnant should be the same scaly dragon that the dragon beheading swordsman had killed. After that, it should have been sacrificed with evil methods to get this one dragon soul. This auger dragon soul had completely lost its mind and was filled with an evil aura. Does a dragon slayer become a dragon? Or is he evil by nature? And what he did in the beginning was just a disguise. He Qing couldn't see it. But this auger remnant couldn't still be this way with him. Also, let me cleanse you of all filth. To see it with He Qing's vision, plus the fact that he was almost in complete control of this dragon soul nowadays. Although this auger remnant soul was powerful, it had actually been in a form of internal conflict. The core of the dragon is the dragon pearl, and sacrificing with evil methods undoubtedly disrupts some of the balance of the dragon balls. It kept the power in the dragon balls struggling to break free of this tainted power. And this power was constantly wearing down the power of the residual soul of the auger dragon over time. Thinking of this, He Qing summoned the Pure Yang deity Qi and continuously poured it into the dragon pearl. This time it's a big job. In the past, He Qing was rarely able to use up his Pure Yang deity Qi. After all, his Pure Yang deity Qi was almost as vast as an ocean. But this time is different. Soon, He Qing had completely channeled almost half of his Pure Yang deity Qi into the dragon pearl. Still not enough? He Qing frowned. On the stone tablet, it was written that dragon-slaying swordsman had not yet reached the Jindan level. Then what level would this auger that he had killed be at? I'm afraid it would be at the Jindan level at most. By inference, what about yourself? I'm afraid I'm only equivalent to a Jindan level cultivator in this world? What about above Jindan? What realm would that be? Will there be realms further up? According to the information received from the Greenwood scattering, the most powerful and bizarre, most highly regarded taboo object in the entire Great Moon Dynasty was named the Human Emperor Streamer. This look was a divine artifact level item, symbolizing the peak battle power of this world. In that case, it seems that my strength is really a bit lacking. He Qing felt that his firepower was not enough, and he was a bit worried. Thinking about this, He Qing hated the fact that he couldn't wait to be able to ascend tomorrow. Since weirdness isn't a bad thing for me, but rather a benefit, it seems that becoming a chivalrous warrior is a must. Any shenanigans on a mountain god seal could give He Qing a divine ability like detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Then, if He Qing were to master those heaven-grade taboo objects, there was no telling what kind of enchantment it would have. He Qing felt that his Pure Yang deity Qi was a bit lacking. No one has been able to hollow me out in over a decade, and today you actually tried to do it. Fine, then let's see if you empty me or I feed you. With a flash, He Qing came directly to a valley. He immediately began to run the Pure Yang technique with all his might. It was the time of the rain, and a continuous cloud hung in the air. At this moment, countless yang qi gathered and formed a gilt-like thread in the rain. This streak of yang qi surged towards He Qing's circumference, just like a big river rushing. However, this was not yet finished, only to see a pillar of sunlight falling from the firmament. The light was brilliant and incomparably dazzling, as if it was a speck on a great sun. This pillar of solar light was swallowed by He Qing and transformed into pure yang astral energy again to infuse into the dragon pearl. Those evil spells, those yin qi have long been washed away. The dragon beads were also washed and cleaned. Subsequently, this originally dim dragon pearl crazily devoured the pure yang astral energy. It didn't slow to a stop until a long time later. only in a flash, a white scaly dragon manifested, emitting a dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth. With scales like mirrors and a body like mountains and rivers, this white dragon danced around in the sky to its heart's content. A heroic and divine aura emanated from the auger. Creatures like dragons have always been top-notch, almost flawless, and this beauty is also reflected in the form of the dragon. After this white dragon circled the sky, only to see the rain suddenly fall extremely hard, as if the river of heaven was hanging upside down. The curtain of rain was incomparably thick. Almost instantly, the sound of pattering rain filled the entire mountain forest. This was the dragon's innate divine ability to arrange clouds and rain. The white dragon landed on the ground and transformed into a young girl with dragon horns. After the young girl saw He Qing, she immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." Ao Shui is unable to return the favor. The woman was beautiful, her eyes revealing an unmistakable glow. He Qing also didn't expect that the harvest this time would actually be a dragon lady. But it all makes sense. He Qing could only lament the strength of the life force of a creature like a dragon. With his body gone, there was still his dragon soul, and he could still regain his sanity after being refined by an evil method for hundreds of years. Truly a creature favored by heaven and earth. "You're the scaly dragon that went scaly and caused the flood that submerged several cities." Ao Shui's big eyes blinked and blinked, emerging with a look that made people pity her. "This is all the conspiracy of that Gao Tianjun, a man who went to great lengths to become close friends with me, and who was also asked to protect my path when I walk the auger. With the strength of my dragon clan, how can I not control the amount of water? I walked the auger in order to transform into a dragon. If I really flooded several cities, then I would also be abandoned by heaven and earth and detested by humanity. How could I succeed in transforming into a dragon? It's just that Gao Tianjun picked the very beginning of my Jiao walking, when I was at my weakest, to make his move and defile my divine soul with evil methods, which led to that scene later." Ao Shui was also aggravated. When she was just a small dragon who had never seen the world, how could she have known that humans could be so sinister? A moment's inattention to the investigation resulted in a poisonous scheme being suffered. When He Qing heard this, it was a rarity. Ao Shui's life was now in his control, and that was no lie. In that case, it seems that the dragon-slaying swordsman is the evil one. However, in this world, the dragon-slaying swordsman was treated as a great hero, and the dragon was treated as an evil dragon. Besides, when I lined up the clouds and spread the rain for several years, I don't know how many cities I've benefited, so where would I put up with it? Good, then you'll follow me from now on. This Ao Shui was also inseparable from He Qing. This was because the Dragon Ball had long been filled with pure Yang astral energy. This behavior was equivalent to sacrificing a magic weapon, and it was a deep sacrifice of a magic weapon. The Dragon Ball was grasped by He Qing, coupled with the branding of the detaining spirit dispatching general, both physically and soulfully. It was filled with He Qing's imprint. "Yes, master." Ao Shui also made a bow. "Just call me Gongzi," He Qing corrected. Calling his master always gave him a strange feeling, as if it was some kind of weird thing. "Go." He Qing took Ao Shui and moved away together. On one side, Ao Shui was also observing what kind of person this master of his was. If she was still with an evil person like Gao Tianjun, she would be in deep trouble. This new master was clearly stronger than the dragon-slashing swordsman. Gao Tianjun. What would she do if it was an evil man? Autumn rain dashes, staining the verdant stones with oil and water. He Qing held up an oil paper umbrella as he walked along the river. An old man with a bamboo pole was sighing in the clear river. His face was yellow and dark, covered with wrinkles that seemed to epitomize mountains and rivers. "Taoist master, take a boat or not nah." When the old man saw He Qing passing by, he hurriedly shouted. He Qing shook his head. The old man suddenly looked at the rest of the place again in a sparse manner. He Qing looked toward Qingping County in the smoky rain. The county is pretty in the rain, with a sense of classic elegance. He likes the rain just because he doesn't have to worry about making ends meet. He Qing strolled around for a long time, but found a huge problem. This problem was not noticed when he first came to Clearfield County. This is because of his cognitive deficiencies, because he doesn't have enough life experience. It's amazing how few beggars are encountered on the road in Qingping County. In this world, in this time of scant productivity, such a thing is almost impossible. So where have all these beggars gone? With such doubts, He Qing slowly walked towards the magistrate's home. Honestly, as far as cutting down demons and removing devils was concerned, He Qing was probably good at it, but if he had to trace the cause of the incident, then he would never be able to do so. He Qing was followed by Dragon Lady Ao Shui. Although she didn't have a physical body, she was able to coalesce a physical object by relying on the Dragon Ball. As long as the Dragon Pearl was there, in time, she would be able to recover her physical body sooner or later. Ao Shui looked around like a curious baby. There is a store down the street that sells mutton soup, cooking cakes, and beef meatballs. Ao Shui instantly looked over with glowing eyes. She cocked her head as she walked, swallowing every now and then. Such a nice girl, how come she's a crooked neck? On the side of the street, a white-clothed male holding a folding fan couldn't help but sigh. As Ao Shui walked, she also pulled on He Qing's coat corner with her fingers. By the way, he looked at He Qing with pitiful eyes. Well, it just so happens I'm hungry. The two walked into the store. Boss, 2 bowls of beef meatball soup, 4 cakes, and 1 cooked beef. He Qing slowly began to savor the food. He Qing just took his first sip, just saw that the bowl beside him was empty. He looked to Ao Shui. He saw Ao Shui continue to look at him with a pitiful expression. Not full. He Qing was speechless. You're a dragon. You couldn't get enough even if I let you eat this store. After a long time, He Qing came out of this store, and the store has become empty of meat. The owner was already smiling with a silver ingot. After a few more steps forward, He Qing saw another kanji stall. Feathered porridge shop. May there be no more famine in the world. Free porridge. There was a middle-aged woman standing behind the kanji store. A long line formed in front of the kanji store, all of whom were poorly dressed, rough-skinned, hard-pressed people. Looking at the kanji store, He Qing couldn't help but go up and line up as well. After about a quarter of an hour or so in line, it was his turn. Picking up the wooden bowl, He Qing drank it in one gulp. The kanji was sweet with lots of rice. It is truly a blessing for all the people. He Qing couldn't help but sigh. Yes, since the feathered sect arrived in Qingping County. You see, now where there are those who die of hunger and those who can't afford to eat and die. The middle-aged woman also said with a pious face. If you're not doing anything in the future, Taoist master, you can also offer a pillar of incense to the feathered god to remember the deity's kindness to the world. Okay, thanks. He Qing nodded in agreement. Don't thank me. I don't have the money to set up this porridge stall. It's all paid for by the church. In addition to the porridge stand, there will be free medical treatment. When an ideal world suddenly appears, it is filled with a sense of unbelievable unreality. He Qing was now almost completely convinced that there was something wrong with this feathered sect. But what exactly is the problem? At least in terms of what they're doing now. That's not too much to call even a saint. At least He Qing fully recognized and admired such behavior. He looked back at the hunched-over bodies, the ones that had been ravaged by age, by life, and how that gratitude in his eyes, that something that shone through, didn't make people throb. The people of this world are bitter. The average life expectancy of these underclasses is even more horribly low. Life has ravaged them beyond recognition. Just then, someone suddenly knelt down, sensed the great compassionate feathering of the unmindful god. It was an old man, who seemed to be the one who had earlier shouted at He Qing to take the boat or not. As he knelt down on the ground, the rest of the people couldn't help but kneel down as well. Some even had tears in their eyes. He Qing looked at these people, and in the end, he could only sigh on. If the enemy was truly the feathered sect, it would be an incomparably terrifying opponent. If the enemy wasn't the feathered sect, that would be great. After walking up for a while longer, they finally arrived at the Su family. The county magistrate Su's family is very easy to find, because half the street is their house. Su family's manor is repaired in a grand and rich, big red hanging lion door, white jade flying crane column, flying eaves arch under the low wall is also carved with a picture of cold plums in the snow. At the entrance, there are 2 stone statues of unicorns to calm the house. Just as He Qing was walking towards them, the eyes of these 2 Qilin stone statues actually moved imperceptibly. He Qing knocked on the door. After a while, a servant came out of the side door. Looking for who? Su Yuko. Missy? What's going on? The servant scrutinized He Qing. He Qing himself was fine, dressed in simple clothes. However, Ao Shui standing behind him was clearly different, standing proudly in the rain with an extraordinary temperament. She invited me. Good. Your guest will wait a moment. After a while, Su Yok came over in a hurry. Taoist he, please come in. Your mansion has been arranged as well. Su Yok bowed and made a bow. Her posture elegant and her temperament skillful. She first glanced at He Qing, then looked at Ao Shui behind her. And this young lady is? I am the master. No, I am the handmaiden of the prince. Su Yuka couldn't help but look at Ao Shui with a strange look. Compared to a young lady like Su Yok, Ao Shui's temperament was greatly exaggerated despite her posture. Ao Shui was, after all, a dragon, and it was normal for her to seem out of place in human society. The two walked in. It was only after entering the mansion that he realized how exalted it was. Colorful sculptures, vegetation, and flowers in all directions. The handmaiden of the stream, the servant. A banquet has been arranged for the Taoist master. Please come. I have. He Qing just wanted to say that he had eaten. As a result, Ao Shui then grabbed his hand and signaled with her eyes. After eating his way through a store, Shiria still didn't have enough to eat. The phrase better than a pig can eat is all but condescending to this girl. Upon arriving at the living room, he only saw the maidservant begin to bring in the meal. Delicious food seems to flow like water. Spicy chicken, beef soup, steamed fish. This maid of mine is more of an eater, so I apologize. Before it even started, He Qing had already given Su Yok a good precaution. Falling rain pours over the purple peonies. The flowers were clustered, their petals crowded together in a mass, and a mesmerizing aroma spread through the rain. He Qing entered the courtyard. Taoist Master Qingda is treating the magistrate's wife. Just looking at the county magistrate's wife's current muddled state, she should have been hit by a nightmare, having been put under an evil spell. Being overly frightened and overly panicked after a mid-nightmare causes psychiatric symptoms such as hallucinations, excessive anxiety, depression, and other emotions. In turn, this excessive emotion causes problems with the vegetative nerves, leading to abnormal production of hormones and somatization symptoms. He Qing was trying to use the knowledge he already had to determine the current condition of the magistrate's wife, and it seems that Taoist Master Qingda just relieved the first symptom with Taoism, but the latter symptoms have already appeared. And even if the first symptom goes away, it won't change anything. Taoist Master Qingda walked out with a disappointed look on his face, then shook his head. There are no more evil symptoms on your mother's body, but there is still no improvement. Su Yuko was a little disappointed, but still maintained her decency. Thank you, Taoist Master Qingda. Here is the honorarium. Taoist Master Qingda pushed, but accepted it at Su Yok's insistence. He Qing observed and realized that there really wasn't one. So it said, it's not a problem with the spells. It's just purely mental, and that's where you need to go to open up, to release the emotions. It's a problem that formed because your mother's panic was constant, causing her mind and body to not function properly. I can only tell you 8 words. Go with the flow and do what you have to do. If you really can't, go to the temple and ask the Buddha. It might be useful. In this aspect of thought opening, Buddhism is somehow better than Taoism. Besides, praying to God is supposed to be a spiritual support. Su Yuko nodded. Thank you. Taoist, psychiatry is still too far ahead of its time for this age. A lot of crazy people aren't really crazy, they're just caught up in a thinking spiral. It's one of those things where you've driven yourself into a corner. And will the weirdness come again? Taoist Qingda couldn't help but ask. They were waiting here in tight formation. If Creepy doesn't show up, it won't be a waste of time waiting. Su Yuko lowered her eyes. There must be someone behind this whole thing. Even if it killed Creepy, that wouldn't help. If they couldn't find the one behind it, they would make a comeback when He Qing and the others left. A lot of constables have been mobilized, and the Iron God Constable has been invited over from Qingping County, so I hope there will be results. He Qing thought about it. Can't you divine? He looked to Taoist Sungtuk. Taoist Master Qingda scratched his cheeks in some embarrassment. Divination is a rare and mysterious path even in the Taoist sect, and its inheritance is small, and it will be condemned by heaven, and it is not that easy to learn. I can recommend someone. An old Taoist priest in the mountain temple, the Greenwood Scatterer, who can divine. A few people spoke in unison, trying to use all the power they could at the moment. In the face of such a bizarre event, there was still too little the mundanes could do to help. After saying that, Su Yuko led He Qing to go to his new mansion. The two of them exited the door to stand on the verdant stone-paved road. Go, Ao Shui said. It's already here. Not even walking yet? Su Yuko pointed to the mansion opposite the Su family. It's only been a few days and you've bought someone's mansion? Before He Qing's could ask, Su Yok said, when father decided to come here to become the county magistrate, many of the clan's properties were moved to Qingping County. Several streets in this neighborhood are our Su family's properties. Su Yok handed the key over to He Qing. They are about to let He Qing live across the street. This way, if something goes wrong in the future, there will be a powerful practitioner who can always provide support. He Qing opened the door and walked into the mansion. The mansion was large, and inside it was ornately decorated with lush vegetation and elegant houses. Does Taoist Master need some maidservants? Servants, Su Yok asked. A mansion of this size isn't something to just live in. It takes a lot of people to fix it up. He Qing shook his head. It's enough to have her. Su Yuko looked at Ao Shui with inexplicable eyes. What are you looking at? I'm very capable. Su Yuko sympathized with Ao Shui in her heart. There were more than 30 servants in her family's mansion before there was enough to repair her home. These 30 men are really a lot of work for one person. He Qing also understood this. But the thing is, it's a dragon, not a cow or a horse. It is not simple to clean the house with spells. He Qing and Ao Shui entered the house that belonged to them. I'm kind of a homeowner here, and I don't have to pay a mortgage, so I'm comfortable. He Qing chose a room at random, and it was fully equipped with bedding, flowers, and so on. Ao Shui had also chosen a random house and was now playing in the yard. before He Qing could lie down for long. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside. Daywalker Zhou Yong looked at a dragon lying in the courtyard with trepidation. Those huge pupils were like lamps still staring at him. Zhou Yong didn't dare to move a muscle. Though he was a god, a daywalker, he was also a gross god, a minor god. In front of such a dragon, a single claw could send him up in smoke. Earlier, the city god sensed the mountain god's aura, so he asked him to come and invite him. But now, why did a mountain god raise a dragon? Zhou Yong, the daywalker god of the city god's mansion, has come to invite Lord God of the leaving mountain to the city god's mansion. Zhou Yong shouted in a hurry. He Qing sat up from the bed with some fondness. He had only just laid down and was about to get up just as he was warming up. LOL. He Qing walked out of the room and said to Zhou Yong, "Got it. Lead the way. You watch the house." Oh, Ao Shui continued to transform into a dragon body and lie down in the courtyard. For Ao Shui, the dragon body was the most comfortable and natural state. He Qing followed Zhou Yong along the way, passing through the streets and alleys, finally came to a city temple. A monument was erected in front of the Xingwang temple, on which was the life story of Xingwang. The name of this city god is Zhouingli, who was a rich merchant and a great benefactor in his lifetime. Because he had dispersed his family's wealth and rescued tens of thousands of people during the time of war, he was able to erect a monument and write a biography, and was eventually enthroned by the imperial court and became a god. But by the looks of it, the city palace's incense is not as good as the feathered sect. But if you can turn back to the shore, why do you have to come here to realize your past mistakes? There is also a couplet on either side of the idol. He Qing came to the side of the idol, and immediately a divine light took it away, and He Qing came to a hall. He only saw a man wearing a black official robe with a majestic face looking at He Qing. When the city god's divine eyes looked at it, they only saw a vast expanse of mountains and rivers, as well as a great sun that was boundless, releasing endless divine light. The power was majestic, as if the sun and moon were in the sky. For a moment, the city god could not help but be taken in by this divine power, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses. Thanks for the vote. Oh, stomachache and a broken mouse. Blah. Zhouingli greets the god of Mountli. Zhouingli looked at He Qing curiously. It's been a long time since a mountain god appeared in the Li Mountain. As far as he knew, when that white ape mountain god was invaded by the weirdness coming from outside the sky, he was lifeless after that. And it was because the mountain god was strangely infested that this caused the whole of Lishan to become infested with demons and ghosts from then on. Just call me He Qing. It was only by chance that I got this mountain god position. How can I be considered incompetent? Shingo smiled as he stroked his beard with one hand. There's nothing else to invite you here this time. Just to get acquainted. I'm humble here, but I don't have the rest of the place, so I can only have a cup of fresh tea, so please don't mind. The city god flicked his sleeve, and a cup of Maojianqing tea with green and blue broth landed on the table. How? He Qing first made small talk and had to ask a few questions in passing. The first thing he had to do was to figure out how the god of the departing mountain had died in the first place. What's the grade for this weirdness again? The next thing is the matter of the feathered sect. The tender buds settled down in the tea, and He Qing picked up the teacup to take a sip. A bitter sensation is born in the mouth at first, but it removes the rest of the off flavors from the mouth. And then there was a sweetness that swam on the tongue with the tea. Does the city god know how the former mountain god died? Zhouingli brushed his beard and replied with a smile. Killed by guile. What weirdness? Where did it come from? And what level is it? He Qing asked one after another. Thinking of this, Zhouingli's eyes were suddenly filled with memories. On that day, the flux fluttered. A demon star descended from the sky. The world was in chaos, and a heavenly level forbidden object appeared, and it just so happens that a splinter fell off the leafy mountain. This matter has now long been sealed by the celestial pavilion, and has fallen into the A-file, where no one can speak of it, and I am afraid it would not have been spoken of if it were not in this small temple of mine. This fragment is less than 1,000,000% of that demon star, yet it's already at the top of the Xian level and close to the level of Earth level weirdness. He Qing couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard this. It's actually a demon star from the sky? Could it be a meteorite? Or maybe it's the rest of the things that come from beyond the heavens. Of the 4 ranks of heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, could just the Xian rank kill a powerful mountain god and give one access to a divine ability? There is no need to think much about the bizarre. The bizarre comes from an extraordinary place and is not tolerated by the world. If you want to exterminate a bizarre, you have to master another bizarre. Remember, only weirdness can fight weirdness. These are words that have only been earned by the celestial pavilion for thousands of years. He Qing couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. Only weirdness can fight weirdness? What about him? He Qing felt his mind go all mushy. He's actually from out of the sky too. He was a traveler. Even his body was originally his own body, just returned to his old age. After a long silence, He Qing planned to skim over the topic for now. Does city god know about the feathered sect in the county? He Qing asked. Who in all the county does not know? And who does not know? Then doesn't the city god feel suspicious? He Qing asked again. Where is the suspicion? The city god wore a faint smile on his face. Everything is so beautiful. What are they for? Perhaps it is for goodness. Does your excellency not believe that there is a great goodness in this world? He Qing shook his head. No, I believe that there are good people in this world. People who have opened up the world. Who are dedicated to the people. Who worry about the world first. Isn't the city god in front of us a great benefactor? The city god took another sip of tea at this point and sighed softly. It's not that I don't think there's something wrong with them. I just don't want to believe it sometimes. I don't want to face it. I'd rather just look at them on the surface as if everything in this world is just so wonderful. But I can no longer do anything about the feathered sect, which is revered by 10,000 people in the county, and whose incense is even more exuberant than that of the city god's temple of mine, in which not only is the divine light exuberant, but there is also an even more fatal point. If you want to investigate them, to find out what they are hiding underneath the good, your enemy is not only them, but also these tens of thousands of people in Qingping County. Are you really that determined? Listening to the words of the city god, He Qing couldn't help but conjure up images like that. If you want to stand on the opposite side of the tens of thousands of people in Qingping County, that really makes people think about it and feel powerless. But then, He Qing put his heart down. His mind was at ease. Nothing was loaded down. I'm just curious. If the destiny arrives, then I'll go. If not, I'll just leave myself. Taoism is natural. What is natural is to go with the flow, to act in accordance with one's own mind. This is He Qing. Does he really have a heart to save his people and his country? Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. No one can guess the behavior of a person who is spontaneous, regardless of what happened to the feathered sect. He Qing had also gotten an answer here at City God that satisfied him. The world is like a tide of people like water, only to sigh the Zhenghu a few people back. In the midst of the world's rolling momentum, He Qing was nothing more than a drop of water. On the way back, He Qing didn't use an umbrella. The fine rain fell on his body with a cold sensation. Sometimes it's a pleasure to stand in the rain instead. The sound of silent rain will calm the mood at the same time. On the way back, He Qing passed by Tianxianlu. Despite the heavy rain, the business of Tianxianlu was still very good. These men were happy to do it, as if they possessed some kind of great fortitude to be able to keep the thing going for the rest of their lives. He Qing looked upwards and saw a familiar face. Chantal was wearing a light blue dress. She saw He Qing as well, and a smile appeared on her face as she waved her handkerchief. On her side stood a tall woman with a beautiful figure, which could be described as peaks like a gathering, and buttocks as plump as a full moon. She was wearing a large red dress, revealing a large area of snow-white delicate skin, which made people nearly unable to take their eyes off her. What? Like? The woman in red asked. Why? It's only been one meeting, Shantae explained. What's wrong with one side? Sometimes all it takes to like someone is a glance. The woman in red laughed delicately. As he was speaking, Chantal suddenly fell silent. Su Drink wanted to ransom me, and I agreed. The woman in red glanced at Chantal. That's not a nice person. He will give me a large sum of money, and my brother is going to the academy, and mother has come several times to urge me to have no choice, said she, her words getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, she wiped her cheeks with her hand, unable to tell if it was drifting rain or tears. The woman in red looked to the sky. Go on then. Behind them, the sound of women's laughter and men's shouting and drinking continuously came from the building. A lively, yet silent, Xiang Tao looked at He Qing, who was walking away, and looked at his back. She held out her hand as if to call out. Instead, he just opened his mouth, then fell silent. There have been quite a few people at the magistrate's house lately, and it seems like a lot of them are unseen. Candles were lit in the gloomy room, their flickering flames casting great eerie shadows on the windows. 2 jade beads were held in one large hand that he kept playing with. Forgive me, sect leader. My subordinates are not doing their job well. A strange figure was kneeling on the floor by candlelight. His body was covered in mixed-colored feathers. His eyes were red, his veins protruded, and his face could be considered extremely scary-looking. His body was constantly trembling slightly, and his teeth were clenched tightly, as if he was suffering from some kind of great pain. The large pair of hands stopped, then popped out a golden pill. One more last chance, or you're on your own. Yes, thank you, preceptor. The figure walked out of the room, his hands clenched with all his might, his nails digging deep into his flesh. It seems that only such pain can alleviate the suffering from the depths of the soul. He swallowed the golden pill before the abnormalities in his body slowly subsided and he fell into a state of silence. Coming to another courtyard, he suppressed the pain in his body. My lord, what's wrong with you? A handmaiden asked from a distance. It's okay, Come over here. The servant girl came from a distance and waited until she was close enough for the moonlight to shine on her to see what a horrible face. Ah! A finger ran through the servant girl's throat. Su Ying then let out a long breath. Since joining the feathered sect, since mastering this mesmerizing power, he seemed to have changed. It seemed that only killing could release the hostility in his heart. Su Ying looked at the servant girl's corpse with a hint of pity. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just couldn't control it. It's not my fault. Casually summoning a ball of flame, the body of the maidservant turned into ashes. Afterward, Su Ying turned his attention to the Su mansion. Old thing. Still not dead. His face was incredibly gloomy. It's amazing that an ordinary family in the district has lasted this long. Since you're not coming to beg my feathered sect, we'll have to do it the hard way. Su Ying kept talking. He couldn't stop. Only as soon as he stopped would the rest of the horrible thoughts overwhelm him. And that would be the real big horror. Lately, he's been having to hold back. At home, He Qing polished the lake light sword. This sword was worthy of being a famous sword of the world. Its body was as bright as the light of a lake, and even a hint of spirituality was vaguely born. While wiping the sword, He Qing nourished the sword with his mind. The Zhanlong sword technique is the way of gathering momentum. It's amazing when it doesn't come out. How much momentum one can gather on a normal day. How much power one can exert when the sword comes out. In the courtyard, the white dragon's head was staring intently at the lake light sword. Ao Shui looked at the lake light sword with some trepidation in her heart. This was a dismemberment of his lake light sword, and just thinking about it made Ao Shui feel sick. In this case, she still changed into a physical state. Can't we just throw this sword away? A sword that has killed a dragon. How bad luck, Ao Shui advised from the side. Obscure? Ever heard of the legend of the dragon-slaying warrior? The dragon-slaying swords are all famous heirloom swords, He Qing said with a smile. When Ao Shui heard this, she immediately turned her head away in anger. Boring. Dragons don't kill people, but people want to kill dragons. There's no way to figure out the goodness of people. He Qing took his sword back into its scabbard. The dragon-slashing sword technique was more like a method than a sword. While talking to Ao Shui, He Qing also asked Ao Shui about the details of the auger walk. Anyway, the dragon-cutting sword technique was simply an imitation of the divine ability of the auger. Since there was a dragon right next to him, it was simply easier to just ask. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Ha? How do you know I don't understand if you don't say it? You sure don't understand. What if I get it? He Qing pondered as he exchanged words with Ao Shui. In the past few days, he had almost completely learned the dragon-cutting sword technique. Nowadays, communicating with Ao Shui is just to verify what one has learned. It is the process of exchanging debates that makes it easy to identify problems. However, most of the questions Ao Shui asked, He Qing was able to answer. This caused Ao Shui to keep looking at He Qing with suspicious eyes. You are not human. Are you a dragon turned? I'm human. You're not. A human wouldn't know about the dragon's magical powers. I'm such a small eater. I must be human. Dragons eat a lot. Fair enough. He Qing simply began to meditate. The lake light sword at his side even flew out automatically, setting itself up at He Qing's side, with occasional flashes of splendor emerging from the sword. The greenwood scatterer was counting his trigrams. As he set up his spells, he kept flicking his fingers to count. Soon his forehead was covered in sweat, profusely sweating. Well, Su Yuko said. The greenwood scatterer counted, and he saw a shadow that clouded the sky over Qingping County. This shadow kept circling around and around, as if it were a ghost, sometimes with a hideous smile. This shadow even temporarily obscured the divine light revealed by the city temple. The great foul. Taoist Master Chengde looked at scattered greenwood with skeptical eyes. How can that be? With my white river Guan here, who else in this Qingping County can make trouble? Then you should invite the goddess of mercy. And by the way, invite Qingping Palace and White Buddha Temple over as well. The greenwood scatterer droned. Su Yuko listened from the sidelines. Why are they targeting my Su family? Because Su Yuan is the magistrate. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. I will not allow others to sleep soundly on my couch. After all, Su Yuan was a court official, the lord of a county, and had humanistic chi luck sheltering him. That's why this group is acting very carefully. Right at this moment, the greenwood scatterer's face suddenly changed. It's coming. It's too late. As soon as the words fell, a feeling of gloom and doom began to surround the crowd. This gloomy and eerie feeling caused the hearts of the crowd to sink. Turning his head to look, he saw that dozens of figures had already appeared on the roof. The moonlight shone down, illuminating these figures to the finest detail, but also winding up the crowd. What the hell is this? These figures were either covered in black hair, like savages, with sharp fingertips and scarlet eyes, either is covered in feathers and has a strange chirping sound coming out of its mouth. Hearing these cries, the crowd only felt as if the devil's voice had penetrated their ears. and incomparably gloomy and dark thoughts arose in their minds. It even gives birth to many self-destructive emotions. Taoist Master Qingda couldn't help but gulp as he took out a bunch of spirit talismans. Urgent. A bunch of talismans burned out and landed in front of those figures without producing any effect. Did you buy a fake talisman? Seeing this scene, the Greenwood Scatterer nearly vomited blood. Taoist Master Qingda's eyes were also filled with astonishment. These dozen figures were actually all bizarre. He hastily took out a peachwood sword, which was encrusted with the 5 Emperor's rune money. He activated his mana and the sword ignited with fire. Just then, a creepy covered in black hair had rushed over. Bang! The mahogany sword was sent flying, and Taoist Qingda's entire body flew out. Clank! Just as the crowd was in despair, a brilliant sword light suddenly rose. The moon is slightly bright, and the rain is drizzling. Some strange figures that you don't normally see or even think about are right in front of you. Taoist Master Qingda had never seen such a strange thing. If it was a demon, the spirit talisman should have produced an effect as well. It was like ink stained on water. The two were distinct and unrelated to each other. The power of the spirit symbol erupted and fell on top of the figure and in the black smoke that enveloped its surroundings, but it was only as compatible as ink and water. It was as if the two did not interfere with each other, and did not produce any effect of eliminating defilement and removing demons. This is the weirdness. This power that is not understood by the world. So far, only a handful of spells have been able to have an effect on creepy. Taoist Master Qingda lay on the ground, spitting out some blood foam from his mouth. He covered his chest with one hand as he felt a pang of agony. With this kind of scene, it was obvious that the Greenwood Scatterer could not help. He only knows how to tell fortunes, and when it comes to his body, he's just an old man with no hands. Just then, a sword light was as bright as the bright moon, and like a jade rabbit hanging from a branch. The sword light was incomparably brilliant, seeming like a blooming flower in this late night. Whoosh! A few like a shooting star trailing a trailing flame, almost in the blink of an eye. The lake light sword then passed through a bizarre body, only to see that body covered with pitch-black feathers under the light of the sword as if spring snow melted under the hot sun. Heavy rain enveloped the courtyard and the smoke from the rain dissipated. However, the light of that sword seemed to be reflected in the hearts of the people, holding on to their sight. Whoosh! The sword light faded. The rain stained the sword, but it also cut out all the weirdness together in an instant. The entire courtyard regained its calm in a few breaths. This? The Greenwood Scatterer stared, only to see that the lake light sword had flown back into the rainy night. Suyuko finally revealed a smile. She had made the right decision in the first place. Taoist Qingda was also clear about who had come out with the sword. I'm afraid that even the goddess of mercy couldn't catch this sword light. Such a young Taoist possessed such a profound cultivation. Is he really human? Taoist Master Qingda couldn't help but float up until the pain coming from his chest interrupted him. Suing stood at the intersection, his face covered in water, unable to tell if it was rain or nervous sweat. He was just about to head across the street, toward the magistrate's house. Just see that one brilliant sword light. An unspeakable fear filled his heart. If he had gone with those shenanigans earlier, I'm afraid he would have been turned into flying ash long ago as well. Suing silently retracted his right foot that had stepped forward, silently turned around, and then left without looking back. He was trembling slightly. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had mastered this power? How long had it been since he had had this trembling, this feeling of fear? Even the city god couldn't bring him this feeling. Who the hell was that person who came out with the sword? Su Ying's figure silently disappeared into the deep night. He was no longer able to accomplish this. He's going to find someone, an invincible man, or a god. When one has absolute strength, scheming is useless. This is perhaps the truest picture of the current situation. The lake light sword fell into its scabbard. He Qing was satisfied with the sword he had just used. Although He Qing hadn't practiced swordsmanship for a long time, he was still considered to be at the beginning of the path. Besides, using a sword is undoubtedly much more handsome than the rest of the way. That's a priority. After a while, Suyuko paid a visit. She was followed by Aoki Scatter. Scattered Greenwood saw He Qing. So it's you, he realized with a start. It's me. Even you were introduced by me. He Qing had a smile on his face. The Greenwood Scatterer was stunned at his words. Mother asterisk 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 her. I thought I'd had a lucky break lately. He's been unlucky. Suyok took the initiative to seek him out, and the Greenwood Scattered man thought he had turned his luck around, that there was actually such a good thing as pie in the sky. For this reason, he was bold enough to charge silver. In the end, Scattered Aoki touched his sleeve pocket. A big hole. My silver. At this time, Taoist Master Qingda also walked over. He had just used the golden sword pill, and was holding a pure gold Sanqing bell. What's wrong? What's wrong? Taoist Master Qingda was shaking the 3 Qing bells while he was getting rid of the evil spirits. Taoist Master Qingda had just finished his question when he saw scattered man Xingmu looking at the golden bell in his hand with eyes filled with resentment. Taoist Qingda had a puzzled look on his face. Fellow Taoist Chengmu also wants to use it? That's fine. I'll lend it to you. Aoki Scatter waved his hand. Forget it, I can't afford it. With his doom and gloom, it probably wouldn't be good for the 3 Qing clocks to get into his hands. If he lost it too, he couldn't afford to pay for it even if he sold it. Ao Shui looked at the few people in boredom, thinking in her heart that these humans were really boring, but now with these traces, it is possible to look for some clues. Greenwood Scatter said confidently. Although he was unlucky, his attainments in the art of trigrams were extremely high. Just then, he added, finding it is possible. Just whether or not you can beat it is another question. The thought of that demonic shadow that permeated the entire Qingping County made scattered man Xingmu a bit terrified. After the Greenwood Scatterer finished his sentence, the crowd turned their gazes to He Qing. If we were to say whether we could beat it or not, there was only one person on the scene who could say that. Whether you can fight or not is another story. Running for your life should work. He Qing humbled himself. He never bragged in the face of what he didn't know, but He Qing himself was confident. If you can't, you'll ride the dragon and escape, and fight again when you get to the main field of the departed mountain. Well then, tomorrow is the official practice. After a while, another man came by. It was Su Yuan, who had just returned from the county office. Su Yuan wore a plain-colored robe, but the whole person gave off a sense of unruffled authority. He was young, but already had a few strands of gray hair on his temples. Su Yuan greets you all. Although Su Yuan is the head of a county, he does not dare to be too unrestrained. After all, this courtyard is full of people with Taoist skills. He, Su Yuan, was protected by his official fortune and was naturally not afraid, but his family was different. In this world, brats are the toughest. Su Yuan did not say much after greeting all of them one by one, but only said, the Iron Divine Constable has arrived. And tomorrow, with this token, all constables in the county office can be mobilized. Su Yuan handed over a token to Su Yoke, and then he turned around and left. Chengmu Sanrun looked at it, only to feel that there is a white crane flying behind this Su Yuan, obviously also is not mortal. In the future it is very likely to enter the center of the court to become a great member of the court. It was just that this kind of chi still couldn't be compared to Su Yuko, Bright Moon's posture. This destiny is already honorable to the extreme. If it was placed in the mundane world, it would at least be a motherly seat. If it was placed in the cultivation world, it would have an unlimited future. Only nowadays Su Yoke has not yet shown his lead. So when will this one show his real skills? The deep rainy night, the sky and the earth are silent. You mean, with one sword, you chopped up all those shenanigans of yours? The cold voice fell on Su Ying's ears. He couldn't help but shiver. Yes, my lord. This man is by no means an enemy of my abilities. Waste. The room was brightly lit, illuminating a statue of Buddha. An incomparably large figure was sitting on top of a soft chair. The figure was almost as tall as an unusual 3 or 4 men. One finger alone of the huge hand was as thick as some men's arms. The feathered sect master's tone was so flat that it didn't even seem like he was cursing. However, when it fell on Su Ying, it was as if it was a demonic sound from the 9 specters. Forgive me, sect leader. It is really because my subordinate is unable to cope with it, and my subordinate will have to save his useful body to serve sect leader. Su Ying was sweating profusely. Many of the good deeds in this city are funded by my Su family. Sect leader, my Su family. There's no need to talk about it. In that case, let's clean up the horse's footsteps left earlier. It's the Godfather. Stand down. After Su Ying left, he caught a glimpse of a red shadow out of the corner of his eye. I can't imagine that even the Falcon King who had a violent temper in the first place can hold his temper. It's really rare. The woman in red sat in the beams of the room and smiled daintily. The woman's posture is charming, and her slender curves are a deadly temptation. The feathered sect master's fingers traced over the Buddha beads and did not speak. Why don't you say anything? Are you afraid that old mother will come looking for you? You traitor! How dare you make yourself a god? The feathered sect master suddenly opened his eyes. His eyebrow bones were high and his muscles bulged. At this moment his face was like a tiger's face, appearing ferocious. Don't provoke me, or you won't get out of here. I'm so scared. A silvery laughter then rang through the house. After waiting for the lights to sway for a split second, the woman in the red dress had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, those who can't, because the heart is not yet clear, desire is not yet dispatched, those who can dispose of it, internal view of its heart. The heart is not its heart, external view of its shape. The shape is not its shape, distant view of its object. The object is not its object. The 3 have been enlightened, and the only thing to be seen is emptiness. The sound of chanting suddenly came from the house. The iron god catcher was a man with a weathered face. He was also holding a dog, a fine black one. This fine dog of mine has the bloodline of the Jiangzhou cloud-swallowing dog, which is capable of tracing the odor of all things, to put it mildly. Half of my reputation as a divine constable relies on this fine dog of mine. Looking at the fine dog, He Qing incidentally threw out the meatloaf in his hand. Whoosh! This cloud-swallowing dog was really fast, almost transforming into a black shadow. However, someone was faster than him. A mouth was already placed there before the cloud-swallowing dog even arrived. The meatloaf fell into Ao Shue's mouth, and she kept chewing on her cheeks. Yummy! Any more? The cloud-swallowing dog, on the other hand, wagged its tail and whimpered, and also looked at He Qing pitifully. What kind of dragon is this, grabbing food from a dog? He Qing was speechless, not wanting to see his dog starve. The iron godcatcher pulled out a handful of dry food and fed it to himself. However, the dog didn't seem to be happy eating it. Well, come and smell. It's time to work, Iron Godcatcher said. The dog sniffed twice while nodding. On the other side, the Greenwood Scatterer also counted the trigrams. Just looking at the scene, the Greenwood Scatterer was a bit shy to export. It's comparing him to a dog. Better than a dog wouldn't be a good word if it was compared. If you didn't compete, you'd be worse than a dog. And wouldn't you lose your reputation? Red Willow Place. The Iron Divine Constable immediately led a group of constables over. He didn't say because of what. If I tell them, these constables may not be able to tip them off. Perhaps they themselves will believe in the feudal cult. He Qing also followed behind. After all, he had already received payment from the Su family and was given a mansion, so he couldn't not contribute. Moreover, He Qing himself was more attached to this matter. At least it's been busy for so long, and it's only fair to get that creepy. The world was a big place, and he wasn't nearly strong enough. A group of people, along with the Greenwood Scatterer, Su Yuko, Taoist Chengda, Ao Shui and some constables, the group came to a rice store. Woof! The cloud-swallowing dog suddenly barked sharply. It ran violently in one direction. The crowd followed it. Soon, a few men carrying flatbreads were seen heading out of town. Stop! A crowd of constables gathered around. The guys were stunned. What is it, Mr. Differential? Something's not right. Ao Shui, go back to that store. He Qing suddenly frowned. A couple of constables opened the rag, only to see that it was just some ordinary meat inside. The Iron Godcatcher frowned at once. He didn't believe that the cloud-swallowing dog would make a mistake so easily. Spells! Someone cast a spell on this. I can't believe it's a ploy to get rid of the tiger. But that just goes to show that there must be something wrong with that store. Don't worry, Iron God Constable. No one can leave that store. The Iron Godcatcher glanced at He Qing, then nodded. Several people returned once again. Ao Shui was standing at the entrance of the store, a mighty power if anything looming over it. This is the dragon's might. Under the dragon's might, not a single person could move. It wasn't until the crowd arrived that Ao Shui unlocked the dragon's might. You dogs and thieves of the court, if you want to go in, step over my dead body. Just then, a fellow suddenly shouted. After these words were shouted, the rest of the people, as if they had made up their minds, stood together in the doorway and surrounded the crowd. Get out of the way. The Iron God Trapper drew his long sword and said coldly, I'll let you mother. You government dogs and thieves, you only bully us. Today you want to pass. Whoosh! The long knife cut through the neck and the head fell. Traces of blood appeared on the Iron God Trapper's long sword. What do you do? At this point, even the county's constables looked angrily at the Iron God Constable. If it were an ordinary person, if these rabble were killed on one person, the rest of them would be fearful and flee in a scattering. But now it's different. The men also surrounded them tightly. One of them even manipulated the wooden staff in his hand and smashed it directly at the Iron God Catcher. You! Seeing this scene, the Iron God Trapper gripped the hilt of his sword, but he didn't dare to kill anymore. He might have gotten off the hook by killing one person, because there was definitely something wrong with those people. But if he killed them all, even he could hardly escape the blame. Yet these people are just ordinary people after all. With a flash, He Qing broke away from here and entered the store. He utilized the power of the mountain god to sense his surroundings, followed by another blink to a basement. It was dark and damp, and there were actually a number of rooms that were like cells. And in the house, an aura of blood filled the room. The cells were filled with shackles, indicating that this place held people on weekdays. He Qing saw that there was a barrel sitting on the pulling cart, which seemed to have not been shifted yet. He gently opened the barrel and at once recovered it. Inside was a pile of mutilated bodies. Such appalling tactics are truly terrifying. This group of people actually killed everyone in there directly in order to destroy the evidence. He Qing's eyebrows were cold, though he had no kinship with these people. But anyone who sees a slaughterhouse of their own kind, then is not in a good mood. Even the violence had spread to himself. Come out, He Qing said softly. It was then that a lewd, low-slung fat man slowly stepped out of the wall. The place was still shifting evidence, and even without the use of spells, it was certain that someone was still here. Besides, He Qing may not be able to do certain things, but if it was a mountain spirit, then there was no way he could be mistaken. This matter is out of your hands, Taoist. Leave, and perhaps leave everything untouched. Fatty slowly lowered his voice. Not something I can manage? He Qing suddenly snorted. He suddenly revealed the divine power of the mountain god. That fat man actually now made a prototype under the massive pressure. It was actually a weasel. Now what? The weasel spirit monster looked at He Qing in front of him and was shocked. His heart was horrified and his face was ashen. Then he kept kowtowing on the ground. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me, my lord. I've heard there's a pack of weasel clans in the mountains away from here. So, are they all like you? Just the villain. And the villain is larded up. He Qing gave him a cold look. Weasel seemed to think he couldn't muddle through. It was even more difficult for him to imagine why the god of Mount Li today would be a Taoist priest. It also happened to come to visit and would go this far. It all seemed like a dream. This matter has nothing to do with the community. All the villain a person's thing. These bodies are the county and the no nationality and no friends of the beggars, or from the county outside the captive people, are all feather. Just as he said that, a black aura suddenly flowed out of the weasel's body. Click. In an instant, the weasel collapsed to the ground all limp, his eyes rounded and staring tightly at He Qing. He Qing looked over and saw that the weasel's bones and flesh had dissolved into blood foam, and actually soon there was only a dried up skin left laying on the ground, with inexplicable liquid flowing around it. He Qing frowned tightly. Having come this far, it was already certain that there was something really wrong with the feathered sect. Or maybe it was known from the beginning that he had a problem, just not definitive proof. When things go wrong, they go wrong. If one's motives are not clear, if the event is too shocking and out of the ordinary, then in all likelihood it is an anomaly. Besides, sin cannot be covered up, because the facts are here. After a while, the Iron God Catcher and the others also came in. In the face of this scene, they all looked horrified. Who can be at peace when several large wooden barrels are full of various crushed and mangled limbs? I've been to war before, but even there was no such scene. It's not generally evil anymore. He Qing is a little tired. His body had reached the point where he was adamantine and could hardly get tired, but he was left with a long overdue sense of exhaustion. On the way back, He Qing stayed silent. The exhaustion made him not want to say a word, or even just want to find a human place to lie down. He Qing didn't understand why this world was full of strife. Why do some people who already hold power and don't have to work for survival still do all these things? One will be a great success. It's a bad world. Maybe, I shouldn't care anymore, and I don't want to. Wouldn't it be nice to sit back and watch the clouds rise and fall? Read a few books a day. Wander around and see the sights? Back in the courtyard, He Qing laid down on a rattan chair. At this moment, He Qing was undoubtedly caught up in a feeling of entanglement, anxiety, internal conflict, and disgust. Why? What? Ao Shui uttered cautiously from the side. She knew that He Qing was in a bad mood, so she was a little afraid to speak. Why? Just as why did that dragon-slaying swordsman want to harm you? He was clearly the world's top swordsman at that time, clearly living a carefree life and enjoying 100 years in peace. Ao Shui seemed to recall those bad memories as well. He said he wanted to pursue longevity, to pursue the immortal way, and to bathe in dragon's blood. He Qing sighed, not wanting to get caught up in this negativity again, so he planned to practice. It was just that at this moment, it actually seemed that even the cultivation was yielding little results, and it was impossible to focus. His mind was in turmoil, having fallen into a bewildering and inexplicable mood. This emotion caused all of his behavior to go all haywire. At this moment, He Qing seemed to understand why he had never been able to reach Pure Yang infinity. He has not yet illuminated his true heart. When a person is unable to find his own heart, and is too much influenced by external things, by all the things in this world, by those countless disturbing thoughts, how can he break through? He Qing wanted to find an answer to how he would face the world, an answer to how he wanted to go about it. After a while, Su Yuko came again. Seeing her, He Qing simply told all his troubles. It was also at this point that Su Yok realized that He Qing also had troubles. Who in this world has no troubles? And who does not make mistakes? When a person doesn't follow his heart, he tends to feel a deeper level of pain. I don't see that the Taoist master needs to do the rest of the stuff, but only needs to put aside all the distractions about external things, and ask his own heart just how he wants to go about it. He Qing listened and nodded. Maybe you're right. He lay down on the wicker chair and actually fell asleep silently. He Qing had too many thoughts about external objects nowadays, and he wanted to eliminate all of that through sleep. Come to be transformed into a person without too many distractions so that you can ask the heart again. Ao Shui watched from the sidelines. She didn't understand humans, like she never had so many extra thoughts. Isn't life all about eating and sleeping? Why do you think so much? It's just a lot of work. Suyuka walked out of the room. Outside, Chung Mu Sanren and Taoist Chengda were waiting. What is the situation? Taoist Master Chengda asked in a hurry. Su Yok speculated for a moment, then said, there was once a Buddha who attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and now I see that Taoist he is also about to attain enlightenment. This may be an extremely important level of practice. If you succeed, you will naturally step into a new realm. If it fails, then going off the deep end may be possible. The choice of ideas is only a matter of thought. Enlightenment? Taoist Master Chengda twisted his head to look at scattered greenwood. Someone that strong. Someone who might even be stronger than the goddess of mercy actually had to realize the Tao. No, we all went together. How come he didn't realize it? The greenwood scatterer, on the other hand, counted with his fingers, but only saw a piece of infinite pure young divine light that seemed like the sun. Alas, it cannot be counted. Enlightenment, it is easier said than done. But who among the enlightened is not a dragon and phoenix among men? The next day, the usually cold courthouse was rarely bustling. I saw that hundreds of people had already surrounded the yamen in a group, carrying baskets with rotten vegetable leaves or eggs in their hands. As soon as someone comes out, then they will be under siege. Su Yuan's face looked bad. He was seated in the position of the prefectural honored one, with 4 large words written on a plaque behind him in dragons. Mirror hanging high, Iron Divine Constable. You tell me, why has it become like this? Su Yuan's tone was low, implying anger. He's a third-ranked and finally came to this small remote county to be the county magistrate. In just 2 years' time he had already governed Qingping County into this prosperous mold. He rises daily at the smell of the rooster and goes to bed late at night. He had hardly rested too much in the past 2 years, and had worked hard every day, and even his wife had now become like this. But why is that? These foolish people, they'd rather believe in an inexplicable and laborious sect than in me? Su Yuan couldn't help but shout angrily. He only felt that his efforts, his hard work had become a basket of water. The Iron God's arrestor also said coldly, those who do practical things are no match for those who do flowers on the surface. This Qingping County to this day, the credit can almost be counted on the county honors, but those fools feel that it's the feathered sect's credit. Humph! Su Yuan covered his forehead and then waved his hand. Forget it, go home today. Rest. Today's Qingping County is destined to be a noisy place. There were marches all around, all protesting against the injustice of officialdom. In the corner, a mother and son are arguing. I want to go to the academy. Listen. What do you know? Listen to me. Join the feathered sect. I don't know how much better it is than that imperial examination. If you don't go today, you're disowning me as your mother. You're going or not? If not, we'll break off the relationship tonight. The man struggled on his face, looking at his mother, but finally he didn't dare to make the comment about not going. A few figures on the street glanced at each other. These people in Qingping County are really strange. Nowadays Guanyuan province is already in great chaos. The people are like cattle. This Qingping County is so clear and peaceful. Almost everyone is living in peace and happiness. But there are so many people who are dissatisfied with the government. And what does this feathered cult do? The other smiled contemptuously. Instead of begging God and Buddha, we should believe in ourselves. Do these people take God and Buddha to be their sons? Anything will satisfy. He Qing has woken up. There are not many distractions after waking up from sleep. But the mind is still clouded and the light of the spirit has not yet been opened. I've heard that those Taoists are infested by extraterrestrial heavenly demons before their breakthroughs, and their thoughts are restless. Is this the case with you as well? Ao Shui was talking as she kept stuffing her mouth with buns. He Qing slowly shook his head. This is my own problem, and has nothing to do with the heavenly demon. One of the biggest problems that people often encounter is the problems that arise within themselves. It's like wrestling with yourself, even with the feeling that you can't do anything about it. See the heart clearly and know the truth. He Qing couldn't help but think of all the canonical articles from his previous life. Perhaps there are articles about it in this world as well. The Su Mansion had a large collection of books, and He Qing simply went to the Su Mansion to read books, to read the writings of various great scholars of the current world, and to read biographies of past generations. As he read, his thoughts seemed to grow silent and pure. By the following day, He Qing had finished most of the books, to the extent that he was as deaf as he was. A glance was not a problem at all. On the other side, the quest of the Iron God's Constable and the Chengda Taoist Master is met with unprecedented difficulty. There's the Iron God Catcher, and there's the Greenwood Scatterer. They can source out new clues, but they couldn't go probing. Not only were there disturbances from those populations, but there were even some great monks mingling among those populations. The Greenwood Scatterer looked at the monks in their 100 cassock garments. He then grunted coldly. What monks? all dressed in rags and with bellies as big as pigs. Of course, people are divided into good and evil and cannot be generalized. There were also some extremely kind monks who came over to ask questions. A handsome young monk was then puzzled by all that was going on in Qingping County. Several monks. Young monk and Hui. What exactly is the situation? Why are you guys going down the mountain again? The iron godcatcher asked coldly. The abbot said that there were people at the bottom of the mountain who were restless and being oppressed. So they came down. Monk and Hui said. Humph. These people are all from the feathered sect. Is your white Buddha temple also from the feathered sect? The iron godcatcher coldly said. His words filled with malice. Monk and Hui, however, shook his head. The young monk does not know. And do you know the crimes they committed? How many people they killed? The young monk does not know. And do the rest of them know? Monk and Hui hesitated for a moment, then said, since the young monk doesn't know, they should not know either. Then they are going to wantonly maintain and interfere with the functioning of the government offices, making Qingping County even more chaotic? Monk and Hui was silent. Afterward, he said, then please inform the young monks that if there are any problems, the young monks are willing to accompany you and make a small contribution. The iron godcatcher laughed coldly. Who knows if you'll turn your head and go ventilate if I tell you? The young monk would like to swear by the Buddha. The iron godcatcher glanced at the greenwood scatterer. Seeing him nod. Well then, might as well tell you. So the people told Monk and Hui about that day. Monk and Hui's face changed drastically after hearing this. The rootless tree. The flower is in a state of tranquility. Who is willing to rest from the greed of glory? Floating life, the bitter sea boat, swinging away and floating not free. It is difficult to anchor without a border or shore, and often swims in the dangerous place of fish and dragons. If you are willing to look back, it is the head of the shore. Don't wait for the storm to break the boat. He Qing looked at the Tao poem in front of him. At this moment, the pent-up anger in his chest was already gone. To understand the mind, to restore the original mind, to know and to act. So it is. He Qing knew the biggest problem with his failure to achieve pure yang unity and innate infinity. At this moment, he had had an epiphany. He had found the root of himself. He Qing was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, but a gleam of divine light rose from his belly. For a moment, heaven and earth were dark. It was only because the pure yang qi that existed in heaven and earth at the moment had all been absorbed by He Qing. He Qing's divine sense was introduced into the sea of consciousness and he looked within himself. At this moment, he only felt a little aura suddenly arise, and the sound of the ocean tide rose in his ears. It seemed that something vital, something fundamental to life was still congealing. Then a sun came back, like a red sun rising, shining within the ocean. He Qingming was enlightened. He saw that all the pure yang astral energy in his body was condensed, like a tidal wave surging towards his belly. That bit of spiritual light glowed with the color of pure gold, and it was transformed into a golden dam that looked like the sun and the moon. The golden elixir is self-generated, using the three elements of essence, qi and spirit as medicine, melting into one. He also passes through the three passes and opens the 9 apertures. He passes through the great circumference of the sky and obtains the threefold fire. One could only see a sea of fire boiling in the Jindan, which was the Samadhi true fire, a golden elixir. It was like a great sun rising on a sea tide. It was round and golden, carrying endless divine light. There were endless flames burning and forging in the golden dan again. At every moment, countless chaotic distractions fall into it, and endless threads of worry are eliminated. All of this was only as if the heavens had turned upside down inside He Qing's body, but in the outside world it was just a few breaths. It was as if time only flowed within He Qing. For a moment in the outside world, he actually felt as long as a year. It wasn't until the Jindan condensed and He Qing came to his senses that all these feelings subsided. At this moment, it was as if he had regained a new life. The whole person was as if he had broken free of the cobwebs, and a sense of ease and freedom filled his heart. However, in an instant, He Qing seemed to have gained a new life, and was very different from before. This is Jindan? The golden elixir is widely practiced in both past and present lives. This is the nature of the true spirit. Confucianism is practiced as saint, Buddhism is practiced as Buddha, and Taoism is practiced as immortal. Jindan is further divided into the genera of water and fire, the 5 elements, the sun and moon, the 4 seasons, and the dragon and tiger. He Qingji's Jindan, however, belonged to pure yang. After condensing the Jindan, he burns himself with the Samadhi fire to incinerate away the distracting thoughts of filth. This Samadhi flame was He Qing's companion divine ability to condense the Jindan. Samadhi fire is also called karmic fire, dust-jacking fire. Ao Shui crawled in the courtyard blinking her dragon eyes at He Qing. Just a moment ago, she clearly detected an inexplicable change in He Qing, a qualitative change. As if transforming into a butterfly, the depressed qi on his body completely disappeared, and he became free with his mind, as if he was outside of heaven, as if he was not disturbed by the karmic fire of the heart robbery. Ao Shui looked at it for a while, and then looked towards the sky in the extreme distance. It was dusk. The red sky colored half of the sky, the sun sank in the west, and the sound of the river lapping resounded in his ears. I'm homesick, Ao Shui suddenly said. It's been centuries since she was persecuted by the dragon-slaying swordsman. He Qing looked at her. Yes? Someone is praying. There's a drought there, and a dragon is needed to travel the clouds and spread rain. Ao Shui couldn't help but say. And you can hear prayers? You have a priesthood? He Qing was a bit surprised. Of course. I'm the water god of the Panking Phoenix Lake, and I have many believers, and during festivals, they'll even go to the lake to offer sacrifices, and bring me roasted chickens, beef, and the like, which are delicious. It's just that the drinks that are served are too much and a little spicy for my liking. Also, why is it called Lake Pangfong and not Lake Panglong? Ao Shui looked at the sky and muttered to herself. Several hundred years had passed, and He Qing didn't expect that Ao Shui would actually have believers who remembered her. It seems like this water god should have been competent in the first place. I remember once Buyu was so tired that he ended up getting a cramp in his foot and landed on the ground, right in front of a scholar, scaring him half to death. I don't know if the scribe is still alive. Thinking of this scene, Ao Shui suddenly revealed a silly smile. Then you go, He Qing suddenly said. Ao Shui is a very strong fighter. He Qing was naturally aware of this. Just that compared to staying by his side, there were perhaps more important things she needed to do. After forming the Jindan, He Qing already had a clear mind, with a quality like gold and jade, and was no longer fixated on the gains and losses of the moment. If the drought could be solved and hundreds of thousands of people could be saved, it would be more meaningful than staying with him. Really? Ao Shui looked at He Qing with bright eyes. He Qing nodded. Really? You're such a good person, Ao Shui said seriously. Maybe. Then remember to come to me later. I can't live without you. Could be. Well, then I'm really off. Go. It's really gone. Go. He Qing looked at a dragon shadow that had disappeared into the clouds and then vanished without a trace. Ugh. Becoming alone again. The silly dragon is quite cute too. A day passes. Since checking out the clues, nature has broken off again. After the popular march, all the trail shenanigans were quickly erased. In front of such a power that could almost hold the power of the whole county, even more than the power of the county magistrate, there seemed to be no way forward. The iron godcatcher sat coldly on the bench. For the first time he had seen a sin that the whole county had to cover up. The feathered sect has managed to achieve such a level in just 10 years. It really reminds me of another cult, who are even more terrifying than the feathered sect, and have even existed for a long time in history, and have even subverted the imperial government. Even today, I'm afraid that the power in the dynasty cannot be underestimated. The iron godcatcher couldn't help but sigh. This manipulation of people's minds and brainwashing is very scary, especially in the midst of the current era. White Lotus sect, Scattered Greenwood added. A few people were silent. By now, they didn't even dare to bring the county constable, because these people might also be members of the feathered sect. They have now gone from a simple problem of tracking down the real culprits to a much more complex one. That is to identify the evils of the feathered cult, get the key evidence, and break the gods in the hearts of the people. Today the number of believers in the feathered sect in Qingping County actually reaches more than 1,000. The number has been extremely frightening. If this was not resolved, even if the feathered sect master left, the feathered sect would not be overthrown. Each of these believers can reorganize the spread. This is an extremely scary point. It's actually quite simple. At that moment, a faint voice appeared. The crowd all looked over, only to see He Qing walk in through the door. Since the White Buddha Temple is involved, let's go to the White Buddha Temple. If that's not possible, then we'll go directly to the feathered sect. If it doesn't work again, go to the feathered sect leader and let the Greenwood Scatterer know with a single calculation. It's just a matter of God stopping God and Buddha stopping Buddha. The reason why Aoki Scatterer, Iron God's arrestor and the rest of them didn't survive was not because of the reasoning ability, the problem of clues. Rather, it lies in the most core competencies. They don't have enough to move forward to the next step. Several people heard He Qing's words and immediately felt a sense of unrivaled sharpness. It was as if the sword had brushed off the dust and blossomed into a cold light. After forming the Jindan, He Qing had no more distractions. He had previously wondered what he was really doing all this for. Since those people, those feathered believers themselves, were enjoying themselves, why should he bother? But now it's different. He Qing had come to his senses. He's not doing it for anything, not for anyone else, but for himself. It's just a matter of getting your mind right. Next, whoever is in the way, then just sweep it away. Monk Hui was listening on the sidelines, and he glanced at He Qing before saying, "My White Buddha Temple's abbot is already in the realm of the obscene trace golden body. This Taoist master has to be cautious as well. Monk Hui cautiously reminded. White Buddha Temple has a history of nearly 100 years in Qingping County, and is considered to be incense-rich on weekdays. There are about 30 monks in the temple. Most of these monks practiced the Rohan Kung Fu style of boxing and were called martial monks. When the Lohan fist is fully accomplished, you can suppress ghosts with Buddha's light. Naturally, this Luohan fist only had extra boosts when killing ghosts, and when fighting with people it would be comparable to mundane martial arts. The abbot of the White Buddha Temple, Monk Hui Jue, is a rare long-lived man in Qingping County. This man has lived for over 100 years, in an era when life expectancy is just 40 or 50 years per capita. Monk Hui Jue is almost equivalent to 2 lifetimes of an ordinary person. A group of people were heading to the White Buddha Temple. The White Buddha Temple is located on a short hill, and as far as the eye can see, only a glazed roof is golden in the morning light. Along the way, Monk Hui was always hesitant. Monk, do you think that abbot of yours is normal? When he was about to travel to the bottom of the mountain, the greenwood scatterer suddenly asked. Monk Hui was a little unsure of how to speak. You already knew that there were ghosts inside. That's why you were willing to follow us, right? Otherwise, where would you think of betraying your own family? Greenwood scatterer laughed. The wind blew through the fallen leaves, and the hill was a cluster of ghostly bamboos. Green and blue bamboo leaves float overhead. The abbot has taught us before that monks do not deceive and should be compassionate. But I don't know when it started, but I felt that Master Abbot had changed. Late at night I could often see him wandering around outside, his body stiff and canine, and once in the night I went to the outhouse and saw him. Monk Hui couldn't help but turn his Buddha beads. Only then did he continue. The abbot's appearance at that time was truly terrifying, and he wanted to eat me. But the 4 of them, Greenwood Scatterer, Iron Divine Constable, Taoist Chengda and He Qing, glanced at each other. However, a few people waited for a while before waiting for the following. Keep talking, don't be a eunuch. Scattered Greenwood couldn't help but scold. It was as if there was an abrupt end to it, which made it quite difficult for the crowd. Monk Hui sighed. His heart was filled with torment. All the while, his mind kept reflecting the words that the abbot had once taught him. On one side was the ghastly appearance of the abbot in the dead of night, but the next day, it was as if the abbot would forget the events of the night. He remembered nothing. The Greenwood Scatterer couldn't help but count with his fingers after hearing this. If you are attached to the rest of your life and don't want to die, you will eventually be alienated. There weren't many monks in the White Buddha Temple, and most of them had already descended the mountain. Several people came into the White Buddha Temple. The White Buddha Temple is very large, and there are many palaces in it, all of which are dedicated to Lohan Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. At the back there is a luscious pagoda with wind chimes hanging outside of it. Whenever the mountain wind blows, the wind chimes will make a pleasant sound. This is the Demon Suppression Tower, in which the evil-doing demons of the past 100 years are suppressed. The group of people had Monk Hui leading the way and easily came to a house. The light of the Buddha shines in this house, and from a distance, there is a divine light. Seeing this scene, the Iron Godcatcher laughed coldly in return. Lust for a better life. This Buddha's light can be seen at a glance that it was set up by a Buddhist monk with deep dharma. But the thing is, who has nothing better to do than to have such a strong Buddhist light in their bedroom? A few people drew their feet and burst inside. The Iron Godcatcher was unaware of how powerful Monk Hui Jue was, and he wasn't afraid. Taoist Master Chengda and Greenwood Scatterer, on the other hand, took large strides inside as if they were dogs. However, just as he reached the door, the blazing Buddhist light suddenly exploded. The golden light fell on the crowd like flames burning, and a tingling sensation came out. He Qing stood in place, his clothes fluttering when the breeze picked up. Looking at the blazing Buddhist light, He Qing reached out. The Samadhi flame presented red, gold, and turquoise colors mixed together and mingled with this Buddha light, which actually melted like snow. Look alike. Samadhi fire is originally karmic fire. If a person has a clear conscience, if a person's thoughts are clear and he or she stays true to his or her heart, it is less powerful. If a person is intoxicated with the red dust of the world, and millions of threads of worry are born in his heart, it can be very powerful. Entered the house, but only to find it Spartan. A bed, a stitched quilt, a stained wooden table. Here, the Aoki scattered one pushed the bed. Only a tunnel was visible. A few people headed down the tunnel. The tunnels are large and very spacious. A faint odor of blood came from it. In a short while, the crowd came to the bottom of the tunnel. It was a secret room with vents, and a strong odor of blood filled the place. There was a futon in the secret room and a table with a jade disc on it. Instead, a heart was placed on the plate. A very small heart. That heart had been bitten on a couple times and was more than half left. A few people looked very unhappy, especially Monk Hui, whose face turned white almost instantly. Why is the abbot like this, when he was so good and kind? People, They always change. A few more people looked around. He Qing then came to a bookshelf. He picked up a book at random, which was a Buddhist scripture. It is a sutra of repentance to the Buddha. What's this? A feather? That's when a few people spotted something in the corner. It was a cloud of ash. Burned ash. Some outlines were vaguely discernible in the ashes. Feathers? He Qing instantly thought of the shenanigans. Those weird features are feathers, and they have very straggly feathers growing on their bodies. It was as bizarre and outlandish as if thousands of feathers had been forced into one person's body. The feathered sect. It's really blatant. Seeing this, the crowd was almost certain that this abbot of the White Buddha temple had a big problem. Swallowing hearts in the raw and having a different feather in his body. He is already irredeemable. The greenwood scatterer sighed. Just then, a fierce wind seemed to blow outside. Ding ding ding. The wind chimes rang one after another, as if waves were lifting one layer after another. There was a much fainter voice in the continuous wind chime. It was a footstep. Bang! The door was opened and closed. Monk and Hui turned pale. It's over. The abbot has found out. As a monk of White Buddha temple, Monk and Hui naturally understood what kind of character Abbot Huijue was. Almost all of the demons in that demon-suppressing tower were the result of Abbot Huijue's battles when he was young. Moreover, as he grows older, his cultivation is increasing. Now he has practiced the obscene Vajra body, which is a Buddha's divine power. The ascetics who came from Qingping County had all appreciated this divine ability in the beginning. The crowd waited in silence. It seemed that except for Monk and Hui, the rest of the people were still calm. Da, da, da. Footsteps rose slowly, and a shadow had spread over the group in the candlelight. Then a voice rang out. I wonder what you all want to do when you come to me. When they saw the kind-eyed Abbot Huijue slowly walking down the stairs, the crowd naturally had different reactions. As if he were a frightened chicken, Monk and Hui began to get inexplicably agitated and kept pacing in place, turning in small circles. The greenwood scatterer's expression remained unchanged, and his body was even more completely relaxed. He was weaker than Goose in combat and could only lie flat no matter what he encountered. The Iron Godcatcher's face changed slightly. His eyes were cold, and his body couldn't help but tense up. From Abbot Huijue's body, a horrible might slowly rose, as if he was facing a big object on the side. The candle flames flickered, reflecting a horrific, demonic figure burning with black demonic flames but with folded hands on one of the side walls. He Qing was unchanged and instead replied with a light smile. I've heard that monks don't lie? With his hands behind his back, He Qing slowly walked towards Abbot Huijue, his eyes staring intently into Abbot Huijue's eyes. Abbot, Monk and Hui slowly voiced out. Abbot Huijue didn't answer He Qing's question first and instead looked at Monk and Hui. I remember when you were an abandoned baby, growing up step by step in the White Buddha temple. Now that I think about it, the days go by really fast. Monk and Hui was trembling slightly. I also remember you as you once were. But, Abbot Huijue shook his head instead. I don't blame you for luring people over. Because that's what I once taught you. That my Buddha is compassionate and sends out grand wishes to subdue the demons of the world. And sooner or later you'll have to come to the same point. All my life I believed in Buddha. Even wanted to become a Buddha. But in the end I realized that I am a human being. A mortal. A mortal who is gradually growing old. Monk and Hui couldn't help but shed tears. Abbot Huijue looked at He Qing again. I wonder which one your honor is again. It's just a nameless trail. And why would you dare to come to my dragon's den? Or devil's den? Looking bad is like seeing a mosquito buzzing around and always wanting to crush it to death with your fingers. He Qing had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He was in a good mood. His mind was at peace. This calmness made him natural and mellow. Yeah, you think I'm a mosquito? Abbot Huijue's voice was vicissitude, slow and feeble. Isn't it? Abbot Huijue folded his hands and suddenly said, Amit Ba Buddha. Though I raised you, I had to kill you myself today. And I felt a pang of sadness and a sense of sin becoming thick in my body. Go ahead and ask. What do you want to know? He Qing had his hands behind his back. He saw the golden body of a Buddhist compassionate Buddha. But at that heart was a heart boiling with demonic intent. What kind of demonic intent is that? It is the fear of death. A fear that transcends everything. Beyond a lifetime of learning the Dharma. Beyond one's own compassion. How many people have been harmed? 15. Each one clearly remembered. Who gave you the spell? Feathered Sect Master. Binding Jiao Dharma King. A good monk does not lie. At this point, do you still want to comply? The practice of a lifetime is habitual. Monk Huijue was already living a long life with white hair and white beard. The snow-white eyebrows were even longer like snakes, hanging down from the brow bone. Finished asking? Boundless demonic flames had surfaced on Abbot Huijue's body. These demonic flames converged to form an immense and incomparable golden body. This golden body was sitting on its knees, but its head was already touching the top. The golden body glared angrily, as if it were a nightshade Shura. The terrifying demonic flames formed a concrete heavy pressure falling on everyone. The power seemed to put one in the middle of the deep sea. Even though he hadn't made a move, he already felt a shortness of breath in his chest and couldn't help but want to hold his breath. The Iron God Catcher's face was getting worse and worse, and he even doubted whether they would be able to leave today or not. The strength of this old thing, manhwaedit, was actually the only thing he had ever seen in his life. Even in Qingping County, there were very few people with this kind of strength. Monk and Hui remained in place not knowing what to do. His heart was beyond tortured and tormented. In the end, he could only sit on the ground with his knees crossed and began chanting Buddhist scriptures under his breath. The Buddha said, "Good Ananda, you should know that all beings, from the beginning of time, birth and death continue. It is all because they do not know that the everlasting true heart is pure and clear. They use all delusions. This thought is not true, therefore there is rotation." He Qing calmly said, "Well, the questioning is done." The Jindan in his body was like the sun rising in the east. In it was like a sea of fire, and the samadhi fire that burned everything boiled. He Qing all distracting thoughts of desire, and even the heavenly devil's demonic thoughts of the Tathagata self-realization heaven were all burned up. It only reaches the point of following the nature. This samadhi true fire is likewise recorded in the Buddhist sect. It is a supreme and great divine power. Abbot Huijue's eyes suddenly widened before they were reflected in a sea of fire. Fire! Fire! Put out the fire! A few monks who stayed behind anxiously rushed over with buckets of water. But the excavation of the three-colored fire is like an illusion. There is no entity. The house fell in the midst of the fire without the slightest damage. On the contrary, there is a monk sitting on his knees and the sea of fire has been turned into white bones. Tonight's landscape has a little more sparkle besides the stars and moon. He Qing and the others were strolling down the mountain. When the Iron Divine Constable saw that scene, he only felt that the little Taoist in front of him was like a man of God. It's as if waving your hand invites a cloud. This kind of might as if he was a god or a Buddha made him feel a sense of awe from his heart. But at the same time, the Iron God Catcher was somewhat resistant. It is these people in cultivation that make this world so chaotic. The Iron God Finder seemed to mean something. Is that so? He Qing wore a light smile. Unconcerned. He doesn't care about the world. And he can't. He can only control himself. The way down was smooth. Taoist Chengda, who had been stealthily hiding in the corner, still had a feeling as if he was dreaming. "Let me pinch you to see if you're dreaming," Lord Chengda said to Scattered Greenwood. Aoki Scatter glared at him. To pinch yourself. How bad it is to pinch yourself. By the time they reached the bottom of the hill, the crowd was sure of one thing. Now that it has been confirmed that it is indeed the feathered sex problem, what should be done? The crowd couldn't help but place their eyes on He Qing. Why don't I go ahead and contact the Guan master? With the power of White River Guan, Qingping Palace together? Taoist Chengda offered his opinion. Let's get some sleep first, refresh ourselves, and then we'll go straight for it, He Qing said. Then he looked back to Taoist Sungmin. Of course, if you're willing to make contact that's fine too. There's strength in numbers. After saying that, He Qing's body fluttered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He's a little tired. At this moment, facing the night breeze, He Qing felt a sense of silence, and his mind was filled with thoughts, but returned to peace. When I returned home, I lay down alone in a deck chair in the courtyard and fell asleep. Frozen shoulder, family, like a stick stirring inside the bone. Interge, boo-hoo. One shift today. By the way, I'm begging for monthly votes. Catch up reading and all that. What is owed will be made up. When that piece of tricolored dusty rubber fire was lit up in the night, the entire night sky became a base color, accentuating the splendor of the three-colored true fire more and more. The monks in the White Buddha temple watched this scene with dumbfounded eyes. No matter how much water they poured, it still didn't help when they splashed it on. Could it be a ghostly technique? Some illusion? Someone grunted. White Buddhism originally teaches the method of subduing demons and eliminating devils, and is extremely clear about the various ways in which they are practiced. Like some of the mountain charm will be extremely good at illusion, often absorption of some of the passers-by of the yang qi essence. Naturally, there are also many beautiful legends of erotic events in the mountains. Some benign sprites and monsters will also let people off the hook after a good time. Even there are many scholars and prodigal guests specially run to the deep mountains, wanting to experience one of the erotic affairs. This flame neither fears water nor stretches out in all directions, which is really strange. There were monks in cassocks, looking mute, who stuck out their fingers and shoved them into them. However, there was only a sense of silence and coldness coming out. The rest of the monks were surprised to see this. So it's an illusion. What kind of demon dares to come into my White Buddha temple and spread wildness? When the abbot comes back, he will definitely capture it into the demon-suppressing pagoda. Unable to help himself, the other monk put his hand in as well. However, in an instant, a terrifying flame erupted. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes amidst mournful cries. The rest of the monks couldn't help but let out a cold sweat and hastily brought their hands back. Many of them were also so frightened that they took dozens of steps backward, stumbling a bit as they walked. The fire of dust and robberies washes away the dust of the innocent and turns the guilty into ashes. What the hell is this? Where is the abbot? Where has the abbot gone? This is a major matter and requires the abbot's hand to suppress it. In the underground dark room, a white bone with a radiant body clasped its hands together, then completely turned into ashes in the karmic fire. Qingping County is not far from Baekbalsa Temple. See the sparkling fireworks blooming on that mountain even in the middle of the night. In Qingping County, the 2 Taoist and 1 Buddha. Qingping Palace is the most low-key, is when Qingping County was first established, in order to guard against demons and monsters set up together. At first, the Qingping Palace was also considered an official institution, but later, after independence, it also fell silent. The palace master of Qingping Palace was a female crown. Li Yi opened his eyes. She was clad in feathered clothes, wearing a white jade hibiscus crown on her head. Although she was already in her middle age, she was still fragrant, and she still carried a trace of fragrance after years of intoxication. She stood up slowly and pushed open the lattice door. The night wind clattered in, blowing the French bells hanging from the ceiling's algal wells to jingle. The moment he saw that scene of fireworks, Li Yi also felt that it was a misfire, but then the demonic thoughts burning from it caught her attention. Li Yi opened his Dharma eye, but he only saw a demonic shadow burning away in the sea of fire. The devil's shadow was so powerful that it was like a night fork, and it was like an angry vajra, but it was used as a burning fuel in that flame and gradually melted as if it were a candle. Looking at that flame, Li Yi's heart was momentarily distracted, and even had a tendency to burn. With a shock in her heart, she hurriedly closed her Dharma eyes and shut the door to the room again. What great power is this? Li Yi was well read in the classics and immediately recalled all sorts of flame divine abilities in his mind. Red Lotus Karma Fire? Samadhi Fire? These 2 divine powers are all great divine powers, but if you master them, you can go anywhere in the world. Even the great gods of the world and the cool officials of the underworld would have to be afraid when they saw them. Why would a cultivator capable of mastering such great aptitude appear in Qingping County? And who could it be? Li Yi was momentarily in deep thought. She was silent for a moment, then rang the bell at her side. Do not observe the flame, naturally. If there is no ghost in your heart, and you have lived a life of goodness, then you are not disturbed by it. There are mostly female crowns in the Qingping Palace. Another clamor of discussion arose after Li Yi conveyed it. White Buddha Temple. Monk Huijue, after all, has gone astray. Taoist Master Qingda is on his way to the mountains. He was still thinking of ways to impress the viewer. The Guan Master had said that the White River Guan does not ask about worldly affairs and that it is good to concentrate on cultivation. But this feathered sect is clearly a cult. Ugh. At one time, the White Lotus sect was also a world-famous holy sect before it plagued the world. No one expected that the true face of the White Lotus sect hidden under the veil of holiness would actually be so evil. It wasn't until the moment when the dynasty was actually subverted that all of them saw this completely clearly. Nowadays, the methods of this feathered sect are no different from those of the White Lotus sect. Right now, if he didn't stop it, the moment it really erupted it would already be too late. In the White River view, a disheveled old man was standing on top of a mountain cliff as the evening breeze encroached. My mother Lu, great aptitude cultivator, also do not know Vu? I don't know if I can listen to the sermon and find a relationship. That monk Huijue is miserable. Fortunately I didn't get involved with that feathered sect. Back then, the feathered sect master didn't just look for monk Huijue. The White River Guan master was also approaching the end of his days and was now 98 years old. At that moment, Taoist Master Qingda came over. Master, you're not sleeping. Taoist Qingda thought about how to get involved. I can't sleep. I'm dying and I'm still sleeping? What are you talking about? You old man can still live for decades. Taoist Master Qingda smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Then don't bother me, when you do. I'm afraid I won't survive a year. Alas, that feathered cult. What the heck? Feathered sect. I'm not asking for anything in return. So don't harm me. K2 immediately refused. The feathered sect master was the Dharma king of the Yin demon vein, one of the 8 branches of the White Lotus sect today. Although he had already defected, he was a full-fledged big shot in the outside world. He's an old man from a small remote county, that's not going over there to deliver groceries? Alas. Well then, I won't trouble you, master, but I just went to the White Buddha temple tonight. Taoist Master Qingda hadn't finished. K2 then immediately came to his side. What do you mean? You went to the White Buddha temple tonight? Which great cultivator set that fire? It's a little Taoist priest named He. Oh, you recognize? Recognize. A smile immediately bloomed on K2's face. You did not say earlier. To get rid of the devil and defend the way is my obligation of the White River view. Where do I have the reason to escape? Although I am an old bone, but it can be used. Go go go. Go down the mountain this night. Master, it's too late tonight. The inns are closed. How about tomorrow? Which can't wait until tomorrow. Oh, Kitu is an old man, and now that he is approaching the end of his days, he doesn't want to die. Who in this world wants to grow old? Which dynasty and which generation of emperors did not send people to search for the elixir of immortality? If the calculating disciple does not want to prolong his life with evil methods, then he can only progress in Taoist practice. Rumor has it that Jindan cultivators can then live beyond 300 years. If it is to the realm of Yuanshan cannot be damaged in Shen, subject to 1,000 years of incense. Rumor has it that the 10 ancestors of the Taoist sects lifting the Xia Ascension realm even lives with the heavens. Such a great cultivator who was able to execute the Samadhi true flame could be said to be unattainable. So how could he let this opportunity go? In the rain of the morning breeze, He Qing opened his eyes. Daylight fell on him through the fine, tightly packed branches and leaves. After a good night's sleep, the whole person just feels refreshed, as if newborn. He Qing hit the clean water and washed his face and rinsed his mouth. A large orange cat passed in front of He Qing's eyes from the flying eaves. Meow. After a while, He Qing remembered the goal of the day. There's no hurry. First we'll go out for breakfast. He Qing had some cravings. Early in the morning Qingping County is vibrant with people from all walks of life getting to work. The breakfast stand was full. He Qing came to a stall selling milk wine as well as goat's milk and milk cakes. This is a slightly rare store. I heard that the boss traveled around when he was young, out of the Dayue dynasty, and traveled around the west for a few years. When I got older, I missed my hometown, so I brought my skills here to set up a stall. A bottle of milk wine, 3 milk cakes, and a plate of unctuous sauerkraut. He Qing shouted. Okay, Master Dao, wait a moment. There were a lot of people here, so He Qing could only share a seat with others. Came to a table flanked by wrinkled, dark-skinned, middle-aged men. They smiled broadly and chatted about heavenly things. Hey, that Guan Yuan prefecture is in chaos nowadays, and I don't know if it will hit us. What are you afraid of? I don't believe the court can't stop it. It's just a bunch of messy soldiers. What's the point of talking about that? Why don't we talk about whether there are any new ladies at the Heavenly Fragrance House lately? I heard that the original Heavenly Fragrance Mansion's fragrant peach was ransomed by the Su family's second son, Lu Seer. You still dare to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, and you're not afraid of your family's tigress knowing about it. After a while, the milk cake came. He Qing quietly savored it. This milk cake is sweet and fragrant and very soft. Once you bite into it, there's still a very sweet creamy taste coming out of it, making it a fine dessert. Naturally, this again requires an extremely high level of sophistication. Milkshake would be a total dessert drink. Very sweet, but not cloying. This exotic cuisine is also really unique. Boss, this is good. Why haven't I had goat's milk this sweet before? Someone drank. The owner, a bearded man, smiled and said, Hey, this sheep of mine was brought back from the western region. I bought 5 at that time, and I came back with just 1 left. Poor thing. How about breeding with my family's sheep? Again. Just then, a loud shout came. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You guys go eat off to the side. He Qing looked over with some curiosity. Is it true that, after arriving in Qingping County for so long, you finally encountered the legendary incident of a vicious young man coming to your door? So should I punch you in the face? In the past, He Qing had occasionally fantasized about this kind of image, but when it actually happened, he felt a little disillusioned. When a person really reaches the point of not being shocked by things and watching the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court, many things will become indifferent. When one puts the pattern goal in the world, these things become not important in the slightest. Like a breeze, after eating the milk cake, He Qing Shun went back to the house. His mind remained calm. At this point, He Qing couldn't help but wonder, is it more important to keep his mind calm, or is it more important to be off balance, and angry, and then vengeful because of what happened? Looking at the fish swimming in the water pond in the courtyard, He Qing smiled. There was already an answer to all of this. People in this world to meet this kind of trivial things simply cannot be more, almost every day to encounter. If you have to be angry and angry at every turn, sooner or later you will be out of balance. Bang! Bang! Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. K2 dressed himself. Qingda, what do you think of Master Me now? Good enough. You've asked 39 times. Taoist Master Qingda was somewhat speechless. That's when the door opened. He Qing saw Taoist Master Qingda with a bad old man. Little Taoist, where is your master? It was as if a question mark had popped up on He Qing's head. K2 looked inside. I'm the master of the White River Watch. Taoist Master Qingda tugged on Kita's sleeve. K2 glared back. I don't have a master. That's him, master. Taoist Qingda hurriedly explained. K2 couldn't help but rub his eyes and look at it a few more times. In his impression, these great avatar cultivators were middle-aged if not gray-haired old men. In front of me, although this little Taoist priest is plump and divine, but if it is, that big cultivator is also too appalling. Soon, however, K2 changed his earlier appearance. So it's a senior Taoist master. Qingda glanced at K2's gray hair and then at He Qing's face. I really didn't expect to be able to say 2 words as shameless as senior. Just call me He Qing. He Qing was somewhat curious as he looked towards the White River goddess. Come in. After a few people entered the courtyard, they waited for a while, and the Greenwood Scatterer and the Iron Divine Constable also came. The Greenwood Scatterer came in and caught a glimpse of the White River Watchmaster K2. Greetings, fellow Taoist. K2 also looked at the Greenwood Scatterer. Seeing that his body's chi was not visible and hidden and mysterious, he immediately became strange. Naturally, he hadn't dared to take a closer look at He Qing. I am the White River Watchmaster K2, and the Taoist friend is? 37th generation of the Plum Blossom Iguana. Single pass. A-OK. Yo, then Taoist friend, give me a fortune telling. Kita's eyes lit up. The end of the line is approaching, and I've met a nobleman. Hey, not bad. Kita's mind was instantly open. He felt sure that the nobleman was He Qing. Thinking about it, K2 couldn't help but show himself off. That feathered sect master is another former binding Jiao Dharma king of the White Lotus sect, specializing in physical combat, with a force comparable to that of a Jiao dragon, and he is in possession of a forbidden magical treasure, which is also known as the Guile. Creepy? Speaking of this, He Qing's eyes instantly lit up. Creepy might be scary to the rest of the world, but to him it was the best and fastest means to increase his strength. It was a feather, which allowed him to master the power to control the wind. But of course, the consequence was the gradual alienation of himself, with a feather on his body, becoming inhuman. It was precisely because of this that he went to Qingping County to found the feathered sect, wanting to wash away the contamination with the incense and faith of the 10,000 people, and in the process use the 10,000 people to anchor himself to normalcy. I'm good at forbidding, so when the time comes, I can forbid it to be encircled in one place so that it doesn't endanger the people in the county. That from the Qingping Palace specializes in illusion, so let her assist in the battle when the time comes. He Qing listened carefully from the side and nodded in passing. The Iron God Constable then helped evacuate the surrounding people, as well as assisting the city god in dealing with the lurking crisis. As for the feathered sect leader, well, it's in my hands. A feather capable of commanding the wind. A feather can do this kind of divine power. So what kind of creature's feather could it be? If he were to obtain this feather, what kind of power would He Qing obtain? He Qing couldn't help but get curious in his heart. Several large embroidered green copper chains were held on the wall. This copper chain has the thickness of a room beam. On top of the fine full of small golden letters. From time to time will be like running water, gradually flickering Buddhist light. A huge palm was kneading the jade beads. Bang! Suddenly, the jade bead shattered and was crushed into pieces by the enormous power of the palm. A horrifying face with gnarled muscles, as if it were a ghostly face or some kind of savage creature, suddenly opened its eyes. The feathered sect master's face was calm as he began to slowly gather up the dust, his mouth still chanting the ice heart technique. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not collapse. If all changes are still calm, the spirit will be happy and the chi will be quiet. If you forget yourself and keep the one, the 6 roots will be fixed. A terrifying aura slowly began to fill the room. Just as in the mountains and fields, the bear and tiger on the body of the spirit, all the beasts fear of the kind of feeling. This dominating aura soon filled the room. The moment Suing stepped into the room, it was as if he was a rabbit being confronted by a ferocious tiger. Fear rose up from the heart and could not be stopped like a flood from the dike. Su Ying's arms trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, trying to erase the feeling, but he couldn't do it anyway. Wei Jue is dead? A flat voice rang out. This blandness, however, frightened Suing even more. Aye, my lord. Suing hurriedly knelt on the ground, trying to display a submissive stance. The feathered sect master opened his eyes that burned with demonic flames and seemed like dragon pupils. I have endured for a long time. For 10 years, I have recited the Buddhist sutras almost every day and have not practiced killing. In that case, come on then. Bang! Only to see the chains constantly being broken. A skyrocketing aura seemed like a sharp sword thrusting straight into the clouds and sky. In an instant, the thick clouds in the sky were stirred away, revealing a clear blue sky. At this moment, everyone who made their way to the feathered divine temple felt an enormous pressure pouring over them. He's waiting for me, He Qing said slowly as he took a sip of milk wine. The more this happened, the less anxious he became instead, and the calmer his mind became. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. The venomous snakes hiding in the bushes are in turn more intimidating. According to the White River Guan master, Qingping County was also extremely important to that feathered sect master. It is a place that has been in operation for decades and is not likely to be easily abandoned. Kitu also felt the surging aura and couldn't help but tremble. He looked at He Qing's young face and couldn't help but feel skeptical in his heart. Could this Taoist priest who seemed like a teenager really deal with that binding Jiao Dharma King? That was once one of the 8 Dharma veins of the White Lotus sect. The Dharma King, the once mighty overlord of the world. Naturally, its strength was greatly reduced due to a serious injury, which was why it had to imperialize the forbidden object to gain power. Even so, it's no more than 2 or 3/10 of what it was in its heyday. It was a ferocious tiger. A clawless, aged ferocious tiger. But after all, it was also a tiger. A man who had once reigned supreme over a land. He Qing listened to the legendary story about the binding Jiao Dharma King. This one Dharma King might not be as good as that dragon-slaying swordsman in terms of reputation, but it is by no means inferior in strength. That dragon-chopper swordsman used a feint trick, using the world's strange poison, plus picking the weakest moment when Ao Shui walked the auger before killing Ao Shui. However, the binding Jiao Dharma King was truly fighting with a black Jiao and did not lose the slightest bit of ground. His physique is by no means a normal human being. If it was on the battlefield, 1 against 10,000 might not be a problem. The rolling Yangtze River passes through the east, and the waves have exhausted the heroes. Let the years go by. The once dominant hegemon has also reached the twilight of the weak period, just like that one overlord who had once faded away in the river of years. The years are like knives, and many heroes and heroines can't escape. He Qing closed his eyes. This one might be a tough battle, and he must not take it lightly. After all, he had only practiced for more than 10 years, and was still slightly young compared to these people who had practiced for most of their lives. This time, He Qing would leave behind the lake light sword and the things that were still immature, and would instead respond with what he was best at. Pure Yang without limit. He Qing opened his eyes, only to see the great sun clamoring and a ray of golden light spilling down. Standing under the great sun, He Qing only felt a surge of power surging through his heart. As he breathed in and out, he felt a surge of power being integrated into his body, strengthening it. It seemed as if he could keep getting stronger as long as he stood under the great sun, as long as he had access to the sunlight. In the Jindan, the sea-like pure yang astral energy was continuously creating waves, and the fearful might seem like a sun flare. It was a massive and primal force that required no embellishment, no skill. Unconsciously, an extremely terrifying aura had already been set off on He Qing's body. The surrounding space actually refracted ripples, as if ripples kept spreading. It is also like a long whale entering the sea, and its huge body naturally raises waves. Pure Yang is the realm in which one has reached the body of non-leakage, senses the mysteries of heaven and earth, and is careful to abide by one's own heart. Wuji is even more ethereal, symbolizing the infinity of cosmic chaos. Pure Yang Infinity was a realm, yet it was also a starting point. White River Watch Master Kitu, Taoist Chengda, Iron Sheriff, and the newly arrived Qingping Palace Master Li Yi. Several people all felt this internalized terrifying might. The whole person seemed to be standing on the side of the great sun, as if he could perceive the sense of grandeur and vastness, as well as his own insignificance. This terrifying intent that originated from the Pure Yang Infinity caused several people to only feel a sense of nothingness. It was an empty feeling of what was the meaning of one's own existence compared to the cosmic flood. Cultivation is supposed to be about the realm of the Tao and the intention. The more prevalent the intention, the more prevalent one's path becomes. The path of Pure Yang Wuji was unheard of and unseen. It is the unprecedented and horrifying path of searching for the mysteries of the universe. He Qing opened his eyes, and his eyes emitted divine light as if they were the sun and the moon. Then, everything dissipated and converged, and the whole world seemed to return to normal. A few people's tense bodies, the void of divine sense before restoring the present. Kita let out a long sigh of relief before saying, "It is often said that everything in this world begins with the formless, but manifests itself in its own consciousness. The Taoist master's intention is already very human. It is indeed the heavenly monarch, and it must not be shown easily in the future." After a moment of silence, Qi Tu added, "I don't know how that forbidden object is going to be sealed after this time. This kind of metaphysical top-level weirdness, if it is not handled properly, the whole Qingping County will have the crisis of overthrow." At this point, Kita had by no means thought that the binding Jiao Dharma King could win. When he was young, Dharma King Binding Jiao might have been the overlord of a place, but this one in front of him, is a real living true immortal, is really a heavenly monarch down to earth. Leave it to me, that is. Part of He Qing's purpose was this shenanigans. How could he give it away? That's good. After saying that, a few people stood up. He Qing was relaxed and wanton. The rest of the group, however, couldn't help but tense up. Pure Yang Infinite Taoist Intent. This one is almost done. Finally getting on the recommendations over the weekend. The streets are teeming with people. A vibrant scene. Naturally, Many people were still gathered in front of the yamen, but the monks have withdrawn. He Qing and the others walked amongst the crowd as if they were a few ordinary pedestrians. He looked to the busy pedestrians on either side of him. They must not be influenced, He Qing said slowly. Even in the feathered sect, there were mostly people who had been deceived. And yet the people can't be blamed for all of this. The people of this world are mostly uneducated people who are unable to defend themselves against these cultic methods. They may be at fault, but the biggest fault of all is the culprits involved. Look at the people coming and going, busy running for their lives. He Qing thought in his heart that even if he didn't gain anything from this trip, he would still behead that feathered sect master, for no other reason than to feel better about myself, just so that these already suffering people don't have to suffer more. Hey, little Taoist. At that moment, there was a sudden shout. He Qing turned his head and it was a bearded man, even the owner of the early morning creamery. What? He Qing beckoned. I'm quite embarrassed that you were kicked out in the morning. But that man is the son of the Su family again. Forget it, I'll compensate you with a bottle of milk wine. Have a happy day and don't think about what happened in the morning, the bearded man said. This Su family's male son wanted to take over the seat, and he couldn't resist. And look at this little Taoist wearing patched clothes, born young and clean, heart also strange embarrassed. I didn't think about it, He Qing said frankly. Not thinking about it is good. People live this life. Very short. Must be happy. Do not always think about these things, the bearded man laughingly said. He Qing took the milk wine. Thanks. No reason. Just for these. He Qing looked towards where the feathered sect was located, and a blazing fire was already burning in his heart. He craned his head to look behind him. There may be bad in the world, but it's still good, and we're going to try to make sure he doesn't get bad is all. The so-called chivalry is for the country and the people. As Keto watched the scene, his heart was more respectful towards He Qing. Previously, perhaps it was only because of He Qing's strength. Now there is a little more of it, and that is that air, that kindness. He, K2, had been greedy for life and afraid of death all his life, and even if he knew about the conspiracy of the feathered sect, he did not dare to resist. This was admittedly due to the fact that he was not as strong as others, but it was his selfishness that ran deep. K2 arched his hand. In addition, after the feathered sect, their good deeds shall not stop. I am the god of the leaving mountain, and I can take unlimited precious materials from the leaving mountain, which is untold wealth. All you have to do is show a little through your fingers and it will be enough for them for the rest of their lives, He Qing slowly said. In the future, Qingping County will inevitably step into the Lei Shan, and these practitioners were indispensable, because there were after all too many spirits and monsters in the leafy mountain, and He Qing couldn't possibly manage everything. Then these Taoist temples will naturally benefit greatly. He Qing didn't care about the floating wealth and didn't want to keep the mountain for the rest of his life. In exchange, just let the incense of the mountain temple flourish and make life better for these people. For him nowadays, money is really considered to be something outside the body, can be said to raise his hand will have endless wealth. But he had no ambition to do so, some kindness, some thanks touched him more than gold or silver. Understood, K2 nodded. Down the street, a large orange cat is regally passing by a rooftop with a salted fish in its mouth. Fat cat, where did you steal it? The big orange cat turned around and saw He Qing, who seemed to have seen him in the morning. Meow. The group passed through 2 streets and soon arrived in front of the temple of the feathered sect. There are still a lot of people here. Just the next moment, many constables, government officials rushed out, spread out. On top of that, there were some female crowns, and the Taoist priests used spells to forcibly disperse them. But in a few moments, the place was empty. He Qing walked in with ease and abandon. In the temple sat a colorful statue with feathered wings, encircling a jade vase, as if it were a bodhisattva, which was quite lifelike. The incense in front of the idol was so strong that it almost filled the entire incense burner. There is a temple priest in the temple who is clad in gold and silver. Do you believe him? He Qing asked slowly. The elderly temple priest hung his head in fear, not daring to speak. Go out, and take all the maids inside out as well. Looking at the temple priest's hasty figure, He Qing continued to walk inside. After passing through a courtyard covered with rockeries and flowing water, and then through an archway, He Qing finally met the legendary feathered sect master in a hall, also one of the former Dharma kings of the White Lotus sect. The binding Jiao Dharma king saw He Qing. Why do you want to disturb me? Is there? It is clearly your excellency who is disturbing the affairs of this world. Binding Jiao Dharma king's massive body sat in place, each breath carrying white waves stirring. He had scars all over his body, even his face was covered in bruises. It was a sword mark, a horrifying sword mark densely packed. Until now, there was still a terrifying sword intent lingering on that. You say you're doing it for those people? Those griffins? The binding Jiao Dharma king looked coldly. I'm doing it for me. For yourself? Just to be smooth. Yes. The binding Jiao Dharma King stood up. He was huge. So huge that it was as if he wasn't human, but a legendary giant. It was as if a fire was burning in the binding Jiao Dharma King's body. Meanwhile, the terrifying storm had begun to converge. Every trace of wind flow from these storms seemed like sharp knives, filled with an overpowering blade intent. Pure Yang astral energy began to slowly diffuse around He Qing's body. This storm was extremely severe, forming a pillar of wind that caught the sky in almost an instant. The binding Jiao Dharma King had a huge figure, but it was incomparably swift. Almost in an instant, he transformed into a residual shadow, his right hand raised high, his muscles dancing like a dragon and snake. Boom! The loud crash sounded like thunder. The shockwave caused the tiles on the roof to start shaking violently. He Qing raised his hand to hold up the punch, and the massive force caused his figure to be pressed downward a few points, and his feet were not in the dirt. However, his face remained as calm as water. In this kind of battle, He Qing's mind was ancient and very calm. This level of power was also far from likely to crush him. Not enough. Next, infinite fist shadows fell like a raging wind. He Qing's eyes were filled with countless fist shadows almost instantly. Ah ha ah! The binding Jiao Dharma King roared furiously, accompanied by a clamor of massive power. It wasn't until after the countless fist shadows had fallen that the binding Jiao Dharma King took a violent step back. He let out a long breath, a wave of air like a snake. Yet he still couldn't hold back the shock in his heart when he saw He Qing's appearance, only to see a large crater forming around He Qing as if he had been blown up several times by gunpowder. However, the He Qing in it remained unharmed. The heaven-reaching tornado and boxing terrifying concussion completely destroyed this one mansion almost instantly. There was a faint layer of green-colored flashing light around, forming a dome-like spell formation. Boom! Another terrifying movement like a thunderous explosion came. K2 hastily maintained the spell, only to see the force generated by this wave of aftermath fall on the array to produce a ripple. These ripples continue to spread, making the forbidden array faintly appear silk ripples. K2 had once anticipated the power generated when the two men struck, but he hadn't expected it to actually be this great. If he hadn't let go of the fight with this ban, I'm afraid half of Qingping County would have fallen. As a matter of common sense, it was simply impossible for a character of this level to appear in Qingping County. But now there are actually two. Not bad for a place where the wind rises. In the tea house on one side, the greenwood scatterer leisurely sipped his tea while looking into the distance. Master, are you okay with this? What can I do? You want me to go over there and get slapped flat like an ant? The greenwood scatterer blew his beard and glared. Since there's nothing you can do to change it, enjoy it, understand? Just like he continued. Do you want to inherit my legacy when I die? The greenwood scatterer looked at his disciple suspiciously. Do you have an inheritance, master? What do I inherit? Also, the greenwood scatterer leisurely took a sip of tea and continued to observe. K2 couldn't help but take out a jade pendant. This is an object inherited from White Riverview. Fellow Taoist Li, come and help quickly. Qingping Palace's Li Yi had wanted to go in and assist. But now, looking at this situation, she was afraid that even if she went in, she would be killed instantly. The two people in there aren't even human. Shingo was also watching from afar, as the most powerful deity in Qingping County, but it wasn't enough to look at before such a scene. He Qing's body shimmered with a layer of golden light, as if he was a Buddha's golden body. But there was a qualitative difference. There was once an ancestor of the Taoist sect named Liujing, also known as Pure Yang, who practiced the way of Pure Yang. The binding Jiao Dharma King couldn't help but think as he looked at He Qing's body that was covered in as if it had been polished with gold sand, that Lu Zhu also started the Danxia sect, also known as the Pure Yang Palace. Nowadays, the Danxia sect then circulates a Pure Yang-based immortal technique. Could it be that this little Taoist is the world walker of that Danxia sect's current generation? The binding Jiao Dharma King searched in his mind. His eyebrows were furrowed and the muscles on his brow bone were like snakes. The body of the binding Jiao Dharma King was now weakened, but only 2 or 3/10 of what it was at its peak, since he couldn't take it in the flesh. Binding Jiao Dharma King's body heuristically began to diffuse layers of black smoke. This black smoke soon mixed with the surrounding storm, transforming into a tornado filled with a bizarre aura. This bizarre breath had an extremely aggressive nature, and even when He Qing encountered it, he had to use his energy to resist it. This would be that creepy. Unlike last time, when it was a creepy thing that clung to the artifact and didn't move. This time it was someone actively driving the shenanigans, and the difference was simply too great. Like a knife, there is a world of difference between the lethality that can be inflicted by a knife lying on the ground and a person holding it. Anon! An incomparably high and mournful long cry went straight into the 9 clouds. It was as if an eagle had cried. Right at this moment, a grayish-brown eerie feather actually emerged from the binding Jiao Dharma King's body. These feathers were disorganized. yet they carried a powerful force that resonated with the wind. At this moment, the aura on the binding Jiao Dharma King was already more than several times stronger than just now, and had almost solidified, turning into a black smoke like a dragon and snake dancing wildly around his body. He was swollen and cluttered with gray feathers like a suit of armor. At the same time, the binding Jiao Dharma King's eyes were crimson and berserk as a roar of pain came from him. Let me use this form. Boy, not only do I want you to die, I will also execute your 9 clans. He Qing's face remained unchanged as the Jindan in his body began to operate as it should. Whoosh! Bang! The massive power formed an airwave that spread in all directions like ripples. The binding Jiao Dharma King lifted his leg and slammed it down. Boom! Rumble! A series of houses began to collapse, as if the Earth's dragon had turned over. Yet as this fell, it was resisted by an even more powerful force. He Qing's body seemed to be burning with golden flames. For the first time, all the pure Yang astral energy surged out like a tsunami. The incomparably thick pure Yang astral energy almost condensed into a solid body, rolling around like a flame. At this moment, He Qing's eyes became sacred. He Qing reached out his hand and clenched it into a fist. It was then swung out like a hammer. It was a fight without skill, only the catharsis of the most primitive power. Boom! A fist was swung out. A terrifying wave of chi rippled, and as if the entire void couldn't withstand this massive force, gusts of ripples began to surface. When the punch actually landed on binding Jiao Dharma King, he realized the true power of the punch. As if the demonic godlike binding Jiao Dharma King was smashed out like a leather ball. The place where the fist had been slammed jutted out even more violently. It was followed by a raging wind and rain, a landslide and a tsunami of fist shadows. Every punch that landed on the binding Jiao Dharma King was a massive golden flame burning. Each punch caused the ground beneath him to sink a foot. The surrounding ground was even cracked like a spider's web, presenting a large bowl-shaped hole. He Qing spat out samadhi fire. The flames began to erupt violently as they landed on binding Jiao Dharma King's body. For a moment the flames filled the sky, almost enveloping half of the sky. A red-clothed flirtatious figure in the distance watched the scene. Yu Qinghan's eyebrows were as picturesque as her eyes. And when she saw that figure covered in eagle feathers fall to the ground so miserably, she couldn't help but flip up in her heart as well. Alas, why bother, when that majestic Dharma King has also fallen to this state? One thought of how the binding Jiao Dharma King used to dominate the world with his imposing presence. In the most extreme cases, even if one person faced the 8 divine generals of the court, he would not be the least bit pale. But now, such a person was actually like a dog being savaged like this. Uncle Cho, rest in peace. As the words fell, the red-clothed figure suddenly floated away and disappeared. People are ultimately old. The hero is late. The beauty of the color is the most sigh. Once wise and majestic lords can become dim in their old age. When the binding Jiao Dharma King lost to the sword of the first divine sword, when he gave up his proudest physique, when he chose to resort to bizarre powers, he was already dead. The feathers on the binding Jiao Dharma King's body subsided, revealing his original body. It was the body that was already full of holes. He Qing walked to his side to look at binding Jiao Dharma King. Ha ha ha, about to die. He let out an open-hearted laugh instead. Yes, it's better to die like this. It's better to die like this always. Then, the binding Jiao Dharma King's head tilted, but he was already silent. He Qing stretched out his hand and took out a feather from his side. A tail feather that was over 10 feet long. Will simplify the fight later? Not too good at it. Ugh, it's finally over. K2 was lying on the ground, his entire body panting, and his body's Taoist robe had long been wet with sweat. He hadn't felt this tired since he was born, even when he was seduced by the 6 desires heavenly demon in his youth, causing him to be addicted to lust and lingering in greenhouses for half a year in a row. He had never been this tired. Jesus, I'm going to die of exhaustion alive if this doesn't end. Just the aftershocks made him, the White River Guan Master, the Qingping Palace Master, and the City God, all 3 of them almost unable to support themselves, especially the City God, who now had an unsteady divine body and was becoming more and more frail. The City God looked towards the pile of ruins and couldn't help but sigh softly. It was the first time he had seen such a scene in all the years he had been a City God. This caused the arrogance he had cultivated over the years to be instantly removed, and he even fell into a low mood of inferiority. The City God of Qingping County was but an ordinary man before he became a City God, and he didn't understand the power of cultivators at all. This, coupled with the fact that he has been a god for a long time and has been sidelined, has led to an increase in arrogance. But now, I'll take my leave. The City God waved his hand. Li Yi was fine. After all, she was only considered a deputy, but she was also sweating profusely, and her body was nearly deflated. At this time, the Greenwood Scatterer walked slowly with a cup of clear tea, which could be described as physically and mentally comfortable. He looked at K2 lying on the ground, and couldn't help but feel smugly grateful in his heart. Goo. This isn't Master White River Viewer. Come and rest. It's the time to be weak. Don't hurt your body. Greenwood Scatterer hurriedly helped K2 up. No need for you to help. Who are you calling weak? K2 hurriedly climbed up on his own accord. That's not what I meant. Liu raised an eyebrow when he looked at these people's immodest appearance. She was in dignified form, and at once one of the female crowns came over to assist her. Let's go, and not stay with these crass people. The two despised Taoists couldn't help but look at each other at once. Says who? K2 cursed with his mouth, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Liu's back. The sweat-dampened robe just highlighted the dainty figure. Old immodest. The Greenwood Scatterer scolded in a hurry. Hey, reproduction is the nature of man. How can I be blamed for this? If you want to blame it on the nature of a creature like man. At this time, He Qing walked out from the house. He was almost unharmed all over. In his hand, he held a slender black feather, which was frighteningly black and had a bizarre aura lingering on it. K2 and the Greenwood Scatterer looked over, their hearts especially confused. No, man, you guys make so much noise. Why do you act like you're just going on a field trip? Alright, you guys go and make good. I'll make a trip to White Riverview in a couple days. K2's heart was thrilled when he heard this. He had waited so long for this moment, waiting for this living immortal to pass on his teachings. Looking at K2's excited appearance, He Qing couldn't help but take a precaution. He was the one who had only learned Pure Yang Kung Fu, and he had practiced it to this realm in a haphazard manner. It's a little hard for him to preach. It won't always work, so don't mind if I do then. How? After another moment, Su Yuan came over with hundreds of people. They're here to take care of the aftermath. The feathering sect was extremely influential in Qingping County after all. Su Yuan needs to pay attention to his influence among the common people first. Su Yuan looked uplifted. The feathered cult has always been extremely influential in the county. The main thing is to hold the power of speech in the big families of the world as well as in the merchant houses, which makes it not easy for him, the prefectural governor, to act. But after the feathered sect is dispelled, he has his own ambitions to carry forward. Seeing White River Guan Master K2, Su Yuan also respectfully said, Guan Master K, we still have some big things to discuss afterward, and this Lei Mountain is right in front of us, so we can't let it go. Kita pondered for a while before saying, you can't ask me about that. You have to ask that heavenly monarch. Celestial ruler? That heavenly monarch surnamed he is not a person from the mortal world. Remember. Su Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He then looked to the ruins. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't simply a mass of rubble. It was a ground that had been sunken in, as if the earth's dragon had turned over. He Qing didn't return home, but instead came to a restaurant. Boss, serve a lamb hand-me-down. Okay. There were very few people in the store, most of them wondering what was going on. Just now, even though there was a spell formation guarding the area, the aftermath of the fight was as if it was the aftermath of an earthquake, making everyone in the county feel it clearly. Hey, customer, you still have the heart to eat. Xiao Er made small talk with a smile. Just got in a fight with someone and I'm hungry. Hungry? Then do you know what exactly happened over there? Junior asked curiously. What could be going on? Just two guys fighting. You're making me laugh. Junior was clearly not convinced. Funny, isn't it? Ha ha. I'm afraid this is the earth dragon turning over. You should be careful. Don't go into the mountains. Xiao Er kindly reminded. He Qing sipped the clear tea while looking out. The huge slender feather was right next to it. However, being suppressed by He Qing, it looked as if it was just a larger feather. Junior saw it too, and looked on curiously. Such a big feather? What a rarity. If I sold it to those gentry, it would be at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. I'm not for sale. Only after finishing his handful of rice did He Qing return home. When he reached the courtyard, he looked curiously at the feather in his hand. He Qing continued to output pure yang deity chi, and black smoke continued to seep out from this feather. The golden pure yang astral energy seemed like a sharp sword, and wherever it went, the bizarre aura there was melted and purified. After all the weird chi was purified, what was revealed was actually a pure white incomparable feather. Just then, an image appeared before He Qing's eyes. It was an incomparably vast sky, which was so vast and boundless that there were countless flying birds in it. There were pterodactyls as massive as small mountains, and gray birds of prey as thick as locusts. There are also all kinds of birds that wield the power of wind, rain and lightning. But right at that moment, an eagle cry was issued like a king, and an eagle with a white body, as if it was as huge as a small mountain, appeared in the sky. This is the king of the sky, the eastern eagle, the king of the sky, the messenger of the wind. He Qing suddenly realized the power of this feather. It can briefly transform itself into the eastern eagle, another race originating from beyond the heavens? this Eastern Divine Eagle was clearly not a creature native to this world. But by the looks of it, this Eastern Divine Eagle was definitely a creature at the top of the food chain when placed in this world as well. A world where the king belonging to the sky is not inferior by any means. It's like being an eagle. It's kind of fun to think about. This transformation was much purer and better than the transformation of the binding Jiao Dharma King and the others. This Eastern Divine Eagle's feather was even more powerful than He Qing had imagined. Of course, his more important ability for He Qing was gaining the ability to fight in the sky. He Qing transformed into a divine steely eagle covered in snowy feathers flying in the sky. He flapped his wings, the wind on either side naturally clinging to his movements. As He Qing flew, the wind around him was slowly changing. This natural ability to control the wind is just terrifying. He Qing even had a feeling that he was able to set off a storm that would destroy the entire Qingping County. Compared to this ability, the divine feather that binding Jiao Dharma King had forced to imperialize was extremely inferior. It was still a divine feather tainted by weirdness. The mountains and rivers underneath them gradually shrunk, and Qingping County became even more of a square inch. He Qing lifted his wings and flew straight into the nine clouds. The winds around him were blistering, but they naturally gathered at his side, turning into harsh wind blades as if they were armor. Moreover, He Qing's speed was so fast that he was almost able to transform into a white shadow. It was certainly impossible for an ordinary person to see him. It's not only a flying skill, it's also a catching up one. He Qing was satisfied. His own native skills would have been fewer, about equal to that of a warrior, and most of the fighters are at the bottom of the ladder. Now with more skills, it's also able to handle more different environments. After making a round, He Qing returned directly to the courtyard. Like last time, this divine feather disappeared without a trace when he refined it, becoming one of his skills. The divine feather and the weirdness in the last mountain god seal were both of the Xian rank, and I don't know if the earth rank will be the same. However, he was certain that he definitely couldn't refine the heavenly rank. Anything of that caliber can affect the world at random and has its own entity. And something like the human emperor streamer sounded like something from a myth or legend. Just after landing in the courtyard, He Qing saw K2. The other side didn't just come. Instead, he had been waiting outside with an impatient look. The Greenwood Scatterer, on the other hand, was indifferent and appeared to be on cloud 9. This person, we must pay attention to karma. Karma is not. Nothing is useless, Miles. He was a fortune teller himself and naturally believed in fate. If you have it in your life, you have it, and if you don't, you don't. That's why he never rushes, because it's useless to rush. Key 2, however, was in a hurry because his big day was approaching. He doesn't want to die yet, he's far from being alive. Bang! Just then, Su Yok also walked out, wearing a white dress and followed by some people behind her. Those people were carrying a lot of food in their hands. Just yesterday, Su Yuko had taken over many things in the county, especially charitable things, and for the management of business in the newer counties. Although Su Yok is a woman, but also a practical person, these days running in the streets and alleys is very hard. Yo, Ms. Sua, go again today. It's still so hot today, Chang Mu-san Run greeted. For him, Su Yuko was the thigh he wanted to hug. It was because the chi on Su Yok was too prevalent. Mr. Aoki, there's always something to do. I don't have much ability, so I can only do these errands that I can do. Su Yuko laughed. She waved in passing. Send some smoothies with ice cream for these lords. Hey, what we did is not worth mentioning. That true immortal and you guys are the real deal. The Greenwood Scatterer hurriedly said. He Qing made the start. But the government is responsible for all the things that follow, and this is a long-term process. In terms of influence, it was undoubtedly He Qing and the government that had the lion's share. Su Yuko laughed a little, then sure left to go to the office. That's nice. This little girl, K2 couldn't help but praise. Old immodest. Scattered Greenwood immediately glared. What kind of look is that? I'm simply praising. I don't mean anything else. Kita couldn't endure the glare from the Greenwood Scatterer and couldn't help but argue. He cleaned his face and came to the door. Seeing them arguing didn't help but make me happy. These two old guys were pretty much the same generation, so they were able to talk to each other. But when the door opened, the two stopped arguing. It's not right. At this time, K2 suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was a battle he was tired to hear about for most of the day. Beside the Greenwood Scattered people have been drinking tea to see how the drama also came. It's like working a day's labor yourself, only to have to split the paycheck with someone else. Kita had the unpleasant feeling of having eaten poop, but the feeling can't be eaten and talked about yet. It can only be smothered inside, and only you can know what poop really tastes like. What's wrong? Scattered Greenwood asked. Nothing. K2 looked bitter. In front of He Qing, it was naturally impossible for K2 to be bothered. Come on, let's go to White Riverview first. Let me see the collection of books inside. and it's just the right time to tell you about it. At the end, He Qing also explained, my method may not be suitable for you. He practiced as if breathing was as simple as instinct. It's just going to practice and practicing and it's done. Which bends as if there were none. Let him talk. He can't tell us anything. It's like asking a bird to say how it flies. It can only be attributed to instinct. The group quickly departed for White Riverview. While disguised as the Eastern Divine Eagle, He Qing had already memorized the map of the entire Qingping County in his mind. The Eastern Divine Eagle's eyesight was extremely good, as if it were 1,000 miles away. Even when flying above the 9 heavens, the ants on the ground are able to see clearly. Still, K2 was attentive and led the way ahead. Our White Riverview was originally founded by a downtrodden old Taoist, but through the generations, it has turned better day by day to reach this level. Over the years, we have also traveled to the rest of the counties from time to time, going to those great Tao sects to seek the Tao or to purchase Tao books, and we have accumulated quite a few over the years, probably hundreds of volumes. K2 introduced them one by one, but about the core of what can be passed on is just one item of forbidden spell formations, and the rest is all theater. He Qing nodded. He was rather interested in these rare spells. If you get the chance this time, it would be nice to learn some of it. The last thing to do is to learn some spells of the spell I type, as well as he was thinking in his mind, He Qing suddenly asked, are there any spells that can contain objects? Kita smiled sarcastically. The things that contain things are usually magic weapons, extremely expensive. Known as the Sumeru Nascent Ring, this thing involves the void and is rare in the world. There are also such things as some of the heaven stealing bags inherited from the stealing sect, as well as some of the jute cloth bags of inferior quality that have this utility. He Qing looked at him. After all that, it's just not there. Kita racked his brain as he went to great lengths to fulfill He Qing's conditions. Finally, he had a flash of insight. There is a trick called the hidden hole, a trick that can briefly hide something into the void. This is a common trick used by Jianghu artists. Hiding something temporarily so that the audience can't find it is just a matter of keeping it for a few breaths at most. K2 explained. He Qing thought about it. He didn't have a single thing that could store items right now, and that was a problem. It's not like you have to carry a lot of stuff in your hands everywhere you go, or get a wagon. This is too much of a hassle. Since this is a world with transcendent powers, it must have a corresponding solution. And let me try. It's a tease, but it probably has quite a bit of expanded stretchability as well. According to He Qing's insight, since he was able to manage to briefly interfere with the void, then there may be only one step away from prolonged interference with the void. A few people traveled along and soon arrived at the White Riverview. By Higuan and the incense is flourishing. The palace and pavilion built on the mountain, decorated with gorgeous. When they arrived, the mountain Taoists all looked over one by one. They looked at He Qing's group suspiciously, for it was K2 himself who led the few. Among them was a young Taoist priest who looked about their age. Taoist Master Chengda, however, watched from afar. He called all the dowsers over. We have an honored guest coming over today. No rudeness allowed. Taoist Master Chengda admonished. What honored guest? Which big shot? That's a living true immortal. You guys wait, I'll go over first. With that, Taoist Master Chengda rushed over, not caring about his posture. He also guessed what exactly He Qing was going to do. It may have to preach, and this is a living true immortal-like figure preaching in person. There was no way for Taoist Chengda not to be excited. Yet while they were so excited, He Qing was already getting anxious. He's like a teacher who was about to teach a class but hasn't prepared the lesson yet. Everyone else treated He Qing like a god. He Qing, however, was just being himself. He Qing first walked into the book depository, and then K2 found out the book about the hidden cave. He Qing began to look at it. It really is a charade, plain and simple. He Qing knew how to do it after just one look. He immediately began to utilize his mana, and in an instant, He Qing felt that he was able to hook into a strange space, a space almost the size of a palm. But this space was collapsing, being squeezed by external forces. He Qing's mana was rapidly decaying. So it's a matter of mana. He Qing simply began to continuously output his mana, and finally directly condensed a sphere as the core of the space with Pure Yang Gong Qi. At that point, the space had a fulcrum, and sure enough, it didn't collapse. On both sides, K2 and the Greenwood Scatterer exchanged glances, feeling a bit confused. No, that's how you learn? It took him 3 months of work to learn a trick in the first place. Not bad. He Qing spoke. It's good. K2 smiled broadly. He Qing tried picking up a stone and putting it in. There's nothing wrong. At this time, He Qing had another flash of light in his mind. His Pure Yang infinite true intent was able to hook up the universe, using his own Pure Yang as the fulcrum to hook up all things in the heavens and earth. So can this true will be applied here? This hidey hole is just a trick, but it's a frame. He Qing can stuff himself. Though something as overspecified as pure young infinity raced into a juggling act might be a bit full, but it's not a bad idea to give it a try. And the juggling is conversely a bit more skillful than a mere declaration of power. In the past, He Qing didn't have a choice, but now he just wanted to learn more spells so that he wouldn't have to go into a physical fight. He Qing then began to test it out. He transformed the pivot point formed by the hidden hole into something that resembled a miniature sun, and then it was directly made to emanate with the pure yang infinite true intent. For a moment, it was as if it had hooked up to many nodes in the void, and those nodes had inexplicable power flowing through them. This is the framework that was already there in the void, a minuscule little part of a huge framework that belongs to this world. He Qing snuck this trick in and embedded it. Belongs to the fact that it's a rat stealing rice now, and he's stealing the power that comes from the workings of this world. Just then, the space formed by the hidden cave immediately stabilized. This space was no more than the size of a courtyard, yet it was extremely stable and didn't even require He Qing to input additional mana anymore. K2. Qing Mu Sanrun, Taoist Qingdat and the others fell into deep thought when they saw He Qing. How did a trick make He Qing like this? They couldn't help but start searching. At this time, He Qing opened his eyes, and a divine light appeared in his eyes. Success? What's going on? Sky King. K2 was careful with his words. By the way, he also wanted to spy on what exactly He Qing had comprehended. He Qing gave him a look. There's a storage space now, or it shouldn't be called a hidden cave. It's more appropriate to call it the Wuji cave. After all, it was now centered on the pure Yang Wudi. Infinity is supposed to symbolize infinity. He spoke briefly, but it made K2 listen as if he were listening to heavenly books. It even brought back memories of his school days as a child. He Qing then began to tour the spells within it. He was intrigued by all these strange spells. Eye of the gods, hearing of the earth, warding off evil, inviting the gods, striking the gods, regaining the souls. Various spells vary. He Qing flipped through them one by one and learned them one by one. He has to look at every spell and look at it and know it. These spells are too detailed and too simple. Any spell was 100 times more detailed than Pure Yang Kung Fu. Pure Yang Kung Fu was full of huge concepts like Pure Yang, Tai Chi, and Wuji. He Qing also set off towards these concepts, thinking of the painful days when he was learning Pure Yang Kung Fu, and then looking at these spells. He Qing could only sigh. Perhaps that's the trouble with genius. When learning certain material, it may be possible to develop on your own the meaning of what the material is supposed to mean. It wasn't until an hour later that He Qing stopped. I'll talk about Pure Yang, the so-called Pure Yang, which is the origin of oneself, the root of one's manifestation in this world. Of course, Pure Yang is a form that can only be found at a certain level of cultivation. At that time the individual's existence in the world already stood like the sun. He Qing waited until Qingping Palace Liujing came and then began to speak. He didn't preach too high concepts, those nebulous paths. Instead, they started with the most basic way of mana flow. Just even so, K2. Li Yi also heard dizzy. Taoist Master Chengda's head was spinning. He couldn't understand, but still desperately tried to memorize the contents. For his part, Aoki Scatter was already swinging for the fences, watching a few people from the sidelines. There's a time in your life when you have to have it, and there's no time in your life when you don't have it so don't force yourself to ask for it. Greenwood Scatterer thought in his heart. He had already figured he had nothing to gain from this trip and started swinging for the fences. Naturally, whether it was because he counted on the post swing to get nothing, or because it was supposed to get nothing, God only knows. A red dress landed on the Su family. In the night, she looked at the battered, screaming woman. Suddenly, Yu Qinghan stretched out a finger that seemed as white as green onion, with long and beautiful nails. A red thread fell in. It didn't take long for a woman to crawl out of it. She was covered in bruises. It's you? Xiang Tao looked at Yu Qinghan in surprise. It's me. Yu Qinghan smiled lightly. Come on, I'll give you a chance. A chance to break free from the sea of bitterness. Yu Qinghan slowly said. Do I have a choice? Xiang Tao looked miserable. The Su family's son died just like that. With him, if she didn't answer, she would only die tomorrow. Yu Qinghan's move appeared to be saving her, but it was not forcing her to another desperate path. You don't have a choice, but just because you don't have a choice now doesn't mean you don't have a choice later. It's all just up to you. What do you want me to do? Shantao said ruefully. Yu Qinghan came to her side, her dress swaying in the wind, coloring the night with a touch of red. Yu Qinghan stretched out a finger to land at Xiangtao's chin before slightly picking it up. Look how beautiful. Then one of her hands slowly slid back down. What a voluptuous figure. If you were in the capital, you might have become a flower queen, and be admired by more than 1 million people. Xiangtao's face was rueful. How she was so far removed from the flower girl. The flower girl is admired by all. But what about her? What is the reason for this gap? Because she has a parent who will sell her daughter for her son? She could obviously be beautiful, but she's reduced to this state. Another one of those things? What else? What else are you worth? But this is an opportunity for you to make yourself worth more. Good. It was as if a fire flowed from Shantao's eyes, shining brightly in the dead of night. She was too repressed. She didn't want it anymore. Didn't want the world to have to treat her like this, to reduce her to this level. Even if I die on this trip, it's still better than being humiliated and beaten to death like a lowly dog here every day. I'd appreciate it if you'd give me that chance, Shantae said slowly. There's no need to be grateful to me. It's good that you're alive. Yu Qinghan smiled gently. She looked at Shantao, at the woman in front of her, a flash of remembrance in her eyes. Go. Where to? Guanju Wanfu. After preaching, He Qing transformed into an eagle and landed in the Pure Yang Guan in almost an incense stick of effort. Looking at the lush vegetation in the Pure Yang Guan, without realizing it, there were several bird nests on those fruit vines. He Qing walked up to take a look and found the bird's nest filled with colorful eggs. Carrick, a bird flew back, shielding its eggs with its wings before glaring angrily at He Qing. Ha, taking my place and being so mean. He Qing flicked the bird away with one finger, and then lay down on the rattan chair on one side. You can be here if you like, just don't pull it around. Although He Qing also had a love for animals, but if he was asked to clean up bird poop that would still not be necessary. Although He Qing lived in the county these days, he always felt a little uncomfortable all over, as if he was missing something. What's missing? Right, toothbrush. After getting used to using the branches on that willow essence, there was always a feeling of having fallen off the wagon when He Qing was asked to use the others. Moreover, the branches on the willow spirit were obviously expensive items, and those unusual willows could not be compared at all. After gripping you for so long, it's time to make it up to you. When he thought about how he had been going willow gathering for 10 years, He Qing was a bit speechless. Today there are no clouds, clear springs tinkling in the deep mountains, and a chill that seeps into the marrow of the bones surges through the air. As the seasons change, without realizing it, it is also coming to winter. Some of the blades of grass are stained with frost, and snakes, bears, and other beasts are about to fall into hibernation. Halfway up the mountainside, a plant shades the sky, its roots stretching halfway up the mountainside, countless numbers of roots protruding, winding and gnarling, and the willow branches fell as if they were draped, swaying in the wind and glimmering with a hint of turquoise light. Vaguely, there was also an ethereal aroma that filled the entire valley. Recently, more people have been traveling to and from Clearfield County. Every now and then, someone takes a wrong turn and sees this horrible willow tree. This is despite the fact that Willow Spirit has not done anything harmful. But sometimes the fear isn't because she harms or doesn't harm. It's just that she has the ability to do so. A lone swordsman saw the willow tree from the side of the mountain, and then his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran his internal energy to escape. A few companionable refugees, disheveled and ragged, with yellowed faces, would choose to flee even as they traveled here. There were also hordes of caravans, passing monks. A big monk wearing earth-colored Buddhist clothes walked all the way here, and he couldn't help but blush as he traveled here. This place is really evil, a weird ghost village with demonic flames, and this willow spirit. I'm afraid it's considered to be at the level of an old ancestor even if it's placed elsewhere, as well as this group of demons and ghosts wandering in the mountains. Strange, strange, he sighed, and was in time to stay away as well. But now that the Guanyuan prefecture is suffering from a great disaster and the imperial court is powerless to resist, this Qingping County is getting better and better, so it seems that I might as well establish a temple here and preach Buddhism. The great monk was a talker and always talked to himself despite being alone. What is the situation in Guanju Wanfu today? Right at this moment, a young voice beside him suddenly rang out, as crisp and clear as a mountain stream striking a stone. The big monk twisted his head to look over and saw that it was a small Taoist priest with a clear face and a posture like a clear bamboo. This little Taoist priest possessed a certain special aura that made him feel that he was not a person from this world but a godlike figure just by taking a look at him. That dragging hammer heavenly king has already killed a circle, and now has 13 counties under his command, nearly occupying the entire Guanyuan province. Nowadays, it can be said that there are 10 rooms and 9 empty rooms within the Guanyuan province, and there are no chickens crowing for thousands of miles, and there are massacres in all directions, and the capital view, and the Yin ghosts are rampant, and the demons are flourishing, and there is already a reckless disregard for human morality, and a hellish scene. At those words, He Qing couldn't help but furrow his brows. It is true, by definition, that there were many wars in ancient times, especially since the Great Moon Dynasty was already a dynasty of thousands of years. Such a dynasty is bound to have many ills. Maybe the very first generation would have been better off, but with the solidification of the resource class, there will always be all sorts of class conflicts. Add to that the fact that this world has superhuman powers, and that complicates a lot of issues. This Draghammer Heavenly King was able to occupy a prefecture, so he must have quite a few forces epitomized behind him. And the most crucial thing is that Qingping County is right on the verge of Guanyuan province. Over these past few days, many refugees from Guanyuan province have already fled here. Then he'll be coming towards Qingping County? He Qing tried to ask. That Heavenly King is now in high spirits and has 100,000 soldiers under his command. So he will be. The big monk laughed. He Qing let out a long sigh. Why can't there be peace in this world? Why did you have to suffer such a killing? When a person doesn't have to worry about survival, he will always move toward a high spiritual goal. Of course, He Qing felt that he wasn't a saint either. There is a group of people who, even if they don't have enough to eat, even if they don't have enough to wear, even if they have to go through a lot of hardship, even if they have to pay with their lives, they fight for all the people of the world. When transforming into a divine eagle, He Qing had seen that group of people. They worked hard but laboriously under the big sun to gather their crops. These crops would not give them any extra earnings, just enough to eat and not even enough to buy clothes. They just want to live, even if it's so hard and humble, but just living is enough. But sometimes, this mother ********** ing world won't even grant them such a humble and narrow wish. He Qing felt a little heavy-hearted. At this point, he wanted to back out, but his mind was too full of condemnation to do so. He Qing suddenly remembered a sentence. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. He Qing stood in place for a long time, and it wasn't until several hours later that he was able to calm his mind completely. The thoughts are then ignited with samadhi fire, and a state of natural composure is reached again. Willow in the distance had long since seen He Qing. She shivered inwardly, a little fearfully, and her branches couldn't help but tremble. She's finally having a good day these days. I can't tell you how happy I am humming and traveling around every day. As a result, it's only been a few days, and this big devil is back again. Willow was bitter in her heart, but didn't dare say anything. He Qing slowly came to the willow tree. He couldn't help himself a little when he looked at the beautifully crafted willow that roamed the sky. Click. The last two. Just the last two. He Qing admonished himself. Click. Willow trembled more and more. Come out. I won't hurt you. Willow was shaking violently. The willow spirit looked at the willow in He Qing's hand and then listened to what he said. Only a feeling of wanting to cry. I truly do you no harm, and have important errands entrusted to you. Really? A weak voice rang out. A charming green-clothed phantom walked out of the willow tree. Her stance didn't seem to fit with that tone. It's amazing that such a massive willow uses such a weak tone. Would you like to be a mountain god walker? This willow is mild-tempered and suitable to be a proxy mountain god, and strong enough. Now that Qingping County is at a time of some change, it is bound to become more and more prosperous afterward, and I believe that the mountain god temple will also prosper. If you are a mountain god messenger, you are a god, and it's okay for all this incense to go to you. Willow Essence was confused for a moment. God? She had been a tree for 1,000 years, but she had never really been a god, and she didn't know what it was like to be a god. But I just want to stand here in the sun and the breeze every day, Willow Essence said. He Qing didn't expect his first recruitment target to fail. Being a god should be the wish of many elves and monsters. Why is this tree so Buddhist? Oh no, the tree might have been a bit more Buddhist in the first place. They have very few needs, just sunbathing, but it won't be long before someone calls, and you may not be so comfortable. People? I'm not afraid, Willow Essence said. You're not afraid? He Qing frowned. I'm scared. Willow Essence suddenly changed her tune. That's just it. That's just it. Then you can be a tree in peace and keep an eye on Pure Yang Gong for me is all. It seems that the mountain god's messenger has to be one of the more lustful monsters. It would be hard to find. This tree is so Buddhist that even if she was allowed to be, she probably wouldn't care. You can't have two Buddhists in one company. As the company's supreme leader, Yamagami was already very Buddhist, and the people below him couldn't be any more so. After thinking about it, He Qing suddenly thought of a good character. He first came to the water pool, and did not care about 3 or 7. First the dragon fish to detain the soul to send the refining. That willow spirit is so Buddhist that it won't hurt anyone. He could care less, but the rest of the demons that possessed aggression in his territory would have to be disciplined. He will establish a law on the mountains away, a law to be obeyed by both men and demons. Establish an environment where both humans and demons can live in harmony and survive. However, when He Qing told the dragon fish the original story of this matter, the dragon fish, however, had wagged its tail as if it were a dog. I am willing to serve the mountain god. The dragonfish's eyes conveyed a longing look. It has been a fish for too long. Although there is nothing wrong with being a fish demon, but being a god can be more open to the sky. Good. I order you to be the great general of the unknown small gutter of the clear cold tam and the mountains away from the mountain. He Qing then dispatched the generals by detaining the spirits and distributed the mountain god authority. The rank of this spirit-containing dispatching general is clearly above that of the mountain god, and can completely divide the mountain god authority. Naturally, He Qing could take it back at any time. It's just lending them power to use, not giving it to them anymore. Afterwards, He Qing went to find a firebird covered in red feathers and appointed it to the mountain god's mansion as well. Finally, there are the main characters. That's the old white ape. This white ape's strength was strong and unfathomable, almost similar to the willow spirit. But after all, the willow spirit had thousands of years of life, but that white ape had only practiced for about 100 years. The white monkey is located in the area known as the monkey forest, which is filled with fruit trees that are as red as lanterns hanging from their branches. He Qing arrived outside the ape forest with a single blink. From a distance, those fruit trees look like fire, a sea of red. There were also many tree houses built on the trees and vines, and countless white apes jumped on the trees and vines. On the ground, there were also some white apes practicing stick skills with sticks. The ape forest here is really like a small society. Creatures like apes and monkeys already have a high IQ, and it's not surprising that they've developed like this. In a world where there are again elusive things such as qi, there is no need to worry about the rise of the planet of the apes. Besides, demons already existed in this world. As soon as He Qing landed outside, many apes and monkeys came over carrying sticks. They chittered and hissed as if trying to scare off He Qing. "Stand down, boys." At this time, a majestic voice rang out. A 3-man tall, white-furred giant ape slowly walked out. You can vaguely see that it has aged a bit. "Greetings to Lord Mountain God. I am Yuan Yu." This old white ape was truly extraordinary, and actually saw at a glance that He Qing was the mountain god of the leading mountain. It was a lot of demons that couldn't see it before, especially that stupid thing, Willow Spirit. "Yuan Yu, you actually have a personal name?" He Qing asked curiously. Yuan Yu gave a laugh. "I traveled the world of men as a juggling ape for 30 years in my youth, and I still don't know why Lord Yamagami has come on this trip?" He Qing didn't answer Yuan Yu's words, instead looking towards a fruit forest here. The white ape tribe has Yuan Yu's blessing, and there are few threats in the mountains. As long as they didn't run towards those big demon territories as well as ghost villages, then there would be almost no problems. So they live a carefree life, with the chattering of various monkeys ringing through the sky. However, with the exception of Yuan Yu, the rest of the apes were of normal size, only larger than normal. There were countless vines and the fruit trees adorned with vermilion fruits, and above them some small monkeys were drooping their bodies down into the air with their hands grasping the green vines as thick as their arms. Suddenly, with a swing, its body soared through the sky and caught another fruit tree that only a few people could encircle. "It's so nice, like it's happier than people in the middle of Clearfield County." He Qing couldn't help but praise. These monkeys don't have to worry about survival at all. They just eat and drink every day. How refreshing to be free in this away from the mountains. Just looking at this scene gives one a sense of silent joy from the bottom of one's heart. Yuan Yu, however, was getting nervous. He didn't know what He Qing had come for on this trip. He had met He Qing earlier, and at that time, He Qing was still just a little Taoist priest. But even at that time, from him, Yuan Yu detected an unrivaled sense of crisis. Not to mention He Qing, who had now become a mountain god. The mountain god was the lord of the leading mountain by the edict of heaven and earth, and there was no way for them not to recognize it. And they happened to survive on top of a mountain away from it. For a moment, Yuan Yu's mind was as chaotic as a cow's hair. Without realizing it, sweat had actually seeped out of his palms, and the white hairs around him were sticking together under the sweat. "Show me inside?" He Qing looked at Yuan Yu. "Alright, Lord Mountain God please is." Yuan Yu forced himself to calm down. If it's a good thing, then naturally there's no harm in it. If it was bad, then he would fight to the death to keep his children. At this moment, Yuan Yu unconsciously has been nervous to the point of anxiety to associate the worst situation. The two walked into the midst of the pack, passing one treehouse after another. Finally, He Qing saw a tree hole that had an intoxicating aroma coming from it. "Monkey wine? I've been craving it for a long time years ago." The aroma of the drink was so strong that it almost spread for miles, intoxicating people just by standing in this place. Yuan Yu hurriedly said, "Come on, fill up 10 gourds of wine." In no time at all, several white apes jumped down from the tree, each picking up a yellow leather gourd and beginning to fill it with wine from the hole in the tree. Those monkeys, while filling the wine, there are leaks, so they used their hands to catch, and then put it in their mouths to sip. He Qing watched and laughed. It looks like this monkey wine is a rarity here too. After the 10 gourds of wine were brought over, Yuan Yu said, "How about I have my children send it over to you?" He was afraid that He Qing was too empty-handed to carry it. He Qing slowly shook his head. With just a flick of his hand, he incorporated all 10 gourds into his storage space Wuji cave. This move was what froze Yuan Yu for a moment. "I'm here today to tell you something. Something bad and something good." He Qing suddenly said, "What's the bad thing?" Yuan Yu asked directly. In his opinion, the good things would not affect their foundation. So naturally the bad things were a bit more important. The Guangyuan prefecture is now rampant with rebels, and the dragging hammer heavenly king is now arrogant, just as if the demon star had descended, the 7 slayers, and the greedy wolf had followed, and the Guangyuan prefecture happens to be not far from Qingping County. Yuan Yu pondered for a moment. The mountain god is saying that rebel army will hit here? He Qing nodded. When Yuan Yu heard this, his heart couldn't help but tighten up. They lived right in the departed mountains, and although they were carefree, they relied on the departed mountains locally to survive. If a foreign enemy were to strike, would it still be this life? There are countless spirit charmers in the Li Mountain. Can't they be dealt with? Yuan Yu tried to ask. Which is greater, the land of a county or the land of a government? It's been a house since. Then is there no place in Guangzhouanfu where essence charmers live? Besides, if there are elves and monsters in the Li Mountain, why wouldn't there be any strange men and women in the army of the heavenly king of Draghammer? It might even be possible that the Taoist temples, Buddhist temples, and some of the lower 3 streams of inheritance in the entire Guangyuan prefecture were forcibly incorporated. In short, since this person was able to sweep through a house, he had become infuriated. If we do get here, it's going to be a tough fight. Today's plan can only be to first calculate the power of their own side, and then get in touch with the court. What about good things? Yuan Yu then asked. I may order you to be the great general of the entire Liujing mountain, and you will recruit your own troops and form the mountain god's house. Naturally, I'm not going to force you to fight and go to war. All you are doing is protecting your own pack and the area you live in. The Liujing mountain. Yuan Yu thought for a moment. Is he fleeing with the pack? But where to run to? If this group of theirs were to actually leave and go to the rest of the world, such a large-scale migration would inevitably attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. It's not necessarily true that they will all be put to death by then. If we don't attach ourselves to the mountain god's mansion, what can we do when the rebels hit? Now that you have become a great general, you can at least wield a little power and be able to protect the women and children. If it's a sacrifice, there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, the entire Liujing Mountain's elves and monsters are at my disposal for recruitment? Take my mountain god's order and go. Good. Yuan Yu took a deep look at He Qing. In the ancient times, when the human race had not risen to power, the divine Tao flourished. Each deity is like a vassal, with its own mansion, army, and political staff. Could it be that this god of Mount Li is trying to restore the splendor of the ancient times? If this is the case, I am afraid that the court should not be able to respond to it, and the chi of humanity should not be able to respond to it. He Qing looked back at the mountains, then waved his hand and left alone. How can this vast mountain be developed only by human beings? Demons, ghosts and monsters can do it too. In He Qing's opinion, the ancient governmental institutions were backward enough. However, these demons are much more backward and are completely incapable of utilizing their resources. Of course, this may also be caused by the fact that there are so many different kinds of demons and there is no one great community among them. But there's still a need for someone like the magistrate who can handle political affairs. And it's a pity that Su Yuan can't come. That's just it. So let's go borrow someone from the county. I can't really do that. I'll have to go from the Taoist temple. With that in mind, He Qing was the first to arrive at the mountain temple. This place has now changed greatly, becoming larger and more organized, with many people resting in it. On top of that, the incense is a little more robust. He Qing watched as the incense floated into his body, and although it was meager, it was a solid increase in power. Moreover, with the inhalation of the incense, He Qing felt that he also had an additional subtle connection with Qingping County. Humanitarian chi? He Qing was a bit puzzled. His knowledge of this world was still shallow. The mountain temple is well populated. Tang Chuan sat on one side and chatted with those tourists. When he heard about the tragic events in Guangzhouanfu, he also couldn't help but show his anger. That Guangzhouanfu Draghammer heavenly king, but wherever he leads the army to a place, must burn and kill and loot. Female dry prostitution destroy the city. To where is a piece of tragedy. It's a pity that imperial army was useless in sending out troops, but it was defeated in just a few rounds. Tang Chuan sniffed and immediately droned. The imperial army, which is supported by millions of gold and silver every year, still can't defeat that group of rebels who are born from mud? The treatment of the imperial army and the rebels can be very different. The imperial army is dozens of times better than the rebels in terms of weapons and equipment, as well as weekday pay. Hey, that general from the imperial court who came to subdue the chaos, heard that the Draghammer heavenly king was coming, and shrunk himself in the big back to play with the beautiful women, only letting his soldiers and horses go out. Those soldiers aren't any good, and when they rob, who can tell if they're from the court or the rebels? He Qing was listening from the sidelines. Many of these people had come from outside, and a sizable portion of them came from Guanyuan province, fleeing the disaster. Tang Xuan listened to these words, only coldly said, really not something, if I am in. He squeezed the hilt of his sword, only to feel that he was nowhere near strong enough. It would be fine if it was a small-scale brawl. Even in the military, his strength was considered superior. But in this kind of large-scale war, he was still far from strong enough on his own. Tang warrior, come here for a moment. Nowadays, the mountain temple almost takes the form of a large mansion, divided into several entrances with a variety of rooms. These are houses that are built using spells that are fast and environmentally friendly. When Tang Xuan heard the voice and saw that it was He Qing, he immediately showed a look of surprise. He rushed over and the two of them then made their way to the private area of the backyard. I hear you're leaving? When Tang Xuan heard this, he immediately said, I can't stay here for long either, especially since Guanyuan Prefecture is in turmoil nowadays, so I would like to go over there and take a look, and if I have the chance, I plan to join the army. All along, Tang Xuan's ideal ambition had been nothing more than rebuilding his family's sword school, but watching it these days has made him feel something else. Building a sword hall is nothing. Even if the sword hall accepts hundreds of disciples, that is nothing more than an ant in the eyes of those big shots. A truly great hero is to be famous, to make a name for himself, to be a great hero. Besides, chivalry was multiplied in Tang Xuan's heart. Seeing such a civil affliction in Guanjuanfu, an impulse also sprang up. As the saying goes, loyalty is rewarded. Tang Xuan also had this thought in his mind. He Qing glanced at him and nodded. Are you used to living here these days? That's okay. An inch of skill? It has been since. With a wave of He Qing's hand, there were some pastries, drinks, melons and fruits placed on the table formed by the tangle of vines. Swordsman Tang, I know what's in your heart, and I also think that you're bound to be famous in the future. So since that's the case, I'll pass on the Dragon Swordsman's Dragon Sword technique to you. This sword technique is really beyond the mundane. If you practice it, there are few places in this world that can stop you. When Tang Xuan heard this, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Being exaggerated so much by the immortal-like figure, Tang Xuan also only felt his heart fluttering, as if he had risen up to the ninth heavenly cloud. Moreover, he had been searching for the dragon-slashing sword technique for several years, but he finally got it in this way. He immediately arched his hand and said, Immortal's favor. Tang Xuan remembers it in his heart and is willing to repay it with his death. Hey, don't say that. He Qing waved his hand. He Qing began to teach the dragon-slaying sword technique to Tang Xuan. After He Qing's observation these days, Tang Xuan was truly a warrior. This dragon-slashing sword technique originated from him in the first place, so it will be returned to him today. Besides, if you live in this world you always want to leave some traces in this world. The situation in the world is not clear at the moment. Perhaps it will take someone who shines like a star to save the world, to radiate light. He Qing also understood that it was easy to let him take care of immediate matters, but letting him take care of the world's affairs was a bit too big. Instead of that, why don't we give a little help to those who really have their hearts in the right place? Perhaps that is the greatest contribution he can make. In one afternoon, He Qing had taught Tang Xuan the dragon-slashing sword technique. Seeing the other party leave and run to the battlefield, He Qing could not help but let out a long sigh. I don't know when I'll see you again after this farewell, and I don't know exactly what each is going through. In short, Tang Xuan's future path must be strewn with thorns. After Tang Xuan left, He Qing picked up a jug of monkey wine and began to lightly taste it. This monkey wine is really sweet and mellow, with a long aftertaste, unknowingly some hazy drunkenness. Naturally, this drunkenness could be eliminated by He Qing with a single thought, but there was no need. Su Yuan sought out the White River Viewer, Master K2. Kita since a few days ago He Qing preaching after the Tao has been daily in the collection of books in the cabinet to rack their brains like thinking. He Qingji said that although he did not comprehend it immediately, he had found a practical direction. Sometimes it's the lack of direction that's the scariest period, because there's nothing to focus on. With direction comes difficulty, and with the resolution of that difficulty comes progress. Su Yuan also searched several times before he figured out K2. K2 looked at Su Yuan with some impatience. Even though Su Yuan was a county magistrate, it didn't matter at all to K2. Even if he returned to the capital later and became a great official, that wouldn't affect him in the slightest. That's when the door opened. Su Yuko walked in. She had her tea in her hand. Have some tea, father, Taoist. However, facing Su Yoke, K2 unconsciously tightened his grip. Kita had already discovered that this woman's nature was as high and pure as jade, and a jade-rich spirituality emanated from her body. This is a good candidate for monasticism. Moreover, the Greenwood Scatterer was originally the inheritor of the Plum Blossom E technique, and in terms of inheritance, he was too much stronger than him. Don't look at the Greenwood Scatterer's current downfall. but that was only because he hadn't sought out a person of Qi. The inheritors of the plum blossom technique that had come through the generations were either honored guests in the king's mansion, or guests and guest elders in the great immortal sects. The Greenwood Scatterer was so respectful of this woman, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate her. Su Magistrate, in the future will your daughter have any arrangements? K2 didn't care, he just asked. When Su Yuan heard this, he immediately said, since I'm looking for a good husband's family, I'll teach my children in the future. Nonsense. K2 instantly frowned. He then relaxed his tone again. If you are a husband and a mother, even if you become a king's consort and one of the 3,000 beauties in the harem, so what? You are still a bird in a cage. But if it's cultivation, it's not impossible to look out of the world in the future. Su Yuan frowned. He had never really thought about this point. This world honors the Buddha's path, yet the practitioners look many, but are actually few and far between. Like Qingping County, there are only about 30 people out of a population of nearly 100,000 people. Most of them are still crude and uncountable. Similar to the street jugglers, Tang Chuan and Tang Yuan had made their way west after coming out of the mountain temple. Along the way, Tang Chuan was always comprehending the dragon-slaying swordsman's mastery. However, although this chopping dragon sword technique was a sword technique, it was not the subtlety of the sword, but rather a method of storing up momentum. The north wind rolls in and the white grass breaks. The mountains on both sides are getting more and more depressed. A cold air is born by itself. Everything is silent. Only the cold wind in the air remains. Suddenly, Tang Chuan stopped in his tracks. When the Zhanlong swordsman gained the title of number 1 in the world and was admired by millions of people, was he storing up momentum? The dragon was born with the power of the river, and it can store up the momentum of the river and break through with the momentum of the mighty Yangtze River into the sea. He Qing, on the other hand, used the pure yang without pole to take himself into the void, borrowing the momentum of the vast expanse of the universe. What about him? It's both storing up momentum, storing up wherever it is, and borrowing from wherever it is. Just then, Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, there!" Tang Chuan has excellent eyesight. From a distance, all that could be seen was a wild village standing in the middle of the wilderness. It was sparsely populated for miles, with maybe 20 or 30 families. However, at this moment, several soldiers on black horses with armor were roaming outside the village. An aura of blood traveled down the wind. The wild village was so gloomy that there seemed to be a sacrifice singing at the top of its voice, and there were bells ringing softly for long stretches of time. Only a few breaths later, a Yin Qi violently erupted, and the mournful cries were like night lords in the middle of the night, causing people's hearts to panic and their ears to ache. In slaughtering villages to make ghosts, Tang Chuan's voice was a little low, forcing himself to hold back something. Yen is still inside. The two came by way of this village and rested in it for 2 days, though not as familiar with the villagers. But it's always hard on the heart to watch people you've known and talked and laughed about being slaughtered and butchered just like that. Tang Chuan held one hand above the hilt of his sword, his fingers bony and calloused. Although the great families of the world admire the Buddha and the Tao of many people, but seekers of the Tao of many, but into the Tao of fewer, and also into the Tao. If you enter those great Taoist system, but also inevitably will be required not to stay in the world of dust and mundanity. Su Yuan pondered. It wasn't that he wasn't aware of the influence of people who practiced. It's just that cultivators are ultimately a tiny minority, and the power they possess is simply beyond the control of even the great families. Since they can't influence it, everything will have to go their way. And which Taoist temple can my daughter enter? Is she going to worship the White River Temple? If he were to worship the White River View, that would not really fit Su Yuan's psychological needs. If that was really the case, it would be better to be in-laws with any of the princes and nobles. Key to a brush hanging to the chest of the beard, lightly hummed, since it is not worshipped in the White River View, nor Qingping Palace, White Buddha Temple. Your 1,000 gold qualifications are outstanding. We cannot afford to provide this big Buddha. Since there is another person, if you have the opportunity, you can contact that gentleman, that divine heavenly father. Oh, that young gentleman, the one who saved my wife with a talisman and solved the feather cult? Su Yuan took a sip of tea. What a great way to go. It would be a real shame to miss this gentleman. At the end, K2 added, by the way, if you want to solve the problem of leaving the mountain, you must also go to seek it, but not you, but let your daughter go. That gentleman does not like to deal with errands. Su Yuan said instead, the city god said that there's a god of the mountains in the Li Mountain? That's the one. Bang! Su Yuan accidentally scratched the lid from side to side. Even though Su Yuan had traveled through several states since he was young, his mind was not calm at this moment. He had wanted to visit He Qing a long time ago, only that He Qing was unwilling to socialize, so he hadn't seen it. By the time the feathered sect was resolved, that commotion was naturally seen by Su Yuan. That is really like the immortal Buddha in the world in general. Ordinary people cannot be compared. It's no wonder that nowadays the military generals have a higher status in the Great Moon Dynasty. And even if they are civil ministers, there are mostly some great scholars, mahists, and legalists who are flourishing. Su Yuan knew that he might not be able to become a top minister in his lifetime, and that was why. It was just that he didn't expect that this Leishan mountain god was actually this person as well. All of this together was also enough to make him realize what kind of a terrifying person this was. Could it be that K2 said that that person is a first-rate character of a living god? When it's really scary. Thinking of this, Su Yuan's heart couldn't help but heat up. If Su Yo can really join that gentleman's door, if she can cultivate, the Su family will continue to shine for 100 years in the future. In fact, the Su family had been trying to connect with some Taoist temples, Buddhist temples, and even some very small sects in the wild. For this reason, the Su family has to present a gift of more than $100,000 every year to pray to the Buddha. It was just that all along, the Su family had not produced any cultivators. Today, Kita said so. Su Yuan also really excited in his heart. Some fire. If that is the case, then immediately present the gift and allow Yuko to visit the immortal master. He Qing is fishing. He used a bamboo pole with a line hanging from it, and on the line hung a silver hook with the flesh of several small worms hanging from it. The so-called wishful thinking is nothing more than that. The river was fast moving. Fish swam by in a hurry, and a few of them took a fancy to the worms. Snap! The worm was eaten and the fish ran away. He Qing was a bit helpless, so he lifted the hook and hung it up some more. Snap! A fish swims by, but no one ever takes the bait. Just then, a huge dragonfish eyed the side. It swam violently over to the fish with a flick of its tail. Bang! A fish is knocked out. This Chinook gently pushes the fish on top of the silver hook. Just getting a fainting fish to swing to the hook is the hard part. So the dragonfish got a little anxious, and it kept moving with its mouth, with its tail, and with its body. It took a while to get the fish's mouth on top of the hook. He Qing was a bit speechless as he watched from above. It's a bad trend that this dragonfish will give gifts to curry favor with the leader. You're a great general of the gutter. You don't do your job day in and day out. What are you doing here? He Qing angrily scolded. The dragonfish looked at He Qing with bated breath and wagged its tail hard. He Qing had no choice. So with a wave of his hand, a spiritual light disappeared into the dragonfish's body. You have a trace of dragon chi. It's not like you can't take in the rest of the fishes. I'm now giving you the mountain god authority again. You can manipulate the water away from the mountain. Go on, take in some fish demons, and accomplish a water army. He Qing waved his hand. It's irritating not to catch a fish, but it's even more tasteless when the fish you do catch are given to you by a bystander. Just after that dragonfish left, He Qing sat on his end for half a day and actually didn't catch a single fish. This in turn made He Qing somewhat nostalgic for the time when that dragonfish was around. No wonder leaders love this type of subordinate. It's a pleasure. Moreover, this dragonfish was bound by his spirit detention and dispatch, and was considered to be one of his true own. The old white-ape kind, though powerful, couldn't use it all for himself. This also separates the pro and con. Even though He Qing didn't care, instinctively it would make a difference. It was easy to take in these elves and monsters in the midst of the departing mountains. In just a few days, He Qing's subordinates already numbered in the hundreds. That old white ape picked 20 young and strong from the monkeys and led them by himself. On top of that, he recruited a wolf pack, a white snake pack, and a fox pack. The rest were scattered various demons, most of which were small and not very strong. Solitaries like tiger demons didn't seem to care to join in. Or maybe they're used to living alone and don't really want to join in emotionally. That dragonfish, on the other hand, had recruited more than 20 fish demons as a water army. Naturally, compared to the ones on land, the demons in the water had a much smaller range of use. On top of that, that little fat bird got some little birds. He Qing looked at the little fat bird, then to the dozen or so little birds twittering behind it. He Qing was somewhat speechless. He was a little unsure what these little birds were for. In case of a fight, are you going to give each other head? Never mind. You'll be the messengers. Sentinels. Carrick. Kir. The little fat bird covered in green feathers showed an expression of great desire to fight. Bang! He Qing flicked its brain. He Qing then looked at the wolf pack, the white snake pack, and the fox pack. If you intend to walk along the path of divine incense, you may be branded by me. If we want He Qing to share the authority of the mountain gods, we must dispatch the generals by detaining the spirits. And lately, He Qing realized that his incense was much stronger. This is partly not just because the pedestrian incense in the mountain temples has gone up. It also appears that some of it comes from within Clearfield County. With the incense, it naturally hooks up with He Qing. He Qing also understood what had happened. It turns out that Qingping County had changed the original temple of the feathered sect of God into a temple of his mountain god. However, these days have just begun, and the incense is not very strong, and it is still far from the kind of level of the feathered sect. It just depends on how it goes after that. These are not very helpful to He Qing, but it also makes him feel that he is always paid for his busy work, and it is not a waste of time. This in turn inspired some of his passions and gave ample impetus to certain noble sentiments. As He Qing's words fell, the demons looked at each other in disbelief. Eventually, a wolf comes out of the pack, but it is not the king of the wolves. The white snake, on the other hand, is one of the largest snakes in size. The fox pack came out instead, and most of the foxes walked out. It does seem that foxes are good for attachment, and the rest in bits and pieces. A wild boar, a big yellow cow, just you guys. There was only so much power in the mountain god seal, and it was impossible to share all of it, so I had to pick some of it. He Qing then immediately used his spirit detaining and dispatching avatar to take control of all 8 demons. The might of the mountain god seal was then bestowed upon them. After that wolf demon got it, only to see his body suddenly surrounded by a layer of wind. Seems to have the ability to control the wind. Snake demons, on the other hand, are able to hide and control the earth. Some of the foxes can breathe fire, and some can keep the wind at bay. The wild boar and the big yellow ox were fiercely enlarged by a circle, and a savage aura spread out. After conferring it, the rest of the group of demons immediately revealed envious colors, only hating that they hadn't walked out just now, but they were demons after all, and after only a moment of remorse they regained their composure. Compared to creatures with complex thinking like humans, demons were much simpler and could always let go of their obsessions with ease. For the rest of the group of demons, He Qing didn't skimp either. He sprinkled out 3 pure yang dan and dissolved them with water again. This pure yang dan was essentially origin essence. Since Tang Chuan had eaten it last time, He Qing had also realized that this dan had only benefits and no harm, so he was relieved to let them eat it. In the future, when you come across these elixirs, just send them to the mountain god's mansion. Do you understand? Each of these group demons drank a mouthful of clear water tinted with golden light, only to see that after drinking it, the breath was a few points stronger in a flash. These demons were after all different from Tang Chuan. They knew how to refine qi and absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Naturally, he understood how to refine the medicinal power of the pure yang dan. After giving his orders, He Qing stopped caring. On the contrary, that old white ape's eyes twinkled when he looked at He Qing as he bestowed the crowd of demons with the mountain god's might. The old white ape Yuan Yu was astonished in his heart. He had seen the original mountain god when he was young. That's the leader of their pack. It's just that the previous generation of mountain gods simply didn't have the ability to do that. The ability to bestow might on their men. What a marvelous ability this is. So much so that he wanted to join in. It's just that as the leader of the ape herd, he owns his responsibilities. After establishing the demon army, He Qing then came to the mountain god temple. Looking at the bustling mountain god temple, looking at the boiling incense in front of the statue of the mountain god, by all rights, the incense should be used for something else. So it seems we have to find a chance to ask the city god. Nowadays, He Qing's mountain god position only had a home field advantage in the territory of the leading mountain. Yet what other wonderful uses the incense had he hadn't yet figured out. He Qing shook his head, then walked into the temple with his hands behind his back. He came to the temple of the mountain god because someone had come looking for him. Just after arriving at the mountain god temple, the female ghost Xueqin, who was the temple's temple blessing, had already appeared to greet him. She was fashionably dressed in a turquoise, seemingly formed from vines and blades of grass. As a temple acolyte and with some of the ability to manipulate grass and trees, Xueqin had a high status in the temple. He even gained a bit of a following for it because he personally dealt with a couple of troublemakers. Some rich merchants secretly even took the initiative to give Xueqin gifts and money, wanting to make friends with this temple priest. The gods, after all, are far away in the clouds, but the temple blessings are close at hand. They were not pious and did not have the slightest fear of the gods, but only respected the temple priests who possessed mighty powers near at hand. However, facing He Qing, Xueqin knew who the real master was. Besides, her powers all came from He Qing, and with a single thought, she was going to disappear from this world. Therefore, Xueqin tried her best to use all the manners she had learned and greeted He Qing in the most humble manner. "Lord, come in." Xueqin led He Qing to one of the most exquisitely decorated rooms. Nowadays this room has more decorations, some paintings and drawings, and some flowers. After a while, Xueqin led the visitor over. "It's Su Yuko, K2 and Aoki scatter." K2 smiled as if he were fawning. Su Yuko, on the other hand, was very decent, with a skillful smile. In essence, Su Yuko didn't understand why she had come and whether He Qing could agree. she's just following her father's wishes. If not, I am afraid that she would still be doing some political work in Qingping County. Compared to cultivation, Suyuko wanted to be an official more than anything else. It would be nice to be an official like my father, to have the power to better set up, to make a place better. Facing He Qing, Suyuka respectfully bowed. She didn't really want that, preferring to get along in an easygoing, as if she were a friend. It's just that my father made a point of reminding me before I came. Let me teach? He Qing felt a toothache, although he was quite strong, but let him teach. Then I'm afraid it would only be to no avail. After all, He Qing didn't know many details. It was as if he cultivated as if the water was flowing, and there was no need for too many details at all. He Qing looked at K2. Master K, do you think I can teach? K2 thought for a moment, then looked back at scattered greenwood. Chungmu Scatterer had long since defected to Suyok, and naturally said at this time, if it's any other fool, it won't work, but if it's Miss Su, then naturally, it's possible. After hearing this, K2 couldn't help but glare angrily. He Qing was indifferent. At this time, the Greenwood Scatterer added, moreover, Heavenly Father, you established the Mountain God's mansion. You also need a person who handles government affairs. Miss Su has been handling affairs with her father since she was young and is comfortable with it, so there is no need to worry about it. That's true. He Qing looked over at Suyok. Okay? Since it is possible. Suyok nodded. The thought of being able to govern all the elves and monsters in the entire territory of Mountly, Suyuko herself was filled with interest. Compared to cultivation, this was what she was excited about. Good. Then you'll be the one to teach it first. Master K Guan. I can only teach some of it. After all, I don't know much either. No problem. K2 took on the job. He Qing then called Shueqin over. You will listen to this Miss Su from now on, and will be responsible for liaising with those elves and commanding orders. Understand? Shueqin glanced at Suyok, lowered her head, and respectfully said, Yes, Lord. Originally, He Qing also wanted to abduct people from Qingping County. Now that you've abducted the magistrate's daughter, naturally, you don't need it. In fact, there are now only 3 quests in the House of the Mountain God. One is the arrangement of the Temple of the Mountain. The second is what to do with the relationship between humans and demons. The third is the law in the demon army, which reaches a level of reward and punishment. Then again, there may be the question of how to get people into the mountains to exploit the thousands of resources that are latent in the mountains, and what it will take for those people to do so. After having Suyok, He Qing was really a handful. 2 days later, the green-feathered little fat bird is also the present-day mountain patrol ambassador of the leaving mountain. Kirikou. Karakiri. He Qing listened sideways. Are you saying that many people with strange behavior have been found in the mountains recently? Although He Qing was able to observe the entire mountain, that required concentration and energy. It was no longer okay. He didn't have to stare at every part of the mountain every day. Now that he had gotten this news, He Qing was curious. He immediately toured the entire mountain. It was a moment to spot some people who were traveling strangely. These people are quite numerous and are organized. A group of roughly 3 soldiers in armor with long swords, a wind scout, a sentinel flying through the trees. There was also a cultivator with a magic weapon in his hand. Naturally, the level of this practitioner was not high. Well, is it recorded yet? A man asked. Surrounded by dense foliage and a succession of canopies, it almost formed a dome, isolated from the outside world. The forest is bleak and the terrain is steep and arcane. That practitioner looked away while recording something on the cloth. This Li Mountain has a lot of essence and charm in it, and it's a good place. If our Black Flag army occupies this place, won't we be blessed with a unique advantage? A trace of joy surfaced on that cultivator's face. Humph. A soldier couldn't help but snort coldly. This leaving the mountain is naturally good. That practitioners have a high status in the army and don't have to fight and kill themselves, but if they really want to take over this place, they will have to fight for it themselves, and they are naturally reluctant in their hearts. The Heavenly King has now occupied Guanyuan Prefecture. The Qi has been established. It is already the dragon's luck, and our Black Flag army is the direct subordinate of the Guanyuan Shangguan family. In the future, if we take over half of the country, you and others can also take off and become honored nobles in one leap. He Qing was listening from the sidelines. There were great families in every part of the Great Moon Dynasty. These lineages hold great power in their millennia of inheritance. On top of that, there are various Taoist traditions. Listening to these people talk, I'm afraid that Guanyuan province the Draghammer Heavenly King now has more than one family under his command to rely on. The fact that they had so many cultivators, even though most of them were quick successes, showed that there was definitely a Dao lineage involved behind them. If there is a great family, then there is no shortage of officials. If there is a Taoist system, there is no shortage of practitioners. plus the fact that there were already countless stragglers and 100,000 soldiers under it. This rough calculation, but also really have a preliminary hegemony of the world may. Just then, the cultivator's face changed. Discovered. He Qing didn't hide anything, nor was he too lazy to do so. Still, the fact that the cultivator was able to detect his prying eyes caused He Qing to be a bit startled. He Qing turned on the Dharma Eye skill that he had gotten from White River View. This Dharma Eye can observe the spiritual air of the world, and is considered an introductory skill. However, if He Qing was allowed to use it, it was naturally different. With the realm of Pure Yang Infinity, no matter what skill was added to it, it would produce a qualitative change. When the Dharma Eye was opened, the whole world was suddenly changed. Various streams of air manifest the world. He Qing looked at those people. Instead, they found a black aura surging from several people. These black gases were by no means bizarre, forming a pale wolf figure that whistled at the sky. This is Qi. The world is still in the form of a dynasty, but then there are practitioners who exist with all sorts of transcendent powers. But why is the main fighting force still the military? There must be something in this that Kiyoshi is still not aware of. If it's a matter of Qi, it seems like we'll have to ask the Greenwood Scatterer. Who on earth are you? In my Shangguaning, is the Shangguan clan of Guanyuan province. My Shangguan clan once served as a lieutenant in the previous dynasty, and also has a great officer in the court today. If you are willing to let me live. He Qing was surprised to hear it. This Shangguan family has someone in the court as an official and actually dares to participate in the rebellion. It really seems like not putting your eggs in one basket. They are also dang ambitious. But what Shangguan family couldn't intimidate He Qing? Only to see a golden gaseous giant palm formed by Pure Yang Gang Qi appear in the air, and then in a flash, as if swatting a mosquito, it landed in the horrified eyes of several people. He Qing had never had a good impression of the rebels. These rebels slaughtered an unknown number of people in Guanyuan province. So he went straight down. Bang! Only to see a large palm print appear on the ground all of a sudden. And those few people had already disappeared, transforming into the nourishment of the lush trees. He Qing indifferently opened his eyes. Draghammer Heavenly King, Black Flag Army, Guanyuan Shangguan Clan. He Qing hummed lightly. Right now, it seems that these rebels are extremely close to Qingping County and close to Leishan. Go, get the Greenwood Scatterer. He Qing released the little fat bird. Then, with a turn, he went to the mountain temple and waited quietly. After a while, the Greenwood Scatterer came. He had been in the neighborhood and was accompanying Su Yuko to take care of business. Upon meeting He Qing, the Greenwood Scatterer first arched his hand. Greetings, Heavenly Father. Despite the fact that He Qing considered himself to be just an ordinary person and wanted to get along with the people on the sidelines as an ordinary person, but with the huge gap in strength, it was as if an ant and an elephant were unconsciously respectful. He Qing told the Greenwood Scatterer what he had encountered earlier. Only then did the Greenwood Scatterer say, Qi fortune is the most subtle thing in the world, and even the most subtle Tao will have a sense of helplessness when faced with Qi fortune. Earlier there was an argument that there is no Qi in this world, but by itself, but in the end it also failed, because the human emperor streamer is the greatest example of proof. Since ancient times, the most obvious ones with Qi luck have been the royal families, who are blessed with heavenly blessings that no Tao can get close to them, while the lineages, as long-lasting local power holders, have Qi luck on them as well, but are unable to utilize it on their own accord. Their Qi is not only because of being in power, but also because of the legacy, the Yin virtue left behind by their predecessors. These lineages only need an opportunity, the appearance of someone who can truly control their Qi luck, and the Qi luck in them will be able to show its power. The Greenwood Scatterer had said many things about Qi, and He Qing finally understood. There are not many people in this world who can actively control their Qi. The Emperor is one of the most obvious ones who can increase or decrease the Qi on someone by enthroning them. The Qi on the main general of an army came from the imperial court, and it would also be added to his body when he fought, rendering the Tao ineffective. Now the Shangguan family's Black Flag Army is accompanied by wolf smoke, which is the manifestation of the Shangguan family's Qi, and it was because the Draghammer Heavenly King had dragon Qi in his body, counting himself as one of the world's auger dragons. It was with him as the Lord of Qi, the Lord of Zhongxing, that the local lineages, and the army could have the combat capability to sweep across the land. How about the Shangguan family? What about the Black Flag Army? The Greenwood Scatterer was somewhat unable to feel He Qing's strength. Perhaps it was because he had never seen He Qing use his full strength. But the reason why this world is led by the royal family and occupied by the great families is because of the Qi. During the ancient times, when the human race's fortune had not yet emerged, the major cultivation paths dominated one side, but those days are long gone now. In other words, that means that in the current world, the human race's Qi can suppress all Tao, and the Qi of the Guangzhou Wanfu area should not be underestimated. You can invite Ms. Su over. Their Su family is also considered a family. However, Heavenly Father, if you do drag the hammer Heavenly King to attack, it would be best not to take on the lord of a land as an individual, but rather to rely on the chi of Qingping County or Qinghe County. He Qing listened and contemplated for a moment. Well, He Qing did not retort. In fact, it hadn't been long since he had achieved the Pure Yang Infinite Realm. When he fought against the binding Jiao Dharma King, he had only just achieved Pure Yang Infinity. But that's just an empty realm without the accumulation of time. Each day, He Qing was improving by leaps and bounds. As long as he was in this heaven and earth, his strength would gain a boost. The current He Qing had long been incomparable to the original, plus the fusion of the divine feather of the Eastern Divine Eagle. If the binding Jiao Dharma King were to be resurrected to fight him again, I'm afraid it would be a matter of a split second. However, despite gaining a huge boost in his own strength, He Qing was not arrogant. There is no clearer method of kanji transportation. Aoki scattering froze and inked for a moment. This is, after all, the legacy of the plum blossom E technique. He Qing then took out a Pure Yang Dan. It can increase your lifespan and your cultivation. The greenwood scatterer couldn't help but be tempted, but he was still inking away. He Qing took out another capsule. Scattered Aoki felt that he had reached his limit, but still, he struggled painfully in his mind. I can't take my ancestors' things just for this foreign thing. Another 3 Pure Yang Dan. Yes, I have several kinds here. Look, Heavenly Father. Changmu Scatterer took the Pure Yang Dan in a swift manner, and then purposely went out to put it on his disciple. When he came back, he also brought back Su Yuko. What's wrong? Hey, that group of rebels from Guanyuan province is going to hit us. When Su Yok heard this, she really tensed up, and her fingertips imperceptibly pinched the corner of her coat. I heard some time ago that the Imperial Army was losing ground, and now, those people robbed the city just fine. Why do they have to perform that cruelty? Miss Su, did you know that the Shangguan family in Guanyuan province still has the Black Flag Army? Su Yuko nodded. This Shangguan family is counted among the 100 surnames in the world, and it is a great family known throughout the world, not some local powerhouse. Once one of the most brilliant of the Shangguan family was the former lieutenant of the dynasty, known as the Kangwolf Divine General. Only since that Kangwolf Divine General, the Shangguan family has been silent for a long time, and although it is still a great family, it has declined a lot. As for the Black Flag Army, I'm not sure. He Qing nodded, then added, the rebels may be coming over. If Miss Su returns home, she can tell your father the news so that he can make early preparations. Good. Su Yok looked in the direction of Guanyuan Mansion with worry, a feeling of powerlessness arising in her heart. After all, she was only a woman, and there was really no way to deal with this kind of thing. She also couldn't be an official at all in the Great Moon Dynasty. Su Yuko glanced at the Greenwood Scatterer. Isn't it true that the only way out for me is to practice? Scattered Aoki laughed a little. That depends on what you want to do. Do you want to be a good wife who teaches her children? Or do you want to be someone who can influence the world? Su Yuko was silent for a moment. I want the world to be peaceful and eternally well. Scattered Greenwood shook his head slightly. That's a big ideal. Su Yok said, it is too big. Even if it can't be done, as long as it can affect one person and 2 people, it is also good. If it can affect 100 people and 1,000 people, that would be great. Don't worry, there will be that day, Scattered Greenwood said. With him as the heir to the Plum Blossom E technique, coupled with the chi on Su Yok, the future was bound to be not bad. Scattered Greenwood looked back in the direction of Guanyuan Mansion. Back then, he had also seen a beggar in Guanyuan province. A beggar whose chi rumbled even more than Su Yuka. It's a shame the man's heart wasn't in the right place. Could it be you? He Qing began practicing the Heavenly Star Dharma I to come in his room. This Heavenly Star Dharma I was not simple. It was more difficult than any of the Dharma skills He Qing had seen in White River View. Those spells of the White River View he might be able to know just by looking at them. But this Heaven Star Dharma he actually had to look at a few more times. After the cultivation was over, He Qing realized that this Heavenly Star Dharma was truly extraordinary. He could actually see the trajectory of the stars and buckets moving, thus corresponding to some of the metaphysical things on the ground. He Qing looked to the west. Only an overcast cloud was seen hanging over the earth. In the gloomy clouds that surged and boiled like a tidal wave and tsunami, an incomparably huge, evil dragon's shadow loomed. The shadow of the dragon was seething with yin qi, and from time to time there were evil ghosts roaring, with scarlet eyes that were hideous and ugly. This ink jiao was surrounded by dark clouds, and the dragon's body was like a heavenly pillar, connecting the sky to the earth, standing in the Guanyuan Mansion. When He Qing looked over, the ink jiao actually turned its head, its pair of scarlet vertical pupils showing cruelty and madness. Roar! The dragon's body swam in the tidal wave like dark clouds, its head roaring in the direction of He Qing. A storm swept towards him. This is to carry the chi of a place and take the fortune of all the people? He Qing stood loftily where he was. Just see a sunrise seems to rise from the sea, blooming thousands of golden light, shining on the earth. The storm surging up from that Jiao was really only like a breeze when it arrived in front of him. He Qing closed his eyes, only to see that his eyes, which were like the sun and the moon, suddenly lost their luster and turned into clear pupils like pools of water. He Qing was eating the fruit plate beside him, which was not only grapes, bananas and other fruits, and cantaloupe, durian-like things, all brought in by recent traders from out of town. He Qing looked out the window at the mountains, only to see a cold wind blowing by, unknowingly actually drifting snowflakes. Flying snow fell in the air, making the whole world seem to be white. The cold wind drifted and wrapped in snowflakes, hitting He Qing's body. A little snowflake fell on the skin, flooding it with a touch of coldness. He Qing looked outside the mountain temple. Nowadays there were more and more people coming and going along this road. A sizable portion of them were poor, people who had fled the country. They rest here, stay here. But the mountain temple was still too small to hold so many people. He Qing saw some people in the hall shivering in their paper clothes and others snuggled in the corner. Most people were wearing extremely thin clothing. The snow was beautiful, at least in He Qing's opinion. But what about in the eyes of those poor people? For these people, even if they get to Qingping County, where are they going to land their livelihoods? Big brother, is there any food? Reward me with a bite. A man with broken and dirty clothes, a dark face, and a withered body asked pitifully. Another man was eating raw, cold, dust-stained dry bread. The man gulped and looked again at the thin, unrecognizable man. Finally, I couldn't bear to break off a small piece and give it to him. Thank you, big brother. My name is Winsaner. In the future, if something comes up, come and find me. I'll definitely go over there. You eat, it's fine. There are still many eyes in this hall. They were cold and hungry and could no longer really walk. It's fine in this mountain temple, but if we go outside, I'm afraid we'll have to freeze to death. Shui Qin fetched some melons and fruits. As soon as these melons and fruits fell to the ground, many people came to loot them. Shui Qin's face turned cold as an aura came out. Anyone who dares to grab it, gets out. At once, everyone cringed. There just aren't enough of these melons to share still. Su Yuko was also watching from the sidelines, and she was worried. Yuner, go and divide the food we brought over as well. And also, send a message to father, so that he can ship some over from the county. Mississippi. The maidservant named Yuner was a bit hesitant. If they share this food, what are they going to eat? Go on. Yes. When Yuner brought the food over, many people bowed in worship. Thank you, miss, and thank you, Bodhisattva. Thanks a lot. Su Yok, however, said, there's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank the mountain god. Hearing this, He Qing laughed lightly instead. That's putting pressure on him to get on. He Qing had been pondering over the matter of Guan Yuan Mansion all these days, and had neglected the matter at hand. Shui Qin, go ask if there are any merchants to buy some seeds for grain. He Qing commanded. After a while, Shui Qin brought back a few seeds. This is a sweet potato. This is a melon. He Qing fetched it back while casually scattering it outside. Then, in just a flash, a seedling broke. 1, 2, 3, a dozen. These plants rapidly pass through juvenile, adult, and rapid flowering and fruiting stages. Under the snowy winter sun, in the midst of this bitter cold, there actually lurks the miracle of life. Look, what's that? Someone in the mountain temple saw the scene. They see the process of transformation from seed to seedling and then blossom. The fruit fell to the ground and became withered, and the seeds in it multiplied once more. The wind is fluttering and all the seeds are falling on top of the hillside. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire hillside began to emerge in full bloom. Everyone in the mountain temple looked dumbfounded. They were mostly farmers and knew what it meant and what kind of miracle it was. God, Lord Mountain God has manifested himself. In an instant, a cloud of people fell to their knees. In the midst of this, one of the scribes was also dumbfounded. Truly a miracle too. The scholar originally did not believe in God, but now it was not up to him to have to believe, because God is really in sight. It was only a matter of burning incense, and a sea of plants was in full bloom. It just appeared out of nowhere. Countless people scrambled to their knees to pray. They passed on their pious beliefs to He Qing. He Qing did receive these messages as well. He smiled slightly. These devotional thanks made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Alas, Shui Qin, do you know that these people's greatest wish is actually to have a full meal? Yes. Shui Qin didn't know how to respond. You go and get Ms. Su to make the arrangements. The miracle of the gods appeared in the world, which made the mountain temple full of people kneeling and worshipping, and the incense was so strong that a large tripod couldn't even be inserted. In this heated atmosphere, only the grain merchant seemed to feel a little hurt. The grain merchant looked out at the grain under the snowflakes on the mountains. So much grain. He's selling it chicken. Su Yuko did notice. Don't worry. When your grain arrives in Qingping County, as much as there is, we, Su, will collect. There were simply too many stragglers in Qingping County these days. Almost to the limit of what Qingping County could accommodate. With so many stragglers, where is enough food in the county? Coupled with the fact that the neighboring Guanyuan prefecture was also in turmoil, the entire grain production was almost non-existent. Food is what's in short supply today. Su Yoke looked at the sea of grain outside, but she had an idea. After a while, He Qing also heard the idea. You mean, build this place into a town around the mountain temple? Su Yuko nodded. Those stragglers won't have jobs when they get to the county, and they will end up on the streets to fend for themselves, and if there are evil people, they will commit crimes. But here, it makes them willing laborers, and the amount of work needed to build a town is enough to allow them to vent, and in the process, trade for food to eat. If everything depends only on divine charity, it will always be insufficient. We, as human beings, live in this world to be self-reliant and self-reliant. To Su Yoke's idea, He Qing also said it was okay. Big snow. Snow soon flooded the entire mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there was a blanket of snow. It was quiet in the late night away from the mountains. The sound of the wind was more like a melody of some sort, and the more quiet the mountains became, there was a sudden rattle at the foot of the mountain, and a branch shook violently, dropping a dead leaf. The color of the moon mixed with the color of the snow, revealing messy footprints in the snow. General, hold on, General. The sound broke small at first, but grew louder and more urgent in the back. Several strong men dripping with blood, and even bare-chested, were standing in the snow. Snow fell on their messy hair. Behind one man was carrying a small white-armored general who had passed out. General, God bless. 100,000 people in Red River County are still waiting for you, and 500 brothers are waiting for you. What will they do if you die? A few people were messy on their feet, and even though they were already at their limit, even though their faces were already bloodless and their lips were already white, they still held on. Hearing these words, the white-armored junior general behind him seemed to stir. In the distance, they saw a firelight in the dead of night that seemed like a sign of dawn. I don't know how long it took or how many times I fell before he fainted. It was as if he saw a figure that was approaching. In the dead of night, the mountain temple was abuzz with activity. 5 soldiers whose lives were on the line and who had fainted suddenly appeared outside the mountain temple. Su Mang violently opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a very young face. Where is the general? Is the general all right? He Qing hadn't expected that the first thing this one burly man woke up with wasn't actually concern for himself. Does he care so little for his own life? There are a lot of people who value their lives in this world, but there are far fewer who don't. That little white-armored general? Yeah, it's him. Su Mang was still trying to move, but a soreness came from all over his body. He Qing reached out and pressed him down. Don't worry, he's fine. He Qing then asked curiously, why did you care about him first when you woke up? This is a man who can run 100 miles in the snow with his bare shoulders. A man of honor. Perhaps the name of hero in the world would be more appropriate to press upon this man, because he's my main general. Is that enough? This reason? Because he's the only one who can mobilize the army. The lives of millions of people in Guanyuan province are in his hands, and if he dies, everything is over. Who is he? Yang Tianyu of the Yang clan of Liujing. The capital city of the Great Moon Dynasty was known as the Divine Capital. There are several other heavy cities in this world, great cities in the world, which have also served as capitals of former dynasties. It is also known as the Western Capital and the Jade Capital, a family that could be famous in a big city under the world like Liujing. It would not be comparable to the Qinghasu clan or the Guanyuan Shangguan clan. In other words, this is a male son of a top family. What's wrong with you guys? Met the Black Flag Army. Didn't fight. Routed. When he said this, Su Mang's tone was a bit heavy with some suppressed anger. Who is the leader of the Black Flag Army? Shangguan Xiang, the contemporary Shangguan family's number one of the younger generation. How many? 3,000. Where? Su Mang fiercely froze. He snapped out of it and muttered. They are chasing us. They want young Tianyu's life as blackmail. At that moment, he lifted his head just in time to see He Qing's haunting gaze. That means you guys brought people here. Naturally, it was unjustifiable for them to run for their lives, and He Qing did not blame them. But as Su Yuko said, everything in this world can't just depend on the god's bounty. Even if He Qing had a good heart, he wouldn't be a babysitter. That's why Clearfield County must be able to defend itself. Right now. Not to mention how much protection force Su Yuan could contact. This young Tianyu had to leave something behind since he had lured people over. It's snowing heavily outside. Water. Yang Tianyu struggled to wake up. An unusually low level of emotion filled his mind. Compared to this depressive feeling of failure, the physical torture of the district seems inconsequential, but he's still alive, and things are still turning around. Water was handed over by Qin. Yang Tianyu took a sip of water, which made him feel much more comfortable. You owe me a life, He Qing said to Su Mang. They were standing next to Yang Tianyu at this time. Yang Tianyu thought it was to himself and was about to speak before he realized it was to Su Mang. Of course, there's you. He Qing looked at Yang Tianyu again. However, compared to Yang Tianyu, He Qing was a bit more favorable to Su Mang. May I repay you with my life? Su Mang immediately said. Don't want your life. Your life is worthless. He Qing looked at Yang Tianyu again. The black flags are on their way. What are you going to do? Yang Tianyu was silent for a moment, because he didn't know what to expect. He was leading 2,000 elite soldiers, although because of the rear supplies cut off, making it necessary to fight with the enemy army to the death. But the result is already a defeat. Any reason cannot be covered up. You want to drag the people of Qingping County to be buried with you? He Qing's tone couldn't help but be stern. I will go. Yang Tianyu's gaze was a bit stubborn. Which way? I don't know. After saying that, Yang Tianyu stood up. General. Su Mang reached out to block it. Leave me alone. Bang! Yang Tianyu stumbled violently. He fell to the ground and struggled, but was slow to get back up. Yang Tianyu's body was already at its limit, and he had just woken up and drank water, so how could he act again? You don't have to go. Go ahead and contact your own clan to figure out what to do. He Qing walked out after saying this. Then the Black Flag Army. Yang Tianyu looked at He Qing's back as he left, and before he could finish his words, He Qing was already out the door. Qin stayed in the house. General, don't worry. The Black Flag Army will never be able to topple this mountain. Qin had an inexplicable trust in He Qing. You don't understand. With Qi, the Tao is suppressed. It's good that the general is at ease. In the mountain temple, there were constant inquiries. What's wrong? Those pawns. Hey, it must be a deserter. Otherwise how could we get here? It can't be that Qingping County can't stop it either. Then where else can we escape to? The other said. What words? With Lord Mountain God here, who can cross the Li Mountain? Even if that dragging hammer Heavenly King comes, I don't believe it. That's it. After that, several people prayed a few more times in front of the idol before going to sleep. There was a fire in the mountain temple, which breathed a warmth, and the head of the idol was lowered, as if watching. In the middle of the late night, with no trace of heavy snow, a figure stepped on the snow and slowly walked out of the leaving mountain. The long night is slightly bright and the snowy moon is clear. Beyond the Lei Shan is a wilderness. Guanjuanfu was a plain area, and the road was unobstructed. He Qing transformed into the eastern divine eagle and sped through the air. High in the sky, the wind was bitterly cold and the snow was flying. A divine eagle with a snow-white and majestic body, the size of a yard, was flying in the wind and snow. He was white as if he blended into the blizzard. Strangely enough, wherever this divine eagle flew, a terrifying storm followed it, causing wind and snow to sweep across the sky, causing everything to be in disarray, and even giant trees to pull up their roots. In fact, He Qing was able to control the size of his transformed body, the maximum being able to be about the size of a small mountain. It all depends on how much mana one has. Mana, on the other hand, was the last thing He Qing lacked. Honestly, even without using the power of the wind, just from the attributes of his entire body after the transformation, He Qing felt that this creepy had really earned it. Although He Qing hadn't seen the Earth Order guile, but this top Xian rank Eastern Divine Eagle's feather was definitely no less bizarre in his hands than some Earth rank shenanigans. He Qing danced in the air so much so that his thoughts began to drift, his mind thinking of strange things. The wilderness was silent along the way. The wilderness is most populated by wolves, deer, and cheetahs. When He Qing flew through the sky, no matter how huge the wolves were, they had to retreat for miles. With so many wolves here, I think the Shangguan family uses this as a totem. He Qing felt amused as he looked at the retreating wolves. These wolves are still fleeing with their tails between their legs when they see him, and I wonder what the Shangguan family can do when they see him. Is it going to be a fight to the death, or is it going to be the same as these wolves in the wilderness? Soon, He Qing arrived at a village. The village was deserted, with only corpses and a cloudy atmosphere. He Qing has good eyesight, but in this moment, he wished he couldn't see it. He saw a child shielded underneath a woman, and saw the child's confused eyes that still hadn't closed. Ow! A terrifying eagle cry rose up to the sky, almost resounding through the 9 heavens. The storm that was raised raged across the wasteland, and almost instantly, horrific turmoil appeared. At first, He Qing had listened in the leading mountain, listening to the tourists who came and went telling of the inhumane things that had happened in Guanjuanfu. He was angry then, but now, Upon seeing this with his own eyes, He Qing's anger almost started a prairie fire. Underneath the extreme anger was a calmness as light as water. People, the more extreme the situation, the less they can lose their heads. He was furious, yet he was still controlling his emotions with reason. Ever since He Qing refined the Pure Yang golden pill and gave birth to the avatar Samadhi flame, emotions rarely affected his judgment. After crossing this village, He Qing lifted his wings and flew. Almost as soon as the incense burned, He Qing saw a military camp. The barracks are stationed in the village. In the windy and snowy night, the barracks were still permeated with firelight. Miserable cries of women came from many houses. This curbed He Qing's thoughts of having a direct storm to wipe out the entire group. In the center of the village, in the largest courtyard, Shangguan Lei is holding a white and poor woman in his arms. The woman is full of sorrow, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, but she does not dare to make the slightest movement. There were also a few elite soldiers standing under the courtyard, as well as an old Taoist priest with an eerie aura. Behind the old Taoist stood a silky figure wrapped in a black robe. How about it? What level of Yin ghosts can this village people refine? Shangguan Lei said indifferently. While saying that, he also ravaged the woman in his arms. Looking at the woman in his arms, Shangguan Lei also couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. He was thinking that he had once been a well-mannered scholar. When did that make him look like this? A ghost that can refine the third realm of qi refining, the old man said. Speaking of this topic, Shangguan Lei was curious. Then what realm is cultivation actually divided into? Qi refining is divided into 6 realms: fetal movement, entering the orifices, induction, condensing fury, building the foundation, and refining the astral deities. After this, it's the Jindan real person, which is already rare in the world. The black-robed Taoist paused for a moment before continuing. Every Jindan real person is able to start a sect in one place now. And after Jindan comes the Yuanshan True Lord, already the top of the world. After Yuanshan, it is the immortal realm of Xiaju Ascension. Shangguan Lei couldn't help but reverie up in his mind after hearing this. Well, Shangguan Lei felt some pity that he couldn't even cultivate the Tao. By the way, what happened to those people who went towards the leaving mountain? There was also a sideline of Shangguan's children who died there. The black-robed Taoist paused again, because he wasn't sure exactly why of it. It was as if the spells were going to lose their effect even when they reached the mountains away from them. The general leads the elite troops, and it is sufficient to subdue them with qi. And the Kang Wolf banner, which swept through a prefecture, will not be able to reside in front of the Li Mountain. And rightly so. Just then, a weak voice rang out. General, I'll do anything with you. Can you spare my parents? Shangguan Lei looked down at the woman. Snap. With that, a slap landed on the woman. Remember, you're in no position to make conditions with me. A mere pariah. He Qing followed a gust of wind and landed in the middle of the camp. He was dressed in a clean white Taoist robe, made of fine silk. It was also a gift from Su Yuko, wearing this white Taoist robe, but it seems to stand in the wind and snow in general. He Qing just kept walking. There were occasional soldiers patrolling around, and they saw He Qing. They tried to cry out in alarm, but the wind lingered like a sharp blade. From top to bottom, left to right, a complete human being just disappeared in the wind. Just like that, amidst the roar of the wind and snow, He Qing quietly walked to the door. The black-robed Taoist was startled and looked toward the door, only to see a Taoist man dressed in white was standing quietly outside the door. And I don't know how long he actually stood there. Come on, man. Shangguan Lei put away his palms and heard the black-robed Taoist priest's words before he saw He Qing standing outside the door. He frowned. Who are you? Shangguan Lei wasn't alarmed. His qi rolled around his body, vaguely forming a Song Wolf figure. This Kang Wolf qi luck roared up to the sky and was roaring furiously at He Qing. Under the agitation of qi, even the black-robed Taoist actually had the effect of being unable to operate his mana. This is qi luck. And this is the result of the Great Moon Dynasty settling for 1,000 years. Whether it is the Great Confucianism, or the legalism, or the Moism, the theory is the use of humane qi luck. They both focus on people above all else. Only those who use the world of heaven and earth as a reference are considered cultivators. They cultivate themselves. It is only in this land that human fortunes are prospering and can suppress everything. Who am I? That's a really good question. This asks who and why He Qing is here on behalf of. He Qing thought about it and remained silent. The storm was like a dragon, fiercely blasting in furiously from the snowy night, leaving traces in the heavy snow as if the wind had taken on a form in this moment. The moment the long dragon-like gale surged in, the black-robed cultivator had just stared with wide eyes in shock rising, and then he had already passed away. Shangguan Lei looked at this scene in surprise. His entire body was swept up in the air, completely unable to maneuver himself. He felt as if he was an ant under this immense power. It was as if it was the same ant he had been toying with as a child. No matter how much that ant struggled, he would move it back into place. Now he's the ant. But what makes Shangwan Lei can't figure it out? Why? Why could someone use a dojo on him? With thousands of years of luck in front of their Shangwan family, why couldn't that Kangwolf flag, which had been waving in the wind for thousands of years, block it? According to that black-robed Taoist priest, according to the Kanyuan Dao, the largest Dao system in the Guanyuan province, I'm afraid that even if a Jindan real person came, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. And why is that? He Qing quietly looked at Shangwan Lei. The woman crawling on the ground looked at He Qing with her face red and swollen, looking at him in a white suit, as if he were a god. The moment seemed like a dream, but the intense pain was telling her it was reality. She was breathing a little hard under the immense wind pressure, but her mood was surprisingly good. Saved, she said. Inexplicably, she hadn't even cried out in that situation earlier, in the midst of the beating. Instead, the tears were now raining down, and no matter what, they could not be stopped, and had almost choked up. Leave me alone. I'm Shangwan. Before he could finish, He Qing interrupted him. I think I've heard this phrase somewhere before. Do all of you Shangwan family members love to say this so much? He Qing asked curiously. At this moment, Shangwan Lei also understood something. This white-robed Taoist priest is from Leishan. Off the mountain? It's a faraway place, and they haven't violated it yet. In other words, this Taoist clearly had no grudges or deep hatred with them. And for what, then, did he dare to go against the Shangwan family? Against the heavenly king who had swept through Guanyuan province? Violent doubts filled Shangwan Lei's mind. We have no grudges. I don't think I've touched anything of yours. I'll give you anything if you just let me go. Let me do anything. Listening to these words, He Qing's face was calm. Remember, you're in no position to make conditions with me. A mere pariah. He read the words out word for word. These were exactly the words that Shangwan Lei himself had just said. After saying that, when the storm suddenly converged, Shangwan Lei died in a burst of intense, death by 1,000 knives pain. You shall not die, and I will be waiting for you down there. With the overriding of this sentence, Shangwan Lei's entire person was also completely voiceless. All this did not get out over the sound of the violent wind and snow. Outside it seemed to remain calm. At least He Qing could still hear the occasional woman's screams. Knowest thou the evils of this place? He Qing asked the woman. The woman nodded. Do they all deserve to die? Damn them all. Good. As the words fell, the winds of the entire world stirred inexplicably. All the wind was surging, almost like a tsunami erupting. In this instant, the fury of the gale filled the heavens and earth, filling every corner. One by one, individuals died in such a relentless wind. They may have been drinking, or singing, or doing some sin when they died. They died senseless, only vaguely seeing their bodies the moment their heads fell. Dismay was their last emotion. In this greatness that is like a god, those who survived only felt like a dream. It wasn't until they double-checked that the ghostly cries came out slowly. Are you a god? The woman suddenly asked slowly. He Qing shook his head and nodded again, shaking his head because He Qing didn't realize his status as a mountain god. In his subconscious, he was just a human being, a living, breathing human being. As for the mountain god, it was just a label imposed on him by the outside world. Live well, immortals. He Qing stepped out of the door and he saw someone sprawled in the snow. There were also ragged women who wrapped themselves up in tears of grief. The more desperate among them have even hung themselves from a beam. He Qing stopped her with the wind. Calm down for a few days, and if that will still be the case, then feel free. He Qing realized that there was only so much he could do. After sighing, He Qing transformed into a divine eagle and continued on his way. Guangwan province is huge, and this is just one village. If you meet it you will also be saved. But that was not his main purpose. That's not enough to really turn the whole thing around. Even if He Qing's skills were great, it was impossible to influence a single government. So he first had to dwell on the forces that could be united. At least around here. He'd have to find it first. He Qing wanted these forces to act as a forward station for Leishan, so that everything wouldn't come to Leishan's heels so quickly. It was also possible to use Leishan as a base camp, as a rear to accommodate the refugees coming from Guanyuan province. With the resources that Leishan possessed, it fully possessed the ability to become a major town. Soon, He Qing sought out a temple. This temple has many refugees and many monks are running around in the snow. Just then, a man raised his head. What's that? An incomparably huge snow-white divine eagle was circling and flying in the air. This divine eagle was incomparably divine, with the storm following it around, as if it was the lord of the storm. A monk cried out in horror. At that moment, the rest of the people also looked towards the sky. At this look, a wave of panic began to spread. Eagle demon? This giant eagle was too terrifying, and the storm it set off flying through the wind and snow was too harsh. Soon, a young monk called out, an old monk in a robe. That old monk was holding a wooden fish in his hand. When? The sound is quite crisp. At this time, a sentence suddenly floated out of the sky. The old monk looked dazedly at the wooden fish in his hand. This wooden fish is a Buddhist artifact that has been blessed with 100 years of Buddha's light and incense offerings. If even this is ineffective, then Guangli Temple today is really. Just then, He Qing had landed on the ground. The huge divine eagle shocked everyone, and many other monks surrounded it with fearful faces. He Qing transformed into his original form. The mind couldn't help but think the same thing. People in this world are also too prejudiced against demons. It is true that many demons harm people, but there are no good demons among them. Exactly, people are not all good people in general. It was this rebel army that ravaged Guangyuan province, and they were almost miserably inhuman. When a person has the option to act with gentler means and he doesn't, that's a bad person. He Qing transformed into a Taoist priest with a gentle smile on his face. I came to ask something. Demon King of the transformation stage. Everyone run towards the demon-suppressing tower. He Qing silently looked at the old monk who shouted. Somewhat speechless. The wind and snow are in full force. The wind transformed into astral aura draped around He Qing's body. Everyone around them looked at He Qing in horror. They witnessed a divine eagle turn into a man. So is this person a human or a demon? Legend has it that the demon kings of the transformation stage can all be at least at the Jindan realist level. If it is really a demon king of this level, today Guangli Temple can be said to have 10 deaths. I am a human being, when I am really a human being. He Qing looked at the crowds that were fleeing helplessly. The robed abbot of Guangli Temple was still eyeing He Qing intently, his body almost taut. You say you're a human, and I say you're a demon. A martial monk shouted. He Qing glared over at once, and that martial monk was startled and hurriedly shut his mouth. That's right, Your Excellency. If you are truly human, then leave. After all, we really can't tell the difference. Well then, I'll just ask a few questions, and I'll leave afterward. With no other choice, He Qing could only do so. This was a wake-up call for him. It seemed that in future meetings he should still use his person, otherwise misunderstandings would inevitably arise. Please. Seeing He Qing's polite attitude, this old monk had actually believed a lot. It was just that some demons were treacherous, and he couldn't gamble with the lives of these people. Are there any existing resistance forces in Guangyuan province today, as well as the movements of the Black Flag Army? He Qing tried to ask. He had to first contact the biggest power in Guangyuan province today and unite first before he could do anything. The old monk then said, it's not clear where it's farther away, but here, Qingping County still hasn't fallen, and there's still a Fuhu Guan, but it looks like it won't be long before it resists. I'm not sure about the Black Flag Army. I didn't get a chance to learn that much about it. He Qing nodded as he listened. What is the strength of Qingping County, and how is the Fuhu Guan? There's a force in Qingping County that's still stubbornly resisting, almost 1,000 people, and in Fuhu Guan there's a Jindan real person, but he's old and his power is dispersed for the most part. It is also because of this Vuhu realist that the army has not been able to press in today, but under this monstrous might of the Drag Hammer Heavenly King, I don't know how much longer old Senior Vuhu will be able to hold out. The old monk continued. Okay, understood. He Qing nodded. He then looked back to the mountain crowded with so many people. No need to think twice. Food must be scarce here. However, after leaving the leaving mountain, He Qing did not have that ability to wave his hand over a sea of trees. The mountain god's might was naturally still usable. Just that out of the departure mountain, the might was cut down by more than 10 times. Compared to something like the mountain god seal, He Qing's desire to rapidly increase his strength still fell on the bazaar. Each of these shenanigans would give him a qualitative boost in strength, so He Qing could only throw out all the food stored in the Wuji cave. There you go. By the way, He Qing also threw in some sweet potato seeds. Only the seeds of the sweet potato fell to the ground and blossomed in an instant, and the vines climbed on top of the walls. The old monk and the rest of the monks looked at this scene and were instantly grateful. The atmosphere, which had been tense, relaxed and calmed down. As they watched this outlandish scene, they couldn't help but be amazed by it. Many thanks. Many thanks. The old monk thanked him repeatedly. He Qing waved his hand and was about to leave. Not staying a while? The old monk stated. He Qing twisted his head to look at him. I'm a transformation stage demon king. I'm busy. What's there to stay? After saying that, He Qing transformed into a divine eagle and disappeared into the wind and snow once again, and then only the crowd was left looking at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. What kind of divine power is this that can actually transform into a divine eagle? A martial monk asked. The old monk was silent for a moment. He really didn't know, and then said with a cold face, what do you care about so much? It's not like you can't learn this great power. In a solemn military camp, countless barracks were densely packed, and the soldiers wearing black armor and wolf-headed iron helmets were all solemn. A Kangwolf flag was inserted above the barracks, and the flag waved in the wind and snow, vaguely actually sounding like a wolf whistle. At that moment, a pale wolf with gray and white fur ran in the snow-filled ground. The pale wolf had the letter in its mouth. It made its way slowly to the main tent. "My lord, there is an urgent letter from the scouts ahead." The Tsong wolf actually spat out human words. "It's a wolf demon." Inside the tent, a young man in a white brocade coat was faking sleep. Hearing the voice, Shang Wanxiang opened his eyes. Shang Wanxiang was not born handsome, and could be said to be extremely middle of the road, but there was an inexplicable aura about him, a kind of surrendered confidence. "Fetch it." One of the personal guards took the letter out of the pale wolf's mouth, while respectfully handing it over. Shang Wanxiang opened the letter and frowned. It seems that all the people who have recently traveled to Roi Mountain have had accidents. It seems there's an extraordinary character there. Leishan Qingping County was supposed to be Shang Wanxiang's next target. Naturally, Qingping County was not on Shang Wanxiang's mind. It was just a small goal. But this little target seems to be a tough one now. Shang Wanxiang narrowed his eyes. "Go, whisk all those fleeing to Qingping County, and choose 50 more to go there disguised as refugees." "Yes, my lord." Right at the bottom, an old man with a sheep's beard smiled at his words. "Your Excellency is really a good plan. This Guanyuan prefecture now has hundreds of thousands of refugees. These refugees crowded into a small county, not to mention the rest. Just eating can eat them. If there be no food, what will be done? Naturally there will be disorder. And if that be the case, then there will be internal agitation." Shang Wanxiang glanced at the man. His face was calm and he did not speak. "However, Your Excellency, promise to give the city god of Sun Yuan Road, the land god position. Tell them to give it to them in 3 days. Yes, yes, yes." After that, Shang Wanxiang actually pulled out a book. He actually studied on the spot and didn't seem to take the battle seriously. He Qing flew and hovered in the sky. Honestly, after being a human for so long, it's kind of fun to be an eagle. At least this feeling of flying in the sky was something he had never experienced before. He Qing galloped through the sky. He had looked at the map of Guanyuan province before he came. Coupled with the old monk's guidance, He Qing also knew exactly where he was going. Let's go to Fuhuguan first. After all, there is a Jindan real person. Fuhuguan is located in the Tiger Mountain, which is a paradise for tigers and leopards, in which the ferocious beasts are uncountable. Right in the middle of flying, He Qing suddenly noticed something unusual. A spooky? Only to see that there was actually a swamp on the ground, and the miasma in the swamp made up for it, with no living creatures surviving. But there was actually a mass of silt in disguise, as if a small mountain was walking back and forth in the swamp. He Qing had been flying around Guanyuan province for 3 days, and this was the first time he had stumbled upon this level of weirdness. It's weaker than both the Spirit Detaining Dispatch and the Eastern Divine Eagle. He Qing took stock of the aura on this swamp monster. A little weak, but since it's a bizarre subject, it's considered a Xian rank. Now that I've seen it, it's a waste not to. It wasn't too far away from the Voodoo Observatory at this point. Such a bazaar just so stood in front of the door of the Fuhuguan, also no one cared. It seems like the world's means of dealing with weirdness are really limited. I also don't know if there is any suppression of weirdness in the Voodoo Observatory. If there is, there's nothing wrong with me being a favor and digesting it. He Qing couldn't help but think freely. What a big bird. A few silhouettes were transformed into small black dots in the blizzard. The north winds were bitterly cold, and when He Qing flew, these winds were even more violent. The terrifying storm swept on, almost turning into a tornado visible to the naked eye. A few Taoists looked up and saw a divine eagle surrounded by stormy winds hovering and flying in the sky. The large eagle was roughly the size of a courtyard, and was covered in terrifying wind pressure. A young Taoist priest hurriedly pressed the little girl's mouth. "Sheriff, don't talk nonsense, that's a demon, the level of a demon king." With He Qing's eyesight, he naturally saw a few people early on. Compared to the sparseness of the rest of Guanyuan prefecture, the place where Fuhuguan was located was still quite populated. At least He Qing had seen several waves of people making their way here, presumably for shelter. After all, Guanyuan province's largest Dao system, the Tsan Yuan Dao, had already submitted to the Draghammer Heavenly King. The only thing left was an existence like the voodoo cannon that could shelter them. Because of the presence of Fu Hujin, a Jindan real person, the chaotic army had yet to formally attack this place. It was also considered one of the few peaceful places in Guanjuanfu. Demon? Such a good-looking bird. Why would it be a demon? Why isn't it a spirit beast? The little county lord's eyes sparkled as she expressed her judgment about herself. Better get going. The Taoist, somewhat speechless, forced the girl onto the wagon while galloping off into the distance. Just the moment they left, a terrifying storm was already brewing. The storm wrapped with sharp blades presented a trend of catching the sky, as if it was a long dragon. It was at the moment when this heaven-reaching storm appeared. Not far away, in the middle of a solemn Taoist temple, an old man with a head full of white hair, but full of spirit, all tall and powerful, with an extremely large bone structure looked over. "What is it?" the Vulcan realist murmured. And there was also a white tiger with a huge body lying beside the Vulcan realist. This white tiger accommodated almost the entire hall, and a person standing in front of him was only just up to his mouth. It had black and white stripes on its body, and its eyes were an azure color. The huge white tiger yawned. "I don't know. Why don't you go out and check? I have to sleep." The Vulcan realist glanced at his partner and grunted lightly. "I'll see if you have the heart to sleep when the drag hammer Heavenly King hits. We'll see then," White Tiger said listlessly. The Vulcan realist used his Dharma eyes to look from afar. Only an imposing divine eagle was seen. In his Dharma eyes, this divine eagle seemed as if it was the lord of the sky, and every time it lifted its wings the entire storm in the sky echoed, so much so that the aura of the sky briefly experienced an abnormal riot. This strength? A demon king? Where did this come from, demon king? A pang of doubt arose in the heart of the Vulcan realist. How could a demon king come to Guanju Wanfu at this time? And for what? Now it's taking a shot at that quagmire. To be honest, the Vulcan realist could be said to have struck out at that swamp many times. It can be easily defeated, but it cannot be eliminated or dealt with. Even more so, because of that swamp monster's special form, it couldn't even be captured and suppressed within the view. Wasn't it your friend who came looking for you? Half unable to figure it out, Fu Huixinjin couldn't help but look at the white tiger beside him. Logically speaking, it seemed that the only one who could get involved with a demon king was this wasted tiger by his side. The white tiger opened his eyes. What the hell? My friend from somewhere. An eagle. Eagle? White tiger stood up and looked over. Cootie. That's not a demon. It's an avatar. It was only then that the Vulcan realm came to a realization. It's a person. Just then the storm had swept through the swamp. This swamp had little resistance against this rushing storm, coupled with the fact that He Qing was at a high altitude. He was completely invincible. The tornado swept through the swamp, swirling countless amounts of silt in the air and twisting the small mountain of swamp monsters into pieces. This scene saw the Vulcan realist sweating a bit. Wasted tiger. What do you think if this person comes to the door? This old bone of mine can't stand up to it. When the time comes, it all depends on you all. White tiger rolled his eyes. I just injured my meridians yesterday when I was practicing. Big deal. You'll take the top first. I'm a fast runner. I'll go get you some help. How can this be? You and I are two brothers who just have to work together. A man and a tiger looked at the scene outside in unison. As a Jindan real person, the place where one could observe was immense. Moreover, because the Guanyuan prefecture was in a state of extreme chaos nowadays, they needed to be constantly vigilant. He Qing danced in the air and felt that it was about time. Then with one beak, a stream of three-colored flames sprinkled down in a diffuse manner. The wind and snow continued under this samadhi fire. Only when this mass of flame fell on the swamp, it was like fire meeting oil. The flames swept through the entire swamp in an instant, and the roiling fire reflected almost the entire sky. It caused the sky to take on a wave of three-colored luster, which was extremely gorgeous. The little girl wowed and looked at the sky. It's beautiful. The few men escorting the little girl were already sweating. Even though it was incomparably cold in the wind and snow, their bodies were filled with sweat. Their spirits were highly tense, and their hearts were thumping so hard that it created a feeling of not being able to breathe. My mother Lu. Big demon. Big demon. Quickly run ah. Looking at the roiling flames, realist Fu whose eyes widened all of a sudden. Samadhi fire. He instantly recognized what exactly this divine ability was. Jindan would be accompanied by divine abilities, but not every Jindan real person had divine abilities. It had to be a superior Jindan, one that had been condensed using the heavens and earth as an oven in order to be accompanied by divine powers. But again, there are highs and lows in this birth of the avatar. In some of the ancient texts that Vulcan had read, in the ancient times, when true immortals still existed, this Samadhi true flame was not something a Jindan realist could use. It's fairy magic, something that could only be grasped by some of the great aptitude cultivators in the history of the Namek. The divine ability mastered by a person like Fu Huixin himself was only a mere giganticization, far from being comparable to the legendary Dharma heaven and earth. Sort of a crude like low-level Fa Tian Shanbi. The Fu Hu realist admitted that at this moment, a trace of jealousy and frustration appeared in his heart. It was because his divine ability was already considered good when placed in the universal sky, yet compared to the person in front of him, it was inferior to. Instead, a sea of prairie fire sprang up in the midst of the wind and snow. Today's wonders really amaze everyone. This kind of commotion makes the people coming and going around can't help but look sideways in horror, not knowing exactly what has happened. This bizarre swamp, but anyone who enters it will all be turned into mud and become a sergeant. It's just that since the last time the Fuhu real person defeated him, he has set up a ban around him. Therefore, this swamp monster did not present its full strength. Under the samadhi flame driven by He Qing's own pure yang qi, the swamp monster turned into a trail of black smoke. In the end, there was actually only one jade man left. This jade man was in the middle of a swamp, holding a clay pot in his hand. With a wave of his hand, He Qing unfolded the Wuji cave, then wrapped it in his own pure yang qi and dropped it alive into the Wuji cave. Recently, He Qing had increasingly realized that this Wuji cave held great promise, except that a hidey hole is still theater. After all, although the power exerted under the augmentation of He Qing's pure yang infinity was good, however, it was still too rudimentary and required He Qing's constant attention to fix any errors that occurred in it. He Qing didn't go ahead and absorb the jade man left behind by this quagmire monster. He had sensed that someone was constantly watching this side. Regarding his own origins, his own secrets, He Qing still didn't want to reveal them freely. My name is Mountain God of the Leaving Mountain. I have met the Fuhu Makoto. The sound waves passed through the wind and snow and followed the winds in them right up to the temple. Leaving the mountain god? The Vulcan realist sighed. So that white ape is dead? The white tiger was surprised. Possessed by weirdness, it's hopeless. He Qing went straight from the wind to Fuhuguan. Fuhuguan was very large, in which palaces and pavilions were everywhere, magnificently decorated, and many of them were hidden in the wind and snow. Even in winter, there are many exotic flowers and plants blooming in the view, as well as colorful fish swimming in the pool. He Qing transformed into a divine eagle and flew into the sky above Fuhuguan in a few breaths. Storms dazzled between the vibrations of his wings. The Fuhu realist slowly walked out of the house with a kind smile on his face. It can't be helped, mainly because it can't be beaten. He Qing landed on top of the ground, and this time there were no bystanders surrounding him. The Fuhu realist also saw that He Qing was a cutthroat. Greetings to the god of Mountly. The Fuhu realist arched his hand. Only then did he ask, I wonder what you have come for. For the sake of this mess in Guanji Wanfu. He Qing didn't continue after he finished speaking, but suddenly turned to ask, I wonder if your Guan can have a weird suppression that I can do for it. I have a secret technique of the void that can cause the weirdness to be exiled into the middle of the void without having to bother suppressing it daily. He Qing then unfolded the infinite cave, only to see that in a void, the outline of a core with a starry halo as if it were a small sun was orbiting without stopping. One of the pieces of light and colorful flow, looking really amazing. This is the manifestation of the true meaning of Pure Yang Wuji. As soon as the Fuhujian looked at it, it really shook in his heart. Naturally there is. I, Fuhu Guan, have been established in Guanyuan Prefecture for over 100 years, so I'm bound to get rid of the people. In the beginning, in order to obtain this secret art of suppressing the weirdness, I even went to work as an errand boy for 3 years at the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, He Qing's mood was instantly pleasant. The weirdness was someone else's poison, but it was honey that belonged to him. Naturally, there were people in this world who would go after the bizarre for the sake of power, but the Vulcan realist was definitely not in this category. But it looks like that secret art of mine isn't as good as this one in your hand. Realist Fu Hu smiled bitterly. The most expensive and cherished secret art in this world could be the secret art that could deal with the weirdness. The second is the secret art of prolonging life. The Vulcan realist heard that He Qing was going to be weird, but no one in their right mind is bound to want a creepy one. The Vulcan realist's mind kept turning and searching. I've suppressed 2 bizarre here, both of which are just about to enter the Xian rank, so it's fine to give. But, Voltron rubbed his fingers together. He Qing glanced at realist Fu Hu, who was already very old and almost showing signs of decline. Therefore, He Qing had no choice but to take out the pure yang dan that he had refined. The pure yang qi that came out of his own cultivation was precisely the manifestation of the human body's original essence. Essence might pass away for an onlooker, but the essence produced by He Qing himself was already almost infinite, with much left over every day. This is the pure yang dan, so the real person will see if it's useful. He Qing took out a pure yang dan. This pure yang dan was the color of red gold, and even in the midst of the harsh winter it exuded a sense of warmth. Fu Hujianjin picked it up and only felt a warmth in his fallen hand. Good stuff. Where did you get this from, fellow Taoist? Refined it myself. This pure yang dan used unusual materials, but the core thing was his own condensed pure yang qi. I don't know if there are more. With that said, a few people entered the main hall. He Qing also saw the huge white tiger. Just call me Tiger Dreamlily. The white tiger spoke, yawning in the process. Still a tigress. He Qing couldn't help but turn his skeptical gaze towards realist Fuhu, and couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Listening to the old monk earlier, Fuhu real-life noble, unmarried and childless all his life, only a tiger demon accompanied by half a life. He Qing terminated his unexplained thoughts. With a straight face, He then said, "The Shangwan family's Black Flag army has already arrived in front of Leishan, plus many refugees have already fled. So for their sake, as well as for the sake of the stability of the Guanyuan prefecture, I think it's time to seek some help." Upon hearing this, the Vulcan realist couldn't help but sit upright as well. Along the way, He Qing had seen many tragic events, a tangible sense of what the disorganized forces are really doing in this great land. They're trampling on human life, they're brutalized to the core. Maybe there is a reason for this. Maybe it's because of a former court, a former corrupt official who exploited them. They obviously only need to deal with those corrupt officials and cut those corrupt officials into 1,000 pieces. And it all makes sense. But they turn the butcher's knife on those who were once vulnerable with them. Naturally, this mere disorganized army was not going to make it. The key thing is the addition of some ambitious people with complete armies, military generals, and knowledge. Fu Huizhenjin laughed. Dao Yu's intention is high and pure, since there is no need to say more. Nowadays the whole world, the lack of people like Dao Yu just as well. It seems that I'm not worthy of this Pure Yang Dan. The Vulcan realist had originally handed the shenanigans over to He Qing as a business deal. But when he learned the purpose of his visit, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he should not charge anything to such a person. No harm done. It's not like I'm short of the stuff. He Qing gave more than a dozen capsules to Fu Huizhenjin in one breath. Now that the entire Guanyuan prefecture has lost its power, the entire court is already mobilizing. But this world is too big, and there are heavenly passes and Jedi between places, so I'm afraid that reinforcements will have to wait. Besides, that Draghammer Heavenly King is now planning something big. A great event that can affect the entire Guanyuan prefecture, and even further regions. Realist Fu Hu's face was heavy. Even he couldn't talk about it without shuddering. Once why he could find out about it. It was because of some of the Draghammer Heavenly King's men, who had found out about it, that they were unwilling to go and accompany him in this horrible thing. Something that might even overthrow the entire Guanyuan province. Even though they followed the Draghammer Heavenly King, they still had a bottom line in their hearts and could not do anything to make the land of one house fall like this. What is it? He Qing also couldn't help but look heavy. Nowadays, although the Great Moon Dynasty's national fortune is unstable, because the Tianji Pavilion is on the verge of being unable to bind the human Emperor Streamer, the human Emperor Streamer carries the entire Great Moon's national fortune, the people's fortune, and if the human Emperor Streamer is completely detached, then the Great Moon will come to its end. He Qing looked towards the Vulcan realist. The human Emperor Streamer was the 5th-ranked divine object among the 96 heavenly ranked taboo objects in the world. It's the stuff that really affects the whole world. This was definitely a hidden event, yet it just came out of the mouth of the Vulcan realist. Realist Fu Hu smiled and looked at He Qing. I once worked at the Heavenly Hall for 3 years. This is no longer considered a secret in the divine capital. This sentence is perhaps the point compared to the one before it. The human Emperor's streamer was moving, and perhaps its own true departure wouldn't even really have an impact on the Great Moon Dynasty. The problem is that the word got out. It's like the seal of the kingdom falling into someone else's hands. Every ambitious person, those big families will not let go of this opportunity. It's this allegory, this symbolism that gives rise to something that really demands attention. If this news did not get out, then onlookers would naturally not think much about it. But now, not only those great families, even He Qing couldn't help but think about it more. So the world today is already troubled. So don't think that there will be a divine general coming to this remote place of Guanyuan province to suppress the riots. By the way, where were we? He Qing raised his head. The chaotic thoughts in his head completely interrupted. He breathed a light sigh of relief and looked over at the Vulcan. Speaking of Draghammer, Sky King is going to do a great thing. Only then did the Vulcan realist continue. He's looking for an Earth-ranked taboo item. A taboo item that can affect the land of a mansion, turning this place into a Jedi. So even if a god general comes over at that time, there's nothing he can do about it. The news in front of him was fine, although it was powerful. But after all, it was far away from He Qing. But the news made him sit up straight. Because it's something that will affect him. If an Earth-ranked forbidden object enveloped Guanyuan province, what about Qingping County, which was right near Guanyuan province? Where's his levitation? What about that Pure Yang Quan where he had lived for more than a decade? So what if he knew so many people who were considered the few friends in the world? Looks like he'll have to make a move. Not just for others, but for yourself as well. He Qing lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. If there are any refugees, let's escort them to Qingping County first. I'll guard there, He Qing said. He wasn't afraid of any lack of food. With him as the mountain god, there was no shortage. When there are more people, after the incense flourishes, in turn, it is considered good for the position of the mountain god. A large part of the lack of power of the god of the departing mountains lies in the fact that there is very little incense. As long as the incense is strong enough, he, A mountain god opening a mountain god's mansion can pretend to be the heavenly court. The power of the gods of this world depends almost entirely on incense. The Vulcan realist nodded. I will send disciples to escort them when the time comes. Also, what's the situation in North River County right now? The Fuhu Makoto laughed softly. And don't worry, Jiangbei County won't be a problem. What's going on? Now stationed in Jiangbei County is none other than Pei Yan, the once great general of the imperial court's Tiger Way, who returned to live in his hometown, which is Jiangbei County, after his success. The Fuhu Makoto continued, beckoning in the meantime, and a pot of tea was quickly delivered. Although Pei Yan is old, yet his experience and wisdom are still there, with him leading more than 1,000 elite soldiers. Relying on the terrain of Jiangbei County, it will not be a problem. The only problem is that Pei Yan doesn't have an official position on him and doesn't have chi luck to protect his body, which makes it so that some devious Tao laws will harm him. He Qing also took a sip of fresh tea. This tea is green and blue, and the shoots on top are tinted with a touch of new green. The flavor is light, but there is a sweetness in the aftertaste. You can introduce me if you have the chance. In addition, I still have a male son of the Yang clan in He Qing there, and I don't know what kind of capital the Yang clan will offer over. The two spoke a few more times. Afterwards, the Fuhu realist was about to lead He Qing to the back of the mountain. That weirdness was suppressed in the back of the mountain. The two exited the great hall. When he went out, the Vulcan realist also asked that white tiger, "Are you going or not?" "Not going. Going to sleep." White tiger looked one. What a weary thing. The Fuhu realist cursed. White tiger subconsciously wanted to open his mouth wide, but seeing He Qing on his side, he still held back, just staring intently at the Vulcan realist with his eyes. With a sarcastic smile, the Fuhu Zhenran followed He Qing as he stepped into the wind and snow. The two of them walked from the midst of the bustling palaces and pavilions, stepping through a blanket of snow. When we got out of the Taoist temple, there was a short hill. Some white tigers walking around can be seen everywhere in the short mountains. These white tigers all wailed when they saw the Fuhu realist. Among these white tigers were several cubs. These tiger cubs are adorable, with fluffy black and white stripes, blue eyes, and 2 large ears. Realist Fu who saw He Qing's line of sight. He was just about to open his mouth to say send up He Qing one. Thinking about Tiger Mang Li's eyes again, he suddenly didn't dare to open his mouth. However, looking at the young He Qing nowadays, the Vulcan realist had a little bit of a small superiority on him. After all, there were really not many in this world that had a demon king as a mount like him. Taoist friend has not yet a mount. Right. In the future to find a mount but to choose well, this is a lifetime of things. You see my white tiger? Hey! Hearing this, He Qing's eyes wandered among the tigers, but he remembered Ao Shui, the dragon. Speaking of which, that dragon has been gone for quite a few days now, and I don't know how it's doing. There was still a faint connection between the two, and He Qing could still sense that she was still alive. Sort of. Oh, the Vulcan realist was rather surprised. He specifically asked, "What is it?" He Qing looked at realist Fuhu with a smug look on his face and knew what the other party was thinking. That's how people are. But he still had to tell the truth. A dragon. Of course, not really a dragon, only an auger. The Fuhu Makoto had already prepared how to comfort He Qing. After all, there were too few people in this world who had a demon king as their mount. However, he did not expect He Qing to be the one to say this. Dragons! Thanks to QAQ Skyward Bound for the 500-point coin reward. Thank you to the Imperial Beast Fairy but I'm human for the 600-point coin reward. Thanks to Red Dust Like Water and Flowers Washing Tears for the 100-point coin reward. Thanks to the 3 big guys. Thank you to each and every one of the big guys who voted for monthly. Thank you. Thank you. The Fuhu realist was beginning to wonder if He Qing was swindling him. It's just that this kind of thing doesn't seem necessary either. Coupled with the fact that the Fuhu realist was just looking at He Qing, deeply able to realize that there was no lie in those words. After confirming this, the Vulcan realist wondered where exactly He Qing had come from. It was amazing that this world had not previously heard of this young man's name. Besides, which other Dao lineage could produce such a disciple? I'm afraid that even for the Heavenly Master's way, the Shangqing Palace is extremely difficult. The two crossed over the tigers to the valley. The vegetation here is sparse, with only sparse blades of yellowish grass struggling against the wind and snow. Stones were leaking bare on the ground in all directions, and some of them had runes densely engraved on them. Above the mountain wall, there were also golden bells strung with red thread. The place is obviously well set up. Near the foot of the mountain, there were a few Taoist priests sitting on top of a stone platform chanting words. As he was walking around, a trace of pure yang qi suddenly rose beneath He Qing's feet, only to see a withered grass extend and thicken in an instant, covered with hideous spikes. Overall red color, like a snake generally towards He Qing binding. However, in the instant it came over, it had already gone up in smoke in the pure yang qi. That's the weird vibe that's leaking out. Among the 4 classes of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, the Xian rank guile was capable of creating yellow rank guile. So fierce. One of them is a plant? The Vulcan realist nodded. It's a green vine that possesses the ability to control plants and turn them into demon soldiers, but the body is weak. At first, in order to deal with it, I purposely chose an extremely hot weather, and then set fire to the whole mountain at once, and waited for it to be left alone before I struck. Otherwise, with its ability to manipulate the plants of the mountains, even me plus the white tiger might fall. He Qing was sweating a bit as he listened. It's setting fire to a whole mountain, but it sounds like the creepy seems to have a great weakness, and that's a fear of fire. But even if it was afraid of fire, with the strength of the Fu Hu Jinjin, it could not destroy it, it could only seal it. That's the nature of the weirdness. In other words, the bizarre origin didn't seem to react with the mana of this world and wouldn't produce any changes. What about the other one? He Qing asked. The voodoo realist paused. Another. Speaking of which, I once even tried to move to use this one bizarrely and ended up using it for 2 days before I finally had to give up. It's a furnace. A dragon and tiger 8 trigrams furnace. But this one wants to put anything in it right now to refine it. As they were talking, the 2 of them had already walked to that stone platform. Several of the Taoists rose and saluted, looking at He Qing at the same time, not knowing what the realm of Fuhu was doing by bringing a stranger here. You guys go on without us. The 2 came to a gate bound by chains that were all a strange purple color. This is the iron of the meteorite star. At first it was only with the rest of the chain melted. Some of this casting is considered a good magic weapon, but unfortunately now can only fall here. The voodoo master casts a spell to unlock the gate. At once, a strange power began to churn. Countless weeds began to extend and spread, transforming into a path of hideous and horrible snake-like thorns. The 2 then walked into it. The stone cave was very dark, with hardly the slightest light. It was a good thing that neither of them were mortal, but it didn't really matter. Soon, the 2 came to an open cave. Only an extremely large green vine was seen climbing almost everywhere in this cave. It made the cave seem as if it was a lush cave of vegetation. At that moment, countless vine spikes shot in at the same time. All the plants in the entire cave all began to surge wildly like snakes. He Qing wasn't polite either, and the samadhi flame directly spilled out. In an instant, a vaguely mournful scream filled the entire cave. All of the vegetation began to be set on fire, and the entire cave suddenly became incredibly bright. Compared to the last time, this time, the Fuhu realist was observing the samadhi flame that He Qing had cast from a close distance. Noticing the power of it, the Vulcan realist couldn't help but be cowed. In his entire life, he had only seen 2 people casting immortal arts of this level. One of them was a member of the Tianji Pavilion. The other person was a contemporary purple-robed heavenly master of the heavenly master Dao of Longhu Mountain. In just a few breaths of effort, these green vines were burned down to the last section. He Qing unfolded the Wuji cave and incorporated the half-human tall section of green vine into it. The moment the infinite cave was cast, a feeling of boundlessness and infinity, as if the entire universe and stars were right in front of his eyes, instantly overrode the Vulcan realist. At this moment, it was as if he saw some sprawling scene outside of this world. The Vulcan realist was momentarily baffled. Pure Yang Wuji, if it is only the way of Pure Yang is okay, only based on itself. This world has not been no one to practice, but when one waited for the limitless realm, it was an incredible realm. I don't know if there are any dharmas related to the void within the Voltigriff contemplation? He Qing couldn't help but ask. It was really the fact that the hidden cave was too low level, leading to too many holes in his Wuji cave. It would be nice to have better void spells to make up for it. Naturally, He Qing might be able to make it if he put in the effort and studied it daily. But the practice of cultivation, to be able to receive a complete, systematic education left behind by previous generations, to create their own would be too difficult. The world is, after all, advancing on the shoulders of giants. However, the Vulcan realist was slow to slow down, and he froze completely. If it was the rest of them, it was fine. They were too low in the realm and didn't have enough spiritual awareness. But after all, realist Fu who was a Jindan realist. At this moment, it was as if he had received something from He Qing's infernal cave that he could not understand at all and had never touched or seen before. Even, at this moment, all of his long-formed worldview collapsed. He Qing looked at realist Fuhu in confusion. He was also scared out of his wits. It's over. I can't be weird too, can I? Did I accidentally infect the Vulcan? All along, He Qing had a guess about his identity. He is also a visitor from heaven. By the definition of creepy, and this argument that it takes creepy to deal with creepy, he is also creepy. However, all along, He Qing was spiritually clear and did not have the weird kind of strange power. Today, though, something seems to have gone wrong. If He Qing had really accidentally made the Fuhu manservant abnormal, then he would be a real sinner. He Qing hurriedly put away his Pure Yang infinite true intent. The Vulcan realist froze for a moment before he slowed down, and he broke out in a cold sweat. It's almost more exhausting than fighting a sidekick. The Fu Huzhenjin immediately recited a spell to close his spiritual sense and seal all the incomprehensible knowledge he had just received, which completely slowed him down. What is that thing? The Fu Hu realist looked at He Qing with a cautious expression. This is the true intent of Pure Yang Wuji, which allows one to view the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars. In fact, He Qing still said less, because the world is too big. The universe is too big. Compared to the entire universe, even this world is just a drop in the ocean. Even if they are legendary immortals, what can they do when faced with the universe? Even if he could blow up a star with one punch, it was nothing in this universe. Because of this, compared to this world, although the universe was desolate, the information contained in it was also infinitely many times more than this world. He Qing's own refinement of pure yang naturally loomed large in the face of the countless information rushing through the universe, just sucking some potent energy out of it, such as the essence of the sun. This is something that helps in cultivation. However, the Fu Hu real person went to observe the Wuji cave without any difference, entered into that desolate world, and received too many ineffable and incomprehensible information. The Fu Huzhenran was in awe as he looked He Qing up and down. Only then did he say in a serious tone, "In the future, it's best not to reveal yourself freely, or else you'll easily draw fire to yourself." After saying that, the Vulcan realist woke up and spoke again. "But there aren't many in the world that can beat you. Even the strongest of people have a chance to go crazy and die when they meet your move." He Qing also narrowed his eyes. He had never noticed it before either, because it never happened. After learning about it right now, He Qing would naturally pay attention to it in the future. What a dangerous aptitude, actually able to link with the entire universe. And I wonder if there are any other worlds in this world besides this one? The real voodoo was caught up in a philosophical thought. By and large, there is. Otherwise where did those immortals ascend to? He Qing replied. This Wuji cave He Qing would naturally hide. Just now, the Vulcan realist had become that way after just a single glance. What if he forcefully bound his opponent with the Wuji cave? The Vulcan realist was still immersed in the afterglow of what he had just experienced. Even if the Tianji Pavilion master came over, if he really wasn't careful, he would still be taken down by you, because it's too terrifying. It's simply destroying the heart of the Tao, destroying the beliefs that have always been held fast. If it is truly revealed to the world, even the cultivation system will trigger great changes. Listening to the words of realist Fu Hu, He Qing was a bit curious, because he couldn't feel this power in his own cut. Really? The Tianji Pavilion master is also afraid? The Vulcan realist nodded. Don't think too terribly of the cultivators in this world. You have a chance to kill anyone in this world with this move. It's still a move with a probability of decapitation. Originally, He Qing had only used the Wuji true intent for cultivation, but now he had discovered another powerful use. Fu Huzhenjin is really already a rare figure in the world. Since he said so, he naturally had a basis. He had once worked as an errand boy in the Tianji Pavilion as well, and was bound to have met the Tianji Pavilion master. After this one incident, the Vulcan realist felt that receiving shenanigans was no longer a thing. His mind was so tired after all the ups and downs that he just wanted to stay calm. The Fu Hu realist only felt very tired now, his divine sense almost completely depleted, because even though it was only an instant, it was still too difficult for his divine sense to calculate some fragmented information used by the entire universe. The Fu Hu Makoto was half a step behind looking at He Qing's back. Fortunately, this move was not easy to perform, and as long as you forcefully shielded your five senses, it wasn't that easy to get hit. Otherwise, this young man in front of him would really be considered invincible. As for the immortals in the sky, Fu Huzhenjin had never seen them either, so it would not be good to compare them. This, in turn, caused the Vulcan realist to think about what exactly He Qing's identity was and where he came from. Because in this world, it was simply impossible to possess such a terrifying divine ability spell. Could it be that he's in possession of a heaven-ranked forbidden object? Soon, the two walked into another stone room. This stone room was bright, and in the very center stood a manhai furnace. This furnace is covered in purple and gold, with the meaning of dragon and tiger hanging high. A dragon and a tiger out of the clouds and into the sea, looking high and clean. The stove looked fairy-like, not at all like a spooky thing. Just as He Qing was thinking this, the furnace had already flown over. In a flash, he actually incorporated He Qing into the furnace with the technique of emptiness. A sea of fire ensued, and a gale of wind surged, making the fire more and more ferocious. Is this to refine me like a great saint? Thinking of some of the mythological stories from his previous life, He Qing did not disengage. Instead, he sat down in place, and pure yang qi flooded over his body. I'd like to see if you can refine me. If He Qing were to resist, he would be able to break this divine ability in a matter of moments. But he was inclined to give it a try. One could only see a dragon and tiger silhouette rising from the furnace in the endless sea of fire. That green dragon probes its claws in the clouds, and the divine dragon is not to be seen. That white tiger, galloping in the wind, Tai Pack killing. A dragon and a tiger whistled in unison, and suddenly blended into the furnace. Afterwards, he only saw countless runes rise up on both sides of the furnace wall, most transforming into a divine chain with purple divine light. This divine chain seemed to contain the 36 runes of the Big Dipper, concealing the momentum of the stars and buckets of the heavens. After revealing the divine lines, the power of this furnace really increased greatly. This furnace naturally operated to refine magical weapons, and the means of refining spirit pills were all used on He Qing. For a moment, He Qing only felt that all the filth had been removed from his body. Layers and layers of unimportant, unstable things detached from the mortal body, leaving only the pure Yang Qi of the most original source. This pure Yang Qi was refined again by this furnace and integrated into the body. In the blink of an eye, He Qing's body was actually like a golden body, with layers of golden sand-like splendor surfacing. I don't know how long it took. I don't know what happened. He Qing sat in this furnace as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He only felt as if the shackles were released from his body, and his body was more relaxed. Until a moment begins. He Qing moved his body violently, only to see that his body was like the golden body of a Lohan. Boom! A sound of thunder actually appeared out of nowhere. This thunder was continuous, connected and constantly exploding, and it was even more rumbling in the cave, making it look extremely terrifying. Fu Hujing is guarding the law. He knew He Qing's strength, so naturally, he wasn't worried. Hearing this thunderous sound, the Vulcan realist opened his eyes. This is the realm of tiger and leopard thunder sound. Sinews and bones its sound? After this furnace refining, He Qing had not only reached the realm of tiger and leopard thunder sound, but his body was even more like a golden body. He Qing then broke the spell with a slight movement of his thoughts. He returned to the stone cave, and with a lift of his hand, the Wuji cave unfolded, and he incorporated this dragon tiger violet gold furnace into it. By the way, can I go and look at the collection of books in the Voodoo Observatory? He Qing asked. He had asked once before, but at that time, the Vulcan realist was in a state of daze from being shocked by the Wuji cave. Not since. The Fuhu Makoto stated that he had no opinion. He looked at He Qing, more and more found that, as if with this person, this Guanji Wanfu difficulties really have a solution. The sky was gray, and gooseflesh swept in on the wind. Standing on the side of the cliff, looking into the distance, only to see a snow curtain in the wilderness, a cold and sparse scene, barren grass, stubborn rocks, heavy snow, completely dead crooked trees, not the slightest bit of life. Occasionally, there was still a large piece of Yin Qi drifting in the wind, to the extent that there were Yin ghosts in the Yin Qi that had already lost their consciousness, unconsciously searching for the living to forage for food, wanting to draw on the Yang Qi and experience their own touch that had been missing for a long time. He Qing had stayed in the Fuhu Guan for 2 whole days. He had read the collection of books in it, and he had also read some travelogues to gain some understanding of the world. Spells, on the other hand, are much improved. There were also some spells involving the void in them that made up for some of the flaws of the infinite cave. He Qing is planning to leave. He walked from the cliff towards the Taoist temple, intending to bid farewell to the Vulcan. Upon walking into the Taoist temple, there were a number of Taoist priests on the move, including many new ones. The world of chaos has descended, and the Vulcans can't bear the thought of too many people being left without a skill. So the enrollment was expanded, and basic spells were taught to some of the talented ones as well. These spells wouldn't give them much power, but they would be enough for them to survive, or at least be able to cross some of the areas filled with demonic goblins to reach the rest. There are still many places in this world that are at the level of prosperity after all. Such prosperous places as the Western Capital, the Jade Capital, the Divine Capital, and the Jiangnan. Alas, little Taoist. He Qing was walking when a voice suddenly sounded. He turned his head, only to see a young Taoist priest calling out to him. Little Taoist, go get me some talisman paper. I'm going down the mountain. This person had roughly taken He Qing to be a Taoist priest of the Fuhu Guan. In the face of this request, He Qing just smiled. Yeah, the first few days were slightly busy. This was about to leave, and He Qing was also willing to walk around in Fuhu Guan for a viewing tour. He Qing went to look for the talisman paper first, but he didn't know the way and asked many people on the way. New? So young? It's over there, heading east, just past that gate. Yeah, that's it. When he had taken the talisman paper, He Qing went back to the young Taoist priest. My name is Hui Yi. What's yours? The young Taoist laughed. He Qing, on the contrary, did not have a Tao number. At this point, he couldn't help but ponder if he should give himself a Taoist name. Otherwise, It's not a good idea to just walk around the world with your real name in the future. What's it going to be called then? Pure Yang? No, the world has already been taken. Infinity, the name is good. Bossy enough, but not too big. He Qing was still torn. He Qing, don't have a Tao number yet? Wait a while then. It should be taken for you soon. After the young Taoist priest finished speaking, he began to dip his ink and draw the talisman. He draws house-quelling charms, evil-dispelling charms, that sort of thing. However, in reality, He Qing had also found some high-level talisman techniques in the Fu Huguan's library cabinet, such as the Tai Shan Yingxing Sheltering Destiny Talisman, the talisman of calling the divine thunder in the violet sky, the talisman of regaining the god of the land, and so on. There are also some methods of alchemy and weaponry. He Qing wasn't afraid of clutter, and anyway, he watched and learned. Well, the Huai Taoist priest bragged. There were still very few people in Fu Huguan like him who could draw this hand of talisman. Good. Very good, He Qing unabashedly praised. After looking around for a while, He Qing went to wander around. There were various halls and many pavilions that He Qing didn't go in and didn't even know what they were for. Eventually, as we walked, we actually came to an abode, which seemed to be the abode of the Taoist priests, all of whom were in large bunks. Many had basins in their hands, which were filled with garments. Several people were walking side by side, laughing and playing with each other. The beauty of youth, the preciousness of friendship, a moment of joy, but it seems to leave a mark on a lifetime of life. This caused He Qing to also recall some images from his previous life. It was only after some amusement that He Qing arrived at the Vulcan Realist. Thank you for these 2 days, I will leave now. The massive white tiger was still lying on the side of the Fuhuzhenren. This man and tiger seemed to be inseparable. To where? First, I will make a trip to Qingping County, and then I will return to Lishan. Good, then I'll be with this mount of mine. Well, a friend to give you a ride. Fu Huzhengan tried to ride the tiger, but was thrown over by a tiger's tail, and in the end, he could only stop unhappily. When the Fuhu Makoto and the white tiger went out together, it naturally attracted people's ears. The two of them made their way to the mountain gate. Then let's part ways for now, and when there's some time and I'm free, I'll go back to Mount Li to seek you out to drink together. Okay, no problem. After saying that, He Qing then transformed into a divine eagle and lifted his wings to fly. In the aspect of rushing, there was nothing faster than the Eastern Divine Eagle. Not far away in the corner, Taoist Huai watched this scene dumbfounded. My God, what's wrong? The companion beside him asked him. It's fine, Daosher Huai returned in a bit of a trance. High in the air, He Qing galloped. The windy and snowy scenery around them quickly passed by like an illusion in the eye track. He was not going to Qingping County in the first place, but first he had to find a deserted place to digest the 3 shenanigans. No, maybe 2. That green vine and the mud-bogged jade statue naturally didn't need to stay. However, the dragon tiger purple gold furnace could be considered an excellent magic weapon, so it was better to stay with it. He Qing wasn't afraid of any weird infestation anyway. Even if he absorbed the dragon tiger violet gold furnace, his strength wouldn't grow too much. It was, after all, a supportive apparatus that did not add much to the increase in power. Instead, it might be useful to refine a body of spells. It is also useful for alchemy on weekdays. After flying for a long time, He Qing landed in an empty space. No one was around. Only some wilderness wolves were wandering in the wind and snow. These wolves struggled to find food in the wind and snow, their eyes looking around. He Qing then unfolded the Wuji cave. He took in that green vine and refined it with his own pure yang qi in a matter of moments. Only a piece of green-colored origin was suddenly left in the green vine, which was then completely absorbed by He Qing. While absorbing it, He Qing also vaguely saw a picture. It was a mangy world where countless demons with incomparably large bodies were fighting with some giant-like creatures. The green vine is the leader of these demons, and it leads the countless grass and trees that are born of the essence of the charm. Watching this scene, He Qing was completely in a state of confusion. Where exactly did all this weirdness come from? And why did it arrive in this world and become this way? Obviously, a lot of these shenanigans come from other worlds altogether. Some much more powerful ones. The world that it was in, such as this green vine, was definitely an incomparably grand world. He Qing sighed and went back to absorbing the Meyer Jade statue's origin. This time it's simple. There's nothing in the picture but darkness, never-ending darkness. It seemed as if the Meyer Jade statue had always been in the ground, never coming to the surface. After absorbing it, He Qing naturally possessed the ability to manipulate the power of the earth and plants. This ability to manipulate the power of the earth is even stronger than being a mountain god while away from the mountain. He Qing tried it out and realized that he was able to extract the power of the earth for use in combat. It can also instantly turn a piece of earth into a quagmire, and can even mold a terracotta warrior out for large-scale battles. As for Green Vine's ability, its ability lies solely in its life force. Green vines were not something used in combat, and even if the plant was transformed into those thorns, it was only moving its life force. With this green vine, doesn't it mean that I have unlimited lifespan? And even if I get injured in battle, I can recover quickly. He Qing couldn't help but think. He wasn't sure how long he would actually live. After all, the lifespans of the Jindan real people in this world, and the Yuan Shen real monarchs, were also very few. It could be the limitations of heaven and earth, and it seems that this restriction can only be lifted if Kasumigaseki soars to the rest of the world. So, if you don't want to die, become immortal. This was the dream of every cultivator in this world. However, the current He Qing naturally didn't need to worry about longevity. It's not just that he doesn't have to worry about longevity. If He Qing wanted to, he could even extend a person's lifespan at will. But will this be punished by heaven? There is a Shinto in this world. After all, though the humanity may ordain deities, the supreme God is necessarily the divine will. If one were to arbitrarily defy the rules of the world, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable as well. After thinking about it, He Qing still opened the furnace to refine the pills. Maybe use it when heading to the north county of the river. He is going to see that former Tiger General Pei Yan on this trip. Naturally he is going to bring gifts. What a great gift! That's what naturally enlivens people. The Pure Yang Dan could also work, but its original effect was to enhance one's own origin. It could allow the Vulcan Master to remain at the peak of his own life before his own lifespan expired, and he could live until the last day of his lifespan. However, the utility of the green vine is to prolong longevity. However, when He Qing thought back, even though this green vine was effective, the effect wasn't that great for him. He Qing just didn't believe that he couldn't break through the limitations of this world with his growth rate. With his pure yang infinite growth speed, would he not be limited by the longevity prescribed by heaven and earth? To be limited by heaven and earth, to be limited by longevity, that can only mean one thing. That's just not strong enough. He Qing summoned the Dragon Tiger Violet Gold Furnace. This furnace also wanted to act as a demon and swallow him into it to refine him. One of He Qing's palms transformed into pure gold, and he smashed it onto the furnace with a bang. It was then suppressed with pure yang qi. With a wave of his hand, he only saw countless barren grasses flying in the wilderness. One by one, this wilderness was huge. There were 100 roots of barren grass between 1 fathom, and it was borne extremely high, almost half a man high, and could reach the chest position. In the end, tens of thousands of barren grasses could enter the Dan furnace. He Qing catalyzed the Dragon Tiger True Intent and used the Samadhi flame to refine the pills, in which the divine wind catalyzed the flames. He only forced the life force out of these barren grasses completely. These frosty grasses were completely transformed into a greenish-blue mass of grass liquid in the furnace. This was followed by the imprinting of the meaning of dragon and tiger, which represented Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang is again the truth that is embedded in everything. With all these things added up, He Qing was able to turn waste into treasure. With the grass and leaves all over the wilderness, you can make a precious elixir that can cure all diseases and prolong your life. This is rare if you look at the whole world. I'm afraid only those ascended Taoist ancestors can do it. He Qing subdued the furnace and then opened it, only to see the green mass of grass in it liquefy into a grain of greenish-blue spirit elixir with a fragrance of grass and trees. There were 5 grains in total. The grains were distinct, about the size of a thumb. The body was round and the texture was like green jade. Let's call it grass return Dan. It's all made from grass anyway. He Qing received the 5 grass returning pills and once again headed towards Qingping County. In about half a day, He Qing had already found Qingping County. From a distance, you can see a Yangtze River running like a dragon. Its water is torrential, as if it were infinite, and many of the water surfaces are frozen under the severe cold. North County is just north of this river. Looking out at this moment, scaled buildings were standing in the middle of the wilderness. The buildings in Qingping County are quaint and raw, showing some desolate air. Obviously, it's not a big county, and there aren't a lot of people, and it's not rich. But it was such a county that actually managed to hold on, which was really out of He Qing's expectation. According to the Fuhu Jinren, this former tiger war great general had initially stepped onto the great lunar dynasty's divine general way, but unfortunately fell short and did not truly become a divine general. He Qing couldn't help but start reminiscing. Divine generals were the representatives of the highest combat power in the great moon dynasty. This divine general is also considered a path of cultivation, except that it is closely related to Qi. It is rumored that there are also some hidden secrets in it, making there only 32 divine generals in the world. Among them were 4 commanders, 3 princes and a man of the royal family. These 4 commanders, on the other hand, were named after the 4 spirits of heaven, namely the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the xuanwu. The remaining 28 are named after the 28 stars. Since this general Pei Yan Pei was able to step onto the path of a divine general, he obviously had a foundation of force himself. Outside of Qingping County there is a circle of camps stationed, and these camps are densely populated with people walking around. But it was different from the elite Black Flag Army near Qingping County. There were very many people in these camps, most of whom didn't even have armor on them, only a spear in their hands. This might be the stray bandit army. He Qing reduced his size and swaggered towards Qingping County. Qingping County Center. There was a light snowfall in the sky and a yard. An old man with a withered body was reclining on a chair, and he was drinking wine and cursing in a neutral manner. I wasn't as soft as you softies when I was young. All of you keep practicing. Eat enough, and continue until you're exhausted. The yard was immense, and it seemed that the wall had been purposely opened up to connect with the road outside. Here stood hundreds of men, practicing their military skills in the cold wind, each with a resolute face and clenched teeth. When someone couldn't hold on, Pei Yan shouted up, "Think of yourself. Think of your old lady. Think of your daughter-in-law. Those are outside the city now, and as soon as the gates open, you know the consequences. Your families will be robbed of their property and your wives and daughters will be subjected to female prostitution. Do you understand?" As soon as they heard this, even if they were tired and suffering, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Some of these fat men with white skin and obviously rich looks were sweating profusely as they held on. Everyone has someone they love. If they were to do it for themselves, they might not be able to do it this far, but if it was for someone they loved, then not so much. Pei Yan looked at this scene and instantly revealed a look of relief. Afterward, he beckoned, and a person instantly came running. It was actually the flying sword Tang Xuan. "You go today, and those who don't want to donate food or money, tell them to get out. Lao Tzu's soldiers protect them with their lives, and they still want to give nothing and eat, drink and be merry every day." Joke. In the midst of winter, Tang Xuan couldn't help but wrap his body tightly. His clothes have long been tattered and torn. The cold wind blew through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily and goosebumps to stir up on his body. Tang Xuan and Tang Yuan traveled all the way and finally came to the middle of Qingping County. I just didn't expect that just within 2 days of moving in, Qingping County was surrounded by rebels. Tang Xuan also had to stay here. He looked around, looking at the deserted streets. Tang Xuan suddenly missed the hustle and bustle when he left the mountain a little. At least it's peaceful enough there, with the true immortal blessing that nothing will happen. Ugh, he exhaled, white smoke filling the cold winter air. Xuan, yo, Dawn Warrior. Even if just a few people occasionally passed by on the street, they would smile and greet Tang Xuan. Do what to go? Tang Xuan smiled. Hey, go skin those clerks. It should have been stripped long ago. I say, what time is it? Those few people still put the price of food up. Hey, it's Pei Shuai's temper is good. If you were younger, you would have chopped them up. Once Tang Xuan heard this, he also sighed. Pei Shuai is also not willing. Just what time is it? If they are self-reliant is just clearly hiding behind everyone. We mud-legged people with their lives to fight down the place. We suffer, but they hide behind to enjoy the blessings. If this happens again, who will want to contribute? Marshal Pei said that either they get out of Qingping County or they have to donate food and money. Tang Xuan was also a bit angry when he said this. It's obvious that it's getting to the point where some people are still selfish. Others put their lives on the line and they won't even donate money. Hey, the merchants of this world, without profit, are all villains. If you ask me, just kill them all. Someone on the sidelines mouthed off. You can't say that either. Tang Xuan shook his head. What's it going to be? Just then, Tang Xuan suddenly heard an extremely familiar voice. It is still necessary to separate the interests therein, and to give precedence to the greater good. And really too. He raised his head and looked at the man who had spoken. Instead, he saw a young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe with a plump and divine appearance standing at the street corner watching him. Tang Xuan suddenly felt a surge of surprise. This unexplained surprise filled the heart, not even knowing where it came from. It was a security that completely relaxed him. Immortal Master, why are you here? He Qing fell into the Qingping County is also only just realized that Tang Xuan actually also here. That's a good thing to do. Originally, he was still thinking about how to communicate with Pei Yan. But now, instead of communicating with Pei Yan, it is really better to communicate with Tang Xuan. After all, the two of them had a great relationship, and He Qing was a little less worried. If one were to communicate with that great general of Tiger's might, who knows if the other party would listen to him or not? How come I can't be here? That Black Flag army is going to enter the Li Mountain. If I still stay in the Li Mountain, won't I just sit back and watch them fight over? He Qing smiled while inviting Tang Xuan to the tea house on the side. The tea house was empty. He Qing didn't care as he flicked his hand. A couple of celadon cups landed on the table. With another wave, a few blades of grass flew from the wind and actually turned into clear tea. The tea leaves fall into the water and the water is naturally boiled. Tang Chuan only felt magical as he watched the scene. He had traveled all over the world and had never really seen anything so amazing. However, Tang Chuan is good to stay with He Qing for a long time, and the psychological resistance cannot help but expand, and did not show it on his face. It's also true. Alas, this world is too chaotic. I want to do some of my ability, but I look at it as a bit of a drop in the bucket. Tang Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to do something, but realized that what he could do was too limited. With his strength, even the unusual Taoist priests of the Fuhuguan would not be able to defeat him. However, such strength was really nothing in today's chaotic Guanyuan province. Don't think so lightly of yourself. He Qing shook his head. He picked up his celadon teacup and took a sip of tea. This tea that utilized the ability of the green vine to turn into tea tasted really good, carrying a spiritual aura. He Qing had sort of figured it out. That dragging hammer Heavenly King not only had the luck of the sinister dragon and mastered the entire Guanyuan prefecture's chi, but he might even be able to master the earth rank shenanigans. Although he was strong, if he wanted to go over there single-handedly, he was a bit pinched. Although He Qing was confident, he was never arrogant and did not do anything he was not sure of. He did think of something else though. Then the draghammer Heavenly King can borrow luck. Why can't he? The big deal is just to expand the priesthood from the god of the departing mountains a bit. So what if we put the 10 million people of Guanyuan prefecture and nearly 100 counties on our shoulders? This draghammer Heavenly King controls the military, the world's family's chi. Then he walks the bottom of the populace. Then for him, a military force is also needed. The demon army in the leaving mountain was not at all impressive, and their numbers were simply too small. But now Guanyuan province is in chaos to the extreme. As long as the army is formed, then the roll-up can be said to be fast to the extreme. It's easy to roll up to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, by winning a few battles. Hearing He Qing's comforting words, a warm current also rose in Tang Chuan's heart, and the depression he had felt all these times gradually disappeared. He had seen a lot of tragic things along the way, and his mood was naturally no better. How's the dragon slashing sword technique practiced? He Qing asked. There's no problem with the sword technique. It just seems to be missing something, as if it doesn't have the strength to coalesce. Tang Chuan didn't know how to go about it, and could only vaguely say something about his feelings. That's something you haven't been able to influence, to control. Ah, then what should I do? Tang Chuan was somewhat distressed. All this time, he had been a loner, where he was in control. The flying sword is nothing more than a false name. If this kind of false name does not reach the kind of fame of the dragon swordsman, it is also like water, which can be seen but not grasped. Go and learn well from Pei Yan, and go and become a general. General? Tang Chuan was a little confused. It was a path he hadn't envisioned at all. Although he wanted to join the army, he only held a sincere heart and wanted to help the world. As for being a general, perhaps he had once thought about it, but it was only for a moment, and had not really been taken as his goal, as his belief. Tang Chuan's true belief was to become the world's top expert like the original dragon swordsman. Can I? Don't ask yourself if you can. Ask yourself if you want to. Tang Chuan pondered for a moment, then firmly said, I want to be famous in the world. I want to uphold justice. I want to make this Guanyuan province peaceful. He Qing revealed a smile and said, that's enough. Kind people. He Qing likes, no matter how selfish a person is, as long as they have others in mind. Nowadays, He Qing had only found two such people. One was Tang Chuan, and the other was Su Yoke. People with great love may be able to do greater things, because he's not just doing it for himself, he's doing it for the sake of the next person, for the sake of a larger group of people. So his goal is naturally larger. Bigger goals are naturally more difficult, and waves of hardship will only quench like a flame, turning iron into gold. These are some of the lessons He Qing has learned from history. Some meager points of view. Naturally, whether it was right or not, He Qing intended to try it out first. Then let's start with Tang Chuan. Go ahead and do your work without delay. Tang Chuan then remembered that he still had things to do. He was just so excited to see He Qing that he somewhat forgot about it. Yes. Then later, I will seek you out. He Qing transformed into a very small flying bird and followed Tang Chuan. This is actually a scaled-down version of the Eastern Eagle. Upon becoming an Eastern Eagle, it comes with the ability to zoom in and out of size. After flying high into the sky, He Qing was also observing the entire Qingping County. It's almost universal, with all the young adults being trained and the women ensuring logistics. He Qing saw many places where people were training. Row by row, column by column, they move in a neat and tidy manner, shouting in the midst of the winter sun. Energized. These exercises are not bad martial arts techniques. If they are really practiced properly, they should have some achievements in the future. This is inevitably what Pei Yan gave. Unfortunately, Though, these people can be extremely poorly equipped. Many even practiced wearing only thin clothing and holding a wooden stick in their hands. After flying for a while, He Qing also saw a group of women cooking. These meals are divided into two parts. Part of it was some blades of grass, roots, bark, and even dirt. The other part was some meat, rat meat, crickets, snakes, all kinds of meat. They were cooking. Many women looked at the meat with bated breath, saliva secreting and throats welling up. At that moment, a large, stocky, imposing woman with a spoon in her hand bellowed, "None of you are allowed to steal food. These are for your son, for your husband, even if you starve. They must not starve. Hey, what if they go into battle hungry and don't have the strength to die there? In this dire situation, these meats must be prioritized to supply soldiers going to war." He Qing watched as many of the women were starving and withered, extremely weak from hunger. He sighed, and a little too much. Enduring hunger is the hardest thing to do, especially when there's still so much food on the table. They can only eat roots, bark, grass, and even have to eat dirt. The yard was bustling with activity as the women were cooking over a fire. After flying for a while longer, He Qing seemed to have arrived at the rich district. These manors were large, almost in several progressions. It's lunchtime and this rich neighborhood is eating. The first one was better. On some light porridge. Some kids were so disgusted with the bland flavor that they dropped their chopsticks on the floor. "I'm not eating. I want meat. I want honeydew melon. I want pastries." Bang! A slap was flung at once. "Eat if you like. Don't eat and get out." The middle-aged man cursed angrily. Wow! The bear child burst into tears and kept rolling on the ground. If it were normal times, a servant would have come to coax him. Unfortunately, at this very moment, everyone was looking at him with cold eyes. The bear child rolled around for a while and saw that it wasn't working, so he could only silently gather his emotions and sit down on the sidelines. He Qing flew for a while longer. This family was unusual. Unlike all the others he had seen earlier, only a few obese people in the room were feasting. Pork knuckles, rice, ribs, beef soup. There were only 3 people, but there were 12 dishes. The family ate fast. A pig's elbow. That rich belly of the middle-aged man even only ate the fattest meat, and then later threw it to the side. "Hey, really happy. This Qingping County, whose day has me happy? That Pei-yin old man is not as good as me." The rich middle-aged man laughed out loud as he sipped his tipple and even hummed. The rich woman, however, laughed, "Master, or you have the foresight. Earlier those families had to donate the food, and now I'm afraid that you can only drink the clear porridge, can only go hungry. Alas, you say that this person, not for themselves, for what? So many people, cannot lack this grain? Just manage ourselves well. I see Pei-yin is really capable. Those mud-legged people really hold this city. When we get rid of that group of bandits outside, the price of this grain in our hands will more than double tenfold." He Qing landed on a branch and looked at the group of people in the house. No business is not greedy. Pei-yin is still too kind. After a while, Tang Chuan came over with his men. He Qing watched them break in, watched them scavenge for food, also watched the group spill their guts. Tang Chuan looked at the hobnail-like few people in front of him. He could be annoyed in his heart. How many lives did they give up in front of them to keep the rebels' knives at bay? And how many lives did they give up in exchange for keeping you alive? And you won't even donate extra food? You're all pampered here. No one is forcing you to go to war. Someone is holding the line for you, so why don't you want to donate food? Why? Tang Chuan looked at the several people with cold eyes. This is our stuff. Does Pei-yin also condone robbing his folks? He's lived here since he was a child and even called my grandfather an uncle. And this is how he treats his folks? The fat rich merchant was still spilling his guts. Finally, the woman even scolded. "If you're like this, what's the difference between you and the bandit army outside?" These words completely enraged Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan suddenly laughed out loud. Well, since you put it that way, I'll take your word for it." Tang Chuan suddenly drew his sword. "I'm talking to you nicely. You say I'm no different from a bandit army. So what if I become a bandit army for a while?" Tang Chuan had just drawn his sword. The fat rich merchant then shriveled up, his eyes dribbling. I'll donate, and move all the grain from the front room." The woman glared angrily at the men. He Qing stood on the roof. A thief's heart, he judged. The grain in the front room was the worst grain, with an unknown amount of sand mixed in. This was probably prepared by this businessman in advance, just to deal with this scene in front of him. In fact, in the basement, there was a better stash of refined grains, rice, meat, and an ice room dedicated to bacon and liquor. Tang Chuan was annoyed. There really isn't much that can be done about this kind of scoundrel. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew through, and the gale carried the rich merchant, and the woman flew directly into the sky. With a scream, it landed them directly outside of Qingping County. Since they are not willing to give, they naturally don't deserve to be protected, so let them destroy themselves. This was He Qing's punishment for them. There was a light snowfall in the gray sky. More impressive than the snow was the biting wind. Almost no one was dressed in cotton, mostly in paper clothes, shivering in the midst of the winter. Many people have even frozen to death in their homes without anyone noticing. The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and the road is frozen with dead bones. This is the truest portrayal. But so many people have come over to see this. The crowd of onlookers watched the scene with dumbfounded amazement, first froze for a moment, and then fell into a silence, leaving only the sound of the wind behind. A sudden, enthusiastic cacophony followed. The gods, it's the gods manifesting. Pray to the gods for my son's well-being, pray to the gods for my son's well-being. Can the gods give me some grain? May the blessing be on my husband to return alive from the battlefield. At such miracles, first a few people clambered to their knees, followed by a flurry, almost a majority. By the end of the day, only a few of those standing became outliers. They looked around at all the people who were all on the ground constantly kowtowing and kneeling. Becoming an alien also made them a little disoriented, a little hesitant, not knowing whether they should kneel or not. If you go down on your knees, you are unwilling and your dignity is damaged. If you don't kneel, then will you annoy the gods and get worse results? He Qing stood right on the eaves of the house, looking at them kneeling towards a completely unrelated to him, somewhat speechless. Dude, I'm behind you, kneeling in the wrong direction. At this moment, He Qing wanted to correct them. It's like seeing a mistake and the urge to correct them springs up. But in the end, He Qing held back. It took a while before the group stood up. He Qing also planned to fly away. Where's that bird from? Should we shoot it down? Just when we want some meat, a man said. He Qing flapped his wings and almost crashed. No, dude, you were just on my knees and now you want to come on me. He Qing waved his hand and a blast of wind landed on the man's face. Ah! A scream appeared. A red mark appeared on the man's face. The man was dumbfounded. What's going on? He glanced around him, then quickly covered the marks on his face. It's okay. This is divine punishment. How on earth did he offend the gods? Trepidation filled the hearts of those trying to catch birds, and they couldn't help but quickly leave the area and run in the direction of their homes. When he got home, he rushed to his knees and prayed for forgiveness. Immortal Lord, immortal, forgive the little man. Although he didn't know what was wrong, it was inevitably right to apologize first. It wasn't until a breeze picked up that the bird catcher went into a trance and sensed something and couldn't help but relax. As for the rich merchants who were blown by the wind to the outside of the county, that had long been found by the people of the bandit army. When actually confronted with these bandit armies, the rich merchant realized what the real difference was between the city's defenders and the bandit armies. When he is in the midst of his blessings, he does not cherish them. Now that it wasn't there, an overwhelming wave of remorseful fear only filled his heart. There's just no one to give him a third chance anymore. With the first case, the rest of the people who were still hiding grain got the message and handed over all their grain at the first opportunity. The people of this world may not be afraid of people, but they are extremely afraid of ghosts and gods. The fact that a deity has appeared in Qingping County fills the hearts of some with hope and ignites motivation, and will become a nightmare in the hearts of others. And the former make up the vast majority. He Qing was still sitting in the tea house waiting for Tang Xuan to come to his door. He had already prepared for Tang Xuan, but still needed Tang Xuan to make his own choices. Tang Xuan lacked power today, but he was able to give Tang Xuan that power. The spirit of detention will do that. It is possible to fully attach a Jingmei spirit body to Tang Xuan, giving him some strange abilities. He quietly sipped his tea and looked out at the deserted streets. After a while, there was a stomping up the stairs. After a while, sure enough, Tang Xuan revealed his head from the stairway. Immortal Master. Just call me Dao Master. Immortal Master is too much of a stranger. He Qing waved his hand. Taoist, was it you who made the move just now? He Qing nodded. I came to this Qingping County, originally to seek Pei Yen, but I found you here, so that's good. I'll have to look for you. Tang Xuan felt the pressure multiply for a moment. I may grant you some power, but for that, I may have to subject you to me. Naturally, because of the requirements of the avatar itself. You have to figure out for yourself whether you want this power or not. There are no spells in this world that can ascend to heaven in one step after all, and the requirements of this avatar are already extremely low. He Qing confessed everything, and he naturally wouldn't hide anything. A Tang Xuan wouldn't help him that much. Tang Xuan could be said to have struggled for a long time. As far as bondage was concerned, he naturally didn't want anything to be bound to him. He wanted to be a chivalrous man, a free-spirited chivalrous man. But can one really live in this world without bondage? Thinking of the fortune-telling given to him by the Greenwood Scatterer, the fortune-telling given to his brother Tang Yuan. And then he remembered his own ideals. His own ideals that he once wanted to revitalize the sword school, but now he wanted to be famous. Is it really possible to pursue this and not have to give anything? Has he sacrificed something for his goals? Can he carry some bonds and shackles for something greater? If you don't even have that determination, how can you have the determination to go all the way? Many people in this world cannot live without bondage. Even if the emperor has the same bondage, there are from the law of imperial power. There are from the court ministers of the bondage. There are from the world's prestige of the bondage. There are from all kinds of bondage around. This is a world where no one can truly do as they please. Only after a long time of contemplation did Tang Xuan open his eyes showing a resolute color. I'm willing. Thank you, immortal master. Tang Xuan fiercely knelt on the ground. I also ask the immortal master to bestow the law. Okay, just bear with me for a moment. He Qing took out 3 grass returning pills and another 3 pure yang pills. Finally, he took out the dragon tiger purple gold furnace. He was going to refine Tang Xuan as he had refined himself in the beginning. But this time, with him personally controlling it, naturally there would be no problems. And after all, Tang Xuan had practiced martial arts for many years, so at least the foundation was solid. Tang Xuan ate the grass returning pill and pure yang pill in one gulp, and was then dropped into the dragon tiger violet gold furnace. Hold back. He Qing gave 2 words lightly. Afterwards, the dragon and tiger true intent rose, divine patterns emerged, and countless auras gathered. Amidst a scream, amidst a heart-rending pain, Tang Xuan's eyes rounded out and he eventually fainted. It was only when it came out of the oven that a hint of light golden luster appeared on Tang Xuan's skin. Looking at the unconscious Tang Xuan, He Qing let out a laugh before he transformed into a divine eagle and sped away. What speeds can a divine eagle reach when flying at full speed? Almost transforming into a white shadow in the sky. A wave of air surrounded behind him, leaving a splendid scene in the sky. He Qing had just quenched Tang Xuan's body, causing him to reach a level of quality like gold and iron, which was already rare in the world. Afterwards, He Qing would have to find a demon soul for him to incorporate into his body with the spirit detaining dispatch. He Qing had already seen that in the future. If he wanted to save the entire Guanyuan province, he would still need an army. But is this army going to be in the hands of a profit-hungry man or a good man? With Pei Yan's strength, he would soon be able to roll out an army of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people in. But the problem is that Pei Yan is too old and dying, so there has to be an heir. He Qing felt that Tang Xuan could be that candidate. As for the Yang family of He Qing, let's not talk about whether or not they have any thoughts of contending for the world. Can the Yang family really pull an army over? Would other families, or even the emperor, allow them to mobilize their armies? I'm afraid that in the eyes of these families, a person's well-being is far from being able to make them carry the name of rebellion. At this critical moment, at the moment of the human emperor's streamer dissension, the emperor's mind must be extremely sensitive. The more this happens, the less you can do something out of the ordinary. Otherwise, it is prone to big problems. If the emperor is really suspected by the emperor, if the emperor is recruiting people into the palace, then into or not into it, history is full of such things. So in retrospect, it was still only the native army that could really determine the situation in Guanjuanfu. Soon, He Qing fell into a mountain forest. He looked towards a place where the demonic aura was overwhelming. The Yin Shi rolled there, as if it were a wave. It's a little demon country. He Qing was transformed into a divine eagle, so naturally his eyes were incomparably sharp. At this time, I actually saw that there was a big pot in the cave, and the water in the pot was boiling, and on both sides of the cave, there were actually tired corpses. In today's environment of Guanyuan province, chaotic armies were rampant and demons were proliferating. How many people are fleeing? But how many can actually escape to Qingping County? It's not just about dodging the chaos on this journey, but also about being wary of the demons. There was also a throne in the depths of the cave, on which sat a man of unparalleled size, dressed in silver armor. But that person actually had a long nose like an elephant, and his ears were like bushels, and his skin was like the color of lime. This was clearly the Fire Elephant Great King who had been roaming across the area of Guanyuan province. At one time, He Qing had seen the words Fire Elephant Demon King specially labeled on the map given by that old monk. My lord, report, my lord, there's a big bird outside that keeps flying in the sky. An equally half-formed demon rushed in. This was a small mountain patrol demon with gongs and drums on him, seemingly ready to beat the gongs and drums. A bird. Ha ha, let me get out there. The Fire Elephant King was unconcerned. He had been roaming this realm for many years, where there were demons that were his rivals. There was also only one voodoo one that made him fear 3 times. The Fire Elephant Great King saw an extremely divine eagle flying in the sky as soon as he stepped out of the cave. Where did that big bird come from and what is it doing in your grandfather Fire Elephant's territory? The Fire Elephant King was in a big hurry under his breath. He Qing was 100 feet away from him as if he could smell the breath. He Qing didn't say much as he directly transformed into his maximum form and sped down from the air. His wings unfolded, and a pair of golden claws flashed with a lingering cold light. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying storm began to converge. The moment He Qing, who was filled with a terrifying storm, flew to the ground, the Fire Elephant Great King's face had changed. But just then, the ground suddenly collapsed into a swamp. Almost instantly, the Fire Elephant King was trapped. As an elephant that relies on the ground for strength, without the support of the ground, there is almost no room to use half of one's strength. The more the Fire Elephant King struggled, the deeper he fell. It used its mana and spewed out flames, but they were few and far between in the wind. Useless. Brother Bird, if you want to be king, this seat is for you, Brother Bird. The moment the sharp claws fell, the Fire Elephant Great King had transformed into his original form. An immense elephant of immense size is struggling in the swamp. At the same time, He Qing performed the detaining spirit dispatch. With just a wave of his hand, the soul body of the Fire Elephant Great King was already called out. He Qing unfolded the Wuji cave, and in a flash, countless small demons around him fell into it. Almost instantly, their souls were silenced. For this kind of demon that fed on people, He Qing did not hold back. In just a few breaths of effort, the demons in this area had been completely annihilated. If it were the previous He Qing, he naturally wouldn't have been able to do it. But as he absorbed more and more of the bizarre origin, his own strength had risen to a terrifying level. Even sometimes, even He Qing himself didn't know how strong he was. After ingesting the soul of the Fire Elephant King, He Qing rushed towards Qingping County. This trip could be said to have also harvested a lot of materials, just in time to also make some armor and swords. Just as He Qing walked into the tea house, he happened to see Tang Chuan lying on the ground moaning. It really hurts too much. That pain still swirls around now. That's literally more than torture. Tang Chuan stood up. Boom! Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, which carried through the entire tea house and actually shook some of the teacups with a thumping tremor. Not bad. He Qing smiled in appreciation. Tang Chuan, however, was shocked, his entire body completely unbelievable. It's a miracle. This is the realm of tiger and leopard thunder sound. It is a realm that all Jianghu martial artists pursue throughout their lives. This was even a higher realm than human sword unification. But, what did he see? But in just a few hours of work, he had actually reached this realm completely. It's a miracle. If the others knew about it, I'm afraid that millions of people would all come looking for He Qing. When He Qing's thunderous voice could be said to have shaken the mountains, Tang Chuan's realm was nothing in his eyes, but in Tang Chuan's mind it had been somewhat unbelievable. Tang Chuan opened his mouth a little wider, not knowing what to say. His life was saved by He Qing. The dragon slashing sword technique was given to him by He Qing, and here he had even practiced his body to such an extent. All this kindness, even with a life, cannot be repaid. I'm afraid that it is necessary to pay back in life and death. Just as Tang Chuan was about to kneel down, He Qing had already held him up. It's not over yet, so it's not too late to thank them together. What? Isn't that enough? Tang Chuan's entire body was already a bit dizzy. If it wasn't for the fact that the pain in his body was still there, he even felt like he was having a beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up from. He Qing first summoned the essence soul of the Fire Elephant King, and then used the spirit detaining dispatch to force the avatar into Tang Chuan's body. This was followed by an armor and a sword made from the demon materials obtained. Now, go on. Go see Pei Yan. Kill. In the desolate courtyard, Pei Yan couldn't help but tighten the clothes on his body. One of the older fat maids watched and rushed over to ask, Master, should we light the stove? This fat maid was originally Pei Yan's maid in Xinjiang, and later returned to Qingping County together. She had been following Pei Yan for decades. From youth to aging, from young girl to deformed figure, from white to rough skin. She looked at Pei Yan and also felt more and more that Pei Yan had aged. A head full of white hair spars. Face wrinkles crowded like a mountain gully. Age spots also borne a lot. The eyes that were once like those of a tiger or leopard were now gradually becoming cloudy and kind. Pei Yan wanted to raise his hand to refuse, but a sense of power permeated through his body. The cold wind cut into his body, sending a stabbing pain through his muscles. This hidden pain was even more excruciating than giving him a knife. An agony that stretched on and on. Bring it here. The vicissitude of the weak tone made Pei Yan himself shocked for a moment. So somehow he's gotten this old? Master, you also need to pay more attention to rest. You can't be like this every day. You're getting older. You're not as good as you were back then. The fat maid couldn't help but advise. She watched Pei Yan leave early and return late every day, worrying over the matter of Qingping County. Such a person should have been able to live in peace and enjoy his old age. and now it's still dragging this soon-to-be perishable wreck of a body around. The fat maid had long regarded Pei Yan as a relative, so naturally she couldn't bear it. As he said it, he actually shed a tear. "What are you crying about? Don't lose face here. Go." Pei Yan waved his hand. Even though he was already weak, much sadness was born in his heart. But in front of these soldiers, he absolutely could not show the slightest bit of weakness. These men in the yard already possessed the potential to become elite soldiers. With these soldiers, Pei Yan is very sure about breaking out. But the question is, even if we break out, where are we going to go? In this northern county of the river, they circled with each other and were able to rest on the spot. If you are out of the county, not to mention the physical exertion of the long journey, if we attract those battle-hardened Black Flag soldiers, it would be 10 deaths. Pei Yan had commanded 100,000 troops to break the western region Songhan department, but there were no soldiers and no food in his hands. Even if the Sage of Soldiers came, there was nothing he could do. So for today's plan, it is to lure the enemy into weakness. First use the city walls as a defense and annihilate some enemy troops. Then open the city gates wide and fight alleyway battles and make ambushes in the county. The only way to survive is to completely eat this group of chaotic troops outside. Pei Yan thought in his mind. For him, breaking out was easy, but not critical. He had to find a way to stay alive after the breakout. Only by eating those chaotic armies outside and replenishing their troops, armor, weapons, and food could they truly dish it out. And these soldiers aren't old enough to have seen enough combat. They must be honed only with constant friction. Just then the door opened and a man walked in. Pei Yan couldn't help but raise his eyes. See, it's Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan is considered to be one of the few people in Jiangbei County who can be used. And now Pei Yan is quite dependent on him. Tang Chuan takes credit for many of the skirmishes these past days. Moreover, Tang Chuan is a man with a good heart and is considered a chivalrous person. Only, today's Tang Chuan, however, made Pei Yan feel strange. It was as if only a few hours had gone by and the person in front of him seemed to have turned into another person. As a matter of fact, an extremely drastic change did occur in Tang Chuan. First of all, he was wearing a reddish armor, which was significantly transcendent just by looking at it, and in the chest position, there was a long-nosed elephant-headed beast swallowing. Secondly, between Tang Chuan's walks, there was actually a faint rumbling sound. Pei Yan himself was a martial arts practitioner and naturally knew what realm this was. It was just that before today, Tang Chuan should not have reached this realm yet. Pei Yan's face was calm, but his heart was already wrapped in heavy doubts. It wasn't until Tang Chuan walked up to him that he slowly opened his mouth. "Doing what to go? Met an immortal master I used to know." When he said this, the look of respect on Tang Chuan's face simply overflowed. "Oh, immortal master? Then what?" Pei Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was keenly aware that there was something wrong with it. The immortal master is the god of Mount Li, and he is also highly honored within Qingping County, loving all the people. But, the chaos in Guanyuan Prefecture is already going to spill over into the middle of Mount Li. Plus, the Dragging Hammer Heavenly King wants to use the Earth Order's weirdness to establish a Jedi. So the Immortal Master must not sit idly by and do nothing. Immortal Master, this trip to Guanyuan Province, all the way to see how many miserable things. So I went to see the Fuhu real person, whose people said that Jiangbei County there is also a Pei Yan. So he came here again, but unexpectedly met me. So the Immortal Master then approached me. And then I approached Marshal Pei. At times like these, only honesty is the basis for cooperation. The slightest hint of falsehood could be met with suspicion. However, He Qing essentially didn't care whether Pei Yan would agree or not, whether he would ally with him or not. If Pei Yan is unwilling, then he will leave. If the situation in the future is really bad to uncontrollable situation, He Qing will not ride on their own. The big thing is to go to any one of the world's prosperous place. Though he had a desire to save the world, there was no way that he would allow himself to stoop so low as to get himself into some sort of dangerous situation. The Immortal Master said that if Marshal Pei is willing, he will give some help, and if Marshal Pei is unwilling, he will leave. Pei Yan was momentarily in deep thought. The other party's tone was not a whisper, nor did he have to cooperate with him. And what is the other side for? Is it really for the sake of the world's people, or is it for your own personal gain? Pei Yan looked at Tang Chuan. He hadn't seen He Qing, so naturally he had no way to tell the difference. So he could only look at Tang Chuan. The question centered on whether he trusted Tang Chuan or not. Until a cold wind blew, Pei Yan suddenly coughed violently twice. Extreme exhaustion suddenly surged all over his body, and for a while, actually even his brain was almost blank, unable to think. It was only after a while that the broken psychedelic images reorganized themselves in his eyes and everything in front of him became real. In fact, when it came to this situation, he had no other choice. Pei Yan had originally intended to train Tang Chuan as the future commander of this army in the future. This team needs someone who is chivalrous enough, Okay, it's all up to you. No need to ask me. Marshal Pei? Tang Chuan spoke up with some concern. I'll give you a team under your own command. And in the future, you can just make your own decisions. Pei Yan felt a bit overwhelmed. At this time, Tang Chuan took out a grass returning pill. Marshal Pei, eat this. What is it? Grass returner. Pei Yan glanced at Tang Chuan, took the elixir, and casually dropped it into his mouth. Since Pei Yan had already chosen to believe Tang Chuan, he wouldn't think about anything more, and he didn't bother to think about it. That's his character. However, when the grass-returning Dan entered his stomach, a warmth actually climbed slowly. This warmth was like a hot spring, making all of Pei Yan's ailments much weaker. At the end of the day, these ailments actually slowed down and disappeared, and a new force was born in Pei Yan's body. Gradually he felt less weak. Gradually he felt strength in his body. Gradually he felt his eyes clear, and his whole person seemed to be newborn. Pei Yan clearly remembered how weak he was just now. But now, he tried to get up from the bench. I found that my hands and feet were much lighter and my whole body became healthy and refreshed. What is it? The exact same question, with a completely different tone before and after. What was first a tone of cautious inquiry was now a tone of unbridled excitement and fullness. Pei Yan stared at Tang Chuan with fiery eyes. He desperately wanted to know what it was. It was a total panacea for him. No one in this world wants to die, and no one wants to grow old if they can stay young. How many people couldn't accept their bodies after they aged? Let alone a supreme martial artist like Pei Yan when he was young. Even Tang Chuan was a little afraid to look at Pei Yan. This is the grass returning pill. I don't know the rest. The immortal master gave me 3 of them at the time, and a few of the rest of the spirit pills. It seems like that immortal master is really treating you well. If you have the chance, please help me ask for a few more grains, Pei Yan said. He then looked Tang Chuan up and down again. So, this sudden surge in your cultivation is also related to that immortal master? Exactly. At the mention of this, Tang Chuan couldn't help but get excited again. Pei Yan's gaze changed instantly. He had traveled for decades in his life, and he had even met the purple-robed heavenly master. But this one immortal master that Tang Chuan spoke of could casually make a martial artist reach the tiger leopard thunder sound realm, to also be able to casually take out the life extension pill and give it to a bystander. This was considered extremely rare even among the cultivators he had seen in his life. Naturally, for Tang Chuan, it was much more than that. He was fully able to feel how powerful the demon soul inhabiting his body possessed. This was the power that could truly transform him. And all of this changed in but a few hours. Pei Yan gave Tang Chuan 500 soldiers, and then left him to his own devices. In the future, after dark at noon, you will come and find me, and I will teach you the art of war. Finally, Pei Yan spoke. He Qing did not leave. Since he saw the difficulties of Qingping County, he naturally would not ignore them. Compared to earlier, at this time he is fully capable of solving the problem of food shortage. Except for those soldiers, many are going to starve and eat dirt. While it may not be a problem for a while, sooner or later there will be a big problem. He Qing walked down the street. He saw a woman, a rough-skinned, out-of-shape woman on a boulder in front of a dappled wooden door. She was looking away, as if expecting the return of her son or husband. She was so hungry that she seemed to have caught a bug, but she didn't eat it. I don't know how long it took, but a young man came back. Son, are you still hungry? Mother, not hungry. Here's a bug for you. This is a conversation that, on a normal day, would only be met with laughter. Even a bug is up for grabs. But at this time when all are starving, and many are even starving to death, it is the truest of sentiments. It is the emotion of a mother who is willing to give her all, even her life, for her son. It is at times like these that one can see this love and evil at its most extreme in the human world. He Qing walked to the door just in time to see the woman's face. That's already facepalming. Mother, you eat. Mother is not hungry. If you are, you eat. Before the words were out of her mouth, she saw the woman fall limply to the ground, nearly fainting. It's been starved to death. He Qing stood outside the door and watched the scene. He flew into the air and came to a fruit tree. This fruit tree had already withered, and He Qing casually brushed a branch, only to see that in the middle of this cold winter, this long withered branch actually sprouted a new green, gave birth to flower buds, and finally bore bright red fruit. He Qing picked off a few fruits and threw them into that yard. Eat it. You won't have to worry about not having enough food in the future, He Qing said with a smile. Whenever he looked at these human sufferings, He Qing did not feel good in his heart. Whenever he helps these suffering people to get rid of their miseries, he is in a comfortable and uncluttered mood. The woman and her son both saw He Qing. They picked up the fruits and thanked them in a hurry. Many thanks to the Taoist master. Many thanks to the Taoist master. He Qing went back to the restaurant and he waited until Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan was still wearing a happy face. Marshal Pei is going to give me 500 soldiers and teach me the art of war. Nice. After He Qing finished speaking, he took out another seed. This seed was an unusual seed, but it had been enriched with life force by He Qing. Along with it, the earth actively supplies nutrients. This seed, if it grows, is capable of absorbing the earth's fertility of the entire Qingping County. This will make the fruit tree huge and immense, as well as producing countless fruits. He Qing used both the ability from the green vine and the power of the earth. The combination of the two creates super seeds which will be super productive. The flaw, however, was that the fruit trees produced by this seed could only survive for a month, because an unusual seed could not withstand such massive power. But that's enough. Far enough. This seed is for you. You find a place to plant it, and in the month to come, at least no one in Qingping County will starve to death. You can't do that if you want to eat well and have a balanced nutritional profile, He Qing. But starving is still doable. Tang Xuan received the seeds, then was stunned. He saw people starve to death on a daily basis, and because of that, he realized just how important this seed in his hand really was. Only at last did Tang Xuan solemnly say, "Immortal Master De, I will build a temple for the Immortal Master." After saying that, Tang Xuan left. He chose a spot and subsequently planted the seeds in the soil. Tang Xuan also mobilized 20 people to protect the seed. You protect this seed, and do not make any mistakes. The 20 men were still somewhat baffled. Boss, it's just one seed. What's so rare? Before he could finish his sentence, the seeds had broken out of their shells and subsequently sent out shoots. As they watched with their naked eyes, the shoot grew larger and finally became a thin branch. A few people had to get out of the way. Only then did Tang Xuan sweep them away. If anything happens to the seed, military justice will be done. In these cold winter months, it is rare to see even a few finches, let alone a new green. After Tang Xuan planted the seed, the shoot rose with the wind. Surprisingly, in a few breaths, it surged up to a height of 10 feet, and then after that, it became bigger, thicker, and taller in a state that was visible to the naked eye. The 20 soldiers were still shocked, and when they looked again, they had realized that the fruit tree had risen higher than a 3 or 4-story building. Miracles, it's a miracle, a soldier said. Chuan, where did you get a sub like this? After these words were said, everyone looked at Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan froze as well. From the immortals. So it is. After hearing this, these 20 people looked at Tang Xuan and only felt like looking at a god, sending out a sense of intimidation from their hearts. Brother Chuan, from now on you are my air dogsy's big brother. If you tell me to go west, I would never dare to go east. Yes, I also only follow your order, Brother Chuan, and listen to nothing else. These people hastened to show their loyalty. In this day and age, there was a person who had gotten the immortal's treasure, and what horrible news it was. The people of this world have much faith in gods and Buddhas, and in the legends of destiny. There is a legend that the white snake was beheaded to become the king in the former dynasty. Therefore, these 20 soldiers looked at Tang Xuan and immediately surrendered with a heartfelt obedience. The fruit tree moved so much that it drew the attention of the surrounding homes almost instantly. There were also people who went forward to inform Pei Yan about this. The people of the city watched a fruit tree grow right before their eyes. Having grown food themselves, they are naturally aware of the condition of plants throughout the year. It was precisely because of this that the shock brought to them by this scene in front of them was incomparably powerful. Some days ago the fairy god talk was spread only to a small extent. There are still many who do not believe, but today's scenario, this actual and incomparably large heavenly fruit tree, but had to make people not believe it. My goodness, it's really a god coming down to earth. This is the god seeing that we don't have enough to eat or wear and bringing us food. Who? Which lord? Warrior Tang. He's the one who got this seed. Gu, son, you must follow the Tang warrior closely in the future. The Tang warrior is valued by the immortals and is blessed with good fortune. Come and kowtow. Have to ask the Tang warrior which immortal this is. When Tang Xuan saw that someone had come over, even the people around him asked, Xuan, which god is this? Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes before saying, this one, is the mountain god of Mount Li, also a true immortal, with the name. Halfway through speaking, Tang Xuan suddenly got stuck. He really didn't know what He Qing's name was. Although Tang Xuan had never been a god, he knew that the position of mountain god of Lishan was too small. In the future, if he were to cross over the entire Guanyuan prefecture, he would definitely need to extensively repair the temple. Besides, can the mountain god of a mountain overpower the light of an immortal? That is why the name of the immortal is the most important thing. And the mountain god is just an insignificant position of the immortal. Wuji true immortal, Tang Xuan suddenly said. Tang Xuan suddenly recalled the words Pure Yang Wuji that He Qing had once spoken. However, Pure Yang was obviously small compared to Wuji, So Tang Chuan went bigger. Wuji true immortal. So it's Wuji great immortal. He Qingping transformed into a flying bird and hid in the dark, wanting to laugh. He had long planned to make his Dao name Wuji, but there was still some hesitation. I never thought that today it would be said by Tang Chuan in this way. It seems that heaven's will is such that his Taoist name should be Wuji. Just as well, Master Dao will be known as Wuji from now on. In just a moment, the words Wuji true immortal spread throughout half of the county. Pei Yan wanted to rest, but he saw the sound outside getting louder and louder. Like thunder. Another person came to report on the unusual things in it. An immortal tree that is several feet tall in the blink of an eye? The god of Mount Li, the true immortal of Wuji? Pei Yan put on his clothes and he went out the door, when the sky was already dark. But even so, Pei Yan caught a glimpse of the peach tree that rose up into the sky. The canopy of the tree had already covered the sky, almost obscuring a street. Its branches and leaves flourish and produce a small peach. When Pei Yan first came out, the peach was still green, and when he looked at it for a while, the peach was already bright red, followed by a fragrant fruity flavor overflowing. Even though Pei Yan was well informed, he froze for a moment after seeing so many changes in one day. Pei Yan racked his brain, wanting to find a figure from his mind that had such divine abilities as this Lei Shan mountain god, but he couldn't find one no matter what. Logically speaking, a practitioner of such cultivation had long since reached the realm of the free. They also don't need to fight for power as if they were mortals, and their own lifespans are already far superior to those of mortals. Cultivators pursued longevity, and a mortal's life was no more than a stage in their eyes. Cultivators who had reached this level of cultivation would only go and leave everything behind to pursue the realm of Shaju ascension, because ascension is endless longevity. Even the emperors of all generations have had to cultivate and pursue all sorts of things, but they have always been unattached. That's why in history few cultivators who reached the Jindan, Yuanshan realm came to fight for power in the mundane world. It seems that this one is truly a man with a heart of gold. Pei Yan felt a little tired, so he called for someone. Go, bring me a few peaches, and by the way, ask Tang Chuan to bring men to guard the peach trees, so that he can distribute them to the county people at his discretion. Yes, Marshal Pei. The canopy of this heavenly tree almost covered the streets in all directions, and even because the tree was too huge, it had already collapsed many houses. Tang Chuan ordered someone to bring a net, then held out his hand, stirring out the demonic soul of the Fire Elephant King, only to see an incomparably huge Fire Elephant demon soul standing behind him. Tang Chuan was also happy to see the hunt. He hadn't performed it yet after getting the Fire Elephant demon soul, but today he wanted to taste it. This Fire Elephant demon soul could resist some spell attacks, while allowing Tang Chuan to drive the Fire Elephant Great King's innate aptitude spells. In addition, when practicing martial arts, one can also progress faster and borrow a sliver of the divine power of the true Fire Elephant Great King. Tang Chuan stretched out his hand, and with a bang, he only saw countless peaches fall. Surrounding the crowd of onlookers looking at this scene have been looking at the eyes, constantly secreting saliva. The belly came rumbling hunger sound. They were so hungry that many of them hadn't had a full meal in a long time, let alone a delicious fruit like a peach. Tang Chuan held a net pocket full of peaches, and even some of the peaches fell to the ground, where the pulp was crushed by the fall and stained with dirt. For that matter, many others came forward to fight over it. Tang Chuan looked at a few people first. This tree has taken possession of your house, so in the future you will pick it yourselves, but don't grudge it to the gods. How? Yang San Yang, if you think the divine tree has collapsed your house, I'll switch with you. You can stay in my house, someone said. Upon hearing this, Yang San Yang immediately changed her color and angrily cursed. Doggone Lu Erden, you're trying to dig up my roots. I won't change this house for anyone, even if I have to take a manor in exchange. This fruit tree crushed a wall, but not be resentful, but feel that the joy, dipped in the immortal energy. Tang Chuan also said, occupying your house. Feel free to pick these peaches. Pick them when you're hungry. Pick them yourself. Yang San Yang looked at Tang Chuan again, her face reappearing with joy. How could it be? I can't wait to offer this divine tree. Maybe a bite of that peach will increase my life. Tang Chuan then distributed the peaches one by one. Those who got the peaches were all happy. They also have to pay homage to immortal Wuji before they eat. Everyone ate peaches. As they ate, some of them actually bawled. They had starved for so long, even watching their loved ones starve to death alive, and seeing many starving at night to the point of digging up bark and gnawing on dirt. But now all that is about to be far away. All the hunger, all the misery will be gone on this day. Countless people kneeled and prayed. They thanked He Qing and remembered those who had passed away. He Qing stood on the eaves of the house as he felt countless amounts of incense and letter power surging towards him, not just from here, but from Qingping County, and the people he had saved. These incense flames gradually formed a golden body in his sea of consciousness, but even though there was a lot of incense, even several times more than the city god of Qingping County. He Qing still didn't know how the incense was going to be utilized. This knowledge is also not available in Voodoo View. Even the city god within Qingping County has not grasped much. It seems that in this world, knowledge of Shinto is very scarce or forbidden to be spread by the court. The substantial means by which the court rules the world today is official positions and the divine path. The official position is to rule over the common people of the world. Instead, Shinto is used to rule over monks, demons and devils. Both are equally important, and both concern the fundamentals of the Great Moon Dynasty, so it is natural that such a kingdom should not be passed on. It seems like we need to find a chance to get in touch with Shinto. Shinto can be not just the Shinto of today's Great Moon Dynasty. During the ancient times, in all the dynasties, there were Shinto paths circulating. In ancient times, the sun god, the moon god, and even the heavenly emperor, the gods native to heaven and earth, were the most powerful gods. These gods could be so much stronger than these gods who are under the emperor's jurisdiction today. The city god of a place is also but the jurisdiction of a place of Yin souls. Its position is also similar to the governor. However, the heavenly emperor in ancient times was unknown how much higher than the emperor. He Qing had instead learned about some ancient secrets from one of the travelogues of the Fuhuguan. It is rumored that during the ancient times, one day suddenly the whole sky became incredibly scarlet. It's not just one person looking at it, but it's a common record for all nations, all places where there is a human footprint record that day. Since that day, there has been no more heavenly emperor, and no more appearances of the rest of the ancient gods. Yet some parts of this world are bound to have traces left behind by these ancient gods. He Qing originally had no intention of God's way, but now as the incense grows, that can only be found and used reluctantly. Ugh, it's so troublesome, having to deal with all this incense, He Qing said silently. If other deities knew that He Qing was thinking this way, they would have wanted to hit their heads against the wall in jealousy. In the courtyard, Pei Yan ate a peach. This peach fruit is sweet, juicy and really tasty. It wasn't even worse than the tribute peaches Pei Yan had eaten in the divine capital. After eating, Pei Yan, however, suddenly arched his hand. Please also invite True Lord Wuji to descend. Please also invite True Lord Wuji to descend. Please also invite True Lord Wuji to descend. Pei Yan arched his hand and with a respectful face, shouted 3 times in a row. The rest of them only thought that He Qing was an immortal. Pei Yan, however, understood that He Qing might be that legendary Yuanshan True Lord. I'm afraid that only Yuanshan True Lords can have such divine abilities. Yuanshan Zhenjun was already the ultimate person in the world, and his position could not be shaken even by the emperor. The contemporary heavenly master is a Yuanshan real person. On weekdays, this celestial master was indifferent to the orders of the emperor's old man. For that matter, the emperor didn't even dare to have any grievances to give out. He Qing naturally heard Pei Yan's shouts. He followed a gust of wind to Pei Yan's courtyard and manifested his form. What did old General Pei call out to me for? After looking at He Qing, Pei Yan was first startled. It was because He Qing was simply too young, too clear, and too plump and divine. There has never been such a young Yuanshan True Lord in this world. Afterward, Pei Yan put away his hand, and only then did he say, I am truly convinced of True Lord's divine ability. At this point in time, with the help of True Lord, a man with a heart for the world, why would an old immortal refuse? Pei Yan laughed and added, I also want to thank the True Lord for the hospitality of the peaches. It's no worse than what the emperor ate. He Qing burst out laughing at this. This Pei Yan actually also so behind the back to make up the emperor. Why? What else does old General Pei need from me? Pei Yan smiled and said, I'm willing to make Tang Chuan a general, but now the city is too short of arms. Can you help me? He Qing didn't agree first and laughed instead. Does Elder General Pei think that I can turn out this armament? Pei Yan, on the other hand, bowed down again. Pei Yan had rarely bowed in his life, but today he bowed twice, because he really needs armaments. If he had no arms, he could have broken out and eaten the rebels outside the city. But then, how many of these soldiers under his command would be killed or wounded? Could he in his presence watch these sons and daughters go to their deaths just like that? How many of these people still call him uncle and uncles? It's all about growing up with your eyes open. Pei Yan was unwilling to do so. He said, True Lord can naturally come and go as he pleases, but please make a few more trips and borrow some from somewhere else. And I, Pei Yan, can make a note. You mean you're asking me, a dang god, to be an errand boy for you? He Qing was still smiling. Pei Yan's body bowed even lower. True Lord is benevolent and righteous. And after this matter, I will also worship before the True Lord's idol. Ha ha ha, Pei Yan, you're good. He Qing burst out laughing. Pei Yan, this person is willing to do for the people to such an extent. No wonder the real Fuhu, and that old monk, Tang Chuan so esteemed. Just as well, I'll leave you with 200 arms. This armament was also easy for He Qing. He controlled the power of the earth, but it wasn't just dirt. That swamp monster can even transform into a terracotta warrior. Just some weapons in the district. He Qing beckoned, only to see the earth suddenly sink. Countless gold, iron and stone blocks gushed out from it, and then were twisted into armor under a massive force. For swords and spears and shields. Pei Yan watched the scene and watched the weapons take shape. Go on. The task of saving Guanju Wanfu is in your hands. I'll be waiting. After saying that, He Qing left in a flutter. Empty left behind Pei Yan, who fell into some astonishment and was never able to come back to his senses. True gods. On a windy and snowy night, the soldiers of Qingping County put on their God-given armor and rushed out of the city under the leadership of the flying sword Tang Xuan. Suddenly, as if gifted from heaven, the food and weapons made Pei Yan change his mind. With their strength today, they were fully capable of forcing their way through the chaos. Pei Yan stood on the city wall. It was pitch black in the distance, with only the tragic shouts of killing and the scent of blood that gradually drifted in the wind and snow. The wind and snow hit his body, but it didn't make Pei Yan feel as bone-chillingly cold as he did a few days ago. He looked into the distance, at the giant flame-filled elephant that was revealed in the infinite darkness. He knew that he had won. They had won. Since then, the county people of Qingping County would not starve to the point of eating dirt, and with the assistance of that great immortal, the sky of Guanyuan province would no longer be bleak. Just as the great battle was about to start, He Qing was already walking on top of the wasteland. The night wind wailed harshly and cold snowflakes were falling on his body. He Qing held the lake-light sword in his hand. He picked up the sword, but the more he looked at it, the more he thought it was just average. This can also be used as a family heirloom by that dragon-slaying swordsman? After He Qing had learned the art of refining weapons at the Fuhu Guan, plus he had obtained the Dragon Tiger Violet Gold Furnace. This Dragon Tiger Purple Gold Furnace contains the way of refining weapons and alchemy. So He Qing's vision grew higher and higher. He also knows that there are magic treasure things in this world. This magic treasure is rare in the world. The whole Guanju Wanfu was only one. That was the Tsong Ling Bell of the Tsong Yuan Dao. This Tsong Ling Bell can summon thousands of ghosts and gods, which is the root of Song Yuan Dao's prestige over Guang Yuan Fu. Nowadays, the Tsong Yuan Dao had tens of thousands of hairy gods at its disposal, and if they were to pour out, they would be able to sweep away almost any Taoist temple or Buddhist temple. The most fundamental difference between this magic treasure and a magic weapon is that the magic treasure has a spirit, and has long been born with a spirit. Ordinary treasures have 36 astral restraints, or 72 earthly restraints, and on top of that, the birth of spiritual awareness can only be called a treasure. With spiritual awareness, the magic treasure would naturally be able to cultivate. If the magic treasure was further advanced, it would reach the illusory form magic treasure, and even further would be the Pure Yang magic treasure. This Pure Yang Dharma treasure was already a sign that the origin had been transformed to the extreme, and it already possessed an innate divine prohibition. This innate divine prohibition was a manifestation of the laws of the Tao, possessing all sorts of inexplicable powers. This Dragon Tiger Violet Gold Furnace was actually a Pure Yang magic treasure. The dragon and tiger phantom spirit inhabiting it should then be the spirit consciousness of the Dragon and Tiger Violet Gold Furnace. However, the spiritual sense of this Dragon Tiger Purple Gold Furnace had been obscured and had become muddled and delirious. In short, he's a psychopath. He's a nervous wreck. He's saying strange things. He's acting on instinct. However, these words that sounded divine in the ears of the onlookers, words that could be described as spiritual pollution, in He Qing's ears were a spell about refining treasures. But the Dharma seemed to be too profound, to the point that it had produced a mutation, touching something that did not exist in the world and could not be observed. He Qing was walking in the wilderness. It's cold here, with a chilly wind that blows the sleeves and hair back and forth. Hunting, the wind and snow were irrigating the face, and even breathing was not active breathing, but the wind was going down the cracks and burrowing inside. After flying in the sky for so long, it's inevitable that you want to walk. This wilderness landscape is a desolate one, and although it is not refined, it has a magnificent beauty of rough vicissitudes. At a glance, I felt that my heart suddenly opened up and all my depression dissipated. It was only after about half a day's journey that He Qing saw a small temple swaying in the wind and snow, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. The temple was dotted with starbursts, and a faint orange-red glow peeked out of the worn temple entrance. Nowadays, there was almost no peace in the entire Guanyuan prefecture, except for the prefecture city, a few big families, and the place where Tsong Yuan Dao resided. That Dreghammer Heavenly King did not restrain the military discipline, but instead let it loose in a big way. Even in history, such a chaotic army is rare, but the immediate situation is not yet one of social collapse. It would be the worst situation to wait for that kind of situation, where etiquette and ethics collapse. He Qing held out his hand as he walked. His fingers brushed over the blades of grass, which then formed a grain of greenish-blue spirit elixir in his hand. This spirit elixir was naturally no better than the grass-returning elixir. It was just casually concocted. Facing the wind and snow, when he walked into the mountain temple, what He Qing saw was a bunch of refugees huddled together. On the other side of the refugees were several large men with swords, fierce faces, and black clothes fitting soft armor. This group of big men were clustering around a young male dressed in white robes. This young male was sitting on the ground roasting a fire, with roasted chicken, wine and other things beside him. These 4 men, despite their small size, occupied a tremendous area. Those refugees looked at this scene, and then looked at the long knives in the hands of those few big men, and finally still hung their heads. In the middle of winter, this land temple seemed to be one of the few places with warmth. "My lord, have a drink. There's still a while to go before Voodoo Guan," a big man said carefully. The white-clad male nodded. "Uncle Lu, I'm worried. We still have to walk for 10 days and half a month before we can arrive. I'm worried that we'll meet the bandit army. Those bandit armies are specializing in targeting rich merchants and nobles to rob them. It's really hateful." Upon hearing this, however, someone among the group of refugees whispered in indignation, "You merchants, you have exploited us miserably during the weekdays. If it were not for you, could we be so poor? If it weren't for you, how could we be so poor? How could we be unable to afford to eat?" Upon hearing this, the few sword-wielding dudes glared angrily. Some even drew their knives. The white-clothed male Chanling, however, waved his hand. Forget it, don't bother with them." Chanling looked at the few refugees, then said, "I just have a clear conscience. I didn't apologize to anyone. If it is according to what you say, should I not go to earn money and open a store? And should I only be a poor man in order not to be scolded by you?" That ruffian couldn't say anything to Chanling, and finally just bowed his head and cursed. "Black-hearted dog." Just then, He Qing walked in. There was another person walking in with him. The land temple is bustling with activity today, but it was normal, nowadays in the wilderness. But wherever you can cram in a person and rest there are fewer people. Many of them have been living in them for 7 or 8 days now, only because this wind and snow is really unbearable. If you go out, I am afraid that you will be frozen to death, so you can only shrink in the temple. Along with He Qing, he walked in with a tall, plump woman. This woman is tall and plump, pulling a spirit snake bun, inserting a pearl hairpin, wearing a turquoise embroidered lotus dress, chest like mountains and rivers, buttocks like a moon plate hanging on the branch, the wind pretty, holding up the skirt to split. This woman has a pair of foxy eyes with red shadows painted on them, cold on the face, but secretly hiding love. Look at people like a smile, red lips brightly colored. As soon as this woman came in, she immediately attracted everyone's attention, making people look at her and not be able to move away. Compared to this woman, He Qing naturally paled into insignificance. He walked in quietly and found another random clean place to sit. The brocade-clad male Chanling looked around. The biggest place here is his place, and the cleanest place is his place. There was also some food and wine on his side, so naturally, it was the best spot in the entire land temple. Chanling unconsciously swallowed his saliva. His eyes were firmly captured by that chest gully at the first glance, and then the line of sight couldn't help but move down and land on that willow-waist peach buttocks. Further down, another pair of long, straight legs. It could be said that, letting go of his life, Chanling had never seen such a beautiful woman. Those government ladies and this one more than some of the green, like the comparison of green peach and peach, like the comparison of daisies and peonies. This hint of charm is not comparable to those official ladies. However, if compared with the women of the greenhouse, this woman is obviously more beautiful, more refreshing, want to refuse to welcome like, more people can't stop. To the greenhouse, the heart of the greenhouse women to look down on. Look at the lowly, naturally less appreciation, more a touch of contempt, but in the middle of nowhere, looking around, and seeing such a beauty at first sight, naturally like a goddess came down. "This young lady, come on, have a seat, it's cleaner here." Chanling was a little hasty in his speech, and hastily wiped the side a few more times with his sleeve. Even Changling's guards couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this woman. Many of them bent down with difficulty and seemed to be covering up something. The woman gave a small laugh and glanced around. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but it's not necessary." Chanling heard this and couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but still wasn't dead set on it. "I also dare to ask for the lady's name. My name is Chanling. I am the son of the Qingping County governor." Chanling purposely emphasized, wanting to compete in front of the woman and draw attention. "Yeah, so it's Mr. Chang. My name is Hu Yuer. I've met you." Hu Yuer slightly drooped her hands and bowed, and when her body moved, the place on her body that was so desirable to look at shifted as well, simply making people's mouths dry. "Here, this is for you." Chanling had actually taken out all the food around him for Hu Yuer's sake. Hu Yuer hid her vermilion lips and smiled faintly, her fragrant wind overflowing. Thanks a lot. Changling walked to Hu Yuer's body, sniffed the fragrant breeze, and looked at Hu Yuer's posture. Simply froze in place, and only came back to his senses after a while. Hu Yuer chose a place to sit at random. Changling Judas did not die and actually followed and sat down. The two of them talked about the West and the East, often ordering to talk about some rare things in the world. Some time ago, some people who came from the Western region offered some paper horses, and you know that those paper horses can move, and when in use they will transform into real horses to be climbed and ridden. He Qing sat in place and practiced quietly. He was sacrificing the Lake Light Sword all the time. After reaching the Pure Yang infinite realm, He Qing had been drawing power from this world every moment. The power of the wind and snow, the stars, the sun and the moon. And these powers were too huge to be contained by himself alone. So naturally the remainder was left to the Lake Light Sword. He Qing also planned to refine this sword some more in the future to see if it could become a magic treasure. But that's all on another level, belonging to a higher dimension of power. Those who hadn't reached this realm also simply couldn't observe what He Qing was doing right now. He Qing cultivated while occasionally looking around. He saw that there were many people who were secretly looking at that Hu Yuer. The eyes of a scruffy ruffian were simply impressive, like a wolf in the dead of night. The ruffian looked at Hu Yuer first, horny as hell. He also looked at Chang Ling who was chatting with Hu Yuer, envious and jealous, only this hatred was not too strong. Second uncle, why don't we go and join the Heavenly King's army too? Heck, I've been poor all my life. I don't want to be like this. I want to kill those rich people, kill Mr. Xie, and I want to play with women, with those official ladies. It's whispering. It was so windy and snowy outside that the sound barely fell on deaf ears. He Qing was listening carefully. Sandy, how did you become like this? That second uncle was also startled. Are you going or not? Sandy asked again. I'm not going. Those bandits are vicious. To be fierce, to be evil, to be mighty. Second uncle, go away. I'm going to wait here for the Heavenly King's army before I join them, Sandy said. He Qing listened on the sidelines with no emotional fluctuations in his heart. He had long since learned that the good and evil people in this world were not separated by how much money they had. Everyone's definition of good and evil is even more different. However, when a person had only crossed the line in their thoughts, but had not completely done something evil, He Qing was not in a good position to step in. After all, who in the world hasn't had an evil thought? He Qing wasn't much of a judge, so he just watched from the sidelines. Compared to these three virtues, that Hu Yuer was obviously more interesting to He Qing. Just as He Qing looked away, he didn't expect that Hu Yuer also inclined her head to look at him, with eyes that were like flowing water and like silk, containing a sense of affection that made one's heart flutter and couldn't help but fantasize in one's mind. Does this woman even like me? I'm expert, He Qing judged in his mind. This Hu Yuer is an absolute master. A master at catching a kaiju. A master at playing with a man's heart. The night was getting late. Everyone possessed a touch of sleepiness at the sound of the never-ending wind and snow. The drowsiness came quietly and kicked in with extreme ferocity. Many went to sleep. Changeling yawned as well, though he still insisted that he didn't want to go to sleep. Talking with this woman was simply too pleasurable, making him unable to stop thinking about it, and he had even begun to fantasize about certain things in the future. Sandy wasn't sleeping either. He was staring, his mind twisting and burning fiery. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed to reach a certain threshold. Everyone's asleep. Santoku stood up. He carefully made his way to one of the guards and he drew his sword out. His lust-filled eyes looked at Hu Yuer and then at Changling. Don't be in a hurry, little lady. I'll come back to make out with you after I've slaughtered this rich dog. Ah! Hu Yuer woke up with a delicate cat-like purr. Little lady, stay well for me. Serve grandpa well and I won't kill. Hearing this, Hu Yuer was scared and backed up. Finally, he seemed to break his foot and fell backwards with an ah. Although He Qing's eyes were closed, he was naturally able to clearly perceive all this outside. All he felt was a rush of soft, tender flesh entering his arms and a scented breeze lingering in his nostrils. Plump hips seemed to sit at his thighs and his body seemed to rest against his chest. Hair was gently caressed by the wind and blown to her mouth and nose. A broken temple rattled in the wild blizzard, from which orange-red lights filtered out and disappeared back into the darkness of the infinite blizzard. When that warm and soft body fell into He Qing's arms, it was truly a soft jade. A softness fell over the body, various parts squeezing each other and changing into other shapes. He Qing then quietly opened his eyes and watched. He wanted to see what this vixen was up to. Hu Yuer glanced back at He Qing, her eyes containing love. Taoist master. That man is going to kill me. Save the little woman. Hu Yuer's entire body was almost lying in He Qing's arms, her hands resting on top of He Qing's shoulders. It was just that He Qing was still wearing a smile on his face. As Sanda looked at Hu Yuer, who was lying in He Qing's arms, his heart was simply going crazy with jealousy. He had wanted to kill Chang Ling first, but as he watched the scene, he couldn't help it in his heart. He lifted his knife, took 2 fierce steps, and shouted angrily, "Little Taoist, let go of her, or else I'll chop you to death." Hu Yuer still suddenly spread her smile. The Taoist master has seen that I'm a vixen for a long time, hasn't he? The main reason was that He Qing's behavior was really a bit abnormal. Hu Yuer was not a foolish person, so she was naturally clear about this. She didn't bother to look at San Tai, who was carrying a knife behind her back, but instead lifted her head slightly, her eyes shining as she looked at He Qing. "Taoist master, don't mind if I suck a trace of essence. It's very comfortable, yo." The fire in the heart of the ruffian Sandy grew more and more intense. Finally unable to hold back, he slashed the knife down as if in a frenzy. Just as the knife fell, Santoku's entire body fell backwards, as if the payload had been burned out. So was the soul of the 3 deities. His soul was searing amidst a furnace of emotions. This has been an extremely unusual state of affairs. Hu Yuer didn't even bother to look at Sanda. Instead, she looked at He Qing with affection. "What is this situation?" He Qing asked. "The spells that Song Yuan Dao is cast in Guan Yuan Fu. Some people's desires will burn like a pay fire and subsequently be brought together, and they are going to summon the 6 desires heavenly demons." After Hu Yuer finished speaking, she was already breathing heavily. She cupped He Qing's cheeks and printed her red lips on them just like that, casual as a spiritual snake. A wisp of essence was sucked out. A wisp of pure yang qi was sucked away. Hu Yuer only felt hot, as if she was in a furnace. With a miserable cry, she turned into a white fox and fled, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. He Qing touched his lips. The flavor of the vixen is not bad. No wonder so many scribes have been sucked into the essence and still have to go into the mountains to have a fling. He Qing laughed lightly. This vixen dares to suck his essence, so wait for the suffering. Just now, He Qing had already been testing Hu Yuer. See if she's a good demon, or bad to the core. If she were to suck He Qing with the idea of sucking someone to death, she would only be instantly vaporized by the endless pure yang qi. But this Hu Yuer was quite measured and did not intend to cause death. All that ends up happening in the end is just getting burned. He Qing looked again at Plankton Sandy, who had fallen to the ground on the side. This matter is much more important than vixens. No wonder these chaotic troops are so violent. No wonder the Draghammer Heavenly King is so indulgent. It turns out that they are being used as firewood. He Qing had seen spells like this before, right from the Fu Hu Guan. Such a spell does not turn a good person into an evil one. Such a spell is just a mood-gathering spell, a small hint, a vibe. Such an atmosphere will excite a person and will make them submit to it. But overall, the evils committed by the chaos cannot be attributed entirely to spells. Most of the cause is still because of the chaotic army itself. Sitting on the floor, he thought about it, and then looked around at the people who had passed out. He Qing smiled slightly. With a flick of his hand, the spirit detaining and dispatching general's avatar had been cast. At once, only a gray light sprang out of the ground, transforming into an old man who only reached the waist of an unusual person. The old man wore only a simple tunic and held a staff made of twisted vines in his hand. The old man still looked a little startled when he was regaled out. He waited for a while before bowing and saying, "The land has met the Taoist master. This old man is the land god here." But a furry god like this one was almost weak, and didn't have much mana on him, especially at times like now in Guangzhouanfu, when the world is in turmoil and incense is not flourishing. If a land like this one shows up, sometimes you can't even beat a wilderness wolf. "That vixen just now frequented this place?" He Qing asked with a smile as he sat on the ground. "Not really, it's just that it's only been a few months." "Will it hurt?" Lan thought about it. Unseen, that foxy mortal is so powerful that he can't look at some mortals. "Then why did you come tonight?" He Qing raised an eyebrow. The land god hesitated for a moment before finally saying, perhaps he looked at Taoist master, fell in love with the Taoist master. "Ha ha, well, you and back off." The land god hastily and respectfully retreated. Although he didn't have much magical power, as a land god, no one could do anything to him if he hid underground. There were extremely many practitioners coming and going here, whether they were Taoist priests, monks, or even all sorts of tantrics and temple priests. But often, they light a stick of incense to respectfully invite him out. There were really few Taoist priests like this one who just regaled him out with a single wave. In fact, it took He Qing a while to come back to his senses. He Qing didn't know how to conjure up these deities. Plus he had this divine ability of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, so he naturally used it out of habit. After noticing that he had been rude, He Qing wanted to light an incense to make up for it. Only the incense had just been taken out and had just smoked a little. The land god then ran out in a panic. "Taoist master, dare not! Dare not! I can't afford to be born! I can't afford to be born!" The land god was flustered and terrified. He had just returned to the divine mansion when he sensed an indistinct sun-like meritorious incense attacking him. The incense was like the sun and moon hanging in the sky, and just a hint of the revealed might made his soul body unstable. So he ran out in a hurry. If he allowed this Taoist priest to offer incense again, he was afraid that his soul would be silenced. The world is about bits and pieces. He Qing offered him incense, as if the heavenly emperor had offered incense to a minor god, and the emperor had offered a refugee on his knees. That would have been out of order. A small god like the land god could not afford to be born at all. After hearing the words of the land god, He Qing hurriedly extinguished the incense. Sorry, He Qing was a bit embarrassed. These common sense issues He Qing was really too lacking. It's fine. It's fine. Make yourself at home, Taoist. The two were talking, but it was almost dawn. Changling woke up in a daze, and he looked around, only to see that the woman he had longed for had long since disappeared without a trace, so he could only sigh long and hard, his heart full of regret. Once we part today, will there be a day of reunion? Changling's tone was filled with regret and remorse. The morning sun shines brightly, and although the sun is nowhere to be seen, there are already countless soft rays of light falling between heaven and earth. The snow still hasn't stopped. Guangzhouanfu was originally in the extreme north, a place of extreme cold. Many of these areas are even places where sinners are sent. When winter comes, it is a series of months of heavy snow, and there are rarely any windy and sunny days. As soon as it was light, He Qing departed. He stepped into the wind and snow alone, and soon his figure disappeared in the eyes of the people in the land temple. Changling was still sad and worried, but one of the guards got up in a daze. Then realizing that the knife was not on his person, he was alarmed and hurriedly and nervously looked around. It was only finally found in the hands of the figure lying on the ground. And steal my knife. A wave of anger surged through the guard, and he bent down and drew his knife out, followed by a sharp kick. It was only after the kick that the guard felt the touch was off. Dead? Several of the guards glanced at each other, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Why they suddenly fell asleep last night? Obviously in the past they have had to keep a night watch. Several people's hearts tightened. Is it the woman's problem? Who else could it be but the woman who appeared out of nowhere? Changling was losing his mind when he suddenly heard these words. What's wrong with Miss Moon? My lord, that woman may be a demon. What? How is this possible? Miss Yuer is so beautiful and gentle. Besides, if she were a demon, we would have died here long ago. Where would we still be alive? Changling waved his hand in deadpan disapproval. A couple of the guards couldn't figure this out exactly. If it was really a demon, what was she after? On top of a mound, a white fox was landing in the snow. Her eyes stared indignantly at the mountain temple, as well as at the distant figure of the Taoist priest. Stinking Taoist, girl, I want to make out with you, and you actually scalded me with your essence. Wait, sooner or later, this girl will find her way back and make you suffer. Hu Yuer had never had a man treat him like this in her life. All of them are generally held in the hands as a treasure, fearing that the cold fall a little bit. But yesterday was a huge low point in her kaiju fishing career. The proud by nature Hu Yuer could not tolerate this at all, coupled with the fact that foxes already hold grudges. Without realizing it, He Qing had already been missed by a vixen. He Qing is quick on his feet. It was almost a day's work before we were about to arrive at Fuhuguan. If Pei Yan was able to capture the city, coupled with Fuhuguan in the middle of the string, in this way, the area from Qingping County to Fuhuguan can become a stable rear area. As long as there is a back area with constant and safe resources, Pei Yan will also be able to recuperate, practice, as well as have enough strategic depth. Naturally, He Qing didn't know anything about the art of war. All he needs is to provide a prosperous Clearfield County. For He Qing, the more refugees the better. With his ability, he is perfectly capable of supplying it. This time, he entered the Fuhu Guan again, but he wanted to confer with the Fuhu realist. First we need to get rid of that Black Flag army. He Qing expected that in a few days, that Pei Yan should also make a trip to Fuhu Guan. The wilderness was filled with snow, and this snow even reached the waist, making every step extremely difficult. In the end, He Qing had to step on the snow and walk on top of it. The snow is a little lighter, milder, and the wind has died down. There is something about light snowflakes falling on your shoulders. From afar, He Qing could see the gilded ridge in the daylight. Nowadays, Fuhu Guan can be quite lively. Almost all the sons and daughters of the big officials in the entire Guanyuan prefecture run to this place. This was the only place in Guangzhouanfu that could shelter them nowadays. After arriving at the foot of the mountain and finding the path, He Qing slowly walked up the mountain. In this weather, the snow is also swept clean off the mountain steps, revealing the dark, shiny stone below. He Qing walked upwards, and from time to time, he could still meet people traveling in pairs, or there are downhill Taoist priests. Although He Qing came last time, He had not yet walked up the steps. The trail winds and twists, and there are many switchbacks. He Qing walked slowly up the road, looking down at the earth and the snowy landscape while observing the pedestrians coming and going. These pedestrians are mostly rich and noble families. Many of the noble ladies were carrying oil paper umbrellas and wearing pink fox fur coats. Looking at those fur coats, He Qing however suddenly thought of another point. These people mustn't dare to go that way, or else if the vixen finds the fox-cloaked coat, won't she get mad and go on a killing spree? There was no shortage of demons in the Great Moon Dynasty. Even the number of demons was much greater than the number of cultivators. There's even a 10,000 demon kingdom outside the seas. This 10,000 demon kingdom was a kingdom composed entirely of demons. From the travelogues of the Fuhuguan, the scope of this 10,000 demon kingdom is not in the least bit smaller than that of the Great Moon Dynasty. Even the legendary dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, etc. all inhabited and survived in the land of 10,000 demons. The 10,000 demon kingdom bordered the southern part of the Great Moon Dynasty, and in the past, they had to fight from time to time. However, since a change of heart 200 years ago, the 10,000 demon kingdom had never fought the Great Moon Dynasty again, and it was unknown why. He Qing observed others along the way, and naturally, there were others observing He Qing as well. In an idol pavilion covered in snow, a woman wearing a pink jacket and a double screw bun looked at He Qing. Is that little Taoist also from the Guan? It's really good looking to be born. The maid sat on the side peeling the fruit, then laughed. Mrs. also pining for spring? No, good looking is good looking. Men love to look at beautiful women. Then I also love to look at handsome men. He Qing looked back suddenly and locked eyes with the woman. Instead, it made the woman's cheeks blush. He Qing walked up the snowy path. He informed the Fuhu realist, and then ran to the book depository to continue reading. Relative to this world, there were still many things that He Qing hadn't learned about. A few days later, news of the victory flew along with a snow-white lordly species. These messages were brought along with the people coming from the south and the north. Everyone was talking about Pei Yin, about the fire elephant General Tang Xuan who had crisscrossed the battlefield. In the Guangyuan prefecture, which was shrouded in darkness, the news of victory was like a dawn that pierced through the darkness. When the people in the Voodoo Observatory got this news, this almost became the topic of conversation. The center of talk, Pei Yin, the former tiger weapon general of the imperial court, who had commanded an army of 100,000 men, a man of great warlike achievements. Tang Xuan, the fire elephant general, has unrivaled divine power and world-class sword skills. In addition to these two, there is another name that is widely known, the Great Immortal. In this battle, in the army led by Pei Yin, and in Qingping County, the reputation of this great immortal Wudi was even more prevalent than Pei Yin. Who is immortal Wuga? Why have I never heard of this immortal in the past? Is this Wuga immortal as powerful as Xianwei Legong of He Qing? Hey, a god that came out of nowhere. Interesting. He Qing was passing by when a few middle-aged men suddenly asked, Taoist? Hey, Taoist, you're from the Taoist sect. You should know the name of God? Do you know who this Wuga immortal is? Why have I never heard of it? It goes up tomorrow at 12 noon. A great immortal? Unheard of. Perhaps a nameless minor god, He Qing said with a smile. Hey, don't dare to say that. That's a really big magic power in the body. Little Taoist, you have to learn to fear God and Buddha. Good. It was also rather funny that this person's questioning actually came to He Qing. Who is the great immortal? Exactly myself as well. He Qing stood at the top of the mountain, where there was a welcoming pine. The welcome pine is facing down the mountain, and snow is piling up on its cloud-like branches. The sunlight fell in a golden glow on the snow, and reflected out again, falling on the moor in the extreme distance. Following the direction of the golden light, he was able to see that a dark shadow had appeared at the end of the wasteland at some point. These ad-like figures were densely packed, probably hundreds of them. The Fuhu Makoto and that huge demon king White Tiger appeared. Fu Hujianren saw He Qing from afar and instantly walked towards him. This world is extremely harsh for flying. Unless one reaches the Yuanshan realm, one can only use the wind to control the wind by virtue of emptiness. Other than that, it is the art of flying swords, and the rest of the flying arts are available for flying. The Fu Hujianren knew some flying techniques since, but they were not extravagant enough to be used to catch the road. Great immortal Wudong? The Fuhu Makoto had a smile on his face. The Guanyuan prefecture suddenly had an extra wondrous great immortal with great powers, or something that the Fu Hujianren had never seen before, coupled with the fact that he had been in contact with He Qing earlier, so the Vulcan realist guessed it at once. He Qing nodded with a smile on his face. Honestly, this feeling of being a god is really good, but this position He Qing did sit in peace of mind. Since Pei Yin has freed himself, then the military and political aspects of Guanyuan province will at least have a fulcrum. and will just be responsible for contributing behind the scenes. Realist Fu Hu said. Earlier, the Vulcan realist didn't go all out because it was useless. Even if he killed a batch of chaotic troops, there would still be the rest of the chaotic troops to replenish. But now that there was Pei Yan on the secular side, their power territory as well as influence could only expand. That's a good way to ensure Pei Yan's life. He's old, too old. Upon hearing this, the Vulcan realist also emerged with a sad expression. In the entire Guangyuan province, Pei Yan could be considered one of the few people with the highest ability. He was one of the top 30 people in the world when he was first ranked high in the imperial court. Does fellow Taoist have a solution? Realist Fu Hu couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it depends on whether or not the real person is willing to part with it. The Vulcan realist's face darkened at his words. Last time he was knocked away by He Qing for 2 shenanigans, though the shenanigans were useless to him, even as a side effect. But in essence, there are many people in this world who want to pursue the power of weirdness, which naturally counts for a high price. This time, the kid actually tried to knock the rest of the stuff. He Qing glanced back at the Fu Hu realist. The real person has lived a long life, so don't worry, there's a share of that too. After all, He Qing had gotten 2 shenanigans from the Vulcan realist, so naturally, he couldn't show nothing. The Vulcan realist was shocked at his words. Life extension pill? He Qing nodded his head. This life extension pill was rare in the world, and any alchemist who could refine the life extension pill was in existence that was honored as a state guest. The Fu Hu real person couldn't even beg for it if he wanted to. If it's really the life extension pill. Inexplicably, the eyes of realist Fu Hu looking at He Qing changed and became incandescent, even as if the eyes of a tiger, leopard, jackal or wolf when it catches a sheep. On this mountain, if you see anything you like, just take it yourself. There was a specialized spiritual medicine garden in the Fu Hu Guan, in which many heavenly treasures were rare. What does real Fu Hu think Pei Yan is here to do? He Qing asked knowingly. As a matter of fact, this Black Flag army was like a nail stuck in the hearts of the Vulcan realist and He Qing. As long as this Black Flag army was not removed, the two of them would not be able to enjoy themselves. When the Fu Hu Zhenren heard this, he let out a cold snort, and his body's fury aura rose and fell. This also need to say, since the death of the Shangguan family, those little brats, when Shangguan Yin Yang in charge of the Shangguan family has not so much to do, now replaced with Shangguan Yin pure, humph, self-destructive. He Qingwei narrowed his eyes. These days, he had also exchanged quite a few things with the Vulcan realist. Naturally, I learned that this Shangguan family was located in the Guangyuan prefecture, which itself was in a remote place in the world, also detached from the center of the court for a long time. The Shangguan family has already substantially lost its power. Even generations have produced high officials, and in the former dynasty, they were even the divine generals of a dynasty. Even though their qi was so prosperous, their qi was already declining after a long period of separation from the central authority. It was in order to keep the Shangguan family from breaking away from the realm of lineage clans that they had to fight to the death. If Guanju Wanfu didn't have He Qing around, it might have been true that they could have a career following the Draghammer Heavenly King. But sometimes things are just so ingenious. Who let them Black Flag army has reached the territory of Lishan? Who let this Draghammer Heavenly King actually presume to turn all of Guanyuan province into some kind of Jedi? How could He Qing bear it when he was about to be hit at his doorstep? After a while, Pei Yan and the others went up the mountain one after another. He Chang and the Fu Hu realist then headed to the mountain gate to wait. It took a while to see them in person. Pei Yan walked at the front, and after him was the imposing Tang Chuan, covered in red armor, only to see Tang Chuan's spirited, tall and powerful figure, walking as if he were a giant elephant, walking with the wind, an overriding might almost pouncing on his face. Today's Tang Chuan and the original flying sword Tang Chuan were worlds apart. He Qing observed that his momentum had become a reality, and it was obvious that the Zhan long sword technique had been practiced in place, condensing something similar to military momentum in general. This military power is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. If it were on someone else, I am afraid that they would not be able to bear it. Just as Pei Yan is almost unable to lead the army when he gets old, this military potential can crush the opposite side as well as itself. If you can't support yourself, how can you talk about riding on the sands and overcoming in the midst of thousands of troops? Pei Yan arched his hand when he saw He Chang, his face smiling. Tang Chuan, on the other hand, solemnly walked to his body, bowing almost 90 degrees with a respectful face. Greetings, immortal master. Get up. After that, Pei Yan and Tang Chuan followed realist Fu Hu to a large hall. When he was seated, another pot of tea was brought to him. And now, it's time to listen to how you act. The Fu Hu Makoto laughed. He was acquainted with Pei Yan, but he didn't know Tang Chuan. At this time a look at Tang Chuan, but uncovered Tang Chuan body actually has 1,000 army-like momentum. There is a fire elephant on the side of the claws and tusks. This fire elephant Vulcan real person was recognized. It was the fire elephant Great King. Fu Hujianwen flicked his beard. His face did not change, but his heart was somewhat flooded with waves. Pei Yan, on the other hand, was lying on top of a soft chair, and compared to the rest of the people, his body was the weakest. Takeshi relies too much on his body. Naturally, I'm going to kill up there and ask more questions. Otherwise, what am I going to do by going up to this Fuhugwan of yours? Pei Yan said in a murderous manner. Ha ha, good, with fellow Taoist Warji here. This matter is easy. Realist Fuhu laughed out loud. The Black Flag Army possesses the suppression of the Shangwan family's qi and can pardon the Dao, but it also depends on what level of dowsing it is being used against. For example, the Heavenly Master. Only the Emperor himself can suppress this world. This Shangwan family has been weakened. If the Fuhu real person is facing 1,000 troops, I am afraid that it is still not enough. But if we add this great immortal Wudong by his side, naturally he is fearless as well. Change the wine. This no fun, Pei Yan bellowed. The Fuhu Makoto let out a laugh, and then had the people take out more drinks. Distribute the drink to the soldiers as well. And, by the way, have all the disciples assemble. After the Fuhu Makoto finished his command, his face suddenly became serious. Where the Black Flag Army is, when it will leave, and whether there is any assistance in the vicinity. Pei Yan sipped his wine and then said, the Black Flag Army is attacking Fujian County, which is a large county, and it is estimated that there are still tens of thousands of people in the county. If we take down the Black Flag Army, we have to take the 3 counties of Tingjiang County, Jiangbei County, and Jiangdong County as a line, in a state of mutual reception. You Voodoo-guan are right in the middle of this line, ready to back up. Finally, being able to pass through this line and encircle all of the area toward Qingping County. The chaotic troops still in this part of the area are already dead, in a state of catching a turtle in a jar. As for the rest of it, they can't spare the manpower yet. For one thing, Wanju Wanfu itself has a large garrison, plus the imperial reinforcements have arrived. Pei Yan said a lot, roughly some tactical arrangements. He Qing listened while sipping his drink. Only when the end came did Pei Yan say, soldiers are precious, so we'll set out tonight. As a result, on a wintry night, the crowd set out. The flag of the Kangwolf remained upright in the wind and snow. A large pale wolf silhouette hovered high in the sky above the barracks, and it looked around, its eyes oily green with a hint of cunning and cruelty. In the main tent, Shang Wanxiang didn't have the heart to read a book today. His anger was almost overflowing. A piece of letterhead was being cupped in his hand. Wastes, a bunch of wastes, a bunch of pigs. That Jiangbei County in the original 500 defenders, they 5,000 people. Full 5,000 people 5,000 pigs go over Jiangbei County city gate. Shang Wanxiang couldn't figure it out no matter what. A lack of supplies and an unarmed north county of the river could pass 5,000 men. After a while, he calmed down. Shang Wanxiang looked to the side and saw that 3 Taoist priests wearing basalt-colored Taoist robes, either holding dust whisks or hanging long swords on their waists, were sitting on one side. He gathered his anger. 3 Taoist masters. This divine position was promised to you. It's time to contribute. The corner of Taoist Xian Ying's mouth hooked into a smile, his heart quite pleased. They Tsang Yuan Dao is the leader of Guan Yuan province, and even though Shang Wanxiang is the first son of Shangwan family, he is still nothing more than a mere mortal in their eyes. Just because the Black Flags lost doesn't mean they were rude. Or rather, the more the Black Flag Army fails, the more they look up to them, the better they can raise their chips and the happier they are. The city god bit of Fujie County and the water god bit of Fujie River, Taoist priest Xianing said. Although he was now an entity, he could vaguely see a hint of a tendency for God to not quite match his body. Only a vague golden light was revealed in the body, and a deity wearing official robes and holding the instrument of life and death was inhabiting this body of flesh. In reality, Taoist priest Xianing is dead and has become a god. He abandoned the flesh and chose to become a city god. There's nothing wrong with being a Taoist priest, but it's mortal flesh after all. After becoming a city god, the sea is naturally wide open. As long as it is not due to external reasons, the city god is even able to live with the world. It's a shortcut to immortality. The only pity is that the way of God is suppressed by the way of man in the world today. After becoming a city god, it's also almost impossible to increase your strength anymore. However, Taoist Master Xianing was still agitated at this point, for he is no longer a man, but a god. Shang Wanxiang narrowed his eyes. If we can take Fujie County and Jiangbei County, then naturally as you dispose of it. However, what about Fuhu Guan? Pei Yan was not in Shang Wanxiang's eyes. There was no chi protection on this person, and any one of the 3 Xianing Taoist priests could strike at random. The problem, however, lies with the voodoo realist in the voodoo observatory. Taoist Master Xianing narrowed his eyes and smiled blandly. Don't worry, General Shangwan, This matter has been arranged long ago. If he dares to make a move, he will die. Taoist Master Xianing had an air of certainty. This caused doubts to arise in Shangwan Xiang's mind. Fu Huzhinjin is at least a Jin Danjinjin who has been famous for a long time. Even if the Dao Master of Song Yuan Dao brings Song Lingzhong to come, he may not be able to take it down. Then why is Taoist Master Xianing so certain? Why exactly? Shangwan Xiang pondered for a moment. Nowadays the most powerful person in Guanyuan province was undoubtedly the Dragging Hammer Heavenly King. The Heavenly King had not only ascended to the martial immortal realm, but he also carried dragon fortune on his body, and was even accompanied by a piece of earth-ranked weirdness. Now that he remembered that bizarre incident, Shangwan Xiang was a bit distressed. That's really scary stuff. It was a real god. It's not comparable to these city gods, land and mountain gods. It was a true god. It cannot be seen. It cannot be heard. It cannot be named or even thought about. Shangwan Xiang felt his heart fluttering. He hurriedly dropped his head and took a few deep breaths, which calmed him down. He had understood what Taoist Xianying's reliance was. You brought the dragon seal of the Heavenly King over? The dragon seal is the thing that possesses the fortune, just like the jade seal of the Great Moon Dynasty. Taoist Master Xianing still just smiled and didn't say anything. Go forth, General Shangwan. On this wintry night, the coyote let out a snarl and the sound of a horn hovered over the snowflakes. When the Black Flag Army, which was like a tidal wave, marched out with the miscellaneous chaotic army, the entire heaven and earth were shaken by the sound. Taoist Master Xianing looked at the torrent of blood and flesh that crowded upwards like a torrent, watching countless people bleed and countless people die. Countless people screamed and roared in pain. Someone who was badly wounded but not dead fell to the ground, only to be trampled alive by those who came and went. The magistrate stationed in Qingping County looked at this scene and was covered in cold sweat. When Taoist Master Xianing saw that more and more people were dying, the happier he became. Until a moment later, Taoist Xianing disembodied himself. His body was draped in dark golden divine light and he held the instrument of life and death. As soon as Taoist Master Xianing beckoned, countless English souls appeared, which were clueless and carried a hint of Yin Qi. Go on and fight, bastards! Ha ha ha! Taoist Master Xianing couldn't help but laugh out loud in the night sky as he felt the power coming from his body at the moment. In this myriad of torrents, in an offense that transcends the boundaries of life and death, Fujian Prefecture finally ruptures after being strained to the breaking point. That string, broken. The moment the city gates were broken, countless chaotic troops with grimaces on their faces had already poured in. Shangwan Xiang was clad in wolf head shin black armor riding on a giant wolf. He looked around with his long knife in hand. Raise the flag. Raise the coyote flag. Shangwan Xiang with a hint of excitement, even to the point of biting his lip. A hint of blood flavor made his body tremble even more. He wanted to use Qingping County to sacrifice his flag to restore the past glory of the Shangwan family. Just at the moment when countless chaotic troops rushed into the city walls, an army has quietly arrived near Fujian County. A huge white tiger. An old man with white hair and extremely large bones. Naturally, there was a snow-white divine eagle in the windy and snowy sky. He Qing flew in the air, looking at the chaos. The moment he had just arrived here, the pale wolf silhouette manifested by that chi luck had already set its sights on him. Looking at the pale wolf, He Qing didn't care. Instead, he laughed out loud and said, I'll clear the way. The wind comes. As soon as the words fell, only a storm so large that it was terrifying began to sweep through the endless deep night. The storm rolled the snowflakes as if they possessed a solid body and began to flow across the wilderness as if it were a long dragon. When this storm that was like a tsunami that covered the sky came, everyone in Fujian Prefecture almost looked towards the sky. At the same time, there was an incomparably high cry of a pale wolf. This storm was extremely terrifying, and even though it was late at night, where it was visible to the naked eye, the entire sky and earth were filled with long dragons of storms. These storm-long dragons were huge and incomparable, and a trace of the scales in them was actually as big as a courtyard. The entire long dragon of the circling upstorm stretched out in the sky, and was actually larger than the entire Fujian Prefecture. He Qing took on a human form as he flew through the air like a divine ruler, and that stormy long dragon had both whiskers and tails. Its scales and armor were clearly visible, and a pair of dragon eyes were full of indifference and violence. He Qing had watched Ao Shui's dragon avatar and practiced the dragon beheading sword technique. At this time, with the dragon's divine ability to condense the wind momentum between this world, the moment this endlessly huge storm-long dragon was born, it was like a huge beast of the floodplains, like the descent of the heavenly emperor, and everyone couldn't help but stop moving. Everyone stayed where they were with trembling, all the chaotic troops rushing toward the city, all the people in the city, the defenders, even the prefectural magistrate, they all stared blankly at the long stormy dragon that manifested between heaven and earth, larger than the entire Fujian County. It was the first time Pei Yan, Tang Chuan, and even the Fuhu realist had seen He Qing go all out. They had seen He Qing strike and guessed at his strength, but they had not expected it to be so exaggerated. The white tiger demon king on the side of the Fuhujinman looked at the long storm dragon hovering in the sky. The enormous wind pressure falling on him actually made the musculoskeletal bones all over his body creak. The white tiger demon king's eyes carried a horrified look. The Fuhujinran was even more stiff-faced and could only squeeze out a sentence. This is too much. Pei Yan, Tang Chuan, and all the soldiers they brought with them were dumbfounded to the point of almost frothing. It was also fortunate that He Qing had deliberately controlled the wind pressure that fell on them, or else it would have taken only an instant for them to go up in smoke. The wind dragon was still circling in the sky, its indescribably huge body swimming slowly. Everyone who saw the scene would believe that if they were willing, this long dragon could destroy the entire Fuji County. Even Shangwan Xiang was completely frozen when he saw this scene. He clenched one hand, harder and harder. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Xiang realized that everything he had pursued in the past was nothing at all. In the face of this greatness of heaven and earth, what are all the mundane things of the mortal world? Shangwan Xiang was so jealous that his emotions tightened to the point that his entire body was exerting itself. Taoist master Xianing looked at this scene with horror in his eyes. He was almost completely unable to comprehend the scene. He had practiced for more than 30 years and had almost never seen this scene in any books. It's not human anymore. Just as he was staring blankly at this scene, that long storm dragon had already acted. Countless storms erupted like tsunamis. Every crevice of the entire world was filled with terrifying gusts of wind.